God Level Farm Chapter 1584 to Chapter 1628. Xiao Ruofei slapped Arad so hard that his head was tilted to one side. His words were naturally interrupted. Xiao Ruofei certainly held back his strength in this slap. Otherwise, Arad's head would have been smashed directly. However, this kind of restraint was relative. In fact, this slap was a little heavier than an ordinary person's full strength. Arad's cheeks swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even his back molars were broken. He felt his head buzzing, and he saw stars. His whole body was in a state of dizziness, and he couldn't recover for a long time. The dignitaries of Quarko City, as well as Metal and the others, were stunned. They couldn't believe the scene in front of them. Who would have thought that someone would dare to beat up Arad, a demon in front of them? And today, the Gulf Group came to Huafeng shipping with a big lineup. Not only were there officials on the platform, but there were also more than a dozen bodyguards escorting them. They didn't expect these bodyguards to be mere decorations. The other party easily came to Arad and raised his hand to slap him. Xianxia was also stunned. He already knew that Xiao Ruofei's character was very tough, but he didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to be so skillful. The speed at which he jumped out just now was obviously the kind of martial arts that was very profound. Of course, this was only Xianxia's understanding. In fact, it was very difficult for ordinary people to reach this speed when practicing martial arts. Xiao Ruofei, of course, didn't use his full strength. He just relied on his own physical fitness and jumped forward with a kick. His speed was already frightening. After the slap, the whole yard quieted down. Xianxia was the first to come back to his senses. He shouted, "Mr. Xia, come back quickly." Then Xianxia roared again, "Brothers, take out your weapons. Today, we'll fight with them." Xiao Ruofei didn't hold back at all. Xianxia had already realized that it was impossible to be kind today. He was not a coward, and had already made a judgment in the shortest time possible. Today, he would die here. No matter what, he had to protect Xiao Ruofei. At least, he had to send Xiao Ruofei and his companions out. The Freemasons had some other forces in Mexico. As long as his people could escort Xiao Ruofei out of here, the Freemasons still had a way to send him back to the United States. As long as he returned to the United States, he would naturally be safe. Xianxia still thought that Xiao Ruofei came from the United States. Xiao Ruofei's expression was relaxed as he slowly returned to Xianxia's side. He smiled faintly and said, "Brother Xianxia, I didn't intend to get involved in this matter at first, but because of what you said just now, I'm going to do something about it." "You're a man." "Then I have no choice but to interfere." Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Xia, hurry up and take your companions out of here." Xianxia thought to himself, so this young master still thinks he's in the United States. You haven't seen the ferocity of these drug lords. So what if you're good at fighting? They'll take out their guns without a word. Dozens of bodyguards will shoot at you. You won't be able to survive even if you have several lives, Xiao Ruofei said indifferently. Don't be impatient. They're just a few clowns. They can't make any waves. Xianxia was about to go crazy. He said in a hurried tone, "Mr. Xia, you have to leave right now. This man is an important leader of the largest drug lord gang in Mexico. Every one of these people is extremely vicious, and they all have guns. You've completely angered them just now. They'll really kill you." Just as the two of them were talking, Iraid finally recovered. One of his cheeks was completely swollen, and his eyes were narrowed into slits. The murderous intent in his eyes was so strong that it was almost tangible. His swollen face looked even more ferocious. He roared, "Are you all blockheads? Kill him." Because several of his teeth were broken and his face was swollen, Iraid's voice sounded a little funny. However, the bodyguards didn't find it funny at all. Everyone's heart trembled, and they felt that a disaster was imminent. Today was really strange. Although they were in the yard of the Huaxia Shipping Company, they felt that the degree of safety was very high, and they weren't particularly careful. However, there were more than a dozen of them around Iraid. Even if they were careless, they couldn't let the other party rush directly to Iraid and slap him. If the slap was so heavy, Iraid would definitely vent his anger on them. It was entirely possible that he would kill a few of them to vent his anger when he went back. However, these bodyguards also knew that whether they could keep their lives depended on their performance next. If they could quickly kill the young man opposite them, they might have a chance to survive. The bodyguards all trembled and took out their guns from their arms. Just then, Iraid shouted again, "Don't kill him all at once. I want him to suffer. Break his hands and feet first, and then torture him slowly." "Yes, Mr. Iraid," the bodyguards roared in response. Just then, the people in the Huafeng shipping company also heard Xianxia's words and rushed out with weapons. However, the Hong sect couldn't compare with these drug gangs. It was impossible for them to prepare a large number of firearms. Xiao Ruofei's batch of firearms was handled by Xianxia alone. No one knew that there was a container of firearms in the warehouse, and even if they knew, the warehouse was so big, and the containers were quite far away, so they didn't have time to get them. The brothers were armed with a variety of weapons. There were switchblades, steel pipes, and even a shotgun. This was their strongest firepower. There were even some who rushed out with the legs of stools. They looked like a motley crew. "Brother Chow. What should we do?" "Let's fight them, Brother Chow." Everyone was united against a common enemy, and they were completely ready to risk everything. At this time, the bodyguards had already raised their guns. They had a grim smile on their faces, as if they had foreseen the upcoming one-sided slaughter. Indeed, such a motley crew didn't even have decent weapons. How could they compete with well-trained people like them? Zhang Chao's eyes were bloodshot. He roared, "Let's go up together. Even if we die today, we have to kill them all. Chang, Hua, you two protect Mr. Xia and retreat from the back door." "Yes, Brother Chow." Everyone gritted their teeth and looked like they were going to fight with their lives on the line. At this time, Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Qing Feng, take care of these bastards. Don't kill them, lest they cause trouble for the Hong sect." Zhang Chao was stunned. He even thought that Xiao Ruofei had lost his mind. However, as soon as Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, they heard a somewhat old voice respectfully reply, "Yes, Mr. Xia." Then, a blue figure flashed out of the building of Huafeng Shipping. It was even faster than when Xiao Ruofei had slapped Arad. No one could see who it was. Then, it was as if they were watching a scene from a kung fu movie, and it happened at 4 times the speed. After the figure rushed into the crowd of bodyguards, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. No one could see his movements clearly. It took at most 7 or 8 seconds for the strong bodyguards to lie all over the yard, and the guns in their hands were all twisted and thrown casually on the ground. During the whole process, the bodyguards had no power to fight back at all. They didn't even have time to shoot. The opponent was so fast that they couldn't see him clearly. If they shot randomly, it was likely that they would accidentally hurt their teammates. If they hesitated, they would have no chance to shoot at all. It wasn't until all the bodyguards were lying down that Zhang Chao and the others saw clearly that the blue figure was the old man in the blue robe who came to the company with Xiao Ruofei today. Zhang Chao and the others opened their mouths so wide that a light bulb could be stuffed in. They didn't even realize it. Zhang Chao was extremely shocked. Today, when Luo Qingfeng and Xiao Ruofei came to Huafeng Shipping, they were very low-key. They just followed behind Xiao Ruofei and didn't even say a word. Practitioners were different from those who practiced martial arts in the secular world. Luo Qingfeng's body shape looked very thin, and his spirit was not as full as that of a martial artist. In fact, this was equivalent to returning to one's natural state in martial arts. In the eyes of the people in the secular world, Luo Qingfeng was just an ordinary old man. Zhang Chao couldn't imagine that the thin old man brought by Xiao Ruofei was so powerful. He was like a human Gundam. The Mexicans on the opposite side were also frightened. Whether it was Arad, Metal, or the state legislators and city officials who came to help boost the momentum today, they were all stunned and couldn't believe their eyes. Luo Qingfeng was a master at the gold core stage. Dealing with a few ordinary people with guns was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. He didn't even sweat, and he had already done it. Luo Qingfeng didn't think that his operation was amazing, because he knew that if his master took action himself, he would definitely be faster than him. Dealing with a few ordinary people was not worth mentioning at all. After he finished dealing with the bodyguards, he respectfully walked to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Mr. Xia, they've all been knocked down. They're not dead, but they probably need to rest for a while before they can get up. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Well done." Then, he turned his eyes to Arad and stepped toward him. Arad trembled all over. He quickly took 2 steps back and said with a frightened face, "Don't come over." Arad was really scared now. He had never seen a person with such heaven-defying strength. Even firearms could be ignored, and it was a one-sided crushing. Arad's skills were pretty good. He had even killed several Mexican policemen with his bare hands. However, compared with the old man in front of him, he felt that he was a weakling who could not even truss a chicken. He could not even handle one of the old man's hands. The bodyguards were also lying down, and he had no help at all. Obviously, the situation had suddenly reversed. At least now, in this yard, he was the meat on the chopping board, and the old man had a knife in his hand. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "If you try to take out the gun in your arms, I promise that your wrist will be broken before you can shoot." Xianxia was extremely shocked. Today, when Luo Qingfeng and Xiao Ruofei came to Huafeng shipping, they had been very low-key. They just followed behind Xiao Ruofei and didn't even say a word. Cultivators were different from those who practiced martial arts in the secular world. Luo Qingfeng's figure looked very thin, and his spirit was not as full as a martial artist's. In fact, this was equivalent to returning to one's natural state in martial arts. In the eyes of the people in the secular world, no matter how they looked at Luo Qingfeng, he was just an ordinary old man. Zhang Chao couldn't imagine that the thin old man brought by Xiao Ruofei was so powerful. He was like a human Gundam. The Mexicans on the opposite side were also frightened. Whether it was Arad, Metal, or the state legislators and city officials who came to help today, they were all stunned and couldn't believe their eyes. Luo Qingfeng, a master of the gold core stage, dealt with a few ordinary people with guns. It was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. He didn't even sweat, and he had already done it. Luo Qingfeng didn't think that there was anything special about his operation, because he knew that if his master took action himself, he would definitely be faster than him. Dealing with a few ordinary people was not worth mentioning at all. After he finished dealing with the bodyguards, he respectfully walked to Xiao Ruofei and said with his head bowed, "Mr. Xia, they have all been knocked down. They are not life-threatening, but they will probably need to rest for a while before they can get up." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Well done." Then, he turned his eyes to Arad and stepped toward him. Arad shuddered all over. He quickly took 2 steps back and said with a frightened face, "Don't come over." Arad was really scared now. He had never seen a person with such heaven-defying strength. Even firearms could be ignored, and it was a one-sided crushing. Arad's skills were pretty good. He had even killed several Mexican policemen with his bare hands. However, compared with the old man in front of him, he felt that he was a weakling who couldn't even truss a chicken. He couldn't even handle the old man with one hand. The bodyguards were also lying down, and he had no help at all. Obviously, the situation had suddenly reversed. At least now, in this yard, he was the meat on the chopping board, and the old man had a knife in his hand. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "If you try to take out the gun in your arms, I promise that your wrist will be broken before you shoot." Arad shuddered all over. He quickly took 2 steps back and said with a frightened face, "Don't come over." Arad was really scared now. He had never seen a person with such heaven-defying strength. Even firearms could be ignored, and it was a one-sided crushing. Arad's skills were pretty good. He had even killed several Mexican policemen with his bare hands. However, compared with the old man in front of him, he felt that he was a weakling who could not even truss a chicken. He could not even handle one of the old man's hands. The bodyguards were also lying down, and he had no help at all. Obviously, the situation had suddenly reversed. At least now, in this yard, he was the meat on the chopping board, and the old man had a knife in his hand. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "If you try to take out the gun in your arms, I promise that your wrist will be broken before you shoot." Ordinary people simply couldn't bear the mental pressure of a gold core stage powerhouse. Even though Arad was extremely cruel and his hands were stained with blood, he still couldn't help but tremble when facing Xiao Ruofei. It was as if he was facing an ancient demon from the legends. His teeth trembled involuntarily and made a gurgling sound. He said in a trembling voice, "I I've heard. Xiao Ruofei withdrew his mental power with a look of disdain. Only then did Arad feel the pressure on his body loosen, as if the sun had returned to the earth. Only then did he realize that in just a few seconds, his clothes had been soaked in sweat, as if he had been fished out of the water. Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and said, "How dare you look down on the people of Huaxia? Let me tell you, you're not even fit to carry the shoes of the people of Huaxia." Arad nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes. I was wrong." His spirit had been completely crushed by Xiao Ruofei. At this time, his heart was filled with fear and helplessness. He no longer had the arrogance of a backbone leader of a drug gang. Now, his only thought was to escape from here quickly. He didn't want to stay here for a second longer. But Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything. He didn't dare to run at all. He couldn't even move his legs. Of course, he also knew that even if he ran, he would never be able to escape. The other party's speed was like a ghost. Even if he was a 100-meter sprinter, he would never be able to outrun the other party. Xiao Ruofei looked down at Arad condescendingly and asked, "Say it. Do you want to die or live? Don't put your hopes on those trashy politicians. I can kill all of you in minutes and then swagger out of Mexico. Do you believe me?" Sanchez, Fernando, and the others' faces turned red and white. They were very embarrassed, but they didn't dare to say a word. "Yes, yes, yes," Arad said quickly. "Sir, I want to live. I don't want to die." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Want to live? Easy. Just apologize." Arad said hurriedly, "Yes, yes, yes. I apologize. I apologize. I sincerely apologize to the people of Huaxia." Xiao Ruofei said impatiently, "Shut up. I haven't even finished speaking, why are you interrupting?" "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Arad's neck shrank back in fright as he hurriedly apologized. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Arad and said, "In Huaxia, the most sincere apology is to kneel and kowtow. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, there are 18 Huaxia people here today. How about this? Kneel down here and kowtow 18 times. Every time you kowtow, say 'I'm wrong' loudly, and I'll spare you this time. By the way, let me remind you that in Huaxia, we are particular about kowtowing. You have to make a sound when you kowtow. The louder the sound, the more sincere you are. What do you think? Think about it." Arad's face alternated between red and white, and his heart was filled with humiliation. Kneeling was not only a etiquette in Huaxia, it was a body language used all over the world. Kneeling on both knees meant complete submission, and at the same time, throwing away all of one's dignity. Arad had walked into this courtyard arrogantly, but now he had to kneel down and beg for mercy in exchange for a way out. It was too difficult for him to choose. Especially when there were more than a dozen bodyguards here, as well as Metal, the head of the Coatzacoalcos branch, and the politicians he brought. Arad now regretted bringing so many people, especially these politicians. They were usually very flattering in front of him, eager to kneel down and lick his feet at any time. To be precise, they wanted to kneel down and lick his feet at any time. If he knelt down in front of so many people in Huaxia today, would these people still be in awe of him? But when Arad saw the guns that had been twisted into the shape of a fried dough twist, his heart could not help but tremble. How much strength did it take to do this? His hands and feet were not as hard as guns. In his mind, there was a fierce struggle between the pros and cons. For a moment, he did not know whether to choose to bow down or decisively admit defeat. Sanchez, Fernando, and the others were even more regretful. They felt that they had lost their minds today to get involved in this muddy water with Arad. If they really had to witness Arad kneel down in front of Huaxia and apologize with their own eyes, would they have a good life in the future? Perhaps Arad would turn around and send someone to kill everyone who saw this scene today. In Mexico, people died unnatural deaths every day, and the heads of government officials were no harder than ordinary people's. As for Arad's subordinate, Metal, and the bodyguards, they were even more scared out of their wits. If Sanchez and the others were still a little worried, they were completely desperate because Arad would never let them live. Otherwise, what prestige would Arad have in the organization? This was especially true for Metal. Today's incident was entirely caused by him. It was precisely because he had taken a fancy to the land of Huafeng shipping that he started the operation to seize it. It just so happened that Arad had been on vacation in Coatzacoalcos for the past 2 days, so he urged Arad to come over. He thought that with Arad's identity and fierce reputation, these Huaxia people would definitely admit defeat in an instant and solve the problem easily. He did not expect that the development of the situation would completely deviate from the track they had expected, and now it had become unmanageable. Xianxia and the others were also stunned and had not recovered from the shock until now. After the negotiations between the two sides completely collapsed, Xianxia was already mentally prepared to die here today. He did not expect things to turn around so quickly, making him feel dizzy. When Xiao Ruofei said that he wanted Arad to kneel and kowtow to apologize, Xianxia did not come out to stop him because he knew that in any case, they had already formed a grudge with the Gulf Group, and it would absolutely not end until one of them was dead. Huaxia was a country of etiquette, but gentleness, respect, and frugality were also particular about who they were dealing with. For a drug lord who killed without batting an eyelid, there was no need to talk about gentleness, respect, and frugality. Today, Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng had suppressed their opponents with absolute force. Otherwise, all the Huaxia people here would have suffered today. Being killed by a gunshot might not even be the worst result. Just like what Arad had said just now, many people might have suffered and been tortured to death. It was not the first time these drug lords had done such a thing in order to deter others. So, since they had already offended the other party, what was the point of being lenient now? After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he quietly looked at Arad, and then said, "I forgot to remind you that my offer to you is valid for 1 minute. If you don't make a decision after 1 minute, the conditions may be even more harsh." Arad's face was sullen. Why did these words sound so familiar? It seemed that he had said similar words to Zhang Chao in a very pretentious manner just now. This was really karma. In the blink of an eye, the other party had returned the same words to him. Arad was struggling internally. His pride made it difficult for him to accept kneeling and kowtowing to Huaxia people, but in the face of the fear of death, dignity did not seem so important. Was it life or death? Or was it face? He had to give an answer within 1 minute. Xiao Ruofei put his hands in his pockets and looked at Arad calmly. "You have 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 9. 8. I accept your offer." Arad finally couldn't bear the heavy psychological pressure and shouted, "I'm willing to kneel and apologize." After shouting these words, Arad's pressure was finally released. Although his dignity was about to be trampled, he felt relaxed because he no longer had to make a choice to retreat. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and made a gesture of invitation with one hand. Then, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and quietly waited for him to kneel. Arad's knees slowly bent and finally knelt on the ground with a humiliated expression. At this time, Metal, Sanchez, Fernando, and the others all turned their heads. They did not dare to look at the scene of Arad kneeling and kowtowing to Huaxia people. Although it was meaningless for them to do so, because Arad would not think that no one knew about this matter just because they turned their heads away. However, Arad's fierce reputation was so frightening that they subconsciously turned their heads away. Zhang Chao and the others could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. They involuntarily clenched their fists and stared at Arad without blinking. Arad finally bent down and kowtowed for the first time. When he straightened up, Xiao Ruofei said faintly, "Again. Your voice is not loud enough. Is this your sincerity?" At this time, Arad no longer had any dignity to speak of, but his heart was like a surging volcano. It was just that at this moment, it was suppressed and could not erupt. His hatred for Huaxia people had already reached an extreme level. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, he secretly gritted his teeth and kowtowed heavily. His forehead hit the cold concrete floor with a bang, making him feel like his head was buzzing. The pain on his forehead was nothing. The trampling of his dignity was the greatest pain. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Let's follow this standard. Just now, you're 17 more. Hurry up. Everyone is very busy, so don't dawdle." How could Arad not want to end this nightmarish experience as soon as possible? He gritted his teeth, threw caution to the wind, and began to kowtow. The whole yard was silent. The sound of Arad's forehead hitting the concrete floor was particularly loud. For Metal and the others, this sound was like knocking on their hearts. Every sound made their hearts tremble. At the same time, this sound was like a death knell for them, making them feel as if they were seeing their impending doom. Arad finally finished kowtowing 18 times, each of them very loudly. After kowtowing, Arad's forehead became bruised and swollen. Coupled with his swollen cheeks, his face was completely deformed, like a pig's head. He did not stand up immediately. Instead, he knelt on the ground and looked at Xiao Ruofei. It could be said that he was extremely humble. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "You know when to yield and when to stand tall. You're quite a character. You can get out of here. But before you get out, clean up the garbage in this yard first." The yard of Huafeng shipping was cleaned by someone every day. Although it wasn't spotless, there wasn't any garbage. Xiao Ruofei was naturally talking about the bodyguards who were lying on the ground. Arad got up from the ground as if he had been granted amnesty. He glared at Metal and said, "Get all these people into the car. Hurry up." Metal trembled and quickly organized the bodyguards to help each other get into the car. Fortunately, the drivers did not get out. Otherwise, there would not be enough drivers for so many cars. These bodyguards had almost all lost the ability to move and could not drive at all. Since Xiao Ruofei had spoken, Arad did not dare to get into the car before the garbage was cleaned up. It was not until all the bodyguards were stuffed into the car that he bowed to Xiao Ruofei and then walked to his car. During the whole process, he ignored Sanchez, Fernando, and the others, which made the hearts of the politicians beat faster. During this process, Arad did not have any evil thoughts. More than once, he thought of suddenly taking out his gun and shooting at Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng. As long as he could kill Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng, the rest of the Huaxia people would not be a problem at all. But on the one hand, he was really scared out of his wits. On the other hand, he also felt that there seemed to be a gaze fixed on him, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. He did not dare to act rashly. He had endured such a great humiliation of kneeling and kowtowing. He did not dare to take the risk again. In the end, Arad restrained his murderous intent and obediently got into his car. No one greeted the politicians at all, but they were not fools. They all got into their cars with their tails between their legs. When they had arrived, they had made a big scene and were all arrogant. But when they left, they ran away in panic like stray dogs. The yard of Huafeng Shipping Company was quiet again. Xianxia and the others felt as if they were in a dream. It was not until the last car drove away in a hurry that Xianxia came back to his senses. He quickly arranged, "Chang, organize everyone to evacuate immediately. Don't take anything with you. Pack up the cash and important documents in the safe and leave. We can't stay here." Then, Xianxia said to Xiao Ruofei in a hurried tone, "Mr. Xia, thank you for what you did today. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid none of our brothers would have survived. But these drug lords are very cruel. Today, we have completely offended them. Their revenge will come very quickly, and it will definitely be devastating. So, we must leave immediately." He did not wait for Xiao Ruofei to speak, and said eagerly, "We happen to have a truck to tow. First, we'll pull your container up. When we get to a safe place, you can check the goods. Then, we'll find a way to send you two out of the country. Then, you'll be completely safe." Xianxia was indeed very anxious. He knew that as soon as he stepped out of the gate, Arad would definitely frantically call and order all the armed forces of the Gulf Group in the city of Coatzacoalcos to assemble and wipe out Huafeng Shipping as soon as possible. Therefore, the ferocious militants might appear at any time. Every second of delay would endanger his life. Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng were amused as they watched Xianxia giving orders to his men. Of course, Xiao Ruofei also understood Xianxia's feelings. Although they had just survived a disaster, if they had reacted a little slower, they would still have been killed. At least from the perspective of an ordinary person like Xianxia, that was indeed the case. Xianxia anxiously shouted to Chang, "Where's LV Chunfeng? Where did that brat run off to?" Xianxia didn't know whether to blame LV Chunfeng or thank him. He had asked LV Chunfeng to accompany Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng to inspect the goods, but Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng had run to the front, and LV Chunfeng himself was nowhere to be found. He had obviously left his post without permission. But if Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng hadn't run over, they would have been shot to death today. Because no matter what, Zhang Chao couldn't tolerate Arad's insulting words to the people of Huaxia, and the situation of falling out with him was inevitable. It was also because of this that Zhang Chao didn't blame Xiao Ruofei for teaching those bodyguards a lesson and humiliating Arad in different ways. On the contrary, he was full of gratitude to Xiao Ruofei. It was no exaggeration to say that Xiao Ruofei had saved his life. According to the rules of the Hong sect, from this moment on, the lives of the dozen or so men who stayed in the shipping company today belonged to Xiao Ruofei. Chang quickly said, he should still be in the warehouse. I've already asked someone to inform the brothers over there to hurry up and evacuate with everyone. Hurry up. Zhang Chao shouted, don't pack up. Take the cash and documents and leave. At this time, Xiao Ruofei finally interrupted. He said to Zhang Chao, brother, don't be so hasty. It's such a big family business. How can you just abandon it? Zhang Chao smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Xia. We don't want to abandon our family business. Previously, metal gave us a lot of pressure, but we were barely holding on. We just didn't want to give up so easily. But now that they had completely offended them, there was no turning back for this matter. Moreover, if we stay and fight those drug lords head-on, it will be like throwing an egg against a rock. There is no hope of winning at all. We can only die in vain. At this point, Zhang Chao hurriedly explained, Mr. Xia, please don't misunderstand. I'm not blaming you. We're extremely grateful for your and this old gentleman's help. And before you took action, I had already broken off negotiations with Arad. If it weren't for you and this old gentleman, I'm afraid that Huafeng shipping would be littered with corpses now, so. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said with a smile, no need to explain. Brother Zhang Chao, are these drug lords really that arrogant? Zhang Chao forced a smile and said, you might not know much about the situation in Mexico, so let me put it this way. The Gulf Cartel could be said to be one of the top drug gangs in Mexico. How powerful were they? It was no exaggeration to say that as long as they wanted to, they could even overthrow the Mexican regime at any time. It was only because they were worried about the intervention of the international community that they were willing to maintain the current situation. You saw it just now, whether it's the state government or the city government, those officials are simply Arad's dogs. The armed forces of the Gulf Cartel are much stronger than the Mexican military and police, and they are very well equipped. To put it bluntly, they are an elite force. Zhang Chao didn't continue, but the meaning was very obvious. Although the Hong sect's influence was spread all over the world, in essence, it could only be regarded as a loose organization similar to a gang. When a gang faced an army, the result was self-evident. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, in that case, you should prepare to evacuate first. I'll think of another way to see if I can help you solve this problem. Although Zhang Chao and the others were involved in this problem, and before Xiao Ruofei came out just now, Zhang Chao had already fallen out with the other party, so the fact that things had developed to this point had nothing to do with Xiao Ruofei. Considering that Li Yifu was the boss of the Hong sect, then there was some fate between him and the Hong sect. Since Zhang Chao had encountered this situation, there was no reason for him to stand by and do nothing. Zhang Chao actually didn't have any hope that Xiao Ruofei could solve this problem. The Gulf Cartel was unstoppable in Mexico. Even if the headquarters of the Hong sect intervened, it was almost impossible to solve this kind of situation. No matter how good Xiao Ruofei was at fighting, he was only a young man in his 20s. What kind of power did he have to solve this kind of problem? But since Xiao Ruofei didn't object to their evacuation, Zhang Chao didn't say anything. He couldn't say something like, I don't think you can do it, so don't waste your time. Also, out of courtesy, Zhang Chao said politely, then I'll thank you in advance, Mr. Xia. But when Chang and the others are done packing, you have to evacuate with us immediately. While coordinating the relationship, you have to ensure your absolute safety. If anything happens to you, we can't explain it to Uncle E. No problem. Xiao Ruofei said quickly. He knew very well that it was impossible to stop Zhang Chao and the others from evacuating Huafeng shipping. No one dared to believe that he could deal with such a huge and terrifying drug gang like the Gulf Cartel. Zhang Chao and several key staff members of Huafeng shipping nervously stopped everyone from boarding, including Xiao Ruofei's entire container of goods. They were also hoisted onto a truck that happened to be left at the company. In just a few minutes, Xianxia had already organized the staff. As for the things here, they didn't have time to move, so naturally, they didn't need them. Mr. Xia, sir, please get in the car. Xianxia said respectfully. He still had a trace of anxiety in his heart. He was afraid that Xiao Ruofei, who was young and impetuous, wouldn't leave and would stay to fight with the other party. If this was the case, these brothers of Huafeng Shipping wouldn't leave Xiao Ruofei alone. This was against the rules of the underworld. What's more, Zhang Chao and the others' lives were saved by Xiao Ruofei. If Xiao Ruofei insisted on staying, then they might have to risk their lives to accompany him. This was really risking their lives to accompany a gentleman. In Zhang Chao's view, staying meant death. There was no other result. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei was very easy to talk to. He nodded and said, okay. Then he took Luo Qingfeng to a commercial car that Zhang Chao had specially prepared for them. This car had bulletproof features, so it was relatively safe. In Mexico, many rich people took bulletproof cars. After all, it was too dangerous outside. They might encounter gangs on the road, and a stray bullet could kill them. After Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng got in the car, Zhang Chao waved his hand. More than a dozen cars drove out of the shipping company's yard, including the big truck carrying the arms container. Zhang Chao sat in the co-driver's seat of Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng's car. This commercial car was sandwiched in the middle of the motorcade, and it quickly drove out of the yard. Xiao Ruofei found that after the motorcade drove out of the gate, they quickly drove into different roads and left separately. He nodded secretly in his heart. It seemed that Zhang Chao and the others were well trained. No one could guarantee that the people of the Gulf Group weren't watching nearby, so it was naturally the best choice to evacuate separately. Zhang Chao didn't dare to stay in Coatzacoalcos. He directly let his brothers leave the port city separately. Fortunately, the Freemasons still had some influence in Mexico. Zhang Chao decided to bring them to Ixhuatlan first. The two cities were very close to each other, and they were almost connected. It was only about a 40-minute drive. Zhang Chao's plan was to take his brothers to hide in a safe house of the Freemasons in Ixhuatlan first, and then find an opportunity to let them leave in batches. As for whether they would go back to China or the United States, they would decide when the time came. Anyway, they definitely couldn't stay in Mexico. When Xiao Ruofei was sitting in the car, he was thinking about how to help Zhang Chao solve this problem. He first ruled out the plan of asking Li Yifu to help, because if the Freemasons had a way, Zhang Chao could also report to the higher-ups and ask the higher-ups of the Freemasons to help. Now it seemed that Zhang Chao had given up this effort. That was to say, if Xiao Ruofei went to Li Yifu would definitely not refuse, but he would definitely make it difficult for him. Perhaps he would have to deal with the people of the Gulf Group personally for this matter. Instead of that, it was better for Xiao Ruofei to do it himself. After all, his cultivation was much higher than Li Yifu's. Xiao Ruofei's second plan was, in fact, simple and crude. He would simply wipe out the top management of the Gulf Group, including Arad, who had endured humiliation to escape with his life today. He would kill them all together. At that time, the Gulf Group would definitely be in a mess. Moreover, Arad was already dead. In addition, other forces would definitely take advantage of the chaos to gain benefits and even redivide the territory. How would they have the time to deal with Huafeng Shipping Company? This plan was the simplest and most effective. For Xiao Ruofei, it wasn't too difficult to operate. No matter how rampant these drug lords were, no matter how powerful they were just a group of ordinary people. With Xiao Ruofei's current cultivation and power, he could completely kill them without leaving a trace. It was just that using this method was a little cumbersome and time-consuming. To be honest, it wasn't impossible, but Xiao Ruofei found it a little troublesome. Of course, there was a simpler way, which was to find the supreme leader of the Gulf Group, and then control him and take him as a sole slave. Since the boss had become Xiao Ruofei's sole slave, the trouble of Zhang Chao and the others naturally didn't exist. However, Xiao Ruofei's soul seal was also limited. To put it bluntly, even a soul slave wasn't something that anyone could become. Xiao Ruofei felt that it wasn't worthwhile to waste a soul seal for such a trivial matter. Along the way, Xiao Ruofei was thinking about what solution to use, which wouldn't be too troublesome and could solve the problem once and for all. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Xiao Ruofei's mind. He thought of the American named Charlie Koch, whom he had casually saved on the sea last night. Xiao Ruofei wasn't interested in investigating who this Charlie was, but when he was hiding next to the yacht yesterday, he heard most of the conversation between the Charlie brothers, so he knew more or less about this guy. At least one thing was certain, that was, this Charlie was very rich. A yacht that cost more than $1 billion was nothing, but according to the conversation between the two brothers, Charlie's assets were in the hundreds of billions of dollars. He was also a super rich person in the world. Of course, having money didn't necessarily mean that he had enough influence to solve the problem, especially when the opponent was a Mexican drug lord, but it was certain that the person who could solve this problem would not be poor. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided to give it a try and find this Charlie. If he could succeed, it would be the best. If not, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't lose anything. At worst, it would be a little trouble for himself. After all, the problem could be solved. In short, Xiao Ruofei felt that he couldn't just leave it alone. This was contrary to his principles of doing things. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei immediately took out the business card made of pure gold that Charlie gave him from the ring to space. His movements were very small, and he took it out with a flip of his hand. Xianxia sitting in the front row didn't notice at all, and Luo Qingfeng already knew that he had a storage magic treasure with a large space, so there was no need to hide from Luo Qingfeng when taking things from ring to space. Xiao Ruofei took out his mobile phone and dialed the only mobile phone number left on the business card. After the number was dialed, there was no response for a long time. He didn't hear the other party's ringtone, and no one answered. Just when Xiao Ruofei thought that there was a problem with this number and was about to hang up, the phone finally rang. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself, why is this American's mobile phone so slow? In fact, Xiao Ruofei didn't know that at this time, Charlie was still in the vast sea, and his mobile phone had no signal at all. It was just that Charlie's mobile phone number had been specially processed. If the phone was turned off or there was no signal, it would automatically be transferred to his dedicated satellite phone. It was a bit like the function of call forwarding. No matter where Charlie went, this satellite phone was carried by a staff member. This also ensured that no matter where he was in the world, as long as the satellite signal wasn't blocked, he wouldn't miss any important calls. The phone number printed on the business card he gave Xiao Ruofei was only known to very important or close people. There were no more than 15 people in the world who had this business card and knew this number. Once someone called him through this number, it must be an important call. Since the other party's mobile phone had already rung, Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't hang up. He put the phone to his ear and waited patiently. The phone rang 5 or 6 times. When Xiao Ruofei was a little impatient, the other party finally picked up. The call was connected, but Xiao Ruofei heard a loud noise coming from the handset. The whistling sound kept ringing. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but frown secretly. He thought that this Yankee was a billionaire. How could his phone be so bad? However, he didn't have the mood to pay attention to this now. He asked directly in English, "Is this Charlie Koch?" "Hoo-hoo. I can't answer now, hoo-hoo, answer. Later, hoo-hoo. I'll call you back, hoo-hoo." There was an intermittent sound from the phone, mixed with loud wind noise. Xiao Ruofei could barely hear what the other party said, but the other party hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He wanted to try and see if he could take a shortcut. He didn't expect this Yankee to be such a jerk. "I'm his savior anyway. He doesn't recognize me just like that." Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei didn't tell Luo Qingfeng and Zhang Chao before he called. Otherwise, it would be even more awkward. Since this Charlie was unreliable, Xiao Ruofei also gave up the idea of taking a shortcut. He secretly decided that after arriving at Eastland, he would first find a secluded place to put the firearms into the space. Then, he would bring Luo Qingfeng to investigate the situation of the Gulf Group. He would wipe out their senior management and solve the problem once and for all. So, Xiao Ruofei put away the phone, leaned back, and closed his eyes to rest. At this time, near the sea where the yacht sank last night, Charlie Koch had just been hoisted onto the first rescue helicopter that arrived at the scene with the help of the rescue personnel. After the rescue personnel confirmed his identity, they were very excited. This was a billionaire. And he had great influence in American society. After receiving his distress message last night, a large number of rescue forces began to rush to this sea area. On the one hand, this person's identity was too prominent. All parties attached great importance to him and were afraid that he would die at sea. On the other hand, everyone also knew that whoever rescued him first would mean a super generous reward. Maybe they would have a meteoric rise in the future. And now, they could already confirm that their rescue team was the first to take the lead. Last night, several professional rescue ships had set off at the same time. However, this area of the sea was too far away from the United States, so even after a night of traveling, none of the rescue ships had reached the coordinates where the distress signal was sent. However, the rescue ships were equipped with advanced rescue helicopters that could greatly expand the search radius. Although there was a signal transmitter that constantly sent out coordinates, the coordinates could only confirm a rough area. In the vast sea, it would take some luck to find a lifeboat that was as small as the target. This rescue helicopter's luck was obviously good. Their first flight actually found Charlie Koch. Even they themselves couldn't believe it. It wasn't until the rescue personnel lowered the rope and brought Charlie Koch onto the helicopter that everyone finally confirmed that they had indeed rescued Charlie Koch. The pilot of the helicopter immediately sent a message through the radio to the rescue ship that the rescue was successful. After all, there were several rescue forces at sea at the same time, and at least 6 to 7 helicopters were searching in the nearby sea area. Now that the person had been rescued, the other rescue forces could naturally return. The rescue ship that this helicopter belonged to had to do its best to prepare, including medical staff, psychiatrists, and so on. Some life support facilities also had to be prepared in advance. Charlie's mind was actually quite calm. To be honest, he didn't feel the ecstasy of surviving a disaster, because this feeling of ecstasy had already appeared last night. Now, he had already calmed down. As for floating at sea and waiting for rescue, Charlie was very clear that there was a high probability that the rescue team would find him. The only difference was that it was a matter of time. The supplies he had on the lifeboat were enough to support him for many days, so it didn't matter if it was sooner or later. What Charlie was thinking now was how to deal with the curiosity of the public and the media after returning to the mainland of the United States. After all, other than himself, everyone else had lost their lives at sea. It could be said that it was an out-and-out tragedy. After sitting in the rescue helicopter and fastening his seat belt, Charlie remembered that he had received a satellite phone call when he was being lifted from the lifeboat onto the helicopter with the help of the rescue team. At that time, he was suspended in midair with the helicopter hovering above him. His ears were filled with the sound of the wind, and he couldn't hear the voice on the phone clearly. However, he knew that most of the people who could make this call were close to him, so he told the other party that he would call back when it was convenient. After that, he hung up. After all, he couldn't hear what the other party said at all in that situation. Now that he had settled down in the helicopter, the pilot had already flown the helicopter back. Soon, he would be able to board the rescue ship and return to the mainland of the United States. It could be said that he was basically safe now. Charlie relaxed a little, so he picked up the satellite phone and prepared to check who had just called. The satellite phone showed that the call had been transferred through his personal cell phone. In other words, the other party had called his personal cell phone because there was no signal automatically transferred to the satellite phone. There were even fewer people who knew about his personal cell phone number. Charlie naturally paid more attention to it. He looked at the number recorded on the satellite phone and found that it was a completely unfamiliar number. It wasn't even a common number in the United States. When Charlie saw the number, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he shuddered and thought of a possibility. He quickly dialed a number on the satellite phone. It was the cell phone number of his confidant, Peter. "God. Boss, are you okay now?" Peter asked excitedly after answering the phone. Charlie wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense with Peter. He said directly, "I'm already on the rescue helicopter. Now, there's something you need to do for me immediately. It's very urgent." "Boss, please instruct me," Peter said quickly. I can't connect to the internet here for the time being. Help me find the owner of a phone number. Charlie said. No problem. Could you please give me your number? Peter asked. 8613. Charlie suddenly stopped after reporting a few numbers. He then said seriously, Peter, remember, don't check any information about this number. Just confirm the owner of this number. Also, don't disclose the situation of this phone number to anyone. Understood? Peter said without hesitation. Charlie then reported the phone number he had just recorded to Peter. In fact, when a phone number in the mainland of Xianxia made an international call, it would show the international dialing code starting with 86. However, this was a string of numbers connected together. Charlie was busy every day, so he didn't remember the Xianxia dialing code. So, he couldn't confirm it, so he asked Peter to check it first. After reporting the number, Charlie said, check it now. Don't hang up. Boss, I'm already checking. Peter said as he opened the search engine on his laptop. Found it. Boss, this number is in the mainland of Xianxia. Only when a phone in the mainland of Xianxia makes an international call, will the international dialing code of 86 be displayed in front of the number. God. Charlie couldn't help but murmur after listening. Peter jumped in fright and hurriedly asked, Boss, what happened? Nothing. Wait for me to come back. Charlie said. Remember, you must keep the number I asked you to check strictly confidential. It's best to forget it from now on. Got it, boss. Peter said. Charlie hurriedly hung up the phone, then immediately found the number that Xianxia had just dialed from the satellite phone. He immediately dialed it back. He stroked his forehead and said to himself, D***it. I actually hung up on him. D***it. The rescue team member sitting opposite him was also shocked when he saw this. Thinking that Charlie was feeling unwell, he quickly asked, Mr. Koch. What's the problem? Do you need my help? Charlie Koch quickly waved his hand and put his index finger on his lips. He made a gesture to the rescue team member to keep quiet because he heard the other party's phone vibrating. Xianxia was still on his way to Eastland. After his phone vibrated, he took it out and took a look. He found that it was an unfamiliar number, and the long string of numbers was especially strange. He had just called the number Charlie had left for him, but Charlie had used a satellite phone to call back. Xianxia's number was rarely used, and it was only used when he was using Xiaxia's identity. Most of the time, it was turned off, and very few people knew about this number, so his first reaction was to harass him. After all, this number looked like the kind of number that had been changed with software. However, after thinking for a moment, he still answered, Hello, who is this? Charlie was sitting on the rescue helicopter. At this time, he had already connected the satellite phone to the helicopter's noise-canceling headphones, so he could hear it very clearly. He was almost certain that this young voice was the voice of the Eastern immortal who had descended from the sky to save his life last night. Charlie couldn't help but ask in a trembling voice, Hello, I'm Charlie Koch. May I ask if you are from the East? At this point, Charlie stopped abruptly, because there were still several rescue team members in the cabin. He definitely couldn't reveal the matter of the Eastern immortals. Just as Charlie was in a dilemma, Xianxia on the other end of the phone said directly, It's me. You guessed right. Then, Xianxia immediately asked, Is it inconvenient for you to speak right now? Charlie quickly said, It's fine. It's fine. If you have any orders, please don't hesitate to say it. Although the rescue team members sitting opposite him couldn't hear what Charlie was saying clearly due to the loud noise in the cabin, they could see Charlie's reserved and respectful attitude. They couldn't help but be secretly surprised. This person had a lot of influence in the United States and was worth hundreds of billions of dollars. He was definitely a top big shot. Who else could make such a big shot show such a humble attitude? Charlie looked at the rescue team members opposite him and subconsciously covered his mouth with his hand. He didn't want these people to see the shape of his mouth. In fact, it was indeed a little inconvenient for him to speak now. After all, the matter of the Eastern immortals couldn't be known by outsiders. Otherwise, he didn't know if the immortal would be unhappy. But at this time, the other party took the initiative to call him. Obviously, there was something for him to do. He couldn't just say that it was inconvenient to talk now and that he would contact him later. In front of the immortal, he didn't dare to be negligent at all. However, Xiao Ruofei could hear it. He smiled and said, "Charlie, I heard a lot of noise next to you. You should have been rescued. Are you on the rescue plane now?" "Yes." Charlie said respectfully, "I can't hide anything from you." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Okay. I'm not in a hurry. Let's wait for your plane to land. Just find a place where no one is around and call me back." Charlie's heart relaxed slightly and he quickly said, "No problem, I'll have to trouble you to wait a moment." "It's okay, I'm not in a hurry." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile and then hung up the phone. On the rescue helicopter. Charlie held the satellite phone and was silent for a few seconds before he gradually calmed down. He switched the noise-canceling headphones on his head to the in-cabin communication mode and said, "Mr. Captain, please speed up the flight. I have something urgent to deal with immediately after landing." The captain quickly said, "Okay, Mr. Koch. I will fly at the highest speed as soon as the conditions allow." "How long do you expect to reach the rescue ship?" Charlie asked. "About 45 minutes if we fly normally," the captain replied. "If you are in a hurry, I can try to get there within half an hour." "Very good." Charlie Koch said, "If you can be faster in half an hour, I will give you $1 million for every minute you are ahead." "Mr. Captain, try your best to fly back." The captain was stunned for a moment, then he immediately said with some excitement, "No problem. Mr. Koch, please fasten your seatbelt. The rest of the flight may be less comfortable." "Okay." Charlie Koch said. Then, he felt the nose of the helicopter sink slightly, and then the speed suddenly increased. During the rest of the flight, Charlie Koch held the satellite phone in his hand tightly. He looked out of the porthole almost every few seconds to see if the rescue ship had appeared in sight. Every second that passed, he felt the pressure increase because the immortal was waiting for him to call back. It would be a sin to let the immortal wait for one more second. Finally, after flying for more than 20 minutes, Charlie Koch saw a rescue ship not far below the plane. The H sign on the white helipad on the deck was clearly visible. The people on the rescue ship were very surprised that the helicopter had returned so quickly. According to the positioning system, after the helicopter rescued Charlie, it would take at least 40 minutes to arrive. But now, in less than half the time, the command post received the helicopter's landing request, and the helicopter soon appeared in everyone's sight. Then, the helicopter's landing operation was also very flashy. In everyone's eyes, it was as if the fuel was about to run out. The pilot seemed to be burning with anxiety and couldn't wait to land the helicopter. From a professional's point of view, the landing was a bit rough. In the rescue helicopter, the captain gave the co-pilot a high five and said excitedly through the earpiece, "Mr. Koch, the helicopter has landed safely. It took a total of 25 minutes. Charlie Koch said, "Very good. My assistant will transfer $5 million to your account as soon as possible." "Thank you, Mr. Koch, for your generosity," the captain said excitedly. Charlie Koch was not in the mood to talk to the pilot. He took off his earpiece and hung it on the cabin wall. Then, he unfastened his seat belt and stood up. He refused the medical staff's help and walked quickly to the cabin door with his still somewhat weak steps. The crew had already opened the cabin door and lowered the gangway. Charlie Koch was the first to step out of the rescue helicopter. Although the engine of the plane had been shut down, the rotors were still spinning rapidly under the action of inertia. The wind blew Charlie Koch's hair into a mess. He bent his back and quickly left the landing area of the helicopter. The captain of the rescue ship, Good, had received the news and was waiting on the deck with the medical experts. When Good saw Charlie Koch appear at the cabin door alone, he couldn't help but be stunned. Charlie didn't wait for the rescue personnel on the helicopter and walked out quickly by himself. It wasn't until Charlie walked over that Good came back to his senses. He quickly walked up against the wind to greet him. "Mr. Koch." "Hello." Good said politely, "I am the captain of the NOAA rescue ship, Good. It is an honor to serve you." Charlie didn't stop walking and said eagerly, "Captain Good, please find me a private room where I won't be disturbed. I have something important to deal with." Good quickly said, "Mr. Koch, you'd better get a professional medical examination first. We have to be responsible for your health. Apart from that, there are also a few reporters on board. Some of them are from the BBC. Charlie Coke impatiently interrupted Good and said, I'm not interested in meeting any reporters, and there's nothing wrong with my body. Was it because I didn't express myself clearly? I have something very important to deal with. I need a private room where I won't be disturbed. I need it immediately. Good quickly said, yes. No problem. No problem. Please follow me. After saying that, Good hurriedly led Xia Ruofei forward and gestured for the medical staff to retreat to the side. The crew on the ship naturally obeyed Good's orders, but the reporters who were interviewing on the ship were not so obedient. They all swarmed over. Mr. Coke, may I ask what exactly happened? Why did the Blazing Sun suddenly sink? The Blazing Sun was the call sign of the super luxury yacht that Charlie Coke had personally sunk last night. Mr. Coke, are there any other survivors? Mr. Coke, how are you feeling? Will it affect your work at the Coke Group? Charlie's face was gloomy as he said, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you now. Also, I have something very important to deal with. Please make way, everyone. When the time is right, I will hold a press conference to announce the news to the public. On one hand, Charlie was not in the mood to deal with these reporters. He was somewhat unhappy that they were blocking his way. On the other hand, he was deliberately acting as if he was in a bad mood to prepare for his next announcement according to the plot that he had planned. The cameraman faithfully recorded Charlie's words on camera. Seeing that Charlie was in a bad mood, the reporters tactfully made way for him. Although they were called the uncrowned kings and often argued with the heavens, the earth, and the air, this also depended on who they were. Charlie Coke was a super big boss, and he was not someone that a few small reporters could afford to offend. Furthermore, they were all reporters from big media outlets, not paparazzi. Even if they were ordinary interviewees, they would not be so aggressive. Good led Charlie Coke through the crowd of reporters and directly to his captain's room. Good said attentively, Mr. Coke, this is the captain's room. No one will disturb you. You can use it as you wish. The computer on the table is directly connected to the internet through the satellite. You can go online as soon as you turn it on. Thank you very much. Charlie Coke's expression became more amiable. Captain Good, when you return to the United States, you will receive the gratitude of the Coke Group. Thank you, Mr. Coke. Good said excitedly. Please come in. I won't disturb you. I will be waiting outside the door. If you need anything, just let me know. Okay. Charlie said. Then he quickly walked into the captain's room and locked the door. Charlie picked up the satellite phone and found the number that Xia Ruofei had dialed. He immediately dialed back. At this time, Xia Ruofei had just settled down in a safe house in Eastland. Xianxia was about to discuss the next step of the evacuation and the shipping of the container of arms with him when his cell phone rang. Xia Ruofei saw that it was the number that Charlie Coke had just called, so he said, Brother Zhang, I'm sorry, I have to take this call first. When Xianxia heard this, he immediately said, Mr. Xia, I'll go and settle down my brothers first. I'll come to you later. Xia Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, okay. After Xianxia left, Xia Ruofei picked up the phone. As soon as the call was connected, Xia Ruofei heard Charlie's excited voice coming from the receiver. Mr. Immortal. I'm Charlie Coke. Sorry to keep you waiting. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Charlie, in Huaxia, people usually call us cultivators. We are not immortals, in my opinion, you are an Eastern immortal. You are exactly the same as the immortals described in the Classic of Mountains and Seas and Shu Mountain Swordsman. Charlie said. I didn't expect you to have read these books. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. By the way, you should have been rescued by now, right? The yacht was sunk last night. There were no traces left behind, right? Charlie was stunned at first. He thought to himself, how did Mr. Immortal know about these things? He had already left when I blew up the yacht, but Charlie immediately thought, this is an immortal. He must be omniscient. Although he wasn't at the scene, he knew that I blew up the yacht. What's so strange about that, Thinking of this, Charlie quickly replied, "Thank you for your concern." In the vast sea, after a ship sinks, there are usually no traces left behind. Moreover, I'm going to announce to the public that my yacht was attacked by an explosion in the open sea and sank in a short period of time. Even if this yacht is found and salvaged in the future, the traces of the explosion won't arouse suspicion. Xiao Ruofei nodded secretly. He felt that Charlie's thoughts were quite meticulous. Combined with the ruthless methods he used to deal with his own brother, he was undoubtedly an ambitious and ruthless person. Charlie immediately asked, "Mr. Immortal, are you looking for me? Is there anything I can do for you? Please feel free to speak. You are my savior. I am willing to go through water and tread on fire for you." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said in Chinese, "Immortal or something is too hard to pronounce. My name is Xia. You can call me Mr. Xia from now on." "Yes. Mr. Xia." Charlie Koch's Chinese was not bad. He quickly said, "Mr. Xia, if there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to tell me. Don't be polite with me." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Charlie, I do have some matters here that are a bit troublesome. Although I can handle it myself, it's too much of a waste of time." Charlie quickly said, "Please instruct me. I am honored to be of service to you." Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "Charlie, I believe that you should have a lot of influence in the United States. I wonder how much influence you have in Mexico." Charlie was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. He had thought that a big shot of his level was already known by everyone in the world. Hearing the words of the immortal, it turned out that the immortal didn't even know who he, Charlie Koch, was. However, Charlie thought about it again. The other party was an immortal. How could he care about the affairs of mortals like them? Even if he was the richest man in the world and had influence all over the world, the other party probably wouldn't take a fancy to him. Charlie's mental activity was just a flash of thought. He quickly adjusted his mentality and said, "Mr. Xia, Mexico and the United States share a border. I have many friends in Mexico. Basically, there's nothing that can trouble me. If you want to do something in Mexico, just tell me. I'll definitely do it beautifully for you." Xiao Ruofei was slightly hesitant. He really didn't know the identity of Charlie Koch. According to what this guy said, he only had a few friends in Mexico. He probably couldn't do it today. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Charlie Koch was being modest in front of him. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei asked tentatively, "If it's about the Gulf Group in Mexico, can you do it?" Charlie Koch said with a smile, "Mr. Xia, if it's just those little guys who sell drugs, it's definitely not a problem. Although I'm not as resourceful as you, a few drug dealers don't dare to not give me face. If you have any needs, just tell me. I can pass on a message to them. In a Huaxia proverb, if I tell them to go east, they won't dare to go west. If I tell them to catch a dog, they won't dare to catch a chicken." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Charlie Koch, a foreigner, said a Huaxia proverb with a serious tone. It sounded really funny. However, since Charlie dared to make a guarantee, it meant that this guy should really be confident. Charlie Koch heard Xiao Ruofei's laughter and didn't say anything. He thought that Xiao Ruofei didn't believe him, so he quickly said, "Mr. Xia, you may not know my situation very well. My family has been in the United States for more than 100 years. In my generation, not only have we accumulated hundreds of billions of dollars in wealth, but our family also has a great influence in the political and even military circles of the United States. Although the drug dealers in Mexico are very scary in the eyes of ordinary people, in fact, in front of a truly powerful family, they are nothing. If you need, I can even coordinate with the U.S. Navy SEALs to enter Mexico in disguise and carry out an operation to eliminate the leader of the Gulf Group. They are also very clear about this, so they definitely won't dare to be arrogant in front of me." Xiao Ruofei was a little surprised when he heard this. He said with a smile, "I didn't expect that the person I casually saved was actually a super big boss." Charlie Koch quickly said in fear, "Mr. Xia, in front of you, how dare I call myself a super big boss? If you don't mind, I'm willing to be your lackey in the future. If it's inconvenient for you to do something, you can leave it to me." Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "That's not necessary, but this time it's a little troublesome for me to deal with it myself. If it's not difficult for you to coordinate on your side, then help me deal with it. Just treat it as returning the favor from last night. Charlie Coke was a little disappointed when he heard this. After seeing Xiao Ruofei's immortal means, he naturally wanted to make friends with Xiao Ruofei and completely put down his status. On the one hand, it was to repay the favor, but more importantly, he realized that Xiao Ruofei's extraordinary strength was incomparable to any power in the secular world, so he hoped to establish a closer relationship with Xiao Ruofei as much as possible. But now it seemed that Xiao Ruofei didn't seem to have such an idea, and even used the life-saving grace last night to make an equivalent exchange. Charlie was naturally very disappointed. However, he quickly adjusted his mood because he knew that no matter what, he couldn't make Xiao Ruofei unhappy. Moreover, no matter what Xiao Ruofei gave him this time, he had to do it beautifully. He had to satisfy Xiao Ruofei. Only in this way, the next time Xiao Ruofei had something that he found troublesome, he would think of him first. Charlie knew very well that with Xiao Ruofei's strength, it was impossible for Xiao Ruofei to not be able to solve any problems he encountered. The reason why he looked for him must be because he found it troublesome. In that case, Xiao Ruofei was likely to encounter similar things in the future. As long as he could perfectly help Xiao Ruofei solve this small problem every time, with his understanding of the people of Huaxia, they would definitely return the favor because this was the principle of the people of Huaxia. Thinking of this, Charlie Coke immediately said, "Mr. Xia, please give me your orders. I will do my best to do it for you." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "My local Chinese friends in Mexico had some unpleasant encounters with the Gulf Group. I hope you can help mediate between them and ensure the safety of my friends." After that, Xiao Ruofei briefly explained the conflict between Huafeng Shipping and the Gulf Group in Coatzacoalcos. Then, he emphasized what happened after a raid. The head of the Gulf Group in the state of Veracruz went to Huafeng Shipping today. Finally, Xiao Ruofei said, "I happened to be there in the morning and taught this raid a lesson. The other party must have a grudge. I'm worried that the Gulf Group will retaliate against Huafeng Shipping and even hate the Mexican Chinese, causing the living environment of the entire Chinese community to deteriorate. Now, my friends in Huafeng Shipping have evacuated to Eswatlan because they are worried about retaliation. They are very worried about their personal safety. So, if it's convenient for you, help me solve this problem as soon as possible." After listening, Charlie Coke was shocked because he keenly captured a key message in Xiao Ruofei's words. Xiao Ruofei appeared in Coatzacoalcos in the morning. Xiao Ruofei had just saved his life at sea last night, and the location of the accident last night was conservatively estimated to be 3,000 or 4,000 nautical miles away from Mexico's Coatzacoalcos, which was 6,000 or 7,000 kilometers away. Even if Xiao Ruofei immediately started to rush to Mexico after saving people, it would only take 7 or 8 hours at most. This speed was simply like a humanoid aircraft. Sure enough, he was an Eastern immortal. Charlie Coke was shocked and angry at the same time. Irade openly expressed discriminatory remarks against the Huaxia people in front of Xiao Ruofei and even directly insulted Xiao Ruofei. This was a great offense to him. For Charlie Coke, this was unforgivable behavior. What's more, the threat of a raid and the Gulf Group behind him to the safety of the Chinese had already made Xiao Ruofei anxious. This made Charlie Coke feel very uneasy, and at the same time, he had a strong anger against the Gulf Group. Charlie Coke immediately said, "Mr. Xia, the Gulf Group's approach is unforgivable. Don't worry. I'll deal with this matter right away and give you a satisfactory answer." Xiao Ruofei said gently, "Okay, then I'll leave it to you. You're too polite." Charlie Coke said with some fear, "It's always the greatest honor for me and the Coke family to solve your problems." "Then I'll wait for your news. Goodbye." Xiao Ruofei said. "Goodbye, Mr. Xia." Charlie Coke waited until the busy tone came from the receiver before he dared to hang up the phone. Charlie Coke immediately called his trusted assistant, Peter. As soon as the call connected, Charlie Coke said seriously, "Peter, I'll give you 10 minutes. Find the leader of the Gulf of Mexico group immediately and get in touch with him. Tell him that I want to talk to him personally. The sooner, the better." "Yes. Just give him my satellite phone number," Charlie Coke said. "Remember, the sooner the better. I'll wait next to the satellite phone." This was the first time Peter had seen his boss in such a hurry. His heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly said, "Understood." "Boss, I promise that he'll call you back within 10 minutes." For ordinary people, the leader of the Gulf Group was definitely an unattainable existence, especially in Mexico. The Gulf Group controlled more than half of the country's drug trafficking channels and had more armed forces than the government's military and police forces. The ordinary people were in awe of them. However, in the eyes of the huge Koch family, this kind of gang that started by drug trafficking and assassination was just a small role, especially since Mexico itself had to rely on the United States. The Mexican drug trafficking gangs were not worth mentioning in front of the Koch family in the United States. When the Koch family's channels and power were all mobilized, the efficiency was quite amazing. Peter only made 2 phone calls, and it took him 5 minutes to contact the leader of the Gulf Group, Goodman. Goodman was on vacation at a private estate by the Caribbean Sea. He was lying on a lounge chair by the pool, smoking a cigar comfortably. He was in a very good mood. This month, the drug sales of the Gulf Group had reached a new high. This huge drug trafficking group was generating huge profits for him every second. Normally, no matter how much money he squandered, he could not spend it all, but wealth and the power of life and death brought him incomparable pleasure. At this time, his personal assistant walked over quickly with his phone. He bent down beside him and whispered, "Boss, Mr. Peter of the American Koch family called." "Peter?" Goodman was taken aback. It wasn't that Goodman didn't know who Peter was. In fact, although Peter wasn't a member of the Koch family, his position in the Koch family was higher than the average core member of the family. He played the role of housekeeper and was Charlie Koch's most trusted confidant, so Goodman naturally knew of Peter's name. What surprised Goodman was that the Koch family was a century-old rich family, and their influence in the American political scene had been increasing over the years. Therefore, the Koch family was very protective of their reputation. Why would Peter, a core member of the Koch family, suddenly contact a drug lord like him? Although Goodman was doubtful, he did not dare to neglect Peter. He quickly signaled his assistant to bring the phone over. After the assistant handed over the phone, he immediately retreated to a distance. Goodman, on the other hand, said warmly, "Dear Mr. Peter, how do you do?" "I am Goodman." Peter said seriously, "Mr. Goodman, the head of the Koch family, the respected Mr. Charlie Koch, wishes to speak to you directly. Is it convenient for you now?" Goodman was even more surprised when he heard this. He was already very surprised that Peter would contact him, but he did not expect that the head of the Koch family would want to speak to him personally. The difference in status between the two was like heaven and earth. To use an inappropriate analogy, it was like in the world of football, Messi suddenly wanted to speak to an unknown player in Xianxia Serie B league. After a short moment of shock, Goodman quickly said, "Yes. Yes. Mr. Peter, I am free anytime." Peter said with satisfaction, "Then, please record Mr. Koch's satellite phone number. Mr. Koch is right next to the phone, waiting for your call." "Okay. Okay." As Goodman spoke, he beckoned for his personal assistant to come over and made a gesture for him to record the conversation. Then, he said into the phone, "Mr. Peter, please go ahead." Peter reported Charlie Koch's satellite phone number to Goodman, and Goodman's assistant quickly recorded it and passed the number to Goodman. Goodman then checked with Peter to make sure that the number was correct. Peter said, "Mr. Goodman, Mr. Koch seems to be looking for you for something urgent. I hope you can call him back as soon as possible." Goodman quickly said, "I'll call Mr. Koch right away." "Then I'll have to trouble you," Peter said. Although he said it politely, there was no hint of gratitude in his tone. Instead, there was a sense of aloofness in his tone. "Not at all. Not at all. It's my pleasure," Goodman quickly said. After he ended the call with Peter, he immediately dialed the number he had just recorded and waited for the other party to pick up. At this moment, his heart could not help but race. Soon, a steady voice came from his phone. "Hello, I'm Charlie Koch." Goodman quickly said with a hint of eagerness, "Hello, Mr. Koch. I am Goodman from the Gulf of Mexico Group. Your assistant, Mr. Peter, just said that you were looking for me?" Charlie Koch heard this and snorted. "Goodman, your Gulf of Mexico Group has been getting a little carried away recently, hasn't it?" Goodman's flattering smile suddenly froze, as if a basin of ice water had been poured over his head, and his whole body shivered. He quickly said, Mr. Koch, I don't know if we have offended you in any way, please enlighten us. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Charlie Koch snorted. Did you have a conflict with a Huaxia shipping company in Coatzacoalcos? I heard that it was your people who wanted to take over the other party's property and had a conflict with them. Ah? I don't know about this matter. Goodman said in confusion. Originally, this matter was only handled by the Gulf of Mexico Group's Coatzacoalcos branch, and the person in charge was Metal. Even Arad was involved because he happened to be in Coatzacoalcos at the time, and was tricked by Metal. For such a small matter, Goodman, as the leader of the Gulf of Mexico Group, naturally did not need to ask or understand. Otherwise, he would not be able to do anything but listen to the reports from his subordinates. However, since Charlie Koch was personally involved in this matter, it must be true. Otherwise, why would a super big shot like him come looking for you? He was the one who made millions of dollars per second. Where would he find the time to do so? Therefore, Goodman immediately said, Mr. Koch, I will order a thorough investigation immediately. Punish those responsible severely. Charlie Koch said coldly, Goodman, your Gulf of Mexico group is really famous now. After my Huaxia friend had a conflict with you, he did not even dare to pack his things and ran away. I'm thinking. Should I bring him to the United States? I don't know if my friend is hiding in the Koch family, will he be assassinated by your people? These words were a little harsh. Goodman's back was suddenly soaked in cold sweat, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He was scared out of his wits. Goodman could hear the strong resentment in Charlie Koch's words, and it was obvious that Charlie Koch cared a lot about his Huaxia friend, and now Charlie Koch's friend was being threatened with death by the Gulf of Mexico group. When he thought of this, a trace of fear appeared in Goodman's eyes. He quickly said, Mr. Koch, you're exaggerating. How dare we go against the great Koch family? What you said must be because my subordinates did not know the rules and offended your friend. I will find out who is so bold. And I will give you a satisfactory answer. If it had been any other billionaire, Goodman might not have been so terrified. The Koch family was too scary. This family's influence in the political and military circles of the United States was quite amazing. Goodman had no doubt that as long as Charlie Koch was willing, perhaps all it took was a phone call for the United States to send elite troops across the border to Mexico and wipe out the entire top management of the Gulf of Mexico Group. Although the Gulf of Mexico Group's military strength was very high, but that was compared to the weak military and police in Mexico. If the Gulf of Mexico Group's armed forces were to encounter the powerful United States military, especially the elite special forces of the United States military, they would not last long. In other words, as long as Charlie Koch said the word, the Gulf of Mexico Group could be reduced to ashes. How could Goodman dare to be disrespectful to such an existence? He even wanted to worship him. Of course, the difference in status between the two sides was so great that they would not have any interaction at all. When Charlie Koch heard this, his tone softened a little. He said, since you don't understand the situation, maybe the subordinates did it behind your back. Yes. Yes. Goodman said quickly. Mr. Koch, it must be the subordinates who acted on their own. Don't worry, I will find out soon. Your friends won't be in any danger. I hope you can handle it to my satisfaction. Charlie Koch said. Oh right, my friend said that the people of the Gulf of Mexico Group were racist in their shipping company. They verbally attacked the people of Huaxia. I hope you know that the Koch family's attitude towards Huaxia is very friendly. Many of my good friends are Huaxia people. Your people's mouths are too dirty, it makes me very angry. Although Charlie Koch didn't curse, his words were very harsh. Goodman was so scared that his whole body trembled. He apologized again and promised that as long as he found out who did it, he would punish them severely. In the end, Goodman said, Mr. Koch, from now on, the Gulf of Mexico Group will maintain the friendliest attitude towards all the Chinese in Mexico. Of course, I can also guarantee that the safety of the people of Huaxia in Mexico will not be a problem. If they are threatened, they can directly ask any of the Gulf of Mexico Group's branches for help. I will pass down the message as soon as possible, so that all branches will place the request of the people of Huaxia as the highest priority. Charlie Koch was finally satisfied. He nodded and said, "Goodman, I hope you will keep your word. Please handle it as soon as possible. If there is any progress, no matter what time it is, you must contact me immediately. I will keep my satellite phone with me until this matter is finally resolved properly." Charlie Coke's words made Goodman's heart skip a beat. The importance Charlie Coke placed on this matter was beyond his imagination. Charlie Coke was the head of the Coke family, and the fact that he personally called to ask about this matter had already made Goodman feel a great deal of pressure. Now, it seemed that the importance Charlie Coke placed on this matter was even more than that. Logically speaking, Goodman's status was not even close to Charlie Coke's. The most he could do was to report back to Peter, but Charlie Coke wanted to follow up on this matter personally, and had a satellite phone with him at all times to wait for the results. This made Goodman feel even more anxious. He hurriedly said, "Understood. Mr. Coke, I will give you a satisfactory answer as soon as possible." Charlie Coke did not say anything else, and directly hung up the phone. When Goodman heard the busy tone from the phone, he waited for 2 seconds until he was sure that the other party had hung up. Only then did he carefully hang up the phone. At this time, Goodman's clothes were soaked in sweat, and he even felt a dull pain in his chest. He was really scared just now. After ending the call with Charlie Coke, Goodman's body relaxed slightly, but it was followed by a surge of anger. One after another, orders were sent out from this luxurious manor on the Caribbean coast, and at the same time, feedback was quickly gathered from all over the country to Goodman's manor. Now, the entire Gulf group was in a very tense atmosphere, especially in the direction of Veracruz, where a series of thorough investigation orders were directed to Veracruz. The head of the Gulf group's northeast region, Menino, was in a terrible state. He was in charge of all operations in the northeast region of Mexico, and his jurisdiction included the state of Veracruz. Goodman was in charge of such a large drug empire, and naturally, he could not ask directly to the city of Coatzacoalcos or the state of Veracruz, so all his anger poured out on Menino. Menino was also dumbfounded. Seizing a warehouse of a shipping company was just a small matter, and no one had reported to him in advance. There was no need to do so. Menino hurriedly called the head of the state of Veracruz, Iraid, and finally found the right person. Iraid's people were still in Coatzacoalcos. Like stray dogs, they fled back to the Gulf Group's branch in Coatzacoalcos. Arad was sitting in Metal's office. Metal and Juan, the captain of Arad's bodyguards, were standing in front of the desk in panic. They were extremely desperate. They felt that they had made such a big mess this time and made Arad suffer a great humiliation in front of the Xianxia people. There was no way they could survive. Iraid's face sank. After a while, he said fiercely, "Metal, I'll put this matter on my tab. Next time, if you make any mistakes, I'll kill you. Let's settle our old and new debts together." When Metal heard this, it was as if he had heard heavenly music. He was so excited that he almost burst into tears. He hurriedly said, "Yes. Mr. Illard. Thank you for your forgiveness. From now on, I am willing to be your most loyal servant, willing to risk my life for you. Go through fire and water." Arad waved his hand impatiently. He was not in the mood to listen to Metal's loyalty. In fact, Arad wanted to tear Metal into pieces. If it weren't for Metal's instigation, how could he have gotten involved in today's muddy water? When it came to hatred, Arad's hatred for Metal was probably second only to Xiaoruafei. However, he had no choice but to let Metal stay first. The reason was very simple. He didn't want to wait for a moment. The flames of revenge were about to burn him to ashes. In Coatzacoalcos, the armed forces of the Gulf Group were controlled by Metal. Although in theory, he also had the right to command the armed men here, Metal had been operating in Coatzacoalcos for many years and had planted many confidants. If he really killed Metal directly, the armed men below might riot. Even if he could barely suppress it, he couldn't expect to be able to command the people here. Arad didn't want to mobilize people from other places in Veracruz. He couldn't even wait for a second. He wanted to send people over to flatten Huafeng's ship now. Therefore, the furious Arad chose an expedient measure, which was to let Metal live first. After he had taken his revenge, he would take Metal's life. Arad said, "Metal, whether you can redeem yourself depends on your performance next." Metal was not a fool. He naturally knew what Arad wanted to do. He quickly straightened his chest and said, "Mr. Arad, I'll immediately mobilize all the armed men in Coatzacoalcos and blow up the Huafeng Ship Company." Arad gritted his teeth and said, "First, send people to surround the company. Then, directly blow it up with rockets. I don't want there to be a complete building and a living creature in the company after our attack." According to Arad's temperament, he would prefer to capture all the people of the Huafeng Shipping Company and use all the means of torture to let them die in extreme pain. Only then could the hatred in his heart be slightly alleviated. However, he was frightened by the individual combat power of Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng. He was worried that after the armed men attacked, it would be a suicide mission. Therefore, he chose the safest plan, which was to surround the shipping company and directly bombard it with heavy firepower. Arad thought that even if the two Huaxia people were powerful, could they withstand the power of the rocket explosion? As long as there was enough firepower, it would be difficult to find even a complete brick in the entire shipping company. How could the two people survive such an attack? Although the pleasure of revenge would be weakened a lot, at least they could be killed, and the biggest goal would be achieved. In order to achieve this goal, Arad didn't want to complicate things. Metal quickly said, "Understood. Mr. Arad, I'll personally lead the team." "Go." Arad said with a gloomy face. "I'll wait for your news here." After Metal left the office, Arad turned his eyes to the nervous bodyguard captain, Juan. "Juan, you don't need me to say anything, do you?" Arad said lightly. Juan trembled slightly and said with a complicated expression, "Mr. Arad, I'll do it myself. I guarantee that no one will be left alive." Arad nodded gently and said, "Go. After you're done, come back and report to me directly." "Yes." Juan bowed slightly to Arad and turned to leave the office. His task was to eliminate the bodyguards who came with Arad to Coatzacoalcos. These people didn't play any role. Instead, they saw Arad kowtowing to the Huaxia people and begging for mercy. Naturally, Arad wouldn't leave them alive. Juan was also very clear that Arad had asked him to carry out this task, but it didn't mean that he was safe. Although Juan had followed Arad for many years and had even taken a bullet for him when Arad was shot, Arad was a cold-blooded person. It was hard to say whether Arad would spare Juan's life or not. However, Juan didn't dare to take the opportunity to escape because he knew Arad too well. If he took this opportunity to run away, he would face Arad's endless pursuit even if he ran to the ends of the earth. With the strength of the Gulf Group, the possibility of him escaping alive was too small. What's more, he still had his family. As long as he dared to run, his family's fate would be very miserable. Therefore, Juan's only choice was to listen to Arad's orders and bet that he still had a certain value to Arad and that Arad would let him go. After sending Metal and Juan out, Arad heaved a long sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair to rest. His throbbing knees and burning face constantly reminded him of the humiliation he had suffered today, making him unable to calm down for a moment. Arad just closed his eyes for a short while and immediately picked up his mobile phone. He couldn't wait to know how Metal's operation was going. However, before he could find Metal's number and dial it, a call came in. Arad looked at the caller ID and found that it was his immediate superior, the head of the Gulf Group's northeast region, Menino. He quickly picked it up. "Mr. Menino." "Arad. Did your men have a conflict with a Chinese company in Coatzacoalcos?" Menino asked eagerly. Arad was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Menino to be so well informed. His trip to Huafeng Shipping today was just a spur of the moment. It wasn't a big deal, so there was no need to report it to Menino. When he returned in defeat, his mind was filled with thoughts of revenge, and he wanted revenge as soon as possible. Therefore, even though he had mobilized almost all of the armed men in Coatzacoalcos to do something big, he did not have the time to report to Menino. However, Arad didn't expect Menino to take the initiative to call and ask about it. Arad's first reaction was that Menino had planted spies around him. This was a very common practice. He would also plant spies in his subordinate organizations in order to better control and command them. However, what made him vigilant was that he didn't notice it at all. Arad thought to himself that after this matter was over, he would investigate it carefully. He said, "Mr. Menino, I was just about to report it to you. This Chinese company is too arrogant. I went to deal with it personally, but they beat me up. Now, only explosions and blood can declare the authority of the Gulf Group. I've already asked Metal, the head of Coatzacoalcos, to gather armed men and teach those damn Xianxia people a lesson. Mr. Menino, don't worry. The dignity of the Gulf Group will not be trampled on by anyone. After hearing this, Menino was so scared that he almost dropped his phone. Blood rushed to his head and he couldn't help but curse. Since Menino was able to become the regional director of the Gulf Group, he was naturally not a good-for-nothing. Despite the shock, he quickly controlled his emotions and said calmly, "Arad, suspend all operations first. This matter is more complicated." Menino knew Arad too well. Once this dangerous guy was enraged, he would not even recognize his own family. If Menino reprimanded him at this time, he might lose his mind and destroy Huafeng Shipping Company at all costs. If such a thing really happened, Menino wouldn't be able to keep his position as the district head. Therefore, what he needed to do now was not to condemn Arad, but to calm him down first. After hearing this, Arad said in confusion, "Mr. Menino, this company despises the authority of the Gulf Group. If we don't punish them severely, who will respect the Gulf Group in the future?" In the past, the most common trick of the Gulf Group was to punish their opponents and those who offended them with bloody means. The greater significance of this was to deter others, so that those who wanted to go against the Gulf Group in the future would think twice. From this point of view, what Arad did today was not a problem. Menino said pleasantly, "Arad, I didn't say that we shouldn't take action. I just want you to stop. This matter is a bit complicated, and I can't explain it clearly in a few words. But, if we delay, they may all run away." Arad argued. "Then monitor and track them first," Menino said impatiently. "In short, without my authorization, you are not allowed to take any action against them. Arad, this is very important. I have to remind you that this is an order from Fey Manor. Just follow it unconditionally." Fey Manor was the favorite resort of Goodman, the leader of the Gulf Group. He lived in this manor most of the year. The middle and senior members of the Gulf Group knew this place very well, and many of them had been lucky enough to visit this luxurious manor on the Caribbean coast. Arad's heart trembled when he heard this. He dared to explain or argue against the orders of his direct superior, Menino, at least when he felt that it was inappropriate. However, he did not dare to question Goodman's orders at all. Even if he knew that it was a wrong order, he did not have the courage to resist. In the eyes of the middle-level leaders of the Gulf Group like Arad, Goodman was simply a godlike existence. "Understood," Arad said hurriedly. "Mr. Menino, I'll stop the operation immediately." "Yes. You will stay in Coatzacoalcos and await my further orders," Menino said. "Remember, without my permission, you are not to do anything to Xianxia. This is Mr. Goodman's order." "All right, Mr. Menino," Arad said in frustration. However, he did not have the guts to go against Goodman's will. After hanging up the phone, he immediately called Metal and reluctantly stopped the emergency operation. However, Arad was definitely not willing to let the Xianxia people escape just like that. He also instructed Metal to keep watch outside and try not to alarm the Xianxia people inside. What Arad did not know was that Xianxia was very decisive. After they were chased away by Xiaoruofei, they did not hesitate at all and immediately left Huafeng Shipping Company. Even if Menino did not call in time today to stop the operation, they would not be able to harm the Xianxia employees of Huafeng Shipping Company. At most, they would raise the buildings there to the ground. What was even more unexpected to Arad was that his boss, Menino, immediately hung up the phone and cursed. Then, he immediately picked up the phone and mobilized the troops. In an instant, all the armed personnel in several cities near Coatzacoalcos were mobilized. The nearest city to Coatzacoalcos was Isbatlan. It only took 30 to 40 minutes to drive to Coatzacoalcos. At the same time, Menino himself took a helicopter and rushed to Coatzacoalcos. At the same time, he called Goodman, who was anxiously waiting in Fey Manor, to report to him. After Menino and Arad finished the phone call, he basically figured out what had happened. There was no doubt that Arad was the instigator. After listening to Menino's report, Goodman was silent for a few seconds. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "Arad can't be left alive. You go and do it yourself. Take pictures and video of the whole process. I have to give them an explanation. Menino didn't know why Goodman was being pressured to clean up the mess. Although there was still a gap between Arad and Goodman, Goodman had always admired Arad. This guy was ruthless enough and didn't even recognize his own family. It could be said that he was the most frightening man in the Gulf group. Eliminating Arad would be a big loss for Goodman. However, Goodman only thought for a few seconds and made a decision decisively. This showed that Goodman was under a lot of pressure and did not have time to think too much. This was only Menino's basic judgment. He was not stupid enough to ask Goodman. At this time, the best choice was to play dumb. For Menino, he only needed to be responsible for carrying out orders. What's more, while Goodman admired Arad, Menino did not like Arad that much. The reason was simple. Arad was too domineering. He relied on his contributions to the group over the years. Sometimes, he would obey Menino's orders. Although he was respectful to Menino on the surface, in fact, he did things his own way. This made Menino very unhappy. If it were not for this incident, Arad would have been promoted to a regional director in a few years. At that time, he would be on the same level as Menino. But Arad dared to fight and kill. Once he became one of the regional directors, he would definitely pose a threat to Menino's position. In order to make room for Arad, Menino might even be forced to transfer out of the Northeast region, which was the most profitable. Therefore, when Goodman made the decision to get rid of Arad, Menino was secretly delighted. He quickly said, "Yes, Mr. Goodman. I'm already on the plane to Coatzacoalcos. Just now on the phone, I was worried that he would act out of desperation and threaten the safety of Xianxia people. So, I have to calm him down first. The armed men I mobilized from several cities near Coatzacoalcos are also rushing there. Please don't worry. When I get there, I'll take him down by surprise. And I'll do it myself." "That's it," Goodman said. "You have to be quick and give me feedback as soon as possible. There's a distinguished gentleman waiting for my reply." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Menino's heart skipped a beat. It was just as he had guessed. Goodman had been pressured by the outside world to make such a decisive decision and sacrifice Arad. However, Menino did not dare to ask any questions. He quickly said, "Understood. Mr. Goodman, leave it to me. Don't worry." After hanging up, Menino urged the helicopter pilot, "Why are you taking so long? Speed up." In fact, the helicopter was already flying very fast. However, the pilot did not dare to explain. He quickly said, "Yes, Mr. Menino." Then, the pilot steered the helicopter a little faster than the safety margin allowed. The helicopter carried Menino and rushed towards Coatzacoalcos. Arad paced back and forth in Metal's office like a trapped beast. Today, Menino's order came at the right time. If it had come a little later, Metal's men would have done it and the higher-ups would not be able to say anything. After all, according to the rules of the Gulf Group, there was nothing wrong with it. However, as soon as he sent his men out, Menino's call came. The main thing was that this was Goodman's order. Even if Arad was given a few more guts, he would not dare to disobey. Moreover, if the higher-ups were to investigate this matter, there was no way to hide it. There were so many people involved in the operation. As long as Menino checked the time of the operation, everything would be revealed to him. Therefore, no matter how unwilling Arad was, he immediately stopped the operation. Now, Metal and his men had surrounded Huafeng very tightly and were closely monitoring it. However, they were all waiting for Arad's order. Without his order, no one dared to move. As time passed, Arad's heart became more and more agitated. Menino's call was a little too strange. In his opinion, a few Xianxia people were insignificant. In fact, the entire Chinese community in Mexico did not have a particularly high status. Why would the higher-ups of the group pay attention to such a small matter? Arad had a bad feeling about this. He wondered if he should call Menino again to ask. However, on second thought, he usually did not get along with Menino. Even if he asked, Menino would not tell him the truth, so he might as well not ask for a rebuff. Time passed little by little. Arad sat in Metal's office with a gloomy expression. Suddenly, he felt that his surroundings seemed to be a little too quiet. He also had an inexplicable feeling of palpitations. This was an intuition of danger that he had developed over the years of living on the edge of a knife. This intuition had saved his life more than once. But now, he was in the Gulf Group's Coatzacoalcos branch. Was it, in this port, metal, the sea? And he did not have any enemies. Why was he suddenly translation in this port? Was there the translation? At that moment, Arad's was translation? The helicopter. He translation He. Was Arad he how translation? He translation and translation as translation. When he saw the helicopter, Arad felt relieved. It was a helicopter owned by the Gulf Group. The fuselage had eye-catching paint. Even from a distance, he could see it clearly. Arad did not realize at the moment that the danger his intuition had detected actually came from the inside of the group. It was not that Arad was not vigilant. He would never have thought that dealing with a small Xianxia shipping company would cause such serious consequences. What's more, he did not gain any advantage at all. Instead, he was severely humiliated by the other party. Therefore, even if there was a problem with the handling of this matter, even if it had alarmed the higher-ups of the corporation and even Goodman himself, Arad still felt that the worst that could happen was a reprimand, and did not consider the more serious consequences. After all, although Arad was only one of the many middle-level leaders in the entire Gulf Group, he was one of the most promising middle-level leaders. Moreover, he was Goodman's favorite. Generally, the top would be more tolerant of capable people. Therefore, Arad did not think that he would lose his life over such a trivial matter. He stood by the window and watched. Soon, the helicopter landed steadily on the ground. Surrounded by several bodyguards, Menino quickly got off the plane. Arad muttered in his heart, "Why is he here? This bastard won't take the opportunity to mess with me, will he?" At this moment, Arad was a little vigilant, but he was more concerned about the internal personnel struggle of the group and did not think too much. After getting off the plane, Menino went straight to the building where Arad was. What Arad didn't know was that 10 minutes ago, Menino had mobilized a total of 100 to 200 armed men from several nearby areas. They had all arrived near the Coatzacoalcos division. However, according to Menino's order, they didn't assemble directly. Instead, they hid themselves. As Menino led his men into the building, these armed men also guarded the various entrances and exits as planned. Some of them followed Menino into the building. Arad did not see these armed men sneaking into the building from the back door. After seeing Menino enter the building, he went back to his desk and sat down. He was still thinking about how to deal with Menino's possible suppression. After a while, the office door was pushed open and Menino walked in with 5 or 6 bodyguards. Arad first looked up, then pretended to have just discovered them. He showed a very surprised look, got up and said, "Mr. Menino, why did you come here in person? How can I trouble you with such a trivial matter?" Arad's tone was very polite, but Menino, as usual, did not hear any hint of respect at all. Instead, he saw a playful look in Arad's eyes. But this time, Menino was not angry at all, because there was no need to be angry with a dying man. In fact, since the armed men surrounded the building, Arad was already dead. No matter how good he was, it was impossible for him to escape from here. Of course, Menino had never seen Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng in action. If he and Arad had experienced what happened in Huafeng shipping this morning, he would not be so confident. After all, no matter how tight the encirclement was, it was only for ordinary people. For practitioners like Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng, even if there were 10 times more people, they would absolutely not be able to do anything to them. Of course, Arad was just an ordinary person, so he was doomed. He glanced at Arad and said in a businesslike manner, "Arad, I'm here on Mr. Goodman's order to deal with this matter. From now on, I have full authority to command." Arad, of course, had already guessed Menino's intention, but he was still very surprised. He also realized that things were much more complicated than he thought. But Arad was not too flustered. He smiled and said, "Of course, you're my boss. It's only right for you to command." Menino asked calmly, "Has the operation been stopped after I made the call? Where are the armed men you sent?" They didn't attack Huafeng shipping, did they? In fact, this was what Menino was most worried about. If Arad ignored everything and let his men attack Huafeng shipping first, although Arad would still be doomed in the end, Menino himself would be miserable. Goodman's order had not been carried out well, and Goodman was very likely to be under great external pressure. At that time, Menino was afraid that he would have to take the blame. Arad said, "The operation has been suspended, but our men are still near Huafeng shipping. I ordered them to only monitor. Even if someone leaves, they will only follow. They won't act casually. Mr. Goodman personally gave the order. How dare I disobey?" Menino's heart was slightly relieved. It seemed that the first thing he did was to bring up Goodman, a great god, was useful. Then, the next thing to do was to kill Arad, and then inform the armed men to withdraw. Menino had brought 100 or 200 men here. They could take Arad's life no matter what, but wouldn't it be better if they could do it without using a single shot? Moreover, he was right in front of Arad. If the two sides really clashed and Arad fought to the death, wouldn't he be in danger too? Therefore, Menino followed his plan and said calmly, "Mr. Goodman asked me to find out the ins and outs of the matter first. I was going to ask the people in the Coatzacoalcos division, but since you've experienced the whole process, it's even better. I'll ask you directly." "No problem. I'll tell you everything I know," Arad said with a shrug. Menino was businesslike, and he was also businesslike. He thought to himself, "I don't believe that you can make a big fuss over such a small matter." Menino nodded and said, "Let's go to the conference room." After that, Menino left Arad and turned to walk out of the office. Seeing this, Iraid couldn't help but be stunned. Was it necessary to make it so formal? He was very angry. He felt that Menino was deliberately putting on airs and questioning him in the conference room as if he was interrogating a prisoner. He also knew that he seemed to be in some trouble this time, but before he figured out what the problem was, he decided to deal with it by sticking to the status quo. Therefore, he shrugged and stepped out of the office. The conference room was diagonally opposite Metal's office. When Arad walked out of the office, he saw that Menino had already entered the conference room, and 2 bodyguards were guarding the door. Arad secretly curled his lips and stepped forward. However, at the door of the conference room, the 2 bodyguards reached out and blocked Arad's way. "What do you mean?" Arad asked with a frown. "I'm sorry, Mr. Arad," said one of the bodyguards. "Before you go in, you have to hand over your weapon." Arad was furious when he heard that. He scolded, "How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you take my gun? We are just following the rules. Please cooperate with us." The bodyguard said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Mr. Arad, this is the rule. Everyone must abide by it." In fact, the bodyguard was scared to death. He had heard of Arad's fierce reputation. He was really afraid that Arad would take out his gun and shoot him in a rage. This possibility was real. Arad's heart was beating wildly. He knew that things were not going well. He subconsciously reached his hand to his waist, only to remember that he had handed over all his weapons at the door. Arad quickly stepped back. He was standing at the door of the conference room. As long as he stepped back, he could reach the corridor outside and hide in the blind spot of the bullets. He also had a chance to grab his pistol from the bodyguard. However, before he could take a step, he felt a gun pointed at the back of his head. The cold muzzle made his heart feel cold. It was the 2 bodyguards at the door who were pointing their guns at him. Menino had already planned this. The moment Arad walked into the conference room, the ending was already decided. Menino said coldly, "Arad, take 2 steps forward, and then slowly raise your hands above your head. I know you're good at fighting, so you'd better not play any tricks. Otherwise, I'll shoot immediately." Menino saw that the bodyguards behind Arad were too close to him and was worried that an accident might happen. If Arad managed to snatch a gun, his men would be in trouble. Arad's face was gloomy. He took 2 steps forward and slowly raised his hand according to Menino's request. He said angrily, "Mr. Menino, what are you doing?" Menino's muzzle was still pointed at Arad. He shrugged and said, "I'm just following Mr. Goodman's orders." "That's impossible. I didn't do anything wrong to the Gulf Group. Why would Mr. Goodman suddenly ask you to deal with me?" Arad cried. You must be using this incident to eliminate your dissidents. Menino, you're jealous that I have more room for development in the group than you. You're afraid that I'll climb over you in the future, right? Arad, I'm not as dirty as you think. Menino said calmly, your development has nothing to do with me. As long as you work hard for me, I won't embarrass you on purpose. Believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just following my orders. I hope you won't blame me. Menino said calmly. Humph. Are you lying to me? Arad sneered. After I took charge of the business in the state of Veracruz, my performance has been booming. Soon, I'll be one of the best in the Northeast region. You're afraid that I'll threaten your position, so you're trying to suppress me. I want to talk to Mr. Goodman. I must expose your shameless lies. Seeing that Arad still didn't understand the situation, Menino couldn't help but feel a little sad for him. However, Arad was not one of his men from the beginning to the end. The two of them only had a working relationship. Hence, Menino was not interested in explaining too much to Arad. He gestured directly to a bodyguard behind him. The bodyguard immediately nodded and took out a handheld camera from his bag. He turned it on and stood aside to start recording. Seeing this, Arad could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. He knew very well what the bodyguard's action meant. He had done it more than once. Every time he wanted to kill someone, when he needed to record the video for the higher-ups, he would get someone to record the entire process. The Gulf Group ran amok in Mexico, and they didn't worry about the video being circulated as evidence of murder. Of course, the internal management of the Gulf Group itself was very strict, and this kind of information was of a very high level of confidentiality. The possibility of it being leaked was very small. You. What are you doing? Arad finally started to panic. Even when Menino pointed a gun at him, Arad did not think that the group would carry out an internal cleansing. He thought that the most serious situation would be nothing more than being imprisoned by Menino. He might even be tortured to a certain extent so that Menino could get a confession that was not beneficial to him. It wasn't until the bodyguard took out the camera and started recording that Arad realized that Menino was going to kill him directly. Menino pulled the trigger and loaded the pistol, then said, Arad, I've said it. I'm just following Mr. Goodman's orders. I don't know anything about it. It's useless to ask me. No. Wait. Arad screamed in fear as he faced the shadow of death. Menino, how dare you falsify Mr. Goodman's orders? Do you know what kind of consequences you'll bring to yourself if you kill me without permission? Don't do anything stupid. Whether you believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me. I've told you, this is Mr. Goodman's direct order. Menino raised the pistol and aimed at Arad's heart. I'm not telling you this to falsify Mr. Goodman's orders. I just hope you don't blame me. Of course, there's nothing you can do if you don't believe me. Whatever grievances you have, wait until you see Satan. No. Arad screamed. I want to talk to Mr. Goodman. Even if he wants me to die. Let me die knowing what's going on. I want to ask. Sorry, I'm afraid Mr. Goodman is not available to talk to you, Menino said. His finger was already on the trigger, and he was slowly pulling it back. Arad was trembling in fear, and his heart was filled with despair. Just then, Menino's cell phone rang. He glanced at Arad, thought for a moment, and handed the pistol to another bodyguard. He said, keep an eye on him. Don't even blink. If he does anything strange, don't hesitate to shoot him. Yes. Mr. Menino. The bodyguard hurriedly said. Only then did Menino pick up his phone. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Goodman calling. He hurriedly picked it up and said, Mr. Goodman. Goodman asked impatiently over the phone, how's it going? Menino hurriedly said, we have him under control. We were just about to execute it. When Arad heard Menino's words, he knew that it was Goodman calling. He hurriedly shouted, Mr. Goodman. Mr. Goodman. I'm Arad. Menino, you ordered him to kill me. This must be a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Arad's strong desire to live made him want to make a final struggle. However, he was also afraid that the bodyguard would really shoot him. So, although he shouted loudly, his body did not move. He still stood there with his hands raised. Goodman said unhappily, "Menino, hurry up and finish him off. Then send me the video and photos." "Yes, Mr. Goodman," Menino replied. Just as Menino was about to hang up, Goodman hesitated for a moment and said, "I won't talk to Arad anymore. Tell him that he has offended someone he shouldn't have offended. He must use his life to appease the other party's anger. However, considering that he has risked his life for the company all these years, this matter will end here after he dies. His family will not be implicated." "Understood," Menino said. "Mr. Goodman, you are too kind. Hurry up and execute it," Goodman said, and then hung up. Menino casually threw the cell phone on the conference table, then took the pistol from the bodyguard. He shrugged and said to Arad, "As you can see, Mr. Goodman doesn't want to talk to you. However, he asked me to pass on a message to you." Arad looked like he was grasping at straws. He hurriedly asked, "What is it about Mr. Goodman? Did he order you to detain me first?" Menino looked at Arad with a trace of pity and said, "Stop dreaming. Listen carefully. Mr. Goodman's original words are, 'This time you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. You must use your life to appease the other party's anger. However, considering that you have risked your life for the company all these years, this matter will end here after you die. Your family will not be implicated." After hearing this, Arad's body went limp. His eyes were lifeless as he murmured, "Why? Why is this happening?" Arad could not accept such an ending. This morning, he had come to Coatzacoalcos in high spirits to inspect the situation. He had also wanted to help Metal trample on the weak Xianxia people while he was at it. He did not expect that he would first be humiliated by the Xianxia people, and then the company would carry out an internal cleansing. He would even lose his life in Coatzacoalcos. When Arad set off today, he would never have thought that he had embarked on a path of no return. Menino did not say anything more to Arad. He raised his gun again, stood a few meters away, and aimed at Arad's heart. Under Arad's eyes that were intertwined with fear, pleading, and despair, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! Arad's eyes suddenly widened. He clutched his chest and slowly fell to the ground. Then, he twitched a few times and completely stopped breathing. Under his body, a pool of blood was silently spreading rapidly. Menino held the gun with one hand and walked to Arad's front. He reached out and touched his neck. Then, he opened his eyelids and observed his pupils. Finally, he was sure that Arad was completely dead. He breathed a sigh of relief. Arad's mobility was very strong. Although Menino was very confident in his marksmanship, he was still afraid that something might go wrong. Normally, he would not do this kind of thing himself. A gentleman would not stand under a dangerous wall. However, today's internal cleansing mission was recorded and Goodman was waiting to watch it. Therefore, he had to complete the entire process himself. Even if there was a certain amount of danger, he had to do it himself. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. Menino stood up and casually threw the gun to a bodyguard. Then, he took out a silk handkerchief from his suit pocket and elegantly wiped his hands. He said to the bodyguard who was recording the video, "Go and take a few photos. Then, upload the video and photos immediately." "Yes, Mr. Menino." The bodyguard hurriedly went to Arad's body and took a few photos from different angles. Then, he uploaded the video that he had just taken from the camera and saved it on his laptop. Menino took the laptop and hesitated for a moment. Initially, he wanted to edit the video when Goodman called, but on second thought, he felt that the video should not have any traces of editing. It had to be original. Even if it was to be edited, it had to be Goodman's decision. So, he compressed the photos and videos and sent them to Goodman through one of the internal email accounts of the Bay Area group. After sending the email, Menino immediately gave Goodman a call. He respectfully reported the situation on his end and told Goodman that he had already sent the video and photos to him. Goodman heard this and said, "Very good. Menino, you stay in Coatzacoalcos to clean up the mess. Also, you must ensure the safety of the Chinese shipping company." "Understood, Mr. Goodman," Menino hurriedly said. After hanging up, Menino quickly called Metal and asked him to recall all the armed men he had sent out. He also asked him to rush back to the Coatzacoalcos branch for questioning. Metal was only a leader of the Gulf Corporation. After receiving a direct order from Menino, the head of the Northeast region, how could he dare to be negligent? Although this order conflicted with the one given to him by Arad, he did not dare to question it. He hurriedly carried it out. Metal dismissed all the armed men who participated in the operation. Then, he quickly rushed back to the Coatzacoalcos branch in a car with a few followers. The branch had already been taken over by armed men from other regions. The moment Metal entered the building, he was disarmed and brought to the conference room. Metal trembled as he walked in. The first thing he saw was Arad's body lying on the ground. He was so scared that his legs went weak and he collapsed on the floor. It was much easier to deal with Metal. Menino did not feel as pressured as when he faced Arad just now. Under his interrogation, Metal quickly spilled the beans from a bamboo tube. Once Menino understood the whole story, he quickly called Goodman to report. When Goodman heard that a city leader had almost caused the destruction of the Gulf Corporation, and that he had been forced to execute Arad, who he admired very much, he could not help but be furious. He immediately ordered Menino to eliminate all the people involved. Thus, Menino began a massacre in Coatzacoalcos. Not a single one of Arad's bodyguards escaped, including Metal and Arad. 1. The head of Arad's bodyguards had already been ordered to deal with the bodyguards. However, just as he finished dealing with them, the armed men sent by Menino arrived. One realized that the situation was not good. He immediately took out his pistol and retreated, hoping to escape. However, he was alone, and it was hard for him to do anything alone. Menino's men finally managed to kill one after paying the price of a few lives. This was the first time Menino had suffered a loss since he was ordered to carry out the mission. However, the loss was not big, and Menino did not care too much. Then, Menino personally led the elimination of the local politicians who followed Arad to the Huafeng ship. In the next few days, these politicians were all assassinated. These were all stories for later. After Goodman, who was far away in Fay Manor on the Caribbean Sea, figured out everything, he personally recorded a video. Then, he edited the video of Menino eliminating Arad. Finally, he packaged the two videos together with the photo of Arad's body. After doing all this, Goodman nervously dialed the satellite phone number that Charlie Koch left him. Goodman noticed that Charlie Koch had picked up the phone after it rang once. This made Goodman's heart skip a beat. Obviously, Charlie Koch had been waiting by the phone. Although Goodman was anxious to deal with this matter, and the whole Gulf group was in a mess because of this matter, it still took him nearly 2 hours from the beginning of the arrangement to Menino's execution of Arad and the interrogation of Metal. This was already very fast. During these 2 hours, Charlie Koch had been waiting by the phone just to get a result. It could be seen that Charlie Koch had taken this matter to an exaggerated degree. Of course, Goodman didn't know that Charlie Koch was still on the rescue ship at this time. Although the rescue ship immediately turned back to Hawaii after receiving him, Charlie Koch's plan was to take a plane back to America from Hawaii. However, because the place of the incident was far from Hawaii, it was estimated that it would take at least 6 or 7 hours. Charlie Koch occupied the captain's lounge. He had nowhere to go on the rescue ship, so naturally, he could only stay in the room. Normally, with how busy Charlie Koch was, it was naturally impossible for him to wait for 2 hours for a phone call. Goodman didn't know these details, so he was even more nervous. As soon as the phone was connected, Goodman hurriedly said, "Mr. Koch, this is Goodman. The matter has been investigated clearly, and we have carried out the preliminary processing. I'm calling to report the situation to you." Charlie Koch said reservedly, "Go ahead." He had made up his mind that if Goodman's handling of the matter didn't satisfy him, he would use all the power of his family to deal a heavy blow to the Gulf Group when he returned to America. After all, this was the first time the Immortal had given him a task. Of course, he had to handle it well. Goodman hurriedly said, "Mr. Koch, according to our investigation, this matter was instigated by the Gulf Group's Coatzacoalcos branch. However, our person in charge in the state of Veracruz, Arad, is the main person responsible." Then, Goodman briefly reported the situation that Menino had investigated to Charlie Koch. Finally, he said, "I have ordered the person in charge of the Gulf Group's northeast region to personally go to Coatzacoalcos. Arad has now been internally executed. We will deal with all the people involved in this matter one by one in the next few days. Mr. Koch, it's mainly because some local politicians are also involved. If we kill them all at once, it might just take care of it. Charlie Koch was not interested in listening to Goodman's explanation. Moreover, the main culprit, Arad, and the instigator, Metal, had already been executed. As for those trashy politicians, it did not matter if they lived for a few more days. In fact, Charlie Koch was more concerned about how the Gulf Group was going to get the forgiveness of Huafeng Shipping. He felt that this was what the Immortal was more concerned about. Otherwise, the Immortal could get rid of small fries like Arad and Metal with a wave of his hand. Why would he go through so much trouble? But Charlie Koch did not bring it up. If Goodman could not think of that, then the Gulf Group deserved to be destroyed. Goodman was obviously not a brainless person. He knew how to express his sincerity, so after hearing Charlie Koch's words, he immediately said, "Yes. Mr. Koch, we will get rid of all the people involved within the next week." In addition, speaking of this, Goodman pondered for a moment, then continued, "In order to express our apology, in addition to the preferential treatment I previously promised to our friends in Xianxia throughout Mexico and to provide protection for the people of Xianxia, we, the Gulf Group, are also prepared to pay Huafeng Shipping $50 million as compensation for emotional distress." In fact, before Goodman made the call, he had planned to pay $25 million as compensation. After all, the real estate of Huafeng Shipping was only worth a few million and they did not have any substantial losses. Paying $25 million was already very sincere. However, because Charlie Koch picked up the phone first, Goodman felt that Charlie Koch attached great importance to this matter, so he doubled the compensation amount at the last minute. Of course, for the Gulf Group, which controlled a huge amount of drug trafficking resources, $50 million was only a small amount. If this matter could be settled, Goodman would not feel distressed at all. After Charlie Koch heard this, he did not say anything. Seeing this, Goodman quickly said, "Mr. Koch, if you think this amount is not appropriate, you can name it. We will do our best to satisfy your request." Charlie Koch pondered for a moment, then said, "I will pass on this situation to my friends in Xianxia. As for whether they accept it or not, it is not up to me to decide." Goodman's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He always thought that even if Charlie Koch personally handled this matter, at most he would have a very good relationship with the people of Xianxia. But now, listening to Charlie Koch's tone, it seemed that the other party's status was even higher. Although Charlie Koch helped to handle this matter, he did not have the authority to make the decision. What kind of super big boss was this? Goodman could not help but shudder. In his impression, Xianxia did not have such a powerful person. Even the second and third generations who were very powerful in the eyes of ordinary people were actually just so in the eyes of an established American family like Charlie Koch. These people may have a lot of influence in Xianxia, but when it came to the international scene, there were not many who could really speak with authority. As for the big entrepreneurs in Xianxia, they were rich, but when it came to influence, there was no one more powerful than Charlie Koch. The more Goodman thought about it, the more terrified he became. He thought about it and quickly said, "Mr. Koch. $100 million. As long as your friends in Xianxia are willing to forgive us, the Gulf Group is willing to pay $100 million as compensation. In addition, I promise that from today onwards, there will be no more racist remarks or words against the people of Xianxia in Mexico. We will publicly announce that any racist remarks or actions against Xianxia will be severely punished by the Gulf Group." In just a few minutes, Goodman had doubled the original compensation amount of $25 million. This time, he was really scared. Charlie Koch said calmly, "50 million or 100 million is fine. Money is never the most important thing. My friends in Xianxia don't care about this small amount of money, so you don't have to keep increasing the price." No. Mr. Koch, of course, I know that you and your friends are not short of money, but money is also a way to express our apology. The amount of compensation is also a way to show our sincerity. Goodman said quickly, "I hope that $100 million can let our friends in Xianxia see our sincerity, and I implore you to help us convey the goodwill of the Gulf Group. After all, a black sheep like Arad is only a minority. The Gulf Group has always been full of goodwill to our friends in Xianxia. Charlie Koch couldn't help but feel a little amused. A drug gang could actually say such things, describing Arad as a black sheep. Were the other members of the Gulf Group all pure white lotuses? Everyone in the Gulf Group, including Goodman, had their hands stained with blood. How could Goodman not know where the money to sustain their extravagant lifestyle came from? However, Charlie Koch was not the embodiment of justice, and he had never been interested in eliminating all evil and maintaining world peace. On the contrary, he was an ambitious and ruthless patriarch that was rarely seen in the Koch family in decades. As long as it was beneficial to the family, he would not care whether the means were black or white, so, Charlie Koch just smiled faintly and said, "Okay. I'll pass on your words." "Thank you. Thank you." Goodman said quickly, "Oh right, Mr. Koch, when we executed Arad, we recorded a video. I also recorded a video myself. I wanted to apologize in person, but I wasn't sure if your friends in Xianxia would be willing to see me, so I recorded a short video first to express my apology to your friends in Xianxia and make some promises. If it's convenient, I hope you can help me forward it to them." "No problem," Charlie Koch said without hesitation. "You can contact my assistant, Pete. He'll give you the email number." "Okay. Okay," Goodman said quickly. "Thank you, dear Mr. Koch, then I won't bother you anymore." In fact, the incident today made Goodman break out in a cold sweat, but at the same time, he was more or less looking forward to it. If he could take this opportunity to establish a relationship with the Koch family, then the Gulf Group's future in Mexico would be smoother. Of course, he also knew that an old wealthy family like the Koch family would certainly not have any connection with the notorious drug gangs, at least on the surface. But it was still possible for the two sides to cooperate in private. To put it bluntly, it was just each taking what they needed. If this incident could be handled well, maybe the crisis could become an opportunity. In contrast, the cost of paying $100 million in compensation for Arad's death, saying a few good words, and sheltering the Xianxia people in Mexico was quite low. In Goodman's eyes, it was not worth mentioning at all. After Charlie Koch hung up, he immediately used the satellite phone to carefully dial the number that Xiaoruofei left him. In the past 2 hours, Xiaoruofei had been staying in Isvatlan. Xianxia settled the brothers who evacuated from Huafeng shipping in a safe place one by one, and together with the brothers of the Freemasons in Isvatlan, they worked out an evacuation plan. They were also prepared to observe the situation before making a decision. Huafeng shipping was definitely going to be destroyed. In Xianxia's opinion, Huafeng shipping might have been razed to the ground by the Gulf Group at this moment. They mainly wanted to observe how serious the Gulf Group's pursuit of the employees of Huafeng shipping was. If they were really wanted all over Mexico, then it was necessary for them to find a safe way to leave the country directly. Although most of these people had lived in Mexico for a long time, and everyone's business foundation was here, nothing was more important than their lives. If it really came to that point, they had to flee decisively. Xiaoruofei and Luo Qingfeng were both arranged in the same room by Zhang Chao. The conditions here were limited, and they might start fleeing again today, so naturally there was no way to arrange a single room for them. Compared with Zhang Chao's anxiety, Xiaoruofei was much calmer. After Charlie Koch patted his chest and promised, he was not worried at all. However, there was no further news from Charlie Koch, so he did not tell Zhang Chao. Even if he told him, Zhang Chao would not believe him. After all, in the eyes of Zhang Chao and the others, such a behemoth like the Gulf Group was simply unbeatable. Although the conditions here were ordinary, there was still Wi-Fi in the room. Xiaoruofei was bored, so he simply took out the tablet from the space. After connecting to the internet, he began to browse the news and Weibo to pass the time. When Charlie Koch called in, Xiaoruofei was reading celebrity gossip on Weibo. The phone rang. Xiaoruofei glanced at the caller ID, put the tablet aside, and answered the phone. "Charlie." "Mr. Xia." Charlie Koch said respectfully, "In accordance with your instructions, I have mobilized the power of the Koch family to express strong anger and reprimand to the Gulf Group as soon as possible. They also urgently conducted an investigation and preliminary treatment. Is it convenient for you to answer the phone now? I will report the situation to you." Xiaoruofei thought for a moment, then said, "I agree with this plan in principle. But we in Xianxia have a saying, listen to what you say, and observe what you do. I will remember every word that Goodman has said. If he doesn't do it in the future, or if what he does is just on the surface, then I won't go easy on him anymore, and I will do it myself. What Xiao Ruofei was referring to was the promise that Goodman had made to the people of Huaxia. Xiao Ruofei naturally did not have any good feelings towards these drug gangs, but he was also very clear about one thing: when the water was too clear, there would be no fish. In this world, there were as many evil people as there were hairs on a cow. He simply could not kill them all. Take the Gulf Cartel for example. It was a huge drug gang, and it was impossible for Xiao Ruofei to wipe it out completely. Maybe Xiao Ruofei could kill all the leaders of the cartel, but it was a huge drug gang with tens of thousands of people at the bottom. He couldn't find every single one of them and kill them all, could he? These people were the cornerstone of the drug gang. Even if the leaders were killed and the Gulf Cartel collapsed, so many people at the bottom would still walk the road of drug trafficking. They might start their own gangs, or they might join other drug gangs, but no matter what, it was impossible to expect them to turn over a new leaf. Instead of going through the trouble of killing Goodman and his henchmen, which would only lead to the destruction of the Gulf Cartel and the birth of many smaller drug gangs, it was better to leave the Gulf Cartel a way out, and greatly improve the living conditions of Huaxia people in Mexico. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself; if you are rich, you should take care of the world. In Xiao Ruofei's view, even if he wanted to take care of the world, he should first take care of the people of Huaxia. Charlie Koch heard him and said, "Understood. Mr. Xia, I will emphasize this point to Goodman again. I will have people keep an eye on this situation of the Chinese in Mexico. If Goodman doesn't do what he says, you don't have to do anything, I won't let him go." Xiao Ruofei nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "Oh right, Charlie, add one more request to Goodman. Just say the word." Charlie Koch said quickly. "From now on, as long as the Gulf Cartel exists, their drugs are not allowed to be sold to the Huaxia market." Xiao Ruofei said solemnly, "This rule must be strictly enforced. Goodman can't think of using some second-tier distributors or disguising methods to deceive me. Otherwise, once I find out, he'll be in big trouble." Charlie Koch said without hesitation, "Okay. I'll make the request right now. Mr. Xia, I think you will agree to it." In fact, the biggest market for the Mexican drug cartels is the United States. More than 90% of the methamphetamine, cocaine, and marijuana in the United States comes from Mexico. As far as I know, the annual drug trade between the United States and Mexico amounts to 20 to 30 billion US dollars. In Huaxia market, the Huaxia market, Huaxia, 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 and Huaxia Huaxia Huaxia. I believe that Goodman will not take the risk for the sake of the Asia-Pacific market. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's request was quite a big loss for the Gulf Corporation. After all, the drug market in the Asia-Pacific was quite huge, and the profits were higher than those in the United States and Europe. The current sales were not high because they had not seriously explored this market before, but this did not mean that the potential of the Asia-Pacific market was low. However, Charlie Koch believed that Goodman would weigh the pros and cons and eventually agree to withdraw from the Huaxia market. After all, other than Huaxia, there were other large markets in the Asia-Pacific region that they could explore. Charlie Koch continued, "Mr. Xia, there's one more thing I want to report to you. Goodman sent me 2 videos. One was of them executing Arad, and the other was recorded by Goodman himself. He personally expressed his apologies and goodwill to our friends in Huaxia and made a promise. Do you think I should forward these 2 videos to you?" Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment. He was not interested in the videos, but he felt that the videos were still meaningful. At least they could easily dispel Xianxia's concerns. Otherwise, with the notoriety of the Gulf Corporation, it would take a lot of effort to convince Xianxia that the problem had been completely solved. If Goodman were to step in and explain himself, then everything would be much simpler. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Send it to me. I'll give you an email address. Write it down." "Mr. Xia, please wait a moment." Charlie Koch hurriedly found a piece of paper and a pen from the desk, then said, "Go ahead, I'll write it down now." Xiao Ruofei gave Charlie Koch an email address, then said, "Send it to this email address. I'll receive it later." "Understood." Charlie Koch said quickly. After Charlie Koch hung up, he immediately contacted Peter and asked him to forward the email from Goodman to Xiao Ruofei's email address. Then he personally called Goodman. After Goodman had reported to Charlie Koch and sent the videos and photos to Peter, he had been waiting anxiously, as if waiting for the judgment of fate. When he saw that Charlie Koch was calling him personally, he hurriedly picked it up and said respectfully, "Mr. Koch." "Hello." Charlie Koch said calmly, "Goodman, I've talked to my friend in Xianxia. My friend in Xianxia is generally satisfied with the way the Gulf Corporation handled the situation and the compensation you proposed, but he has one more condition. Please say it." Goodman said quickly. "We will do our best to satisfy your friend's request." Charlie Koch said, "My friend in Xianxia said that from today onwards, the Gulf Corporation's drugs are not allowed to be sold to Xianxia in any form. If you can do this, then this matter will be over." Goodman couldn't help but hesitate. For the past 2 or 3 years, the Gulf Corporation's main strategy had been to develop the Asia-Pacific market. After all, there was a wide range of sales and huge potential there. It was a huge market that they had yet to develop. Although the Asia-Pacific market's share of the corporation's total profit was not very high, it had shown a trend of increasing year by year, and the increase was very obvious. If they gave up, it meant that the Gulf Corporation had to adjust its strategic direction, which would inevitably cause a huge loss. At the very least, the initial investment would be wasted. However, Goodman quickly understood the situation. Giving up the Xianxia market did not mean giving up the entire Asia-Pacific market. Although losing the Xianxia market would cause a huge loss in the future, they could still work in other parts of the Asia-Pacific to try to make up for the loss. If they didn't agree to the other party's conditions, then all their previous efforts would be in vain, and Arad's death would be in vain. What was more important, Goodman quickly made up his mind. Therefore, he immediately said, "No problem. Mr. Koch. From now on, all the meth, marijuana, and cocaine from the Gulf Corporation will not enter the Xianxia market. We will withdraw all our personnel from the Xianxia market in the near future." Charlie Koch naturally noticed Goodman's hesitation. He said sternly, "Goodman, I hope you can do what you say. Don't try to fool people with some childish tricks. If you use shell companies to resell drugs to distributors who have deep roots in the Xianxia market, or use other methods to sell drugs to Xianxia, then you will receive the most severe punishment from the Koch family. I'm not trying to scare you, but when that happens, the entire Gulf Corporation will cease to exist." Goodman's heart trembled slightly when he heard this. He quickly said, "Mr. Koch. Even if I had a few more guts, I wouldn't dare to fool you. I will personally follow up on this matter, there won't be any mistakes." "I hope so." Charlie Koch said lightly. "I promised my friends in Xianxia that if something goes wrong on your side, you know the consequences." "Yes, yes, yes." Goodman said quickly. "There won't be any problems. Please don't worry." Only then did Charlie Koch's tone soften. "Goodman, you should thank God that we can get through this safely. If it weren't for my friends in Xianxia, I'm afraid you and your core members would have gone to meet Satan by now." Goodman was so scared that his whole body trembled. He knew that Charlie Koch had no reason to lie to him, and he didn't think it was worth it. Plus, with his previous deduction, he was basically sure that this Xianxia friend of Charlie Koch's was a non-existent existence that he couldn't compete with. Goodman hurriedly said in a grateful tone, "Mr. Koch, thank you so much for your help this time. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." Charlie Koch didn't respond to Goodman's words. He only said lightly, "Goodman, let me tell you one last thing. It's also for my friends in Xianxia." Goodman was a little disappointed that his pledge of loyalty didn't get a response, but he still said immediately, "Mr. Koch, please tell me what it is." Charlie Koch said, "There's a saying in Xianxia, listen to what you say, and observe what you do. Now that my friends are basically satisfied with your attitude, the next step is to see your performance. If you're all talk and no action, I'm afraid," Goodman hurriedly said, "Mr. Koch. All my promises will be fulfilled immediately, including the preferential treatment and protection for the people in Xianxia." "That's good." Charlie Koch said. "Huafeng Shipping will get in touch with you regarding the details. I hope you can fulfill your promise." "Yes, Mr. Koch." "Mr. Charlie," Goodman said quickly. Charlie Koch didn't say anything else and hung up the phone. When Goodman heard the busy tone coming from the phone, he carefully hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. At this time, he found that his forehead was full of sweat. Goodman calmed himself down, then immediately picked up the phone and began to give orders. He arranged everything as quickly as possible, including the mobilization of $100 million to be ready to be used at any time, and the full withdrawal from the Huaxia market, as well as preferential treatment for the people in Huaxia in Mexico in the future, and protection for the people in Huaxia, and so on. Fortunately, the Bay Group was not a traditional large company with a board of directors and other shareholders holding it back. Basically, Goodman had the final say in the Bay Group. Although he did give some of his trusted subordinates a certain amount of shares and dividends, when it came to specific decisions, as long as he gave the word, his subordinates would not dare to have any doubts and would immediately execute it resolutely. Therefore, Goodman's orders were quickly passed down through the layers and began to be implemented. In his Batlin, Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to find Xianxia. Instead, he waited until he received the email from Peter in his mailbox before he asked Luo Qingfeng to call Xianxia over. While waiting for Xianxia, Xiao Ruofei first looked at the 2 videos and several photos. Xiao Ruofei only casually glanced at the photos and videos of Arad's execution. With his eyes, he naturally could see that these photos and videos did not have any traces of falsification. Unless Arad had a twin brother who looked exactly the same, this guy who spouted sh*t at Huaxia people would have already been sent to meet Satan by his own people in the Gulf Group. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, had watched the video that Goodman had recorded himself from beginning to end. The video was not long. In the video, Goodman sincerely apologized to Huafeng Shipping and said that the party involved had been severely punished. Then, he promised that similar incidents would never happen again in the future. In the future, the Gulf Group would also provide protection and various preferential treatment to the people in Huaxia. Basically, it was similar to what Charlie Koch said. As soon as Xiao Ruofei finished watching the video, he heard a knock on the door. He closed his laptop and shouted, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Luo Qingfeng walked in with Xianxia. Xianxia's face showed a trace of exhaustion. He asked respectfully, "Mr. Xia, you were looking for me?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Brother Zhang, please sit down." After Luo Qingfeng led Xianxia over, he first refilled Xiao Ruofei's teacup, and then made a cup of tea for Xianxia. Xianxia had seen Luo Qingfeng's valiant performance with his own eyes. Seeing him personally serve him tea, Xianxia was so scared that he stood up and said repeatedly, "Sir, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it." In fact, with Luo Qingfeng's pride as a golden core cultivator, how could he serve tea to an ordinary person under normal circumstances? He was positioning himself as Xiao Ruofei's servant, and Xianxia was just a guest who came to visit Xiao Ruofei. Serving tea to the guest was naturally the servant's duty. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Brother Zhang, sit down and talk." "Okay." Xianxia took the tea that Luo Qingfeng served him with some trepidation, and then sat down. Xiao Ruofei asked kindly, "I heard that you've already arranged for the evacuation of people?" Xianxia nodded and said, "The Gulf Group is too powerful. If we confront them head-on, I'm afraid that we'll suffer a great loss. So I'm going to arrange for our brothers to leave the country to lie low for a while, and then we'll decide whether to come back to develop based on the situation. It's possible that we won't return to Mexico. But don't worry, Mr. Xia, we'll take care of your goods and help you transport them out of Mexico." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "There's no rush. We'll take care of it later. Brother Zhang, I called you here to tell you that you don't have to arrange for an evacuation anymore. I've already taken care of the Gulf Corporation for you." Xianxia was stunned. He didn't know what Xiao Ruofei meant. He couldn't believe his ears. After a moment, he quickly asked, "Mr. Xia, why, don't we need to evacuate?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "The Gulf Corporation won't dare to trouble you in the future, so of course there's no need to evacuate. Don't tell me you're willing to start anew in an unfamiliar place? How is that possible?" Xianxia was stunned. The Gulf Corporation has always been very domineering. We've offended them to the core this time. How could they not pursue the matter? It's not that they won't pursue the matter, but they won't dare to trouble you in the future. Xiao Ruofei smiled. Luo Qingfeng saw that Zhang Chao was questioning Xiao Ruofei's words. He couldn't help but feel a little displeased. He couldn't help but interrupt. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Xia has done a lot to help you solve this problem. How can you still doubt his words? Zhang Chao came to his senses. He quickly said, "You've misunderstood. I wouldn't dare to doubt Mr. Xia. It's just that this is so unexpected." I'm a little stunned for a moment. Xiao Ruofei stopped Luo Qingfeng with his eyes. Then he smiled and said, "It's okay. Brother Zhang, you can rest assured. Even if you want to take your brothers back to Huafeng shipping, there won't be a problem. This is what Goodman promised, and he won't dare to go back on his word. Otherwise, someone will teach him a lesson." Zhang Chao was dumbstruck. After a while, he stammered, "Gu. Goodman? The boss of the Gulf Corporation? Personally promised?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Come. Let me show you something." The Gulf Corporation was too notorious. No matter how much Xiao Ruofei talked, Zhang Chao would still have all kinds of doubts. It was impossible to be completely at ease, so it was better to see it with your own eyes. Zhang Chao, confused, followed Xiao Ruofei to the desk. Xiao Ruofei opened the laptop and first. Zhang Chao couldn't help but exclaim when he saw it. Isn't this that Erard? He's dead? In the morning, Erard was in the morning in the shipping yard in Huafeng Shipping House, in K. That feeling, being under the heavy translation. Was under that heavy was in shipping translation that was to translation. Translation that feeling translation. Xiao Ruofei opened the video of Menino personally executing Erard and said with a smile, "This video is a little bloody. Don't watch it if you don't feel comfortable." Zhang Chao said a little awkwardly, "Mr. Xia, you must be joking. Even if I'm not strong enough, I'm still an authentic disciple of the Hong sect. In my early years, I used to fight on the streets. How could I be afraid of seeing blood? Mexico was a country where gangs ran rampant. There were all kinds of bloody fights and killings every day." Zhang Chao had worked hard in Mexico for many years, but he didn't get to where he was today overnight. In his early years, he was just an entry-level disciple of the Hong sect. In order to fight for territory and interests, he had experienced all kinds of fights and killings. The video had already started playing. It had been edited a little, leaving only a small part of the video where Menino conveyed Goodman's words to Erard and then shot him dead. It was only about a minute. Zhang Chao had been in Mexico for many years and had no problem speaking Spanish. Naturally, he could understand the conversation between Menino and Erard in the video. He said in shock, "Mr. Xia, it was actually Goodman who ordered Erard's death? Just because he offended someone he shouldn't have?" Speaking of this, Zhang Chao looked at Xiao Ruofei in a different light. Obviously, the someone he shouldn't have offended in Menino's words was Xiao Ruofei. Just now, Xiao Ruofei had personally said that he was the one who helped to coordinate and solve the Bay Group's problem. Moreover, these videos and photos were sent to Xiao Ruofei immediately. This was already very obvious. Xiao Ruofei smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he played the last video, which was recorded by Goodman himself. While watching the video, Zhang Chao's mind was in a daze. He didn't even realize that his mouth was wide open. He even thought that he was dreaming, or that the Goodman in the video was someone else impersonating him. This notorious drug lord in Mexico was apologizing so sincerely to Huafeng Shipping Company, and even to all Huaxia people. In addition to apologizing, he also promised to severely punish the people involved, and that all Huaxia people in Mexico would be treated well and protected by the Gulf Group. This was simply too inconceivable. It was as if an ordinary person had beaten up the son of a small target, the nation's husband, and the small target didn't get angry or retaliate. Instead, the small target sincerely apologized to the ordinary person, and said that in the future, when the ordinary person bought a house in their company, they would give him a 50% discount. Of course, the Chinese people in Mexico didn't need to buy drugs from the Gulf Group. However, if they were in trouble, the Gulf Group would provide them with protection, and that would be an extra protective talisman, although he didn't want to admit it. In Mexico, the Gulf Group's words were sometimes more effective than the government's. Xianxia still hadn't recovered from the shock until the video ended and the computer screen turned black. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, "Brother Zhang, do you believe me now?" Xianxia seemed to have woken up from a dream. He quickly nodded and said, "Yes. Yes. Mr. Xia, I'm completely convinced." At this time, Xianxiao's mind was like a raging storm. He naturally valued Xiao Ruofei very much before, but that was mainly because of Li Yifu, so Xiao Ruofei's position in his heart was very high. Of course, Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng beat up a raid this morning, so Xiao Ruofei's position in his heart had risen by a lot. Even so, Xianxia still didn't dare to imagine that Xiao Ruofei could make a giant like the Gulf Group bow its proud head. This kind of result, even if Li Yifu were to come in person, it would be impossible to achieve. The Hong sect might be able to mediate and resolve this conflict if they used all their power, but it would only be to resolve the conflict, and they would have to pay a very high price. However, Xiao Ruofei's way of handling this matter was not to resolve the conflict at all, but to make the other side yield directly. From Goodman's humble posture, it could be seen that he must be under a lot of pressure to do so. This meant that Xiao Ruofei's background was even more powerful than Li Yifu's. When this thought came to his mind, Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Brother Xianxia, I think you should organize everyone and let them return to Cacacoalcos as soon as possible. After all, your foundation is there. Oh. By the way, Goodman also offered to pay you $100 million as compensation for the psychological damage. I'll send you a contact number later, you can contact them yourselves." In the email that Peter sent to Xiao Ruofei, besides the video and photos, he also sent Goodman's contact number to Xiao Ruofei, mainly about the $100 million compensation. Xianxia was shocked when he heard this. He quickly waved his hand and said, "We can't accept this money." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Goodman gave it to you on his own accord. Why wouldn't you want it? Besides, if you don't accept this money, Goodman will think that we're not satisfied with the way this matter is handled. I don't think he'll be able to sleep tonight." Xianxia quickly said, "Mr. Xia, I don't want to accept a reward for nothing. The whole thing is because of you, we didn't do anything at all. How can we accept this money? Besides, even if the whole Huafeng shipping was robbed by the Gulf Group, it's only worth a few million $100 million is too much. If you ask me, you should take this money." Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said, "I'm not short of money. Besides, this is compensation for Huafeng shipping. Why would I take it? Brother Xianxia, don't refuse. We've all been through a lot this time. Give us more money later, and leave the rest for the company's operations. It's settled." Xiao Ruofei's words were unquestionable, and the faint pressure made Xianxia unable to refuse anymore. However, Xianxia still felt that this money was too hot to take. After hesitating for a while, he braced himself and said, "Mr. Xia, we really don't dare to take this money. Even if you blame me, we can't accept it. How about this? We'll still contact them, but after this money is in the account, I'll use it to buy firearms and equipment in batches, and then ship them to you." Xianxia thought that since Xiao Ruofei insisted on not taking it, and they didn't dare to take it, and Xiao Ruofei came this time for firearms, then they might as well give the money to Xiao Ruofei. In his opinion, this was the best solution for both sides. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Why would I need so many firearms? I bought enough for this trip." Xianxia quickly said, "Firearms and equipment can be stored if you can't use them all at once. Bullets and grenades are all consumables, and equipment will depreciate and become obsolete as time goes by. Eventually, they will need to be replaced. This money will be stored with us. In the future, we will buy $20 million worth of firearms every year and give it to you over 5 years. Mr. Xia, please don't refuse, otherwise we really don't dare to take this money." Xiao Ruofei thought about it. Since Xianxia insisted, and he didn't want to refuse for $100 million, he nodded and said, "Okay. Then it's settled. But you guys are responsible for buying, and I'll take care of the transportation. You can contact Li Yifu when the time comes." "Okay." Zhang Chao let out a long sigh of relief and said, Mr. Xia, it's settled. Xiao Ruofei saw that Zhang Chao was afraid that he would go back on his word, and he couldn't help but feel a little funny. He smiled and nodded. Okay. It's settled. Zhang Chao thought about it and immediately said, by the way, Mr. Xia. This time, this container of goods, do you think we should ship it back to the port of Cotacoalcos? I think it's better for our company to contact a ship to help you ship this batch of equipment out of Mexico. Xiao Ruofei shook his head and said, no, I said, we'll take care of the transportation ourselves. This batch of goods doesn't need to be shipped back to Cotacoalcos. You can help me find a car and unload this container in a more remote place. Then, we'll take care of the rest. Zhang Chao subconsciously wanted to fight for it again. He also wanted to do something for Xiao Ruofei as much as possible. This favor was certainly not repaid, but he could at least do his best to help Xiao Ruofei. But then he thought about it again. Xiao Ruofei could make a behemoth like the Gulf Group yield in such a short time. It was obvious that Xiao Ruofei's power in Mexico was much greater than he thought. Maybe he had better channels? What's more, Xiao Ruofei just said that he wanted to unload the goods in a remote place. Obviously, he wanted to avoid people's attention. Thinking of this, Zhang Chao knew what he had to do. He quickly said, okay. Mr. Xia, I'll listen to you. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, then, I'll have to trouble you to help us transport the goods first. We'll also go with the car. We won't accompany you back to Cotacoalcos. No problem. Zhang Chao said. The truck trailer is ready-made. We can set off now. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, what are we waiting for? Let's go. He had been in Mexico for half a day, and the trouble here had been solved for Zhang Chao. Now, he wanted to go back to Taoyuan Island as soon as possible. He didn't want to waste a second. Yes. Mr. Xia, please come with me. Zhang Chao said respectfully. Soon, Zhang Chao took Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng to the big yard behind the safe house. The containers of firearms were placed there, and the truck trailer was also there. It was the one from Cotacoalcos. The containers were still on it and hadn't been unloaded. Zhang Chao first gave a few instructions to Chang, asking him to inform everyone to stop the evacuation and wait for orders. Then, he asked someone to get the key to the truck. He personally took Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng with the container of firearms and left the safe house. Iswatlan and Cotacoalcos were next to each other. Zhang Chao often came here, so he was very familiar with the roads here. He drove for about 40 minutes and came to a remote road. Zhang Chao slowed down the car as he turned around and asked, Mr. Xia, there are usually very few people and cars on this road. What do you think? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, very good, let's do it here. Find a place to park and unload the container. Yes, sir. Zhang Chao said quickly. He drove forward for a short distance, and there was an empty space on the side of the road, so he turned the car and drove off the road, parking in the empty space. It was very easy to unload the container truck. Just raise the support leg of the back of the truck, unlock it, and the trailer could be driven away. After the truck was unloaded, Zhang Chao drove the trailer forward for a short distance, then jumped out of the driver's seat and walked quickly to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to shake hands with Zhang Chao and said, Brother Zhang, thank you. Zhang Chao quickly shook hands with Xiao Ruofei and said, Mr. Xia, please don't say thank you to me. I can't afford it. Compared to the help you gave us, what I did for you is not worth mentioning at all. By the way, can we just unload the things here? Do you still need me to? Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said with a smile, yes, it's fine. We'll take care of the rest ourselves. You can arrange for someone to tow the back of the truck away tomorrow. Okay. Zhang Chao said. Then. Mr. Xia, I'll go back first. Go ahead. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Let's part ways here. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Goodbye, Mr. Xia. After Zhang Chao said that, he bowed to Xiao Ruofei solemnly and said sincerely, thank you. Then he walked quickly to the trailer of the truck. When he left, he honked at Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng. The truck quickly disappeared from sight. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to Luo Qingfeng, "We've been busy for a long time. It's time for us to go back. Let's get to work." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng unlocked all the locks that secured the container. Then, with a thought, he stored the container in the back of the carriage into the spirit map space. Although he already knew that Xiao Ruofei must have a storage magic treasure with a large storage space, Luo Qingfeng was still shocked when he saw Xiao Ruofei directly put away such a large container. Just a storage magic treasure that could store such a large object was already priceless in the current cultivation world. What's more, Luo Qingfeng also knew that Xiao Ruofei's storage magic treasure contained at least a yacht in addition to the container. This meant that the storage magic treasure space was much larger than he had imagined. Xiao Ruofei put away the container easily, and then used his mind power to check. After confirming that there was no one within a few kilometers, he smiled and said, "Qingfeng, let's go home." "Yes, Master," Luo Qingfeng replied respectfully. Both of them took out their flying swords at the same time and jumped on their flying swords. Then, 2 rays of sword light flashed, and the two of them soared into the sky and soon disappeared into the horizon. The return journey was smooth, and the two of them flew for more than 10 hours. Of course, because they were not in a hurry, Xiao Ruofei stopped to rest twice on the way. Both times, he directly took out the yacht from the ring to space. Then, the two of them landed their flying swords and rested on the yacht for an hour or so before continuing to fly. Because of the time difference, when the two of them returned to Taoyuan Island, it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning of the next day. Today, Taoyuan Island was sunny and windy. There were no clouds in the sky, and the blue sky and sea formed a line. The scenery was very beautiful. Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng directly drove their flying swords through the Taishu mystical clear formation and landed on the square in front of the Yanhuang building. When the two of them touched the formation, Li Yifu was the first to notice. He quickly walked out of the building and saw 2 rays of sword light flying down from the sky. Then, he saw that Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng had returned. Li Yifu quickly came forward, bowed and said, "Martial uncle, you are back." Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and asked, "Yifu, how is the island these 2 days?" "Martial uncle, everything is normal," Li Yifu said. "By the way, where are Wei Wei and Qingxue?" Xiao Ruofei asked. Li Yifu quickly said, "They should not know that you are back, martial uncle. This disciple will inform them now." Li Yifu was in control of the formation, so when someone touched the formation, he noticed it immediately. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue naturally did not react so quickly. However, as soon as Li Yifu's voice fell, Song Wei and Ling Qingxue appeared in front of Xiao Ruofei. They just happened to see Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng from the window of the room and quickly ran downstairs, so they were right behind Li Yifu. "Ruofei, you are back," Song Wei said with a smile. Ling Qingxue said enviously, "Ruofei, we just saw how you rode the sword. So cool. I also want to ride the sword." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Isn't that simple? He just had to work hard and cultivate. When you reach the gold core stage, I will definitely get you a good flying sword. At that time, you will naturally be able to ride the sword. The gold core stage seems so far away." Ling Qingxue said, "I have been practicing for almost a year, but I have only reached the 4th level of the qi refining stage." Li Yifu and Luo Qingfeng on the side almost vomited blood after hearing this, especially the old Li Yifu. Before he met Xiao Ruofei, he spent decades and half of his life to reach the 3rd level of the qi refining stage, although Luo Qingfeng was now at the early stage of the gold core stage. When he was at the qi refining stage, he did not directly break through from 0 to the 4th level of the qi refining stage in a year. Not to mention that he had never experienced it, he had never even heard of it. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Look at the expressions of Yifu and Qingfeng. You and Wei Wei have been practicing fast enough, okay? Believe me, at this speed, the gold core stage will not be too far away." Xiao Ruofei was not simply cheering for Ling Qingxue. In fact, as his cultivation improved, he would be able to get more and more resources in the future. It could be said that Ling Qingxue and Song Wei's cultivation conditions were better than his when he first started practicing, except for the fact that their cultivation methods were not as good as his. For example, the Taishu Mystic Clear Formation on the Peach Blossom Island. Xiao Ruofei could not enjoy such an environment at the beginning. In addition, Xiao Ruofei's cultivation had broken through a big realm. In the future, when he practiced the Questioning Heart Sutra at the beginning with Song Wei and Ling Qingxue, it would be much more helpful for them than before. In this way, their cultivation speed would naturally be faster. Everyone stood in front of the building and chatted for a while. Xiao Ruofei said, "Ifu, I will go and put the equipment we brought back from Mexico in place. By the way, the barracks of the guards have been built, right?" Li Yifu hurriedly said, "It has been built according to your instructions. The guards are stationed in the former camp of the mercenaries. Many of the buildings and facilities are ready-made. They just need to be modified from the original foundation. Now, all of them have been completed." "Very good." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Let's go. Let's go and have a look." Ling Qingxue and Song Wei were very idle on the island, so they naturally went to watch the fun. The Peach Blossom Island was not large, and Xiao Ruofei also wanted to take a look at the place to see if there was anything that needed to be improved, so he simply chose to walk. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they had already arrived at the guards' barracks set up in the woods. Because the former mercenaries were stationed here, the watchtowers, barracks, and fortifications were all ready-made. In order to make it more suitable for the guards, some modifications were made later. Now, from the perspective of a professional like Xiao Ruofei, the barracks were basically complete. Xiao Ruofei specially designed 2 sturdy concrete rooms to serve as weapons and equipment warehouses. These 2 warehouses had thick reinforced concrete walls and strong iron doors. They were also equipped with advanced password locks and many surveillance probes. There was also an electrified barbed wire fence on the walls. The island's electricity mainly relied on solar and wind power, so it was basically self-sufficient. If there was a shortage of electricity due to bad weather, the cave shelter was also equipped with a diesel generator that could provide electricity to the entire island in an emergency. In fact, when the Peach Blossom Island was still called Qingyun Island, the family Liu had spent a lot of time and money to renovate it. Now, there was definitely no problem with water and electricity on the island. In addition, there was a small sewage treatment plant that could dispose of the sewage produced every day. It could be said that other than the daily garbage that needed to be transported out of the island for disposal, there were no other problems in life. For the rich who could afford to enjoy a private island, the garbage disposal fee that was very expensive in the eyes of ordinary people was naturally nothing. Of course, in order to maintain the normal operation of the island, there was a need for a lot of staff. This included the sewage treatment plant, the airport, and other places, which required professionals. In addition, there was also the cleaning of environmental sanitation, the maintenance of water and electricity facilities, the maintenance of roads, and so on. Personnel in these positions were indispensable. Li Yifu walked over and opened the password lock. Inside was a small courtyard. The entire equipment warehouse was a small 2-story building. A squad would be stationed on the first floor in the future, and the 2 rooms on the second floor were naturally for storing weapons and equipment. Xiao Ruofei and the others entered in a single file. They went directly through the courtyard and took the stairs to the second floor. Li Yifu opened the password lock of the warehouse door. Xiao Ruofei took a look and found that rows of steel frames and gun cabinets had been installed in the warehouse in advance. In addition, the doors and windows of the warehouse were very sturdy. There were also sensors installed on the doors and windows. Once someone broke in, the alarm would emit a shrill buzzing sound. Iron doors, iron windows, iron cabinets, and alarms were completely built according to the standard of the military weapons and equipment warehouse, 3 irons and 1 tool. Xiao Ruofei nodded with satisfaction. He did not go directly into the warehouse. Instead, he stood in the corridor outside the door. With a thought, he took out the large container from the Ring 2 space and placed it in the small courtyard on the first floor. Ling Qingxue, Song Wei, and Li Yifu were all amazed when they saw Xiao Ruofei take out such a large container from the storage space. Even Luo Qingfeng, who had already seen it, could not help but show an envious look. Xiao Ruofei did not go downstairs. He directly controlled his mental strength and swept it over. Suddenly, the lock on the container in the courtyard on the first floor was unlocked, and the container door opened by itself. Then, Xiao Ruofei waved his hand. The weapons and equipment in the container flew out of the container one by one as if they were grabbed by an invisible hand. They flew directly to the second floor like a long dragon and plunged into the weapons and equipment warehouse. Then, without needing anyone to organize them, these weapons and equipment all flew directly to the iron shelves and cabinets under Xiao Ruofei's control. All the equipment was neatly arranged in their respective positions according to their different models. Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, and the others were all dumbfounded. Even Luo Qingfeng showed a very surprised expression. Xiao Ruofei's little move actually required a very strong mental strength and meticulous control. Seeing Xiao Ruofei's relaxed appearance, Luo Qingfeng knew that Xiao Ruofei had not used his full strength. Just from this move alone, it could be seen that Xiao Ruofei's mental strength, cultivation and control were stronger than his, who had broken through to the golden core stage many years before Xiao Ruofei. From Xiao Ruofei taking out the container to arranging all the weapons and equipment neatly, the whole process took only 2 minutes. Xiao Ruofei then put the empty container into the Ring 2 space. The guards' barracks were not big to begin with, and the weapons and equipment warehouse was even smaller. The container took up more than half of the space in the courtyard, so Xiao Ruofei naturally would not leave it in the outside world. Instead, he put it directly into the Ring 2 space. Anyway, the space was big. If this container was useless, he could just sink it to the bottom of the sea the next time he flew out on his sword. Ling Qingxue and the others could not help but take a look around the weapons and equipment warehouse. They saw that the shelves and cabinets full of equipment were neatly arranged. Even the grenades were placed in fixed positions. The empty boxes were piled up in a corner of the warehouse, and the shiny guns were neatly arranged on the gun racks. Even the direction of the front sight was exactly the same. Not only was everyone amazed, but at the same time, as cultivators, they were also taught a lesson by Xiao Ruofei. They truly had an intuitive understanding of what a high level of mental strength cultivation could achieve. At the same time, they were also deeply aware of the importance of mental strength. While everyone was looking around, Xiao Ruofei did not stay idle. He stood at the door of the weapons and equipment warehouse, took out his mobile phone, found the old company commander Ma Zheng's phone number, and dialed it. No. Ma Zheng hurriedly said, "Ruofei, I'm just joking with you. We're served with good food and drinks on the farm every day. That's why we're so uneasy. We're just eating and not working, and we haven't even arrived at the camp yet, but you've already paid everyone." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Old company commander, sharpening the knife won't delay the work of cutting firewood. The knife has been sharpened until it's shiny. Everyone is looking forward to cutting firewood as soon as possible." Ma Zheng said, "Ruofei, the main thing is that we can only do some basic training in the country, and we can't use equipment. I think it's almost ready now. You'd better arrange for everyone to go to the island as soon as possible." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Old company commander, I called you this time to tell you that everything is ready on Taoyuan Island. Everyone's barracks have been built, and the first batch of equipment is all in place. Since everyone is eager to fight, let's get ready and set off in a few days." Ma Zheng was overjoyed when he heard this. "That's great. We've been looking forward to this day. Old company commander, please organize a list of the names and send it to my email. I'm going to charter a plane to pick everyone up. The list must be specific to everyone." Xiao Ruofei said, "The list of the accompanying personnel must also be provided. For example, isn't sister-in-law coming this time? She must also be included in the list." "No problem." Ma Zheng said, "This time, your sister-in-law is the only person outside of the guards. I'll send the list to your email in a while." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said, "Old company commander, let everyone get ready in the next 2 days and wait for the notice." "Okay." Ma Zheng said excitedly. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei called his assistant at the Taoyuan company, Qin Yanan, and gave some instructions over the phone. At this time, Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, Li Yifu, and Luo Qingfeng all walked out of the weapons and equipment warehouse. Everyone looked at Xiao Ruofei with admiration. Xiao Ruofei gestured for everyone to head downstairs. As he walked, he said to Li Yifu, "Yifu, there shouldn't be any problems at the guard camp. I just took a look around. Everyone's dormitory, kitchen, dining hall, training ground, warehouse, and so on are all in place. The various facilities are basically in place, so I'm going to gather the guard's personnel and get them into work mode as soon as possible. Yes. Marshal Granduncle. Li Yifu nodded and asked, is there anything you need me to coordinate? Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, more than 100 people are coming together, so they must charter a plane. I think we might as well book a bigger plane from Australia so that everyone can have a more comfortable flight. No problem. Leave it to me. Li Yifu said without hesitation. The Hong sect's influence in Australia was quite strong, especially since Li Yifu and Tang Yitian had a close relationship. They could arrange for the charter of a plane from Qantas anytime. Of course, with Tang Yitian and Xiao Ruofei's relationship, as long as Xiao Ruofei asked, he would naturally do everything well. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to worry about these trivial matters, and he felt more at ease leaving it to Li Yifu. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I'll give you the contact of the person in charge of the guard later. You can talk to him about the details. Yes. Marshal Granduncle. Li Yifu nodded and said. Xiao Ruofei said, Yifu, before we bring the guard to the island, there's one more thing that needs to be done first. Please tell me, Marshal Granduncle. Li Yifu said quickly. The staff for the other positions on the island needs to be recruited first. Xiao Ruofei said, you have a lot of connections in Australia and North America, and you know very well what positions the island needs. So, I'll leave this matter to you. Yes, Marshal Granduncle. Li Yifu said, I'll get it done as soon as possible. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, my idea is to register another company that will be responsible for managing the secular affairs of Taoyuan Island. This way, the salaries of all the staff, including the guard, can be completed through this company. That's a good idea. Li Yifu said, Marshal Granduncle, do you want to register this company in Huaxia or overseas? Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, I think it's better to register an offshore company in the Cayman Islands, and then have a 100% controlling stake in a domestic company. It's more convenient to operate this way. Many domestic employees, including Ma Jing and his family, needed to apply for insurance, housing, and housing funds. It was relatively convenient to be affiliated with a domestic company. At first, Xiao Ruofei wanted everyone to be affiliated with the Taoyuan company directly. But, after thinking about it, he felt that it was more appropriate to separate the two sides. Although he had absolute control of the Taoyuan company and held the majority of the shares, after all, the company's executives, including Feng Jing, all owned a small number of shares. In the future, Xiao Ruofei would gradually release more shares to motivate the employees. So, it was best for the personnel who had nothing to do with the Taoyuan company to leave. Otherwise, it would be difficult to do the accounts. Li Yifu said, no problem. Marshal Granduncle, I have people in a company in the United States who specialize in this aspect. Let me handle the registration of the company. Okay. You'll have to work hard for the next few days. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, there are very few people available now, and you are someone I absolutely trust, so you can only do more work. Li Yifu said with some excitement, Marshal Granduncle, this is what I am supposed to do. Please don't say that. Xiao Ruofei patted Li Yifu on the shoulder and said, after a while, when everything is on the right track, you can stay on the island and practice with peace of mind. I should spend more time on the island, and this will be our headquarters in the future. If you have any questions about your practice in the future, you can ask me at any time. Yes. Thank you, Marshal Granduncle. Li Yifu said with gratitude. The recruitment of personnel and the registration of the company can be started at the same time. Xiao Ruofei said, if you can't recruit enough people in a short period of time, you will have to prioritize the normal operation of the airport. The positions of controllers, maintenance, and other positions must be filled as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Qantas charters will not be able to fly to Taoyuan Island. When Xiao Ruofei and the others came over on the Taoyuan business jet, they landed automatically when they were supposed to turn to the control tower. The automatic navigation equipment of the airport was always running, and there were absolutely no other planes in the airspace or on the airport runway. In addition, the pilots were their own employees, so although the operation was somewhat against the regulations, there was no problem. If it was a charter flight of a regular airline company, the pilot would definitely not land the plane without the control tower's command. Therefore, the normal operation of the airport was a top priority. This disciple understands. Li Yifu said, "Rest assured, Marshal Granduncle, this disciple will complete the recruitment of the airport staff as soon as possible." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Good. Also pay attention to ensure that the personnel are absolutely reliable. Also, every person who is recruited must be personally interviewed by me. No one can be left out." "Yes," Li Yifu said solemnly. He knew Xiao Ruofei's rules. When he recruited some workers to carry out the later stage of the reconstruction, they also had to be personally interviewed by Xiao Ruofei. Of course, he also knew the extreme importance of Taoyuan Island, so he very much agreed with Xiao Ruofei's approach. He also believed that when it came to safety, no amount of caution was too much. The group of people chatted as they walked and soon returned to the Yanhuang building. In the next few days, Xiao Ruofei mainly focused on cultivation. While he was working hard to further consolidate his cultivation, he also accompanied Song Wei and Ling Xianxia as much as possible. The days of pure heart and few desires had finally become history. Now, the three of them had basically formed a tacit understanding. Xiao Ruofei took turns to accompany Song Wei and Ling Xianxia to cultivate every day. Naturally, he also enjoyed the good fortune of being with women. Because there was still about a week before the auction, and the cultivation environment of Taoyuan Island was much better than that of the star-picking sect, Luo Qingfeng did not return to the sect and directly stayed here to cultivate. Anyway, the invitation letter was in his storage ring. When the time came, he could just accompany Xiao Ruofei from here. Li Yifu, on the other hand, was busy with the complicated tasks that Xiao Ruofei gave him. If these tasks were given to an ordinary person, they might not be able to finish them in a month or two. Li Yifu had a unique advantage. Needless to say, registering a company was not a problem. He had a group of professionals in his own company, so it could be said that he was familiar with the process. It was said that he could register 2 companies in a week at the earliest, and the equity relationship was very clear. In terms of recruitment, Li Yifu's powerful connections also played a role. The Hong sect itself was full of talents, so he prioritized the selection of the disciples of the Hong sect. Although Taoyuan Island was isolated in the sea, there were still many people who signed up. Everyone was attracted to Li Yifu, the leader of the Hong sect. Li Yifu was a highly respected person in the Hong sect. If they could work for Li Yifu, their status in the Hong sect would naturally rise in the future. In addition, Xiao Ruofei had also helped Li Yifu a little. He had found 2 prescriptions from the ancient books and easily refined pills that could strengthen one's physical fitness. He had also asked Li Yifu to spread the news, and some of the young disciples of the Hong sect who wanted to improve their physical fitness were eager to try it out. As for some of the relatively unpopular professional positions, Li Yifu had also successfully recruited suitable talents through his own connections in the business world. These people mainly went through a round of preliminary selection through remote interviews. There were about 15 or 16 people urgently needed at the airport, such as controllers, maintenance personnel, meteorology professionals, and so on. They were in Australia and the United States. Xiao Ruofei simply sent the Taoyuan official plane twice to pick up these people on Taoyuan Island. Then naturally, Xiao Ruofei personally conducted a private interview. He continued to use his tried and tested spiritual power hypnosis to get a feel for each and every one of them. The people that Li Yifu found were relatively reliable. Except for one person's work resume that was flawed, there were no problems with the rest. None of them had ulterior motives. And the person whose work resume was flawed, strictly speaking, was not a fake resume, and under Xiao Ruofei's spiritual hypnosis, he told everything about himself without any concealment. Xiao Ruofei judged that he was barely qualified for the position, so he did not pursue the matter too much and let him stay. Of course, the main reason was that this person's position was the airport's weather observatory. As for the position of the person in charge of the weather observatory, Xiao Ruofei had already reserved it for Ma Jing's wife, so this person was basically qualified to be an assistant. As for the staff in other positions, it was not the time to be desperate yet, And these people did not set off from the same place, so Xiao Ruofei could not afford to send a private plane to pick them up. Therefore, they mainly took a plane to a nearby island, and then took a boat. Xiao Ruofei had asked Li Yifu to contact and purchase 2 passenger ships for transportation between Peach Blossom Island and the nearby islands in the future. In the future, when there were more staff, everyone would naturally need to leave the island. When the time came, these 2 ships could be directly converted into commuter ships that set off on a fixed time, making it convenient for everyone to enter and leave the island. After the airport began to operate normally, the garrison of the guards on the island was naturally put on the agenda. Tang Etienne had already coordinated a Qantas Boeing 757 in Australia, and was ready to leave for Huaxia Sanshan to pick up people at any time. Before Peach Blossom Island was ready, Li Yifu and Ma Jing had communicated many times, and they soon finalized the departure time. Then, the chartered plane in Australia took off on time, heading to the Sanshan International Airport. Peach Blossom Farm. The guards had already tidied up the room. They lived in the empty staff apartment of Peach Blossom Farm, and today they were leaving for Peach Blossom Island. They had never lost the good style of the People's Army. Before leaving, Ma Jing organized everyone to clean up the surrounding environment and the apartment they lived in. When the team members gathered at the bottom of the apartment building, all the rooms they had stayed in were clean and bright. The bedsheets on the beds did not have a single wrinkle, and the blankets were neatly folded into tofu blocks. 3 Golden Dragon buses printed with the Taoyuan Company's logo slowly drove into Peach Blossom Farm and stopped in front of the staff apartment building. Xiao Ruofei's assistant in the Taoyuan Company, Qin Yanan, had brought the car today and was responsible for sending everyone to the airport. After a simple greeting with Qin Yanan, Ma Jing organized everyone to board the bus. After boarding the bus, everyone saw an identical camouflage suitcase next to each seat. There was also a military green sign with everyone's name on it. When everyone saw these suitcases, they could not help but be slightly stunned. On the other 2 buses, the staff members brought by Qin Yanan were also giving the same introduction. Ma Jing was the person in charge of the guards, so he was naturally on the first bus. After hearing Qin Yanan's words, he said with a smile, he actually prepared a surprise for everyone. Then I'll open it and take a look. Qin Yanan smiled and nodded. Okay. The initial password is 6 ones. You can change the password according to your needs later. Ma Jing picked up the camouflage suitcase with his name tag and said with a smile, it's quite heavy. He placed the suitcase in the middle aisle, then quickly unlocked it and unzipped it. The contents of the suitcase were immediately presented to everyone. The guards also gathered around curiously, wanting to see what Xiao Ruofei had specifically asked Qin Yanan to prepare for everyone. The large suitcase was filled with all kinds of daily necessities, such as thermos flasks, shampoo, band-aids, toothbrushes, and so on. There were at least dozens of things, snacks, and daily necessities. Ma Jing even found a bottle of Lao Gan Ma in the suitcase. He guessed that it was prepared in case the team members were not used to the food on Peach Blossom Island. It could be said that with such a suitcase, he did not need to prepare anything. After all, the team members worked on the island, and they were all wearing the uniform issued to them. Qin Yanan smiled and explained, Boss Xia specifically asked me to prepare this. Everyone's suitcase is the same. Boss Xia said that it's not convenient to shop at the place where you work, so he was worried that everyone didn't bring everything, so he simply got everyone a set at the company's expense. Ma Jing silently closed the suitcase. The other guards didn't say anything, but a warm current began to flow in their hearts. Originally, because of their friendship, they were very serious about this job, and Xiao Ruofei's considerate action made everyone feel a stronger sense of belonging. After a brief interlude, the 3 buses left on time and drove out of Taoyuan Farm. They quickly turned onto the national highway and drove towards Sanshan International Airport, which was also located in Chongping County. The security team members took a chartered flight. Qin Yanan had also coordinated in the name of the Taoyuan Company in advance. The airport specially opened an express passage. Everyone going to Peach Blossom Island quickly passed through the security check through this passage, and then took the pre-prepared ferry directly to the tarmac. Qin Yanan and 2 other staff members, who had completed the procedures in advance, followed everyone to the tarmac. A Qantas Boeing 757 aircraft was parked quietly in its seat. The captain, along with 3 other pilots and crew members, stood by the gangway to welcome them. After getting off the ferry, the security team members quickly lined up neatly. They pushed identical camouflage suitcases and walked towards the plane in an orderly manner. Except for the fact that they weren't wearing the standard Xianxia military uniform, they looked like an army. Qantas was equipped with 2 crew members for this flight, which was 2 captains and 2 co-pilots. The 2 crew members would take turns to rest and complete the flight mission together. With the endurance of the Boeing 757, this flight didn't need to stop at any airport to refuel. After taking off from Xianxia, they would land directly at the airport of Peach Blossom Island. Considering that the runway of Peach Blossom Island Airport was slightly short, Qantas specially arranged for the experienced pilot instructor, Nelson, to be the first captain. Nelson stood at the front of the welcoming team. He took a few steps forward and said to Ma Jing in English with a smile, "Welcome to this flight. On behalf of Qantas and the flight crew, I would like to welcome you." Although Ma Jing also graduated from his undergraduate degree, after working in the army, he basically fell behind in English. Nelson spoke a little fast, so he didn't understand much at all. Fortunately, Lin Yu, Ma Jing's family member, was good at English. She looked at Ma Jing with some amusement and acted as a temporary interpreter. After listening to Lin Yu's translation, Ma Jing shook hands with Nelson and said directly in broken English, "Thank you. You've worked hard." Although it was said that his reading and writing had deteriorated a lot, Ma Jing had no problem with some simple English conversations. He thought that Nelson was just being polite, but he didn't expect Nelson to say a lot of things, and he spoke very fast. It was difficult for him to guess the meaning of a few words that he could barely understand, so he turned to Lin Yu for help. Lin Yu also showed a hint of confusion. She shrugged and said, "The captain said that Captain Brooke strongly wanted to fly this flight, but unfortunately, he flew an Airbus, and this time Mr. Xia rented a Boeing plane. Of course, the most important thing is that he has retired not long ago, so he can't fly even if he wants to. These are his original words, and I don't know what they mean." Ma Jing was confused. He thought for a moment and said, "Then you can ask him who Brooke is." "Wouldn't it be a little impolite?" Lin Yu hesitated. Just when the two were talking in a low voice, Nelson quickly said in English, "I forgot to tell you that Brooke and I are very good friends. We were classmates in aviation school, but after we returned to the company, we were arranged to learn to fly different planes. By the way, you still don't know who Brooke is, right?" Lin Yu quickly translated this for Ma Jing, and then said, "Yes, Mr. Captain. We really don't know who Captain Brooke is." Nelson laughed heartily and said, "That's a lucky guy. If Mr. Xia hadn't been on the plane that time, Brooke would have been buried in the sea." So when he heard that Mr. Xia asked the Maya group to charter the plane, Brooke couldn't wait to put on his flight uniform again and learn how to fly a Boeing plane again. Ha ha ha. It was big news that Xiao Ruofei saved a Qantas Airbus A350 plane. It was also because of this incident that Xiao Ruofei became a hot online celebrity. So both Lin Yu and Ma Jing, who was in the closed military camp at that time, knew about this incident very well. When they heard Nelson's words, they immediately realized that the Brooke Nelson was talking about was the captain of the plane that Xiao Ruofei saved at that time. Just then, a man came out from behind the gangway and said, "Nelson, can you save me some face in front of our friends from Huaxia?" Ma Jing and Lin Yu took a closer look and vaguely recognized that this should be Captain Brooke. At that time, because a Huaxia man became a key figure in the forced landing, the domestic media had a lot of coverage, and Brooke, as one of the protagonists, frequently appeared in media reports, so the two more or less had some impression of him. Captain Brooke was also wearing a short-sleeved flight uniform today, but he didn't wear the captain's epaulette. It was probably a rule of Qantas that retired captains could no longer wear epaulette on missions. Nelson laughed and hugged Brooke, and then said to Ma Jing and Lin Yu, "Let me introduce you, this is the lucky captain, Mr. Brooke." Under his strong request, the company agreed to let him participate in this flight as a consultant. Nelson shrugged and said, "God bless, I hope he won't affect the safety of the flight." Brooke glared at Nelson and said, "Damn it. You old man, stop talking." Then Brooke put on a sincere smile and said to Ma Jing and Lin Yu, "Hello, friends from Huaxia. Welcome to this flight." Brooke spoke in Chinese, but his accent was very strange. Fortunately, they could barely understand what he meant. He probably learned it at the last minute and then memorized these syllables. Ma Jing smiled and said in English, "Thank you, Captain Brooke." Brooke then changed to English and said, "In the next 10 hours, I promise you will receive the best service from Qantas staff. Because you are Huaxia people and Mr. Xia's employees, you are the most distinguished guests of Qantas." After Ma Jing heard the translation, he nodded and said, "Thank you very much. Thank you for your hard work." He also secretly sighed in his heart. Xiao Ruofei was no longer the little soldier in his company. Now, not only was he worth hundreds of millions, but he also had a prominent status and amazing connections. Even the foreign airline and the pilot respected him so much. Brooke smiled and said, "We have wasted a lot of your time, so, let's hurry up and board. I don't want to delay Mr. Xia's business because of our small talk." Ma Jing nodded, then waved his hand and said, "2 lanes on the left. Boarding. 2 lanes on the right, follow from the end of the line." The security team immediately formed 2 columns, stepped up the gangway ladder, and walked into the cabin. Under the guidance of the flight attendants, they orderly placed their luggage and took their seats. Ma Jing and Lin Yu stood next to the gangway ladder. After all the team members boarded, Ma Jing said to Qin Yanan, who came to the tarmac to see them off, "Manager Qin, everyone has worked hard today. Please go back." Qin Yanan said with a smile, "Captain Ma, I wish everyone a safe journey." Ma Jing nodded and shook hands with Qin Yanan. Then, he and Lin Yu boarded the gangway ladder. He stood at the door of the cabin and waved goodbye to Qin Yanan and the other 2 staff members on the tarmac, then turned and walked into the cabin. After everyone boarded, the door of the plane quickly closed. The pilots entered the cockpit to prepare for takeoff. Generally, in a 2-crew flight, the 2 crew members were in the cockpit at the same time during the takeoff and landing stages. In this way, if there were any special circumstances, they could deal with it together and maximize the utilization of the cockpit resources. Therefore, the so-called taking turns to rest was during the cruising stage of the plane. Brooke was not responsible for the flight, so he did not enter the cockpit immediately. Qantas' arrangement was very considerate. The flight crew had specially arranged 2 Chinese female flight attendants, one of whom was a senior staff member, to be the chief flight attendant of this charter flight. After all, Chinese faces could make the Huaxia passengers feel more comfortable. Moreover, the 2 women's Chinese was good, so they could communicate well with the passengers during the flight. During the flight preparation stage in the cockpit, the Chinese female chief flight attendant gave everyone a routine safety reminder in Chinese. Then, Brooke appeared at the front of the cabin, holding a microphone in his hand. The female flight attendant stood next to him as a translator. Brooke greeted everyone with a smile on his face. Then, he reminisced about that unforgettable experience in the air. In the end, he said emotionally, "It's no exaggeration to say that it was Mr. Xiao Ruofei who gave me a second chance at life. He allowed me to take the last flight of my life and retire safely. I am full of gratitude to Mr. Xia and all the people of Huaxia. Therefore, I am very honored to join the flight crew as an off-staff consultant to provide service to all of you distinguished guests. I hope that everyone can enjoy this trip in the next 10 hours of flight. If you have any needs, please tell me or the chief flight attendant. We will do our best to satisfy you." After the Chinese female chief flight attendant translated Brooke's words, there was a warm applause in the cabin. Everyone's heart was filled with a sense of honor and pride. At the same time, everyone admired Xiao Ruofei even more and looked forward to working under Xiao Ruofei in the future. Soon, the flight operated by Qantas was allowed to take off. Brooke also bowed to everyone and returned to the cockpit. The Qantas Boeing 757 heavy aircraft stopped on the taxiway and was finally allowed to enter the runway for takeoff. The pre-takeoff inspection had been carried out during the taxiing process. When the nose of the plane was aimed at the runway, Nielsen immediately pushed the throttle handle to the takeoff thrust. The plane received a surge of power and began to speed up on the runway. The security team members in the cabin felt a strong sense of being pushed back, and the scenery outside the porthole was moving back quickly. The plane's speed was getting faster and faster. When it reached VR, Nielsen gently pulled back the joystick, and the heavy aircraft suddenly rose into the air. The heavy fuselage, under the effect of the lift of the 2 wings, steadily rushed into the sky. The security team members looked at the buildings outside the porthole getting smaller and smaller, and they couldn't help but feel excited. They were slowly looking forward to a new life. During this 10-hour flight, the security team members truly experienced what meticulous service was like. During the cruise, the 2 flight attendants worked in shifts, shuttling back and forth in the cabin almost non-stop, providing the most thoughtful service to everyone at any time. The drinks in the glasses were almost finished, and there was no need to press the bell. A beautiful flight attendant would immediately come to refill them. The 3 meals were even more sumptuous. In addition, Qantas also provided each passenger with an exquisite toiletry bag, which contained a full set of Bulgari nursing suits. Except for the seat specifications, which were still economy class, the service was completely the standard of first class. This was a true home. While the security team members enjoyed the superstandard and high-quality service, they once again saw Xianxia's omnipresent influence through these details. When the first ray of dawn shone through the porthole over the sea, the seatbelt indicator light in the cabin finally lit up. The plane had entered the descending stage. After the flight attendants confirmed that everyone had fastened their seat belts, straightened the seat backs, and put away the small table, they finally finished their work and returned to their seats. The huge fuselage of the Boeing 757 slowly lowered its altitude under the control of the pilot. Soon, the runway that extended to the sea from Taoyuan Island appeared in their field of vision. The airport runway of Taoyuan Island had absolutely no problem taking off and landing medium-sized airliners like the Boeing 737. If it was a Boeing 757, the length of the runway was barely in line with the standard, but the pilot's control was very precise, and the landing point had to be very accurate. Once there was a slight flat surface, the pilot could only turn back. Otherwise, it was easy to rush off the runway because the runway was not long enough. Therefore, the landing operation was also done by the most experienced captain, Nelson. He held the joystick with one hand and the other hand on the accelerator handle, concentrating on controlling the plane to steadily descend along the runway. Xianxia had already arrived at the airport in advance. At the same time, he also controlled the Taishu mystical clear formation to fully activate on the side of the airport runway. The staff of Taoyuan Island Airport were also in the zone. This was the first time the controller of the tower had commanded a plane to land on Taoyuan Island. However, the flight route on Taoyuan Island was relatively simple, and there were no other planes taking off and landing at the airport, so they only needed to strictly follow the standard procedures. The Qantas Boeing 757 was getting bigger and bigger in everyone's field of vision. Soon, it steadily entered the runway, and then touched the ground lightly at the expected landing point. Nielsen's entire operation was almost flawless and could be said to be close to a perfect level. The reverse thrust of the engine was turned on, and the speed of the plane began to decrease rapidly. Finally, at the second last exit, the speed had decreased to a safe speed for taxiing, and smoothly left the runway. For such a heavy aircraft to land on a short runway with a margin of a few hundred meters, Nielsen's skills were indeed excellent. The airport's guidance vehicle was already waiting on the taxiway. The guidance vehicle flashing yellow lights guided the Qantas Boeing 757 to the scheduled parking spot. When the plane descended through the clouds, the security team members on the plane couldn't help but look out of the porthole. At that stage, his field of vision was an endless ocean of deep blue. In the process of the plane's approach, there was a turn procedure. During the turn, Peach Blossom Island happened to be on the right side of the plane. Everyone suddenly saw this small island, which was like a pearl embedded in the sea. The lush vegetation and white beaches on the island were clearly visible, and the seawater around the island gradually changed from light blue to dark blue with the change of depth. It looked very layered. Everyone was intoxicated by the beautiful scenery in front of them, and they felt that joining the security team was a very correct choice. When the plane landed, whether it was the security team members or the Qantas crew members, they all felt the refreshing atmosphere on Peach Blossom Island. No one knew the existence of spiritual energy, but they felt as if there was a trace of sweetness in the air, which made them feel refreshed. After the plane taxied in place and the engine was turned off, the gangway ladder car that had been prepared on the side drove over and steadily fixed the gangway ladder in place of the cabin door. A ground crew member quickly ran up the gangway ladder and knocked on the cabin door. After the flight attendant in the cabin had to signal, she immediately opened the cabin door. Ma Jing unfastened his seat belt, stood up, and began to organize everyone to take their luggage and get off the plane in an orderly manner. Ma Jing and Lin Yu walked at the front of the team, and Su Yugang was at the back. In addition to the veterans of Lone Wolf, there were also some old comrades contacted by Su Yugang. These two groups of people formed the main body of the Peach Blossom Guard. Therefore, Xia Ruofei basically decided that in the future, Ma Jing would be in charge of the security team, and Su Yugang would be his deputy. Several officers of Lone Wolf would be responsible for the work. As soon as Ma Jing and his wife, Lin Yu, came out of the cabin door, they saw Xia Ruofei waiting below the plane with a smile on his face. They quickly quickened their pace. Xia Ruofei laughed and came forward to hug Ma Jing. When facing Lin Yu, Xia Ruofei originally wanted to shake hands, but Lin Yu was very generous and hugged Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei asked, "Old company commander, sister-in-law, did everything go well on the way?" "It went very well. Along the way, the people of Qantas served us like masters." Ma Jing said, "Ruofei, you have a lot of face." Xia Ruofei was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, "My face?" Lin Yu rolled her eyes at Ma Jing and said with a smile, "Ruofei, this time Qantas seems to know that you are the one who rented the charter plane, so they are very warm to us. By the way, there is also a captain who said that he is an old acquaintance of yours. When he saw us Huaxia people, it was like seeing a relative." Just then, Xia Ruofei heard a warm voice shouting from above, "Hi. Xia. We meet again." Xia Ruofei looked up and saw Brooke sticking his head out of the side window of the cockpit and waving at Xia Ruofei. Brooke was also very surprised. Although he knew that this was the charter plane that Xia Ruofei rented for the staff, because the destination was a small island in the South Pacific, he did not expect to see Xia Ruofei here. When Xia Ruofei saw that it was Brooke, he was also very surprised. He and Brooke were really fated to meet. The first time they met, it was because of the hijacking incident, and the two of them worked together to avoid a huge life and death crisis. The second time they met, his business jet and Brooke's Airbus 350, which had the Taoyuan Company's logo painted on it, landed one after the other. They even made it in time for Brooke's last flight before his retirement, and he witnessed Brooke fly the plane through the Watergate and his retirement ceremony. And today, he actually met Brooke for the third time on Taoyuan Island. It had to be said that the two of them were really fated. Of course, this third meeting was something that Brooke strongly requested and fought for himself. Xia Ruofei also waved at Brooke and said loudly, "Hey. Captain Brooke. Let's talk later." Half of Brooke's body was out of the window. Xia Ruofei was really worried that this old man would accidentally fall down. The cockpit of this Boeing 757 was very high. If he really fell down, even if he did not die, he would be half dead. The security team members also filed out of the cabin and walked down the gangway in an orderly manner. Xia Ruofei waved at everyone and nodded with a smile. Ma Jing greeted Xia Ruofei and began to organize the personnel to line up. Xia Ruofei, the boss, personally came to the airport to greet them, which made everyone feel quite proud. The veterans who had worked with Xia Ruofei in the army also smiled and greeted Xia Ruofei. Everyone had a strong sense of novelty. After more than 10 hours of long-distance flight, they still did not feel tired. When all the security team members got off the plane, Brooke immediately walked out of the cabin and walked down the gangway to Xia Ruofei. As soon as they met, Brooke gave Xia Ruofei a big hug and said happily, "Xia. I didn't expect to see you again on this small island in the South Pacific Ocean. Is this what you Huaxia people call fated to meet 1,000 miles apart? By the way, I've been learning Chinese recently." "Oh, your language is really too difficult." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Brooke, fated to meet 1,000 miles apart is usually used to describe couples, so it's not appropriate to use it here." Then Xia Ruofei asked again, "By the way, haven't you already retired? Why are you still participating in the flight mission?" Brooke smiled and explained to Xia Ruofei the reason for his appearance on this charter flight. At this time, Captain Nelson also got off the plane with the crew, except for a co-pilot who was in the cockpit finishing the final touches. All the crew members were there. So Brooke introduced Nelson to Xia Ruofei and said, "Xia, this old guy is Nelson. He's my classmate in the aviation school, but he's 2 years younger than me, so he can fly for another 2 years. Captain Nelson, thank you for taking the trouble to fly my staff charter flight. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, my staff told me that Qantas service is very thoughtful, and they are very grateful. Nelson said with a smile, Mr. Xia, you're too polite. You're always a distinguished guest of Qantas. Every team of Qantas has learned the case of your forced landing. It's really shocking. To be honest, even professional pilots may not be able to do it better than you. It's a miracle that a layman who has never been in contact with flying can do that. So, you're the idol of all Qantas pilots. Haha. You're flattering me. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, although I can't rule out the possibility that I have a certain talent for flying, don't forget that human survival instinct is very strong, and it can fully exert one's potential. If you ask me to fly again in a simulator, I'm afraid I can't do it. After a few words of greeting, Xiao Ruofei asked, Captain Brooke, Captain Nelson, what's your next plan? Nelson said, according to the company's arrangement, we'll fly directly back to Sydney after filling up the fuel. The flight from Taoyuan Island to Australia was much shorter than the flight from Xianxia, and the flight time was not very long. In addition, Nelson's crew had arranged for a two-person flight, so they did not need to spend the night and could fly directly back. In addition to considering safety factors, Qantas also considered the pilot's flight hour limit, so it arranged for a two-person flight. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, in that case, I won't keep you here for the night. In fact, the sunset on this island is very beautiful, and it's a pity not to stay and enjoy it. Nelson smiled and said, I'll come again if I have the chance in the future. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Brooke. Captain Nelson, although I won't keep you for the night, I still have to treat you to a meal. I think you should rest for a few hours and have lunch on the island before returning. It's not the way we treat our guests in Xianxia. Nelson and Brooke looked at each other. Obviously, they could not refuse Xiao Ruofei's invitation. Soon they nodded slightly, and then Brooke said, Xia, thank you for your warm hospitality. Xiao Ruofei said happily, great, I'll ask someone to take you to your room first. I need to settle the staff first, so I won't accompany you. Okay. Brooke said, you go do your thing first. Xiao Ruofei called Li Yifu over and gave him a few instructions. He asked Li Yifu to arrange for someone to take the crew to rest. He took Ma Jing and the others to the guards' camp. Although the guards were also equipped with vehicles, they were mainly open-top all-terrain vehicles. Now that there were more than 100 guards, the vehicles naturally couldn't fit all of them. When they set off from Peach Blossom Farm, they had to use 3 large buses to barely fit all of them. Since Peach Blossom Island was so small, there was naturally no need for so many vehicles. Fortunately, Taoyuan Island itself was not big, so it was not too far away. So Xiao Ruofei and the guards walked to the camp. The guards were all scouts and special forces, so they naturally did not complain about walking such a short distance. What's more, they could enjoy the scenery of Taoyuan Island. Therefore, the group of people was in high spirits. They walked out of the airport in 2 columns, and under Xiao Ruofei's lead, they went straight to the guards' camp. Ma Jing's family members did not follow along. Xiao Ruofei had specially arranged a 1-bedroom, 1-living-room employee apartment for them, right next to the Yanhuang building. Most of the newly recruited employees also lived here, but the single employees shared an apartment in pairs. Xiao Ruofei asked Li Yifu to take Lin Yu to settle down first. After walking for a while, everyone walked into the forest where the camp was located. The Taoyuan guards' camp immediately came into view. Fences made of logs, fortifications covered with camouflage canvas, tall sentry towers, and buildings painted with camouflage on the outer walls. Everyone suddenly felt a strong sense of war. These guards all had glorious military careers. Even though the veterans that Su Yu Gang had recruited were not from Lone Wolf, they were still from the most elite reconnaissance team in their respective military regions. When they saw this camp that was filled with the atmosphere of a battlefield, they could not help but feel excited. Ma Jing and the others who had just left the military camp were also very excited. However, they were all veterans. Even though they all looked excited, they still maintained their formation very well. Their steps were still orderly, but their morale was clearly much higher. The team came to the entrance of the camp and skillfully changed into 4 rows. After Ma Jing was done, he looked at Xiao Ruofei. Even though he was Xiao Ruofei's company commander when he was in the army, his attitude was very upright. Over here, Xiao Ruofei was the highest chief. Xiao Ruofei did not walk to the front of the team. He just smiled and waved his hand. I have nothing to say. Everyone, go into the camp and settle down as soon as possible. Collect your equipment. I will give everyone 1 hour. Everything should be in order. Any problems? No. The guards shouted in unison. They were very imposing. Xiao Ruofei nodded in satisfaction. Then, he signaled to Ma Jing. Ma Jing immediately got 2 guards to open the camp door. Then, he led the team into the camp in an orderly manner. The barracks of the guards were a standard company layout. The 2 rows of bungalows at the front and back were the dormitories of the team members. There were armory, canteen, and other ancillary buildings on the 2 sides. There were also sentry towers all around. There was also a sentry post at the entrance. These buildings were grouped together. In the middle, there was a basketball court, single and parallel bars, and so on. It was the place for daily formation, physical training, and entertainment in the team members' spare time. Behind the camp, there was a tactical training ground built on the mountainous terrain. Ma Jing led the team to the field in front of the barracks and stopped. He shouted, "Rest here for 3 minutes." The guards all relaxed, but they still maintained their formation. Resting here meant that they did not have to maintain their standard military posture. They could also talk softly, but they could not leave the formation. Ma Jing walked quickly to Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Ruofei, tell me about the situation in the camp so that I can make the next arrangements." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He stood on the spot and explained to Ma Jing, "The 2 rows in front of you are the dormitories of the team members. Each row has 10 large dormitories. The other 2 rows each have a single room. On the left side is the armory. On the right side is the canteen and the recreation room." The camp was not big, and the layout was not complicated. The layout was designed by Xiao Ruofei himself according to the facilities left behind by the mercenaries, so he naturally understood it well. Soon, he introduced the layout of the camp to Ma Jing, and then said, "All the weapons and equipment on the list you provided are in the storehouses. One of the 2 storehouses is a level 1 security one, and it's full of weapons and ammunition. The other storehouse is a warehouse, and it's all purchased according to your requirements. There are 2 sets of equipment, and there's still some left." After Ma Jing heard this, he quickly understood. He nodded and said, "Understood. Ruofei, I'll go make the arrangements then." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Since he had handed the guards over to Ma Jing to lead, he wouldn't interfere with Ma Jing's work. He didn't have anything to do today, so he just watched from the side. He also wanted to see how the guards were doing after being trained by Ma Jing for a period of time. Many times, the combat power of a team could be seen from some details. And Xiao Ruofei just so happened to be very experienced in this area. Ma Jing walked quickly to the front of the team and shouted, "Stop. Look to the right. Look, forward." The guards who had been talking softly just now all quieted down when they heard the word stop. They quickly followed Ma Jing's command and started to line up. After Ma Jing gave the command, the formation that looked a little loose immediately became neat and tidy, looking like it was horizontal and vertical. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but nod. Ma Jing pondered for a moment, then raised his voice and said, "Let's arrange the accommodations first. Platoon 1, Platoon 2, and Platoon 3 will be in the barracks in front of us. From left to right, they will be Platoon 1 to Platoon 9. Platoon 4 and 5 will be in the barracks at the back. Similarly, Platoon 4 to Platoon 5 from left to right. The accommodation of the team leaders and corps members will be arranged later." There were more than 100 people in the guards, which was about the size of a reinforced company. After obtaining Xiao Ruofei's approval, Ma Jing divided the guards into 5 platoons. Each platoon had 3 platoons, and each platoon had 10 people. Of course, because the current number of people wasn't exactly 150, some of the platoons weren't full. During the training at Taoyuan Farm, they had temporarily appointed platoon leaders, squad leaders, and other corps members. Other than Ma Jing, Su Yugang, and Lone Wolf, who were the corps leaders of the guards, the rest of the team members were assigned to specific platoons. Ma Jing continued, "After disbanding, each platoon will be assigned to their respective dormitories. The squad leaders will lead everyone to tidy up the house and clean up the environment. The team leaders will go to the warehouse to distribute the quilts. Half an hour later, everyone will be notified to come to the warehouse in platoons to collect the quilts. Dismissed. After Ma Jing gave the order, the guards were dismissed. The core members of each platoon immediately called for their respective personnel to head to the dormitories and prepare to tidy up the house and clean up the place. Ma Jing brought Su Yugang and the others to the warehouse. Lu Mingtian, Lone Wolf's quartermaster, also came to Peach Blossom Island this time. He was an expert in logistics, so he quickly took over the task of loading and distributing the goods. The uniforms of the guards weren't as complete as those of the regular army. They didn't need suits or formal attire. Everyone mainly wore jungle camouflage. However, there were also a lot of things from inside to outside, from top to bottom, including physical training uniforms, combat boots, belts, and even socks. Everyone had at least a dozen things. Lu Mingtian quickly sorted out all these things. Using a computer in the warehouse, he quickly made a distribution form and moved all the quilts together in order to make it convenient for them to be distributed. Then, Lu Mingtian called over a few quick-witted guards and assigned tasks to each of them. These guards were each responsible for distributing a few types of quilts. They had to know how many sets of each type of quilt. Finally, Lu Mingtian listed out in detail how many types of quilts each person should receive and the quantity of each type. He printed several copies and had them posted in the corridor outside. Lu Mingtian was indeed very skilled. He finished all these tasks in less than half an hour. Then, he asked someone to inform the platoons to come and collect their uniforms. According to the organization, the first platoon was naturally the first to collect their uniforms. The other platoons were required to line up and take turns to collect their uniforms. Lu Mingtian placed a table at the entrance of the warehouse. He stood behind the table and took charge while the guards went inside to collect the corresponding quilts. This distribution was very efficient. When a guard came forward and reported his uniform size, the guards in the warehouse immediately found the corresponding quilt according to their division of labor and brought it to the door. Lu Mingtian was responsible for the final verification and then handed it to the guard who collected the uniforms. After the guards collected their uniforms, they could check again according to the list posted in the corridor. The guards came to collect their uniforms like a merry-go-round. Lu Mingtian and the others in the warehouse were also busy. The distribution of more than 100 people's uniforms was completed in about 2 hours, and there was almost no mistake. Soon, the security team members changed into new uniforms, and each of them looked more energetic than before. Xiao Ruofei looked at them with interest for a while, then brought Ma Jing and the other backbones to the weapons warehouse next door. He first gave Ma Jing the authority to password lock the warehouse, then took everyone for a tour. Seeing all the brand new American equipment, Ma Jing and the others were very excited. They couldn't wait to pick it up and enjoy it. Xiao Ruofei also saw what everyone was thinking. He said with a smile, "Old company commander, I have to remind you that the management of weapons and equipment must be strict and formal. There must not be any problems. Everyone came to this island thousands of miles away to work for me. If there is an accident and casualties because of our own management problems, we won't be able to explain it to their families." Ma Jing immediately said seriously, "Don't worry, Ruofei. I'm also a veteran. I know what's important and what's not." Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "I'm just reminding you. Also, we can't sacrifice efficiency for safety. So, the equipment that should be distributed to everyone must be in place. Otherwise, how can the guards carry out their duties? The sentry posts must be armed with live ammunition. In addition, if there are special circumstances, everyone must be equipped with bullets in place within 3 minutes." "Understood," Ma Jing said seriously. "You arrange it first," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Ma Jing nodded. He was the one who reported these equipment requirements to Xiao Ruofei, so he naturally understood them very well. Ma Jing directly found a few sets of standard equipment according to the list, then said to Su Yugang, "Old Su, go and inform Platoon 1 to send 6 people here." "Yes." Su Yugang replied and quickly ran out to inform the others. Soon, Platoon 1 led 5 guards to the equipment storage room. Like Ma Jing, their eyes lit up when they saw the brand new American equipment. Ma Jing said seriously, Platoon 1, the first sentry post of our guards will be handed to you. There are a total of 6 sentry posts in the camp area. 2 at the entrance and 1 at each of the 4 corners of the camp. Each sentry post will last for 2 hours, and each squad will take turns. Yes. Platoon 1 said excitedly. We'll definitely complete the mission. Boss Xia just said that the sentry posts are all armed. Ma Jing emphasized. Now, I'll distribute the equipment to everyone. Remember, you must ensure your safety. Understood. The 6 of them excitedly went forward to receive their guns, ammunition, bulletproof vests, goggles, knee pads, elbow pads, and walkie-talkies. They quickly put them on. There was indeed a difference between having equipment and not having equipment. The 6 of them saluted Xiao Ruofei, Ma Jing, and the others in unison. Then, they walked downstairs with their guns slung over their shoulders and went to their respective sentry posts. When the other guards who were cleaning up saw this scene, they all looked at them enviously. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Old company commander, it seems like after everyone familiarizes themselves with the environment, we should organize a live-fire training as soon as possible. When the veterans saw the weapons, they were like cats that had smelled the scent of fish. Their eyes lit up. Haha. Ma Jing hesitated for a moment and said, Ruofei, I don't think Peach Blossom Island is that big. If we practice live fire on the island, will it affect the others? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, It's fine. As long as it's not every few days, it's fine. But as you said, this island is indeed not that big, so live fire training must be carried out strictly in a designated area. Otherwise, it's easy to get into danger. Okay. I understand. Ma Jing said. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Old company commander, you can leave the work to Old Su and the others. I'll bring you around to familiarize yourself with the environment. Ah? Ma Jing was stunned. Didn't he familiarize himself with the environment on the way here? Su Yugang was more quick-witted and quickly said, Company Commander Ma, Boss Xia said to bring you around to familiarize yourself with the environment. Just do as he says. What are you hesitating for? Oh. Okay. Ma Jing came back to his senses and quickly said, Old Su, Old Lu, then I'll have to trouble you guys here first. Everyone is new here, and there are a lot of things to do. You guys have to be more careful and keep the order as soon as possible. Don't worry. Su Yugang laughed and said, We are all veterans. There are a lot of things that we don't need to be reminded of. We can take the initiative to do it. Xiao Ruofei brought Ma Jing downstairs and directly drove an open-top off-road vehicle from the simple garage next to the warehouse. They then roared and left the guard barracks. Ruofei, where are you taking me? Ma Jing asked, puzzled. I'm taking you to see the place. Xiao Ruofei said, amused. Old company commander, you've been so focused on work that you don't even know where sister-in-law lives, right? Be careful that you don't go to the wrong place when you get home. Ma Jing slapped his forehead and said with a bitter smile, I really forgot about that. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, the main thing is to take you to see the place. When you get back, remind the team members that any area surrounded by barbed wire is a restricted area on the island. No one is allowed to enter, or else it will be dangerous. This rule must be strictly followed as the highest standard. Xiao Ruofei pointed to an area surrounded by barbed wire not far from the road as he drove. He said, Old company commander, you can take a look. Usually, there will be some red warning signs fixed on the barbed wire. They are very eye-catching and can be recognized at a glance. Understood. Ma Jing said. Seriously. I'll go back and emphasize this to everyone immediately. Don't worry, no one will violate this rule. I'll tell them that whoever violates this rule will be sent home immediately. There's no mercy. The formations that sealed the forbidden area were all very powerful. If the guards and staff members accidentally entered, their lives would be in danger. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei had already emphasized this point to Ma Jing in advance. Today, all the guards were stationed on Peach Blossom Island. Xiao Ruofei once again personally brought Ma Jing to inspect the place and emphasized it again. Ma Jing naturally understood the importance of this and would strictly restrain his subordinates when he returned. Xiao Ruofei did not go directly to the Yanhuang building. Instead, he drove Ma Jing around the small Peach Blossom Island to familiarize him with the environment. In addition to the sentries in the camp, the guards also had to carry out routine patrols on the entire island. As the person in charge of the guards, Ma Jing had to get into the zone first. After walking around, Ma Jing was already familiar with the situation on the island. After all, he had once served as the commander of the Sharp Knife Unit and was excellent in the military topography examination every year. For such a small island, he did not even need to deliberately memorize it. He could quickly familiarize himself with the environment and get into the zone. Finally, Xiao Ruofei brought Ma Jing to the huge shelter built on the mountain. Seeing the shelter that had almost hollowed out the mountain, Ma Jing could not help but feel a little shocked. After careful observation, he found that the construction of the shelter was so high that it could withstand almost any attack except for nuclear bombs. Even if it was a nuclear attack, there was a special space inside the shelter to hide. Coupled with the rich material reserves, even if a strong enemy invaded, everyone could hide inside and block the door of the shelter. It would not be a problem to hold out for 1 or 2 years. Xiao Ruofei said, "Old company commander, this was built by the previous island owner before I bought this island. It is almost impossible to use it under normal circumstances, but as the person in charge of the island's security, you have to understand the situation." Understood. Ma Jing sighed. This is really an eye-opener for me. There is actually someone who spent a lot of money to build such a huge shelter, and this is funded by a person. That's even more incredible. Rich people are generally more afraid of death. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, not explaining too much. The real reason he brought Ma Jing over was not just to let Ma Jing grasp the situation. Xiao Ruofei said seriously, "Old company commander, there's one thing you have to remember. This is also one of the important duties of the guards." Ma Jing quickly said, "Tell me. If there's a special situation on the island." "You don't need to know what the special situation is, you just need to remember the signal." Xiao Ruofei said, "Once the special situation I mentioned occurs, all the loudspeakers on the island will sound the air defense alarm at the same time. At this time, you must remember that the only duty of the guards is to organize all the staff to enter the fallout shelter in the shortest time possible, including the guards. All of you must enter the fallout shelter and lock the door from the inside. You can only open it when you receive my instructions." Ma Jing didn't understand for a moment. He asked in confusion, "The guards also entered the shelter?" In his opinion, if people needed to evacuate and take refuge, there must be a strong enemy invading. Then, as the defensive force of the island, shouldn't the duty of the guards be to fight to the death against the enemy? Why are you hiding instead? Isn't this giving up everything except the fallout shelter to the enemy? From Ma Jing's point of view, Xiao Ruofei's order was really hard to understand. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "You didn't hear wrong. The guards and all the staff are to enter the fallout shelter. Old company commander, there may be a chance to explain this to you in the future, but it's not convenient now. You don't need to know the reason, you just need to strictly carry it out." Obeying orders was the duty of a soldier. Naturally, it was deeply ingrained in Ma Jing's soul. Although Ma Jing used to be Xiao Ruofei's superior, his current identity was Xiao Ruofei's employee. He was Xiao Ruofei's subordinate. Even if this wasn't the army, subordinates obeying their superiors was something that Ma Jing thought was natural. So, after hearing Xiao Ruofei say this, he didn't ask any more questions. He nodded and said, "No problem. After I go back, I'll quickly come up with an evacuation plan based on the situation on the island." "Very good." Xiao Ruofei nodded approvingly and said, "Not only do you have to come up with a plan, but you also have to carry out evacuation drills regularly so that everyone is familiar with the process. Right now, the staff on the island hasn't been fully recruited yet. Old company commander, you just have enough time to perfect and refine this plan. When the staff is basically in place, we will start organizing the drill." "No problem." Ma Jing said without hesitation, "Leave this to me." This kind of emergency plan was a piece of cake for Ma Jing. It wouldn't take him long to come up with it. In fact, this kind of plan was similar to the various plans he made in the army. It was nothing more than some refinement based on the roads, terrain, and other conditions of Peach Blossom Island. The elements that needed to be grasped were the same. After coming out of the fallout shelter, Xiao Ruofei drove Ma Jing straight to the Yanhuang building. The staff apartment that Lin Yu was assigned was on the side of the Yanhuang building. In fact, it was an annex of the building, but after Xiao Ruofei took over, it was transformed into a staff apartment and cafeteria. Xiao Ruofei took Ma Jing to the apartment. Lin Yu was tidying up her things with brisk steps. Although this island was isolated and far away from the motherland, Lin Yu was in a very good mood at the moment. She and Ma Jing had been married for several years, but the time they had spent together added up to less than 3 months. The days of separation were a great torture for a young couple, both physically and mentally. Now, although she had to work far away from the motherland, she could be with her lover. Moreover, the air on Peach Blossom Island was extremely fresh, and the scenery of the sea and sky made Lin Yu, who was born and raised on the mainland, feel a sense of brightness in her eyes. What's more, Xiao Ruofei had given her and her husband such a high salary. The money they earned here in a month was more than what she earned in a year working in a small county in her hometown. The current salary in the army was not bad, but Ma Jing's salary here was still several times higher than his in the army. With such good conditions, what reason did she have to be unhappy? When Lin Yu saw Xiao Ruofei and Ma Jing, she immediately put down the mop in her hand and greeted them with a smile. Ruofei, Lin Yu said happily. The conditions here are really good. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, as long as sister-in-law is satisfied. I was worried that it would be inconvenient to live on this island. In the future, this will be your home on Peach Blossom Island. You have to decorate it well. If you need anything, just tell me. I'll find a way to get it. The biggest problem on Peach Blossom Island was that all the supplies were supplied from outside the island. If they really lacked something, they wouldn't even have a place to buy it. However, the conditions here were enough to meet the basic needs of life. For some higher level of enjoyment, they had to overcome it for the time being. Of course, Ma Jing was Xiao Ruofei's old company commander, so his position in his heart was definitely different. Therefore, if they had any needs, Xiao Ruofei would try his best to satisfy them. Lin Yu quickly said, "We don't lack anything. Before we set off, you asked the company to give each of us a box of daily necessities." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "In the future, a small supermarket will be opened on the island. If you need anything, you can buy it yourself. However, it will definitely not be as convenient as inland." In fact, Xiao Ruofei had already planned that when everything was on the right track, he would set up a small supermarket on the island. At least, the employees would have a place to buy daily necessities. The size of the supermarket didn't need to be very large, and it didn't need to be very complete. He only needed to arrange 1 or 2 employees to look after the store. Of course, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't rely on this small supermarket to make money. He would treat it as an employee benefit. As for the supplies in the supermarket, he had the Ring 2 space in hand, so it was easy to transfer them. In any case, Luo Qingfeng, Li Yifu, and the others all knew that he had a storage magic treasure with a large space. He didn't even need to hide it. As for the ordinary employees, they wouldn't doubt it. After all, there would be ships coming in and out of Peach Blossom Island every day, and there would often be planes taking off and landing. Wasn't it normal to transport some supplies? After all, how could ordinary people think of something like a storage magic treasure? Lin Yu said with a smile, "I'm not worried about life at all. There are so many people working and living on the island. What I'm concerned about now is, when can I go to work? With such a high salary, I think it's a crime to be idle for even a second." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Sister-in-law, you and the old company commander are really a family that doesn't enter the same house." If I hadn't reminded him just now, the old company commander would have immersed himself in work. At that time, he wouldn't even know his home. Ma Jing said with a smile, "You gave such an important guard to me. How could I dare to relax?" Lin Yu also said, "It's the same with or without him. I've been used to it for so many years. Besides, we were thousands of miles apart. Now the whole island is only so big, and he can come home from time to time. This is already very good. When he was in the army, I didn't even dare to think about it." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Sister-in-law, since you're so eager to go to work, then, you can tidy up at home in the morning. I still have to hold a welcome dinner for everyone at noon." In the afternoon, I'll get someone to take you to the weather station. By then, I'll leave the weather station to you. No problem. Lin Yu said straightforwardly, as long as you trust my ability. I'll definitely do a good job at the weather station for you. Of course I trust you. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. It's hard to find a talented student like sister-in-law even with a lantern. I remember when you were the old company commander's fiancé. When you came to the company for the first time, our old company commander was so proud. He praised you to the heavens. There's such a thing? Lin Yu looked at Ma Jing with a faint smile and said, in front of me, he never praised me. Ma Jing was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, how did he not praise you? Didn't I just praise your English? Xiao Ruofei and Lin Yu looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ruofei said, okay, I won't be a third wheel. Old company commander, sister-in-law, I'll leave first. Lunch will be served at 11:30 sharp, don't forget. Ma Jing heard and said, I'll go back to the guards first. Everyone has just arrived, and there's a lot to do. I'm afraid that old Su and the others won't be able to handle it. No way. Xiao Ruofei said with his eyes wide open, old company commander, aren't you afraid of going home and kneeling on the washboard tonight? Lin Yu laughed and pushed Ma Jing out. She said, let's go. Let's go. Don't I know him? How can he stay idle at a time like this? Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, I can't save you. Then, he threw the car keys to Ma Jing and said, old company commander, since you're going back, drive the car back. Also, remember to organize everyone to come to the dinner on time. No problem. Ma Jing nodded and said. By the way, the Qantas crew hasn't left yet. Xiao Ruofei said, everyone should wear the physical training uniform. Don't make everyone look like American soldiers and scare them. Haha. Got it. Ma Jing said with a smile. After Xiao Ruofei finished talking, he didn't wait for Ma Jing. He waved to the two of them and left quickly. Although Ma Jing also said that he was going back to the guards immediately, he couldn't leave them alone. Xiao Ruofei's EQ wasn't that low. Sure enough, when Xiao Ruofei walked to the stairs, Ma Jing didn't go out. Instead, he heard Ma Jing whispering to Lin Yu. His hearing was too good. He didn't deliberately eavesdrop, and the sound just went into his ears. There was nothing he could do about it. In order to avoid hearing more content that was not suitable for children, Xiao Ruofei quickly quickened his pace. At the same time, he simply closed his hearing and quickly left the apartment building. At noon, in the large restaurant on the first floor of the apartment where Lin Yu lived, Xiao Ruofei held a welcome dinner for all the guards. In addition to the guards, the Qantas crew and the staff who arrived on the island earlier also attended the dinner. The chef of the restaurant was also the first batch of staff recruited. Because he had to prepare meals for about 200 people, Li Yifu also specially arranged for a few staff members to help in the kitchen. Finally, the welcome dinner was held. Although it was a welcome dinner, there was still a lot of work to be done on the island, so the guards didn't drink. The Qantas crew was about to fly, so naturally, they didn't touch a drop of alcohol. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei simply asked people to remove the alcohol and replace it with fruit juice. Although there was no alcohol, the atmosphere was quite good. The veterans of the guards all brought fruit juice to Xiao Ruofei. Even Nielsen, Brooke, and others from Qantas followed the customs and toasted everywhere. After the welcome dinner, Brooke and others said goodbye to Xiao Ruofei and drove the Boeing 757 back to Australia. Ma Jing and the guards officially began to perform the duties of the island's defense. Under Li Yifu's arrangement, Lin Yu officially took over the meteorological observatory and began her first day of work on Peach Blossom Island. For everyone, this was a new beginning. Everything on Peach Blossom Island was slowly on the right track, and a mature operating system would soon be formed. Xiao Ruofei was already preparing to leave Peach Blossom Island and return to Huaxia. 2 days later, the Cultivation World Auction that Luo Qingfeng had mentioned last time would be held in Shuangqing City, Huaxia. Xiao Ruofei rushed over and finally straightened out his work on Peach Blossom Island before returning to Huaxia. On the night of the arrival of the guards, Xiao Ruofei went to Ling Qingshua's room to practice the Questioning Heart Sutra of the Beginning with her. Then, he naturally had sex with her. In the second half of the night, he sneaked into Song Wei's room to practice and have sex. By the time he finished, it was already dawn. Even though Xiao Ruofei's body was as strong as an ox, when he left Song Wei's room and returned to his own room, he couldn't help but feel a little weak. The reason why he worked so hard was because he was going to be separated from Song Wei and Xianxia for a short period of time. Today, the two of them would return to Huaxia with Xiao Ruofei, but they wouldn't go to Shuangqing City with Xiao Ruofei. Luo Qingfeng had received an invitation, and only 3 people could go. Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng would definitely attend. If the remaining place was reserved for the 2 confidants, it wouldn't be appropriate for either of them to go. In addition, the 2 of them had been away from Huaxia for some time. During this time, they had accompanied Xiao Ruofei to Spain. After all, Ling Qingxue still had to help Ling Xiaotian run the company. Song Wei hadn't finished his studies yet, so it was time for them to go back. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and finally decided to take Li Yifu with him. As for Peach Blossom Island, he temporarily handed it over to Xianxia and Biny Lady. Xianxia was mainly responsible for it. Xianxia's talent in array formation was very high, and his cultivation had reached Qi refining level 7, which was much higher than Li Yifu's. Therefore, in theory, Xianxia was more suitable to control the Great Void Mystical Clear formation when Xiao Ruofei wasn't on Peach Blossom Island. It would be much easier for him to learn how to control the formation plate than Li Yifu. It was just that Xiao Ruofei had considered it from a distance and finally chose Li Yifu. In fact, because of the control of the Soul Seal, it was impossible for Xianxia to betray Xiao Ruofei. In a sense, he was actually more reliable than Li Yifu. This time, when Xiao Ruofei went to participate in the auction, he decided to give Li Yifu an extra place. He wanted to let Li Yifu's experience. After all, although Li Yifu was also a cultivator, he had been cultivating alone for decades. In fact, it could be said that he had no intersection with the cultivation world in Huaxia. His understanding of the cultivation world was even less than Xiao Ruofei's. After all, Xiao Ruofei could understand the cultivation world through some ancient records in the Inheritance Jade Talisman. As for the things that Xiao Ruofei asked Li Yifu to do, including further recruitment of staff and so on, in fact, they didn't need to be on Peach Blossom Island to complete. Li Yifu mainly needed to carry out some communication work, and he could do it anywhere. He left Peach Blossom Island to accompany Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng to Shuangqing City. Basically, it wouldn't affect anything. Before Xiao Ruofei left, he specifically found Xianxia and personally taught him how to control the formation plate. Xianxia's talent was indeed outstanding. Using the formation plate to control the Great Void Mystical Clear formation, although he couldn't fully utilize the formation's functions, it was relatively easy to control. Therefore, it didn't take him much time to master it. When Xianxia learned that Xiao Ruofei wanted him to stay on Peach Blossom Island, he was immediately overjoyed. He hurriedly promised Xiao Ruofei that he would be vigilant at all times to ensure the safety of Peach Blossom Island. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't doubt Xianxia's loyalty. He only emphasized that the staff on the island, including the guards, were all ordinary people. He asked Xianxia not to casually beat or insult these staff members, and also not to commit murder. These cultivators had very little awareness of the law. Xiao Ruofei was worried that when he wasn't around, if someone angered Xianxia and made him want to kill, things would become troublesome. Xiao Ruofei specifically emphasized that Xianxia was not allowed to beat or scold, nor was he allowed to casually kill people. He wasn't even allowed to reveal his identity as a cultivator in front of ordinary people. He couldn't let these ordinary people feel the existence of cultivators. Moreover, he also specifically told Xianxia that the guards were his old comrades and had a very good relationship with him. This made Xianxia even more afraid to act rashly. Xianxia naturally didn't dare to have any doubts about Xiao Ruofei's instructions. He immediately patted his chest and promised that he would carry out Xiao Ruofei's request. In the absence of a strong enemy, he would obediently stay on the island and cultivate. Xiao Ruofei also specifically called Ma Jing over and told him that he would be leaving Peach Blossom Island for a period of time, and that Xianxia would be responsible for this period of time. At the same time, he also introduced the two of them. Xiao Ruofei specifically said that if the special situation he mentioned yesterday occurred, Xianxia would send out an alarm signal, and Ma Jing would lead the guards to organize everyone to evacuate to the sanctuary as quickly as possible. It would be best to use the existing personnel as a basis to practice in these 2 days. Of course, Xiao Ruofei also specifically told Ma Jing that everyone on the island must evacuate, except for Xianxia. Although Xiao Ruofei's instructions seemed very strange to Ma Jing, he didn't hesitate and nodded to show that he understood. In the end, Xiao Ruofei handed over all the chores that needed to be done on Peach Blossom Island to Bonnie Lady, the local tyrant. In other words, while he was away from Peach Blossom Island, Xianxia would be in charge of the entire island, and Ma Jing and Bonnie Lady would be his assistants. After arranging these things, Xiao Ruofei drove to Peach Blossom Island Airport with Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, Li Yifu, and Luo Qingfeng. The Peach Blossom was parked in the hangar of Peach Blossom Island Airport during this period of time. Luan and the crew stayed on a nearby resort island. The crew was notified yesterday and applied for a flight route overnight. They returned to Peach Blossom Island early this morning. When Xiao Ruofei and the others arrived at the tarmac, the crew had already checked the plane and made preparations for takeoff. As soon as the 5 of them boarded the plane, the Peach Blossom immediately closed the hatch and slowly slid out of its seat. Peach Blossom Island Airport might be the most leisurely airport in the world. There might not be a single plane taking off or landing here for several days. Therefore, there were no flow control or takeoff intervals here. As long as the weather at the destination airport was fine and the traffic was not controlled, the plane could take off at any time. Through the porthole, Xiao Ruofei waved to Ma Jing, Xianxia, and Benelati who were standing on the tarmac to see them off. Ma Jing and the others did not go back immediately. Instead, they watched the plane slowly glide all the way to the end of the runway. The plane then accelerated, took off, and finally flew into the sky against the morning sun. After it disappeared from their sight, they returned to their posts and were responsible for the daily operations of Peach Blossom Island. The only bedroom at the rear of the cabin was naturally reserved for the 2 ladies. Xiao Ruofei, Luo Qingfeng, and Li Yifu sat in the middle of the cabin. However, the comfort level of the private plane was very high. The leather airline seats could be completely folded into a single bed. It did not matter where they sat. What's more, the 3 of them were cultivators. It was not a problem for them to not sleep for a few days. Xiao Ruofei and the others boarded the Peach Blossom business jet. As usual, they landed in Australia to refuel, and then flew all the way to Huaxia's Tri-Mountain International Airport. Xiao Ruofei had taken this route many times. In the past, Xiao Ruofei did not feel much about it. In fact, he even felt that it was very convenient. After all, if it were not for the private plane, it would take many transfers from Huaxia to Peach Blossom Island. Moreover, they would also have to transfer to a passenger ship. That would be troublesome. However, Xiao Ruofei took the same plane and took the same route this time. He clearly felt that the plane was not that convenient. The strongest feeling he had was that it was too slow. If they flew on the Sword, they might be able to arrive in 7 or 8 hours. In fact, the cruising speed of the Gulfstream G650 was faster than that of ordinary civil aircraft. However, Xiao Ruofei secretly compared it to the Sword flight and immediately felt that the plane was really too slow. However, this time returning to Huaxia, in addition to him and Luo Qingfeng, there were also Li Yifu, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue, 3 low-level cultivators. They had no other choice but to take the plane. Even if Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng could fly with other people, it would still be a bit difficult for them to carry 3 people. Not to mention, flying with other people would consume more energy than flying alone. On the way back to Huaxia, they might have to rest 2 or 3 times. They would be very tired. Since there was no other choice, Xiao Ruofei could only endure the tortoise speed of the plane. Fortunately, the time was not very long. Everyone was a cultivator. If they closed their eyes and adjusted their breathing in their seats, the time would pass by quickly. Around 8 o'clock in the evening in Huaxia, the Haven smoothly landed on the runway of the Sanshan International Airport. After taxiing to the parking spot, Xiao Ruofei had Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu wait on the plane. He himself, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue got off the plane and sent them outside. Originally, Xiao Ruofei wanted to send Song Wei back to Beijing. However, the considerate Song Wei did not want Xiao Ruofei and the other 2 to take a big circle in Huaxia. Therefore, she proposed that she would also get off the plane at Sanshan and go home to see her parents. She would rest for 2 days before returning to Beijing. Song Wei's parents were in Sanshan. Since the plane landed at Sanshan, it was normal for her to go home and rest for 2 days. So even though Xiao Ruofei knew that Song Wei might have said this because she didn't want him to go through too much trouble, he couldn't insist on sending Song Wei back to the capital. He could only agree to let Song Wei get off the plane here. Before the two set off, they had contacted the driver at home. Therefore, as soon as they left the airport, they saw the car picking them up. When Xiao Ruofei heard Hong Chunlei mention the Fallen Leaf sect, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Speaking of which, the first person he really came into contact with in Huaxia's cultivation world was Lu Chunfeng of the Fallen Leaf sect. Later, he used a soul seal to control him and became his first soul slave. The Fallen Leaf sect's mountain gate was near Shuangqing City. Xiao Ruofei had heard from Luo Qingfeng that the major sects took turns hosting the auction in Huaxia's cultivation world. This year, it just happened to be the Fallen Leaf sect's turn. Xiao Ruofei secretly said in his heart, "I wonder if I'll be able to see Lu Qingfeng this time." Luo Qingfeng nodded with a reserved expression and said, "So it's Marshal Nephew Hong. Thank you for your hard work." When Hong Chunlei appeared, Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng coincidentally looked at him. They both found that Hong Chunlei's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the qi refining stage. Of course, this was not surprising. Generally, the disciples who appeared in public to deal with these external affairs in the sect would not have a high cultivation level, and their talent would certainly not be too outstanding. This Hong Chunlei was nearly 40 years old and had only reached the 4th level of the qi refining stage. Presumably, this was the case. Of course, although Hong Chunlei's position in the Fallen Leaves sect was not very high, he was the person in charge of the reception of the Fallen Leaves sect's auction this time. After all, Luo Qingfeng was the head of the star-picking sect and a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. He was a relatively important guest. In today's Huaxia's cultivation world, the top cultivators were basically at the Golden Core stage. Nascent soul stage old monsters existed in legends. There were various rumors that some sects had nascent soul stage elders, but no one had ever seen them in decades. Then again, Luo Qingfeng's identity was only relatively important to the Fallen Leaf sect. If he was really an important guest, then the Fallen Leaf sect's upper echelons would personally come to greet him. After all, Luo Qingfeng's cultivation level was only at the early stage of the Golden Core stage. The strength of the star-picking sect could only be ranked in the middle among the sects in Huaxia. Some of the leaders of the large sects had already reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Some sects even had multiple Golden Core cultivators. Only a sect like this could be considered a top sect in Huaxia's cultivation world. The star-plucking sect was only barely qualified as a first-rate sect because they had Luo Qingfeng. To qualify as a first-rate sect, they had to have at least one Aurus Core cultivator. Facing Luo Qingfeng, a Golden Core cultivator, Hong Chunlei still felt a lot of pressure. Although Luo Qingfeng's attitude was amiable, Hong Chunlei still felt breathless. After hearing Luo Qingfeng's words, Hong Chunlei quickly said, "Uncle Luo, you're exaggerating." This was a disciple's duty. "Marshal Uncle Luo, the car is ready. Please follow me." With that, Hong Chunlei quickly led the way, bringing Xiao Ruofei and the other two to the parking lot of Jiangbei Airport. The car used by the Fallen Leaf sect to receive guests was a Toyota Alpha commercial car. It was the most comfortable car of its class. Xiao Ruofei also had one, which he usually used in the capital. With a beeping sound, the Alpha's electric door slowly opened. Li Yifu immediately got into the car and took the initiative to sit in the 3rd row. This made Hong Chunlei slightly surprised. When he saw Luo Qingfeng and the other two, he instinctively felt that the white-haired Li Yifu should be at least Luo Qingfeng's martial brother, and that the very young Xiao Ruofei was obviously a junior disciple who had followed the elders of the sect to gain experience. Li Yifu's action was really beyond Hong Chunlei's expectations. Looking at this posture, Li Yifu's status was obviously the lowest among the three. In fact, Hong Chunlei didn't notice that after Li Yifu got in the car, Luo Qingfeng instinctively wanted to modestly ask Xiao Ruofei to get in first and sit behind the driver. However, he was stopped by Xiao Ruofei's gaze. If Hong Chunlei saw this scene, his eyes would have popped out of their sockets. Although there were no clear rules according to the established rules, when riding this kind of three-row commercial car, the most important guest must sit behind the driver in the middle row. In theory, this position was the safest. On the way here, Xiao Ruofei had already told Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu that in front of outsiders, the three of them should be described as martial brothers. Li Yifu was the oldest, so he was definitely the martial brother. However, his cultivation talent was relatively poor, so his position in the sect wasn't that high. Luo Qingfeng, as the sect leader, naturally had the highest position. The three of them were nominally led by him. Xiao Ruofei was a young genius, Luo Qingfeng's junior. Luo Qingfeng uneasily followed Xiao Ruofei's instructions and sat behind the driver in the commercial car. Then Xiao Ruofei got in the car. Hong Chunlei naturally sat in the front passenger seat and then ordered the driver to drive. The mountain city's terrain was indeed undulating. Along the way, the car climbed hills, sometimes spiraling downhill, and sometimes driving over a 10 to 20 meter high overpass. After driving for about half an hour, they finally arrived at the Jeonju Hotel in Yuzhong Peninsula. Xiao Ruofei originally thought that this kind of cultivation auction would be held in some spiritual mountain paradise. At the very least, it would be held in a scenic resort in the suburbs. He didn't expect that the Fallen Leaves sect would choose such a 5-star hotel in the downtown area. Hong Chunlei seemed to have seen through Xiao Ruofei's doubts and respectfully explained, "Seniors, the Jeonju Hotel is the property of our Fallen Leaves sect. This time, we have already stopped booking rooms for the auction a month in advance. Therefore, the entire hotel is used to serve the auction. Seniors, you will definitely receive the best care here." Originally, Hong Chunlei thought that Xiao Ruofei was also a follower of a younger disciple. In the end, he saw that his status was actually higher than the white-haired old man in the back row. How could he dare to neglect him? Therefore, he simply called the three of them seniors. In the cultivation world, the most unimportant thing was age. The higher the cultivation, the higher the seniority, the more one was a senior. Not to mention a 40-year-old man calling the 20-year-old Xiao Ruofei senior, even a 10-year-old child would have to call him grandpa if the other party's seniority was high. Xiao Ruofei was originally very unaccustomed to it, but he had already been trained by Li Yifu. A white-haired old man respectfully called him martial granduncle all day long. After a long time, he naturally became accustomed to this kind of seniority mismatch. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, saying, "Your noble sect is really generous. I see the size of this hotel, there are at least 1,000 rooms. Being closed for a few days, the loss is not small." Although the Noble Jew Hotel wasn't a large hotel chain in the world, as an industry of the Fallen Leaves sect in the secular world, the specifications were quite high. First of all, it was definitely a 5-star standard. In addition, the hotel had more than 50 floors, and a rough estimate was that there were at least 1,000 rooms. In addition to some ancillary buildings, it could be said that the hotel had everything. Whether it was a 5-star hotel like a swimming pool, a gym, a high-end restaurant, a KTV, a sauna, and other places, as long as the customer wanted it, it basically had it here. Hong Chunlei quickly said, "Senior must be joking. Compared to serving the seniors well, what is the loss of some secular money?" Cultivators didn't see money as important. After all, there were some precious cultivation resources that couldn't be bought with money. Cultivators generally weren't interested in the enjoyment that could be bought with money. What they valued more was the improvement of their own cultivation. What's more, there were some cultivators who walked the path of bitter cultivation. Their clothes were ragged, and they took pleasure in suffering. They didn't need any enjoyment at all. While they were talking, the Toyota Alpha commercial car had already arrived at the hotel's revolving door and slowly stopped. A hale and hearty white-haired old man was already standing at the hotel's entrance, waiting. Before the car stopped, Hong Chunlei quickly opened the front passenger door and jumped out. He then respectfully bowed slightly to the white-haired old man, and then stood to the side. The electric door of the Toyota Alpha slowly opened, and Xiao Ruofei and the other two got out of the car one by one. When Luo Qingfeng got out of the car, the white-haired old man timely stepped forward and said with a hearty smile, "Fellow Taoist Luo, you've had a hard journey." Although Luo Qingfeng was a little uncomfortable with Xiao Ruofei being half a body behind him, he still managed to overcome this unnaturalness and said with a smile, "So it's fellow Taoist Qingsong. I trust you've been well since we last met. Luo Qingfeng was afraid of neglecting Xiao Ruofei, so after greeting the white-haired old man, he immediately turned slightly to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Junior brother, let me introduce you. This is fellow Daoist Hao Qingsong, an elder of the Fallen Leaf sect." After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he almost laughed out loud. The person opposite him looked like an immortal and had the feeling of an expert. He didn't expect his name to be so funny. Hao Qingsong, so relaxed. Could it be that with such a name, cultivation would be easier? Of course, Xiao Ruofei wasn't so heartless as to show a funny expression. At most, he was secretly happy in his heart. Xiao Ruofei smiled slightly, stepped forward, and said, "So it's Elder Hao. Nice to meet you." Hao Qingsong's gaze fell on Xiao Ruofei, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He was the same as Hong Chunlei. He had a preconceived notion that Xiao Ruofei was a junior disciple brought out by Luo Qingfeng to increase his knowledge. When he heard Luo Qingfeng call Xiao Ruofei junior brother, he noticed the young man in front of him. Almost subconsciously, he used his spiritual force to check, and the result surprised him. In fact, in the cultivation world, casually using spiritual force to check others was a very impolite behavior. However, if it was an elder checking the cultivation of a junior, it was nothing. Hao Qingsong was one of the two Oris core stage cultivators of the Fallen Leaf sect. The other was naturally the head of the Fallen Leaf sect. With his identity, even if Xiao Ruofei was Luo Qingfeng's junior brother, it wasn't impolite for Hao Qingsong to check the other's cultivation. The strength of a sect was a relatively comprehensive evaluation. Although high-level cultivators accounted for a large proportion, there was a qualitative difference between a sect that had a golden core cultivator and a sect that didn't. However, it didn't mean that the ranking was completely based on high-level cultivators. In fact, the Fallen Leaf sect, which had 2 early golden core cultivators, and the star-picking sect, which only had 1 golden core cultivator, Luo Qingfeng, should be about the same in terms of strength. The reason was very simple: Luo Qingfeng was young. Although Luo Qingfeng was a little old man compared to Xiao Ruofei, Luo Qingfeng was really relatively young among the golden core cultivators. Being young meant that there was a lot of potential for development. In addition, Luo Qingfeng still managed to break through to the golden core stage after the cultivation environment on Earth began to deteriorate. In fact, when most of the existing golden core cultivators broke through, the cultivation environment on Earth was still good. Relatively speaking, the difficulty of breaking through wasn't that great. The reason why they could become golden core cultivators was that they were born a few years earlier. However, Luo Qingfeng was different. When the cultivation environment was getting worse and worse, he was still able to go against the flow and successfully break through to the golden core stage. This showed that Luo Qingfeng's cultivation talent was stronger than many of the existing golden core cultivators. Therefore, in terms of overall strength, Luo Qingfeng alone was equivalent to 2 golden core cultivators of the Fallen Leaf sect. Of course, this wasn't completely based on combat strength. If the two sides really fought, the 2 golden core cultivators of the Fallen Leaf sect could basically beat Luo Qingfeng. It was reasonable to say that when Luo Qingfeng came to Xianxia, as the host of the Fallen Leaf sect, Xianxia should personally come out to receive him. However, the other golden core cultivator arrived at Xianxia almost at the same time as Luo Qingfeng. In comparison, Xianxia definitely thought that the other party was more important, so he sent Hao Qingsong to represent him to greet Luo Qingfeng. The cultivator that Xianxia had decided to personally welcome was the Soaring Flower Valley's Valley Master, Lu Manxia. From her name, one could tell that she was a female cultivator. Moreover, Lu Manxia was a very famous beauty in Huaxiao's cultivation world. Over the past few decades, countless cultivators had hoped to become her Dao companion. Unfortunately, she was still single. Of course, even if female cultivators had a slight innate advantage, it wasn't much. What cultivators valued more was their cultivation and strength. Although a feast for the eyes was not bad, it was just a bag of skin. It was not as important as people thought. The reason why Xianxia had personally come out to welcome Lu Manxia was probably 20% because of her status as the beautiful Valley Master. The remaining 80% was because of her strength. Lu Manxia was a cultivator at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Furthermore, the overall strength of the Soaring Flower Valley was much higher than that of the Falling Leaves sect and the Star-Plucking sect. Other than Lu Manxia, the Valley Master of Soaring Flower Valley who was in the middle stage of the Golden Core Realm, there were 3 other elders in the early stage of the Golden Core Realm. More importantly, it was rumored in the cultivation world that there were still a few nascent soul-old monsters alive in the world. One of them was the Grand Elder of the Soaring Flower Valley, Su Chu Chu. Although Su Chu Chu had not shown her face for decades, and no one knew whether she was dead or alive, but in the cultivation world, there had always been noses and eyes. A sect that might have a Yuanying stage-old monster was still something that no one dared to underestimate. Moreover, the strength of the Soaring Flower Valley was very strong and had always been firmly ranked among the top sections. In comparison, Xianxia naturally wouldn't neglect Lu Manxia in order to welcome Luo Qingfeng. This was a very easy choice. Hao Qingsong led Luo Qingfeng and the other 2 into the hotel lobby while constantly apologizing to Luo Qingfeng and explaining why Xianxia hadn't personally come out to welcome them. Luo Qingfeng was actually a little unhappy in his heart. Of course, this was not because he had been neglected, but because he felt that his master, Xiao Ruofei, had been neglected. In Luo Qingfeng's mind, Xiao Ruofei was undoubtedly a godlike existence. Xiao Ruofei came to the territory of your Falling Leaf sect, but your sect head actually avoided meeting him. This was really too rude, in Luo Qingfeng's eyes, even if Lu Manxia, the master of the Soaring Flower Valley, was a middle gold core stage cultivator, she wasn't worthy of being compared with Xiao Ruofei. Even if he excluded the factor of the soul seal and objectively evaluated Xiao Ruofei, Luo Qingfeng would still give a very high evaluation. In his 20s, he had already broken through to the early gold core stage, and his spiritual power cultivation was far superior to that of a cultivator who had broken through many years ago. With such a terrifying talent, how could Lu Manxia, an old woman who had been stuck in the middle gold core stage for 20 or 30 years, compare with Xiao Ruofei? Of course, Luo Qingfeng wasn't a hothead. Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything, so he naturally wouldn't show it on his face. He just smiled and said that there was no need to stand on ceremony. In any case, everyone would be able to see each other at the auction tomorrow. The whole hotel was the property of the Falling Leaves sect, and it had been cleared long ago in order to receive cultivators from all over the place, so there was naturally no need to go through check-in procedures. Everyone's rooms had been arranged long ago. Hong Chunlei had already taken the room card in advance. He followed behind Hao Qingsong and took the elevator together to send Xiao Ruofei and the others to the floor where their rooms were located. In fact, it was said that the whole hotel was empty to make way for the auction, but there weren't many rooms that were actually used. All of them were suites with relatively high specifications. Each invitation only had 3 places. Almost all of the people who came here were the leaders of various sects or forces. Even the worst were the more important disciples of their sections. Therefore, the relatively narrow single rooms, as well as the worse standard rooms, naturally couldn't be used to receive guests. The rooms that the Falling Leaves sect arranged for Xiao Ruofei and the others were located on the 16th floor. 2 of the rooms were located at the end of the corridor, just opposite each other. The other room was located at the end of the corridor on the other side. It wasn't that the organizers didn't want to arrange them together, but the design of the hotel was like this. On each floor, there were a total of 4 suites, and in the middle, there were single rooms or standard rooms of different sizes. The Falling Leaves sect naturally prepared the best room for Luo Qingfeng. In fact, the layout of the 3 rooms was more or less the same, but the direction was slightly different. However, Luo Qingfeng's room had better lighting, and it wasn't facing the street, so it was relatively quiet. The next best was the room opposite Luo Qingfeng's room, because it was facing the street. However, in fact, the difference wasn't too big. After all, the 16th floor was very high, so the noise was basically very low. The worst room was the one at the end of the corridor. In addition to facing the street, it also faced the problem of being under the sun. Hao Qingsong took the 3 people to the floor where the rooms were located. He personally distributed the room cards to the 3 people, and then accompanied Luo Qingfeng to the door of the room. Then, he politely said, "Fellow Taoist Luo, it's already late. You're all travel-worn. Why don't you rest early? How about we talk again tomorrow?" Luo Qingfeng smiled and said, "Sure. Fellow Taoist Hao, you go ahead and do your business." This year, your noble sect is hosting the auction. Fellow Taoist, how is also the mainstay of your sect? There must be a lot of things you need to do. Fellow Taoists, please forgive me for my lack of hospitality. Hao Qingsong said with a smile, if you need anything, just call the front desk, or directly look for Marshal Nephew Hong. On the side, Hong Chunlei quickly and respectfully handed over his business card to the three people and said, Seniors, this disciple will be staying in this hotel. I'll be at your service at any time. Luo Qingfeng accepted Hong Chunlei's business card with a smile and said, Marshal Nephew Hong has worked hard. After Hao Qingsong took Hong Chunlei downstairs, Luo Qingfeng quickly invited Xiao Ruofei and Li Yifu into his room. As soon as they entered the room, Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng coincidentally used their spiritual force to explore the room. There was nothing strange about the room. Whether it was the modern technology of eavesdropping or secret recording devices, or some small eavesdropping formations in the cultivation world, they weren't discovered. Of course, this was also a habit of the two people out of caution. If the Fallen Leaves sect really dared to play any tricks in their rooms, they would have to be crazy. It had to be known that there were a lot of Jingdan stage cultivators here. It was almost impossible to hide from these experts and secretly arrange eavesdropping means in the room. Moreover, the risk of doing so was too great. Once it was discovered, the Fallen Leaves sect would become the target of the entire cultivation world. Since they didn't find anything, the two people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, Xiao Ruofei still cautiously threw out a few talismans, instantly arranging a soundproof barrier. After all, the people living in this hotel were all cultivators. These people's hearing was quite heaven-defying. At any time, they had to be careful of the walls having ears. Luo Qingfeng saw that Xiao Ruofei could casually arrange a soundproof barrier, and couldn't help but be secretly speechless. Xiao Ruofei always inadvertently revealed a variety of methods, making Luo Qingfeng feel that he had a certain understanding of his master, but he immediately discovered that his master seemed to be even more mysterious. As for Li Yifu, because his cultivation was insufficient, especially in the field of formations, he only had a superficial understanding of them. Therefore, he didn't even know what the barrier that Xiao Ruofei arranged with a wave of his hand was used for. After the soundproof barrier was formed, Luo Qingfeng quickly said, Master, this room should be left for Master to use. The old slave can stay in the room at the end of the corridor. In the eyes of outsiders, among Xiao Ruofei's group of three, Luo Qingfeng was definitely the leader, followed by Li Yifu. After all, although his cultivation wasn't very good, he was Luo Qingfeng's senior. As for Xiao Ruofei, because he was too young, he could only be ranked third. Therefore, the people of the Fallen Leaves sect arranged the rooms according to this. Luo Qingfeng lived in the best room, Li Yifu lived across from him, and Xiao Ruofei was arranged to live in the room at the end of the corridor facing the street. They didn't know that the actual situation was the opposite of their judgment. Xiao Ruofei was undoubtedly the core of the three, and Li Yifu, as Xiao Ruofei's martial nephew, had a status even above Luo Qingfeng. Strictly speaking, Luo Qingfeng could only respectfully accompany the last seat. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, No need to be so troublesome. It's only 1 or 2 nights, isn't it the same? We're all cultivators, so how can we be so delicate? In Luo Qingfeng's view, this was of course not a matter of being delicate or not. As a cultivator, even if they were to sleep in the wild, there would be absolutely no problem. Moreover, the 3 rooms didn't have much of a difference in conditions. At least, the price of the rooms was the same. However, this was a matter of status and treatment. Luo Qingfeng felt that if the master went to live in the room over there, and he lived in the relatively best room, it was simply overstepping his authority. However, Xiao Ruofei's words were an imperial edict to him, and he didn't dare to refute them. However, Li Yifu thought for a moment and said, Martial Granduncle, how about this disciple and you change rooms? Qingfeng is the head of the sect. If he changes rooms, it will certainly arouse the curiosity of others. If this disciple changes rooms with you, it won't be so conspicuous. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Don't worry about the room. I'll live over there, and it's quiet. Don't talk about it anymore. Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu looked at each other, and then nodded helplessly. Xiao Ruofei sat down on the sofa and said, Qingfeng, I didn't know about the auction in detail before. You have participated in this auction before. Tell me about the general rules. Luo Qingfeng nodded quickly and said, yes. Master. Then, he first looked left and right, then quickly walked to the side of the desk, picked up an exquisite little booklet from the desk, and handed it to Xiao Ruofei. He said, Master, this should be the specific arrangements for the auction. According to past practice, the organizers will prepare a booklet in advance. Xiao Ruofei took it and flipped through it casually. He found that the booklet was very beautifully printed and thick, and the content was obviously very rich. However, most of the front part was photos of some auction items, and the last quarter of the booklet was the details of the auction. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, this booklet should be in every room. I'll go back to my room and read it carefully later. First, tell me about the past practice. Yes. Master. Luo Qingfeng said respectfully, first of all, these auction items were initially put together by the Fallen Leaves sect, as the organizer, after seeking the opinions of various sections. They are all treasures that everyone intends to auction. The Fallen Leaves sect also asked for our opinions, but this time, we don't have anything to auction, so there are no items for us to auction. Can it be added temporarily? Xiao Ruofei asked. This was a question he was more concerned about, because if he didn't auction something, he didn't have the capital to bid for the items he wanted. The auction was conducted with spirit stones. Although Xiao Ruofei had more precious spirit crystals and even yuan crystals, strictly speaking, these were in the category of treasures and couldn't be directly used as currency. Of course, if Xiao Ruofei was willing to take them out, there would naturally be a lot of people who would be willing to use spirit stones to exchange for them. It was just that spirit crystals and yuan crystals were non-renewable resources. If it wasn't a last resort, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't be willing to take them out. Therefore, the best way was naturally to auction something else. After exchanging it for spirit stones, he could buy according to his preferences. Of course you can. Luo Qingfeng said with a smile, the rules of this auction are very loose, and the people who participate in the auction are all cultivators with good cultivation bases. Naturally, they have the ability to identify treasures, so there is no need to send the items to be identified many days in advance. The auction itself is for cultivators to exchange what they lack. If a fellow cultivator takes out an item to auction, everyone is very welcome. Speaking of this, Luo Qingfeng asked again, Master, do you have any treasures to auction? Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, I have to get some capital first. I don't have any of the spirit stones you mentioned last time. If I want to compete for storage rings, I have to earn some spirit stones first. Just now, Xiao Ruofei had casually flipped through the booklet and had already seen that there were indeed 2 storage rings to be auctioned in this auction. What was rare was that these 2 storage rings were a pair. The style was exquisite and cute, especially suitable for girls to wear. If they were to be auctioned, it would be just right for Song Wei and Ling Qingxue to have one each. It would be a bowl of water, which was simply perfect. This pair of storage rings should be relatively valuable, so it was printed in the first few pages and was very eye-catching. Xiao Ruofei had already seen it when he casually flipped through it. According to Luo Qingfeng, storage rings were very rare treasures in the cultivation world. The price would not be too cheap, and the competition was estimated to be very fierce. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei had to prepare enough ammunition in advance. Otherwise, it was possible that he would not be able to compete with others. Luo Qingfeng had already expected that Xiao Ruofei would want to auction something. He said with a smile, Master, what treasure do you want to auction? I can contact sect leader Xiao of the Fallen Leaves sect in advance and ask him to auction Master's treasure before the storage ring. Xiao Ruofei said, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll think about it carefully after I go back to my room. Xiao Ruofei could take out a lot of treasures, and he was confident that they could fetch a high price. It was just that he had not thought of what treasures to auction. Some treasures were not particularly valuable in Xiao Ruofei's eyes, but he was reluctant to take them out. For example, non-renewable resources such as spirit crystals and yuan crystals. Especially valuable treasures could easily attract the covetous eyes of others and cause trouble. For example, in the spiritual herb garden in the Ring 2 Spaces realm Heart Island, there were many precious spiritual herbs and spiritual herbs. In the current cultivation world, they would definitely be priceless treasures. Many cultivators would definitely scramble for them. However, if such a treasure was taken out, people would definitely have other thoughts. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Once someone inquired about the origin of the auction item, it might bring trouble to him. Of course, spiritual crystals could also be used as currency. However, according to what Luo Qingfeng said last time, one spirit crystal was equivalent to 1,000 spirit stones. But because spirit crystals were very rare, if someone really took out spirit crystals to exchange, it was very easy to exchange for 1,200 spirit stones. It was naturally a loss to directly use spiritual crystals as currency to buy things. Moreover, if it was not necessary, Xiao Ruofei did not want to use this non-renewable resource. After all, he did not know if he would have the opportunity to get more spiritual crystals next time. On his side, Song Wei, Ling Qingxue, Li Yifu, Tang Haoren, and even Song Qiming, who had just stepped into the door of cultivation, needed a lot of cultivation resources. It was best not to use them. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei had to think carefully about what treasures to auction. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, "Yes. Master, you can take your time to think about it. Before the auction starts tomorrow night, you can add them at any time. Even if the auction has already started, according to the usual practice, you can take out treasures at any time for everyone to bid." Hearing this, Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, saying, "Well. Go on." "Yes. Master." Luo Qingfeng said, according to the usual practice of previous years, in order to prevent someone from maliciously raising the price and then canceling the transaction, everyone has to pay a deposit of 500 spirit stones to participate in the auction. If there is a violation of the rules, the deposit will not be refunded. Instead, it will be directly given to the client as compensation. The old slave has already prepared the deposit. You don't have to worry about it. 500 spirit stones might be a big number for an ordinary rogue cultivator, but for a sect that could participate in the auction, it was actually nothing. Of course, rogue cultivators like Xiao Ruofei were an exception. 500 spirit stones was not even half a spiritual crystal. In his eyes, it was even less than half a spiritual crystal. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "You can take care of these things." "Yes, master," Luo Qingfeng said respectfully. Then, he introduced some of the rules of the auction to Xiao Ruofei. These things were all in the manual provided by the Falling Leaf sect, so he only gave a rough introduction. After hearing this, Xiao Ruofei already had an idea in his heart. He stood up and said, "Okay. Then I will go back to my room to rest. Qingfeng, Yifu lives in the room opposite yours. If anything happens, take care of him." Now, most of the people living in this hotel were cultivators. Li Yifu's cultivation was too weak. If something happened, Xiao Ruofei, who lived at the end of the corridor, would be unable to help. However, Luo Qingfeng, who lived opposite Li Yifu, was very important. "Yes." Luo Qingfeng said quickly, "Master, don't worry. Even if I lose my life, I will definitely ensure Senior Li's safety." Although Li Yifu's cultivation was very low, he was Xiao Ruofei's disciple and junior. Luo Qingfeng was only Xiao Ruofei's servant, so Luo Qingfeng knew his position very well. Anyway, Li Yifu was old, so calling him senior was very appropriate. Li Yifu was moved and said, "Thank you for your concern, Martial Granduncle." Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I am just preparing for a rainy day. Since everyone is here to participate in the auction, harmony should be the most important thing. If the auction is ruined, it won't do anyone any good." "Master, you are right." Luo Qingfeng also bowed his head and said, "In the previous auctions, although there were occasional small disputes, there were basically no deaths. You can rest assured." Luo Qingfeng said that there wouldn't be any deaths during the auction, but after the auction, it was hard to say. If the treasures they urgently needed were bid away, they would be unwilling to give up and rob people on the way back. Things like murder for money were also common. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said goodbye to the two people. Then he stepped out of the room and walked toward his own room at the other end of the corridor. The Junju Hotel was very big, and the corridor was more than 100 meters long. When Xiao Ruofei walked over, he habitually used his spiritual power to scan the floor. He found that except for the suites at the two ends, the other rooms were empty, and there was no one. When he came to his room, Xiao Ruofei opened the door with the room card, took the electricity, locked the door, and turned on the do not disturb light. Then he stepped into the room. The layout of this room was actually the same as Luo Qingfeng's room. The outer room was the living room and the study room, and the inner room was a bedroom. The room was quite spacious, and the decoration was also very high-end. After Xiao Ruofei entered the room, he first used his spiritual power to check the inside and outside of the two rooms. After confirming that there were no problems, he went to the sofa in the living room and sat down. He picked up the auction brochure on the coffee table and flipped through it. He just skimmed through the first auction items. Anyway, he had already determined that there was a storage ring in the auction. As for the other treasures, it was more direct to use his spiritual power to observe them at the auction site than looking at the photos in the brochure. This was not an antique painting, and it needed to be carefully identified to determine its authenticity. Xiao Ruofei's attention was mainly focused on a small part of the auction rules at the back. The general principle was actually very simple. That was, the highest bidder would get it. This was the same for all auctions. Some of the rules were similar to what Luo Qingfeng had said, but as the organizer, the Falling Leaves sect had refined many of the rules, making it more enforceable. For example, if there were not enough spirit stones and the bidder did not want to give up, they could take out treasures to replace spirit stones. As long as they could get the agreement of the owner of the item, and the two sides could discuss how many spirit stones the treasure could offset. In general, the rules of this kind of auction would certainly not be as detailed as those of the secular world. Speaking of which, the Falling Leaves sect being able to prepare an auction brochure in advance was already keeping up with the times. This auction had been going on for many years. Xiao Ruofei could imagine that many years ago, it was naturally impossible to have such a beautiful brochure printed on copperplate paper. Moreover, he was also very curious. Such a brochure had so many steps from production to printing. Wouldn't the person who handled it think that there was something wrong with the customer's brain? In the eyes of the secular world's ordinary people, storage rings, spirit stones, elixirs, and the like were simply fantasies. However, he thought about it again. In order to hold an auction, directly buying a small printing shop did not seem to be a big deal for a cultivation sect. These cultivators really did not put the secular world's money in their eyes. Xiao Ruofei could not help but laugh. Then, he cleared his mind of these messy thoughts and began to think about what he should take out to participate in the auction. For him, this was the most important thing. He had already ruled out spirit crystals and origin crystals before, so he naturally did not consider them now. However, if he did not have enough spirit stones, he could directly use spirit crystals or even origin crystals to continue to increase the price. This was still barely acceptable. In short, he was determined to get those two storage rings. Xiao Ruofei slightly went through the things that he could take out now. The most precious treasure on him was naturally the spirit map scroll, but unless his brain was clamped by a door, how could he directly take out the spirit map scroll? Moreover, to put it bluntly, even if he wanted to sell it, in the current cultivation world of Xianxia, there was absolutely no one who could afford to buy it. An ordinary man was innocent, but he was guilty. The secret of the ring to space could not be exposed even if he was beaten to death. Apart from the spirit map scroll, Xiao Ruofei actually had quite a lot of good things. There was no need to mention spirit crystals and origin crystals. In the heart island of the mountain and sea realm, he also had a large number of spirit herbs and spirit medicines. Among them, there was no lack of spirit herbs like the heart-condensing grass that could directly increase one's cultivation aptitude. It could be said that in the herb garden of the realm Heart Island, any spirit herb and spirit medicine that he took out would be enough to make the cultivators of Xianxia fight over them. In addition to these, Xiao Ruofei also obtained many cultivation techniques, secret techniques, and ancient books from the Inheritance Jade Talisman. Now that the entire cultivation world had withered, these cultivation techniques might not have been especially precious in the era of the mountain and sea realm spiritual master, but in the present day, they were undoubtedly quite valuable. Xiao Ruofei could totally pick out a few of the less important ones and copy them. He was sure that he could sell them for a high price. Moreover, this was a completely cost-free transaction. However, Xiao Ruofei thought about it and eliminated the idea of auctioning off the cultivation techniques and ancient books. The reason was also very simple. Cultivation methods were naturally incomparably precious to those who needed them. Most of the people who participated in the auction this time were cultivation sects, and the sects basically had a relatively complete cultivation method inheritance. Although stones from other sects could be used to improve jade, relatively speaking, the degree of preciousness was not so high. Moreover, if he accidentally copied a secret technique of a certain sect, the matter would be blown out of proportion. The other party would definitely investigate the matter of the cultivation techniques being leaked. Moreover, they would definitely investigate to the end. If he got into trouble, he would not be able to get rid of it even if he wanted to. If the matter went even further and he copied a few cultivation techniques and they were all clashed with some of the sects participating in the auction, it would cause an even greater uproar. Perhaps the other sects would also feel insecure and worry that their cultivation techniques had been leaked. When that happened, it was entirely possible that he would become the target of public criticism in Xianxia's cultivation world. It was better not to do such a dangerous thing. After eliminating the option of copying cultivation techniques and ancient books and auctioning them, Xiao Ruofei did not have many choices other than the spiritual herbs and spiritual herbs from Realm Heart Island. There were only two kinds. The first was array talismans. His array Dao level had already reached a very high level. Moreover, there were many array Dao ancient books in the inheritance jade talisman that had been lost in the current cultivation world. Most of the array techniques recorded in these ancient books should have been lost by now. He could directly inscribe array discs and array talismans. They would definitely be very popular items for auction. The second type was medicinal pills. He was still unable to refine pills in the true sense. However, refining pills and ointments that had auxiliary effects for cultivation would not be a problem. Some auxiliary medicines recorded in the ancient books did not require particularly precious medicinal herbs. Most of them were common medicinal herbs that could be found in the secular world, supplemented by one or two more precious medicinal herbs. These could all be found in the Ring 2 space. In the current cultivation world, such medicinal herbs were basically very difficult to find. The reason was none other than the fact that the prescription had been lost. Xiao Ruofei did not have many things, but he had a lot of prescriptions. He could definitely choose a few medicinal herbs and then use the time array flags to refine a batch of medicinal herbs that would aid in cultivation. He would definitely be able to make it in time for tomorrow's auction. As Xiao Ruofei thought of this, he could not help but chuckle and say to himself, if that's the case, my family background is actually quite good. Xiao Ruofei leaned on the sofa with his eyes slightly closed. After deliberating for a long time, he finally chose a type of pill for cultivators, the qi-gathering pill. Although the qi-gathering pill was called a pill, it actually didn't reach the level of a medicinal pill. It wasn't a medicinal pill in the true sense of the word. However, Xiao Ruofei compared the prescriptions he obtained from the inheritance jade talisman and felt that the qi-gathering pill should be more suitable for this auction. The qi-gathering pill's function was actually very simple. It could provide a certain amount of spiritual aura for cultivators to absorb. The medicinal herbs used to refine the qi-gathering pill were also very common. In fact, the key to refining the qi-gathering pill wasn't the medicinal herbs. All of the medicinal herbs were auxiliary. Their function was to lock the spiritual aura inside the qi-gathering pill. Therefore, the key to refining the qi-gathering pill was the refining environment. The required medicinal herbs were very common and could be easily gathered in the Ring 2 space. In terms of refining medicine, there was no more suitable environment than the Ring 2 space. Even after the Great Void Mystic Clear formation stabilized, the concentration of spiritual aura was not as high as in the Ring 2 space. The small amount of spiritual aura lost in refining medicine would almost never cause fluctuations in the spiritual aura of the space. It could be replenished in the blink of an eye. There was another difficulty, and that was the technique of refining medicine. It required a certain level of formation skills. After setting up the formation, it could be combined with the medicinal herbs to lock in the spiritual aura. For Xiao Ruofei, this wasn't difficult. In other words, it should be relatively easy for Xiao Ruofei to refine the qi-gathering pill. The reason why he didn't refine the qi-gathering pill for the people around him was mainly because he didn't like this kind of primary auxiliary medicine. How much spiritual aura could the qi-gathering pill preserve? Even if one ate the qi-gathering pill like candy, the effect wouldn't be as fast as directly using spirit crystals to cultivate. There weren't many people around Xiao Ruofei who needed cultivation. Resources. For low-level qi refining cultivators like Ling Qingshui and Li Yifu, a single spirit crystal could be used for a very long time. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't think of refining the qi-gathering pill. However, it was still very suitable to put this thing in the auction to make some money. For Xiao Ruofei and the cultivators around him, the qi-gathering pill was of little value. However, in the current environment of Huaxia, the qi-gathering pill was still a very practical auxiliary medicine. Of course, the qi-gathering pill was of no use to cultivators in the golden core stage. This way, it wouldn't easily attract the attention of those strong cultivators. Moreover, the people who had come to participate in the auction this time were all from various large sections of the sects as a whole. Of a sex A. Therefore, the qi-gathering pill was a supplementary medicine that had a very good effect on increasing the cultivation efficiency of low-level cultivators. It was believed that many sect leaders and elders would be very interested in it. The cost was almost zero, the effect was good, and the market demand was relatively strong. With these three factors, Xiao Ruofei didn't need to hesitate. He quickly chose this auxiliary medicine as his first auction item. After making up his mind, Xiao Ruofei didn't waste any more time and immediately began to arrange it. Refining the qi-gathering pill was different from other medicines. It must be completed in the Ring 2 space. If it was in the past, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't take out the spiritual map scroll when he came to an unfamiliar place with other cultivators living upstairs and downstairs. He wouldn't even enter the Ring 2 space. However, Xiao Ruofei was no longer an ignorant person. Now, he had more means than before. His strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. He didn't easily enter the Ring 2 space when he was outside. He was just being cautious. If he really needed to go in, he had the confidence to ensure his safety. Although Xiao Ruofei was cautious, he was definitely not conservative. He just didn't want to fight a battle that he wasn't confident in. Xiao Ruofei first took out pieces of array glyphs from the space. After walking into the bedroom, he skillfully arranged them. These array glyphs were all carved by Xiao Ruofei in his spare time. They were basically made of jade and could be used many times. There were all kinds of arrays inside, and their functions were also varied. Some were specially used for warning, some were used to isolate sound and even vision. There were also several protective enchantments. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, densely packed arrays were nested together. Even if a golden core stage cultivator came, it would be impossible to break them all in a short time. And with this little buffer, Xiao Ruofei could react in time and return to the outside world in the Ring 2 space. Although there were quite a few sect elders and Oris core stage cultivators participating in the auction, they were all important figures of their respective sections. It was very impolite for them to use their spiritual power to investigate other people's rooms. No one would be so reckless. At least, Xiao Ruofei had been back in her room for a long time and had not felt any external spiritual power probing. If someone really used spiritual power to probe, it would be impossible for an ordinary cultivator in the middle stage of the Golden Elixir realm to not be discovered by Xiao Ruofei, unless it was a strong cultivator in the late stage of the Golden Elixir realm with very strong spiritual power. As for directly breaking into other people's rooms, the probability of that was even lower. Even Li Yifu and Luo Qingfeng, without his permission, absolutely wouldn't dare to take a step into his room. Therefore, after Xiao Ruofei locked the doors and windows and drew the curtains, he stepped into the protective array that he had set up. With a thought, he took out the spirit map scroll. He carefully stuffed the scroll under his blanket, and then with a thought, he escaped into the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei didn't waste any time and directly entered the origin stage. At the same time, his mental energy swept across the huge medicinal shelves in the origin stage. The medicinal herbs needed to refine the qi-gathering pill floated up one by one and quickly gathered towards him. Together with the medicinal pots, furnaces, charcoal, and other tools that he was used to. In order to save time, Xiao Ruofei first used the time formation flag to set up an acceleration formation in the origin stage. Then, he brought the medicinal herbs and tools into the formation. This way, the flow of time in the outside world was basically 2,000 times faster, and there wouldn't be any delay in doing anything. Only then did Xiao Ruofei begin to try refining the pill. Although it was his first time refining the qi-gathering pill, he already had experience in refining various kinds of medicine, and was familiar with the process. Refining pills required the control of the fire, and this was highlighted by Xiao Ruofei's powerful mental energy. Using his mental energy to constantly monitor the situation, his control of the fire could be said to be very precise, and it was basically impossible to make a mistake. The first part of refining the pill was smooth sailing, but at the final stage, he had to compress and lock the spiritual qi in the pill. This required the cooperation of the formation. As it was Xiao Ruofei's first time controlling the formation, it was inevitable that there would be some mistakes. Therefore, the first batch of medicine failed at the final stage. Xiao Ruofei didn't think much of it. According to the records, the qi-gathering pill was not that easy to refine even in the cultivation world where there were many experts and the environment was excellent. It would be abnormal to succeed on the first try. In any case, he wouldn't lose any spiritual qi even if he failed. Furthermore, the medicinal herbs used were very ordinary, and the cost was basically negligible. Xiao Ruofei prepared many sets of medicinal herbs. The small amount of mental energy consumed by refining the pill was nothing to him. Compared to sword kinesis flight, it was a drop in the ocean. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't rest. He immediately cleaned the medicinal pot and began the second try. He experimented 4 times in a row, and all of them failed without exception. However, Xiao Ruofei's mastery of the small but exquisite formation was getting better and better. Starting from the 5th time, Xiao Ruofei didn't fail again. He almost didn't stop refining. After refining 5 batches in a row, he obtained a total of 100 qi-gathering pills. In addition to the previous failed attempts, Xiao Ruofei spent about 20 hours refining the pills. However, due to the effect of the 2000-fold faster time flow, only a short time had passed in the outside world. Xiao Ruofei found 5 porcelain bottles and put the 100 qi-gathering pills, which were still warm, into them. Each bottle contained 20 pills. Then, Xiao Ruofei didn't put away the formation flags. He directly left the bottles containing the qi-gathering pills in the time formation. With a thought, he left the Ring 2 space and returned to the outside world. After reappearing in the hotel bedroom, Xiao Ruofei immediately checked the protective formation he set up. He was slightly relieved, the formation didn't show any signs of being touched. Xiao Ruofei's formation talismans were also very exquisite. One of the small formations was very sensitive. Even if one's mental energy scanned it, it would be touched and leave a trace. Even this formation didn't have any reaction. This meant that when he was in the space, no one had checked it. In fact, because of the time formation, Xiao Ruofei's time in the space was very short. If there was someone in the room, from this person's perspective, Xiao Ruofei basically flashed into the space and came out after a few breaths. In such a short time, the probability of an expert checking this room and finding something unusual was very low. Xiao Ruofei quickly put the spiritual map scroll in his palm. Then, he removed all the protective and alert formations and stored the formation talismans in the Ring 2 space. Then, Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment. First, he set up a soundproof barrier in his room. Then, he took out his mobile phone and dialed Li Yifu's number. "Junior brother Xia." Li Yifu answered the phone immediately. After all the people living here were cultivators. In order to prevent the walls from having ears, Li Yifu also followed their previous agreement and directly called Xiao Ruofei junior brother. His tone sounded a little awkward, but it shouldn't give him away. Xiao Ruofei said, "Yifu, come to my room with Qingfeng. There are some things I want to discuss with you." Xiao Ruofei set up a soundproof barrier, so he didn't need to worry too much about what he said. "Okay." Li Yifu replied. A few minutes later, Xiao Ruofei heard a knock on the door. He walked over and opened the door. He saw Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu standing at the door. Without waiting for them to speak, Xiao Ruofei said, "Let's go in and talk." He let the two enter the room. After locking the door, he walked into the living room. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Okay, I set up a soundproof barrier here. You don't need to be so careful when you talk." Hearing this, Luo Qingfeng quickly bowed to Xiao Ruofei and respectfully asked, "Master, I wonder what orders you have for this old slave." Sit down first. Xiao Ruofei pointed to the sofa and said. Li Yifu and Luo Qingfeng respectfully waited for Xiao Ruofei to sit down. Then they sat down on the sofa on the side. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Qingfeng, after I went back to my room, I thought about it. I have something that seems to be good for auction, but I'm not sure if it can be sold for a good price. You have more experience, so I want to ask you to help me look into it. Yes. Master. Luo Qingfeng said quickly. Xiao Ruofei turned his hand and took out all 5 bottles of gathering chi pills from the ring-2 space. He lined them up on the tea table in front of him. These gathering chi pills were still in the time formation. Although it had only been a short while in the outside world, in fact, they had been in the time formation for several days. So at this moment, they had already cooled down. It was impossible to tell that they were temporarily refined. Take a look first, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. He also had the intention of testing Luo Qingfeng. If he couldn't even tell that these pills were gathering chi pills, then there was no need to help him look into it. And if Luo Qingfeng couldn't tell, then the leaders and elders of other sects might not be able to tell. This was a good thing, but he was afraid that they couldn't recognize it. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei was worrying too much. Although the current cultivators were lacking in resources and talents, these golden elixir cultivators were still knowledgeable. Luo Qingfeng opened a porcelain bottle. First, he sniffed it with his nose. Then, he poured out a gathering chi pill and examined it carefully. His eyes immediately lit up, and he cried out involuntarily, Master, is this a gathering chi pill? Xiao Ruofei nodded and said with a smile, Yes. A total of 100 pills. How about it? Can this thing be taken out? Will anyone want it? Luo Qingfeng said exaggeratedly, Master, this is simply too good to be taken out. Right now, the biggest headache for all the sects is that because of the deterioration of the environment, the progress of low-level cultivators is getting slower and slower. Many sects have a serious problem of lacking manpower. This gathering chi pill is simply too useful for cultivating low-level cultivators. And Master actually has 100 gathering chi pills. If these gathering chi pills are used together, it's absolutely no problem to cultivate 10 5th-level chi refining cultivators. To be honest, if this was a normal auction, I would also fight for these gathering chi pills. Our star-seizing sect also needs them. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile that wasn't a smile, If you follow me in the future, do you still need to worry about cultivation resources? Let's not talk about other things, but gathering chi pills, this kind of thing, won't be lacking for you. Luo Qingfeng quickly stood up and said, Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Xiao Ruofei asked curiously, Qingfeng, as far as I know, strictly speaking, the chi-gathering pill can't even be considered a medicinal pill, and it's only effective for low-level cultivators. If it were to be auctioned, what do you think the final price of these 100 chi-gathering pills would be? Hearing this, Luo Qingfeng pondered for a moment and said, Master, chi-gathering pills rarely appear in trade fairs and auctions. The old slave can only roughly estimate the price. It may not be accurate. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, It doesn't matter. Tell me your judgment. Just treat it as chatting. Yes. Master. Luo Qingfeng said, Many years ago, there was a trade of chi-gathering pills. The old slave remembered that the price of each pill was about 60 spirit stones. Nowadays, chi-gathering pills are even rarer. It is also a very popular auxiliary medicine. Moreover, people bid together in the auction, so it is easy to raise the price. So, the old slave estimated that each pill should be at least 100 spirit stones. Xiao Ruofei was surprised and said, That's not a low price. If each chi-gathering pill could be sold for 100 spirit stones, then the batch of chi-gathering pills he refined today could be exchanged for at least 10,000 spirit stones, which was not a small number. Xiao Ruofei then asked curiously, Qingfeng, the spirit chi and the spirit stones should be about the same, right? Luo Qingfeng did not know why Xiao Ruofei suddenly asked such a common question, but he still answered seriously, Yes, Master. The spirit chi and the standard cut spirit stones is about the same. That's why spirit stones can become the universal currency in the cultivation world. Xiao Ruofei had seen spirit stones before. Last time when he asked about the auction, Luo Qingfeng had taken them out and showed them to him. Xiao Ruofei silently calculated the spirit qi in the spirit stones, and then said, Qingfeng, I estimated that the compressed spirit qi in the qi gathering pill is about the same as the spirit qi in 30 or 40 spirit stones. If it can be sold for 100 spirit stones, the profit margin will be huge. Although the qi gathering pill was only a small pill, and its volume was much smaller than a spirit stone, the spirit qi inside the pill was locked inside the pill through the combination of the array and the medicine. The compression ratio of the spirit qi was relatively high, and the spirit stone was mined from a naturally formed spirit stone vein. It was cut according to standards, so the concentration of spirit qi was actually very low. Xiao Ruofei hadn't thought about this before, mainly because he didn't lack cultivation resources for the time being. In addition, he felt that the amount of spiritual qi in spirit stones was pitifully low. He had never thought of using spirit stones for cultivation, so naturally, he wouldn't think of going through the trouble of refining qi-gathering pills in exchange for spirit stones. But now, he had a different idea. Spirit stones were the universal currency of the cultivation world. Earning spirit stones didn't have to be used for cultivation. It could be used as money in the cultivation world. He could use spirit stones to buy things that he or the people around him could use for cultivation. The most important thing was that the spirit qi in the qi gathering pill had the highest cost, but for Xiao Ruofei, it was completely zero cost. When refining in the Ring 2 space, the consumed spirit qi would be quickly absorbed from the chaotic space outside the space membrane wall. It could be said that the spirit qi was inexhaustible. Xiao Ruofei felt that the profit margin of the qi gathering pill was very high, but he didn't expect that Luo Qingfeng would be even more surprised after hearing his words. Luo Qingfeng sucked in a breath of cold air and cried out involuntarily, Master! You said, the spirit qi contained in the qi gathering pill is equivalent to the total amount of spirit qi contained in 30 or 40 spirit stones? Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Yes. I know about these energy gathering pills. Generally speaking, they can reach up to 40 spirit stones worth of spiritual energy. Some are slightly worse, at least 37 or 38 spirit stones worth of spiritual energy. A few of them can even reach up to 50 spirit stones worth of spiritual energy. What's wrong? Is it because I refined it incorrectly and the spirit qi content is too low? Xiao Ruofei had refined the qi gathering pill strictly according to the ancient records in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. He had never seen the qi gathering pill produced in Huaxia's cultivation world before, so Luo Qingfeng's surprise made Xiao Ruofei a little uncertain. After all, Luo Qingfeng had just said that a single energy gathering pill could be sold for 60 spirit stones many years ago. Moreover, he also estimated that the price of the energy gathering pill in this auction would be at least 100 spirit stones per unit. Could it be that the energy gathering pill they had traded before had a much higher amount of spirit qi than the batch he had refined? If that was the case, it could explain why the qi gathering pill could be sold at such a high price. Luo Qingfeng quickly said, Master. It's not too little, it's too high. This is high. Xiao Ruofei also found it hard to believe. This is already double the profit. Could it be that the qi gathering pill you've seen before had a lower spirit qi content than this? Luo Qingfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Master, that's not how it's calculated. I can tell you with certainty that the qi gathering pill traded in Huaxia's cultivation world in the past had a spirit qi content of about 20 to 30 spirit stones. The qi gathering pill with a spirit qi content of 30 spirit stones was already a very high quality qi gathering pill. Luo Qingfeng saw Xiao Ruofei's puzzled expression and quickly explained, the value of the qi gathering pill and spirit stones can't be measured only by the spirit qi content. The spirit qi in spirit stones is relatively heterogeneous, but the spirit qi in the qi gathering pill has been purified and compressed, so it's quite pure. The absorption efficiency is completely different. Moreover, the qi gathering pill is especially suitable for low-level cultivators. If it's freely available, the consumption will certainly be very large. However, there aren't many people who know how to refine the qi gathering pill, and the environment suitable for refining the qi gathering pill is becoming more and more difficult to find. In the words of the secular world, the technical threshold is very high. These are the factors that cause the price of the qi gathering pill to become higher and higher. Xiao Ruofei slowly nodded. With Luo Qingfeng's explanation, he basically understood. As an entrepreneur who lived in a modern society and owned a company with huge commercial potential, it wasn't difficult to understand this kind of supply and demand relationship and the brand premium caused by the monopoly of technology. The products of the Taoyuan company were much more expensive than similar products, but people still rushed to buy them. In particular, the effect of the jade muscle ointment was far better than the competing products. There were no competitors at all, so it was even more profitable. The price of the qi gathering pill basically followed this rule. A qi gathering pill that contained 20 to 30 pieces of spiritual energy was easily sold for 60 spirit stones, which meant that the selling price was almost 3 times the cost. The extra part was naturally the value of the technique. After all, it was impossible to sell it for 20 to 30 spirit stones even though the cost was 20 to 30 spirit stones. If there was no profit, who would be willing to do a thankless job? For a moment, Xia Ruofei even wanted to refine another batch of qi-gathering pills. It was really too easy to make money. However, he still restrained his thoughts. No matter how popular this thing was, the rule of rare things being expensive was forever unchanged. 100 qi-gathering pills was just the right amount. It wasn't too much, but it wasn't too little either. If he took out thousands of qi-gathering pills at once, wanting to sell them for a high premium would undoubtedly be a fool's dream. Therefore, even if he wanted to sell qi-gathering pills in the future, he couldn't take out too many at once this time. However, in this way, he should probably take out something to auction. 10,000 spirit stones sounded like a lot, but storage rings were also very rare items in the current cultivation world. Although the sect leaders, elders, protectors, and other high-level people basically all had storage rings, if a storage ring appeared in an auction, there would definitely be a lot of people who would want to buy it. Even if they didn't need it, it was also very good to give it to a younger generation disciple as a reward. Therefore, Xia Ruofei already expected that the competition for the storage ring would be very fierce. He didn't know what the price would be, but he estimated that 10,000 spirit stones wouldn't be enough. After all, for the sect's high-level people, their assets wouldn't be too small. It was estimated that many people could take out 10,000 spirit stones. Just as Xia Ruofei was thinking about what to take out to participate in the auction, Luo Qingfeng on the side said very excitedly, "Master, the quality of your qi-gathering pills is so high. We can't sell them as ordinary qi-gathering pills, otherwise it would really be a loss." "Oh?" Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Then how do you want to sell them?" Luo Qingfeng was stunned for a moment and said, "Master, when we provide the qi-gathering pills to the Fallen Leaves sect, we have to explain the quality of this batch of qi-gathering pills and let them specifically emphasize it during the auction. Everyone is a knowledgeable person. Knowing this situation, they will naturally raise the price in their hearts." Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "You're right. Qingfeng, I'll leave the matter of submitting the auction items to you." "Yes, Master," Luo Qingfeng said excitedly, "this old slave will definitely handle this matter properly." "Master, please rest assured." This wasn't the first time that Luo Qingfeng had participated in an auction. Moreover, this year's auction was hosted by the Fallen Leaf sect. Because their strength was about the same as the Star-Seizing sect, Luo Qingfeng and the Fallen Leaf sect had a lot of exchanges and could be considered familiar with the Fallen Leaf sect's high-level people. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Qingfeng, there are 2 things that you need to remember." "Master, please instruct me." Luo Qingfeng quickly said. "First, tell the Fallen Leaves sect that during the auction, we will bid by the bottles." Xia Ruofei said, "Each bottle has 20 qi-gathering pills, and they will be divided into 5 batches for the auction." Li Yifu on the side slightly thought and said with a smile, "Martial Granduncle's move is wonderful. This will definitely be more profitable than auctioning them all at once." After all, Luo Qingfeng wasn't like Li Yifu, who floated in the sea of business all year round. He spent most of his time cultivating in the sect, and his thinking in marketing could be said to be almost zero, so he didn't understand the difference between the two. In his opinion, wasn't it more convenient to auction 100 qi-gathering pills together? Facing Luo Qingfeng's question, Li Yifu smiled and said, "Sect Master Luo, the difference between selling them separately and selling them together is quite big. First of all, if you sell them separately, the price of each batch will definitely be much cheaper than selling them together. This way, some forces with insufficient financial resources can also participate. They may not be able to buy 100 qi gathering pills in one go, but they can still compete for 20 qi gathering pills. In this way, there will be more people participating in the competition, and the price will naturally rise. Secondly, there is the psychological factor of marketing. When people who have a strong desire to buy see bottles of qi gathering pills being sold, and there are fewer and fewer qi gathering pills left, their mood will become more and more urgent, and they will be less and less hesitant to increase the price. After all, there will only be a small number of qi gathering pills, so the huge demand will be suppressed. The later it is, the fiercer the competition will be, and the higher the price will be. In this way, the final total price will definitely be much higher than auctioning them together. After hearing this, Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but be stunned. He said with a wry smile, "It turns out that there are so many ways to do this. Fortunately, Master reminded us. Otherwise, we would have suffered a loss." Li Yifu asked with a smile, "Martial Granduncle, I don't know how I explained it. I guess Martial Granduncle has more profound meaning, but I can't understand it for the time being." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "No, no, no. You're very comprehensive, more comprehensive than I thought. To be honest, in terms of business, Yifu, you can beat me by a few streets." Li Yifu quickly said, "Martial Granduncle, you're exaggerating. I'm ashamed to say that in the past few years, my cultivation has been stagnant because of these mundane affairs that occupied too much of my time." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "It's not too late to start working harder now. I don't dare to say what will happen in the future, because I haven't reached that level myself. But as long as you can successfully break through the bottleneck of the qi gathering stage and reach foundation establishment, then I promise to provide you with the resources to break through to Jindan. Thank you, Martial Granduncle, for your guidance." Li Yifu quickly stood up and said gratefully. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and turned to Luo Qingfeng and said, "Continue the previous topic. There's also a second point. Tell the person in charge of the auction in the Fallen Leaves sect that when the first bottle of qi gathering pills is auctioned, we'll allow everyone to nominate a highly respected senior to test the pills. He can directly take a qi gathering pill to test the pills. When the time comes, we'll naturally reduce the final price by 20%. Yes." Luo Qingfeng secretly engraved Xiao Ruofei's words in his heart. Xiao Ruofei continued, "Third, when we emphasize the quality of our qi amassing pills at the auction, we can directly promise that in every bottle, at least 80% of the qi amassing pills will reach 40 spiritual stones of spiritual energy, and at least one of the qi amassing pills will reach 50 spiritual stones of spiritual energy. If we can't do this, we're willing to compensate you 10 times the final price." After Xiao Ruofei had refined the qi gathering pills in the space, he had distributed them evenly according to the quality of the pills and put them into 5 porcelain bottles. So, he was very clear about the situation of these qi gathering pills. In these 5 bottles, 2 of them had 2 pills with a specific quality that exceeded 50 spirit stones of spiritual qi. The other 3 bottles also had one such high-quality qi gathering pill. And the quality of the pills that reached 80% of 40 spirit stones of spiritual qi was also easily achievable. So, Xiao Ruofei said these words with confidence. Luo Qingfeng didn't have the slightest doubt about Xiao Ruofei. He said without hesitation, "Yes. Master, this old slave will remember. Does Master have any other orders?" Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "The matter of the qi gathering pills is more or less settled. In a while, you can directly take these 5 bottles of qi gathering pills and leave the rest to you. In addition, there's something I can't decide on. Help me think about it." "Master, please speak." Luo Qingfeng quickly said. "Although the value of this batch of qi amassing pills is much higher than I expected, it may be a bit difficult to compete for that pair of storage rings with only the spirit stones obtained from auctioning the qi amassing pills." Xiao Ruofei said, "So I plan to sell some more things. I have some good quality talismans on hand. Qingfeng, you are more familiar with the situation. What kind of talismans are more popular and easier to sell at a high price?" Luo Qingfeng said, "Master, as long as it is a talisman, it is very rare. No matter what kind of talisman it is, as long as it is of good quality, the price will generally not be too low. The biggest advantage of the talisman was that it was convenient. It did not require the user to have a high level of formation skills because the person who made the talisman had already fixed the formation in the jade. The user only needed to arrange it according to a specific position. Some talismans did not even need to be activated by spiritual power. Once placed in a specific position, the formation would be automatically activated. In this way, the threshold for use was greatly reduced. Some cultivators who were not good at formation skills could also use the formation. Therefore, the price of talismans had always been relatively high. In particular, there were fewer and fewer formation masters in recent years. The loss of inheritance caused many formations to be lost. Some talismans excavated from relics were sold at sky-high prices. Luo Qingfeng then said, relatively speaking, the talisman with the spirit-gathering function should be the most popular. I think you know the reason without me saying it. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said with a smile, indeed, the spirit-gathering talisman is probably the most popular one. With the deterioration of Earth's cultivation environment, cultivators were no longer able to cultivate anytime and anywhere. Every day, there were only 2 periods of time when the world energy was relatively calm. If there was no natural formation like the Peach Blossom Island, cultivators could only cultivate during these 2 periods of time. One could imagine the inefficiency of cultivating at this time. The spirit-gathering talisman could purify the heterogeneous spirit chi and increase the concentration of spirit chi, so cultivators could basically cultivate all the time. This was a great help for cultivators who lacked resources. Xiao Ruofei said again, however, the spirit-gathering talisman is relatively easy to make. I think there should be a lot of them in the cultivation world. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. If there are too many of them, they will become worthless. Luo Qingfeng smiled and said, Master, there are indeed more spirit-gathering array glyphs than other types. Even our star-picking sect has a set of spirit-gathering array glyphs. But it's precisely because it has a wider range of uses that there are so many spirit-gathering array glyphs in existence. Moreover, compared to the number of people in the cultivation world, spirit-gathering array talismans are still very rare. As long as you take them out for auction, you won't have to worry about not being able to get a good price. Seeing that Luo Qingfeng was so certain, Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, if that's the case, count it as one spirit-gathering array talisman. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, I do have a ready-made spirit-gathering talisman on hand, but, in order to sell it at a high price, I'll have to modify it. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei flipped his hand and took out a set of spirit-gathering array talismans that he had used before. Just as Luo Qingfeng said, spirit-gathering array talismans were the most widely used. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei had obtained several methods of making spirit-gathering array talismans from the inheritance jade talisman. The set of spirit-gathering array talismans that he took out was a set of relatively high quality. The array that was sealed within the array talisman was also relatively exquisite. However, this set of array talismans actually had 2 versions. The one that he took out now was only a simplified version. He planned to directly modify this set of array talismans into an advanced version. These 2 versions were originally of the same origin. The basic principles were exactly the same, and there weren't many changes. It was completely possible to directly upgrade the simplified version. In fact, the biggest difference between the 2 versions was that the advanced version had 3 grooves that were specifically used to place spirit stones. Xiao Ruofei didn't use spirit stones at all in the past. Therefore, when he drew the array talismans, he naturally didn't choose the version with spirit stone grooves. The advanced version had more grooves for spirit stones. It didn't directly absorb the spiritual energy of spirit stones. The spiritual energy contained in spirit stones was very limited. The spiritual energy of 3 spirit stones was just a drop in the bucket. The role of spirit stones was more to drive the array. The version with spirit stone grooves had a lower threshold for use. There was almost no requirement for mental power. As long as there were no mistakes in the arrangement, the array could automatically operate with spirit stones installed. In addition, the advanced version driven by spirit stones also had a certain upgrade to the spirit-gathering array talisman. Relatively speaking, the efficiency of gathering spiritual energy was also higher than the previous simplified version. Because the modification wasn't difficult, Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment. He decided to take out this set of array talismans and directly upgrade it. Then, he would give it to Luo Qingfeng to be auctioned. When Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu saw that Xiao Ruofei was actually going to draw the array talismans on the spot, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. They stared at Xiao Ruofei intently, for fear of missing this rare learning opportunity. Xiao Ruofei didn't have the intention to hide it. He smiled. With a slight thought, the main array talisman floated in front of him. He moved his fingers as if they were flying. Streaks of light patterns flashed and disappeared. They entered the main array talisman at an extremely fast speed. Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu could both sense that the complex patterns inside the main array talisman were gradually changing slightly. As the saying goes, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. It was the same for arrays. A small change could trigger a big chain reaction. After a while, Xiao Ruofei finished drawing the array pattern. Then, he used his finger as a knife and accurately carved 3 grooves on the surface of the main array talisman. All the array patterns were connected together. Because the spirit stones were all cut according to standards, the grooves where the spirit stones were inlaid were all the same size. Then, Xiao Ruofei made corresponding modifications to the 8 small array talismans in the auxiliary position in this set of array talismans. This was easier because there were very few modifications. He changed a piece in almost 10 seconds. After a minute or two, he put down the last auxiliary array talisman and said with a smile, "Done. Let's try the effect. Qingfeng, lend me 3 spirit stones to use." Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu were already stunned. Li Yifu was fine, but Luo Qingfeng could be considered experienced and knowledgeable. When he was young, he had the honor of watching his seniors draw array talismans. However, he had never seen Xiao Ruofei draw array talismans so easily and freely. It was the first time he saw someone draw array talismans so easily. Xiao Ruofei's words made Luo Qingfeng come back to his senses. He quickly said, "Yes, Master." Then, Luo Qingfeng immediately took out 3 spirit stones from his storage ring and respectfully handed them to Xiao Ruofei with both hands. After Xiao Ruofei took the spirit stones, he first threw out a few array talismans and set up a shielding boundary in the room. Once the spirit gathering array was activated, it would absorb the surrounding spirit qi. Cultivators at the gold core stage were very sensitive to the fluctuations of spirit qi in the vicinity. This was very likely to attract the attention of others. The shielding boundary isolated the spirit qi outside. The spirit gathering array could only absorb the spirit qi in the room. Naturally, no fluctuations could be detected from outside. Although the effect of the spirit gathering array would be much worse, Xiao Ruofei was just experimenting. He didn't really need to fully activate the spirit gathering array, so this was enough. After Xiao Ruofei set up the boundary, he skillfully set up the spirit gathering array around the 3 of them. Then, Xiao Ruofei waved his hand, and 3 spirit stones flew out and accurately fell into the 3 grooves of the main array talisman. The grooves he carved were quite accurate. After the spirit stones were inlaid, they fit seamlessly. Once the spirit stones were in place, Xiao Ruofei didn't need to use his mental power to activate it again. The spirit gathering array was directly activated. Xiao Ruofei and the other 2 people in the spirit gathering array clearly felt the spirit qi begin to gather. However, because the spirit qi in the room was limited, it was soon difficult to continue. Even so, the effect of the spirit gathering array had been verified. Xiao Ruofei roughly estimated that after today's upgrade, the efficiency of the spirit gathering array was at least 20% higher than before. This was a relatively conservative estimate. Xiao Ruofei was very satisfied. He laughed and said, "Let's do this. Tomorrow, we'll take it to the auction. It should be able to sell for a good price." After that, Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and took back the spirit gathering array talisman. After removing the spirit gathering array, the spirit qi that had just gathered began to slowly dissipate. Finally, the spirit qi in the room returned to the same level as the outside world. Xiao Ruofei removed the shielding enchantment as well. He handed the set of spirit gathering array talisman to Luo Qingfeng and said, "Qingfeng, I'll leave this set of spirit gathering array talisman to you. Tomorrow, take it to the people of the Fallen Leaves sect and add it to the auction." "Yes, Master." Luo Qingfeng hurriedly said, the effect of this array is very good. Among the spirit-gathering array talismans, it's a rare high-quality item. Even I can't help but want to buy it. I'm sure the people of the other sects will be very interested. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, if you want, I'll find time to make a set for you. Let's keep this set to exchange for spirit stones. Luo Qingfeng hurriedly said, Master, the old slave was just making an example. He didn't really want this set of spirit-gathering array talisman. The cultivation environment of the star-picking sect is not bad. You don't have to trouble yourself and specifically engrave spirit-gathering array talisman for the old slave. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, let's talk about it later. For me, engraving a set of elementary spirit-gathering array talisman is not tiring at all. It's quite easy. In Xiao Ruofei's opinion, this kind of small spirit-gathering array talisman was really not difficult. He felt that it was more complicated, such as the array disc that he had engraved to activate the Great Void Mystical Clear Array. There were even more difficult ones that Xiao Ruofei had not been able to complete so far. They were the various large and small spirit-gathering array talismans that were required to make spirit puppets. In comparison, the spirit-gathering array talisman was really just child's play. Luo Qingfeng heard this and could only say, then the old slave will thank Master on behalf of the disciples of the sect. Even if Luo Qingfeng had the spirit-gathering array talisman, he basically had no use for it. It was mainly for the low-level disciples of the star-picking sect to use. This set of spirit-gathering array talisman was not to be underestimated. With the accumulation of time, it would be very useful for the cultivation of low-level disciples. Those disciples in the qi refining stage were the foundation of the sect. There might be a genius among them who could break through to the Oris core stage and increase the influence of the sect. Of course, even Luo Qingfeng was Xiao Ruofei's servant. Strictly speaking, the star-picking sect was also Xiao Ruofei's own force. It was not a big deal for him to provide some cultivation resources. Moreover, it was not that troublesome. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, in order to raise as many spirit stones as possible, in addition to this set of spirit-gathering array talisman, I will also take out 3 protective array talismans for auction. As Xiao Ruofei spoke, he took out 3 jade talismans from the Ring 2 space and lined them up on the tea table. He said, these 3 protective array talismans can be used individually. Just wear them on your body. Each protective array talisman can withstand at least 3 attacks from a cultivator in the 7th level of qi refining. Moreover, it does not need to be activated by spiritual power. When attacked, it will automatically activate the protective shield. This type of talisman was even simpler than the set of spirit-gathering array talismans. When Xiao Ruofei first started cultivating, he had made similar talismans and gave them to people around him. However, he had taken time to make these 3 talismans some time ago. With Xiao Ruofei's current cultivation level and understanding of array Dao, the protective array talismans he made were naturally much more effective than the ones he made before. He originally wanted to give them to Ling Qingxue, Song Wei, and Li Yifu for self-defense. After all, their cultivation levels were relatively low. If they encountered hostile cultivators and he was not around, it was very likely that they would be in danger. However, he had rushed to the Shuangqing festival this time and forgot to give them to Song Wei and the others. This time, he just took them out to auction for spirit stones. In any case, making this type of jade talisman was a very easy task for him. After the auction, he would find time to make a few more. Hearing this, Luo Qingfeng's eyes couldn't help but light up. He said, Master, this is a good thing. The higher-ups of those sects must have trusted disciples. This type of talisman is the most suitable for their disciples to protect themselves. It should be very popular. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He said, I think so too. Put them away first and submit them to the auction tomorrow. Try to arrange for them to be auctioned before the storage rings. This way, I will know how many spirit stones we can take out. When the time comes to compete for the storage rings, I will have the confidence to bid. Although he could use spirit crystals to pay if he did not have enough spirit stones, and spirit crystals were much more popular than spirit stones, Xiao Ruofei was not willing to use spirit crystals unless he had no other choice. Yes, Master. Master. Luo Qingfeng obeyed and put the 3 defensive talismans into his storage ring. He knew that Xiao Ruofei had a lot of treasures on him, so he was more curious about what Xiao Ruofei would take out to participate in the auction. When Xiao Ruofei really took out treasures one by one, he couldn't help but be speechless. Whether it was the qi-gathering pill, the spirit-gathering talisman, or the defensive talisman, they were all very practical things for cultivators. Especially now that the cultivation environment was deteriorating, these auxiliary treasures were even more precious. These were just the things that Xiao Ruofei casually took out. Especially when he heard Xiao Ruofei's tone, it seemed that the qi-gathering pill was refined by himself, and the spirit-gathering talisman was directly modified on the spot. Presumably, the defensive talisman was also made by himself. In other words, as long as Xiao Ruofei was willing, he could have as many of these things as he wanted. Luo Qingfeng suddenly felt that following a master like Xiao Ruofei seemed to have a much better future than being the head of the star-picking sect. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had considered the risks of the qi-gathering pills and the formation talismans being sold to other sections. After all, this was the current situation in the cultivation world. Resources were extremely scarce, and even fellow disciples of the same sect were competing openly and covertly, let alone different sections. However, Xiao Ruofei felt that a set of spirit-gathering talismans and 100 qi-gathering pills, even if they were given to the same sect, could not increase the strength of the sect. In addition, as long as he was willing to spend the time, he could get as many of these things as he wanted. If he really wanted to consider the competition between the sects, he could just spend some time to cultivate the star-picking sect. In short, the things he took out to auction were not enough to create a big gap between the sections. What was more, the possibility of these resources being concentrated in the hands of the same sect was very small. Even the qi-gathering pills were sold separately. These resources were not much, and if they were distributed among several sects, it would be even less of a concern. Xiao Ruofei watched Luo Qingfeng put away the 3 protective formation talismans and said, "Let's prepare these 3 things for the time being. When the time comes, if the spirit stones are still not enough, we should be able to temporarily increase the auction items, right?" "No problem," Luo Qingfeng said with certainty. "This auction is originally to promote exchanges between the sections. Everyone has treasures that they can't use, so it's a waste to leave them lying around. Other cultivators may need them, so they take advantage of the auction to exchange what they have. Therefore, the rules are not so rigid. Basically, we can increase the auction items at any time." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "That's good. Qingfeng, Yifu, go back to your rooms and rest. The auction is tomorrow." "Yes, Master." "Martial Granduncle, I'll take my leave." After Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu left, Xiao Ruofei took a shower and sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate for a while. Then, he fell asleep. The next day, Xiao Ruofei had breakfast in his room. Many cultivators liked peace and quiet. Moreover, once they reached the golden core stage, it didn't matter whether they ate or not. They would often cultivate without eating for several days. However, although Xiao Ruofei had already reached the early stage of the gold core realm, he had only been cultivating for a short period of time, so he still maintained his worldly habits. However, there were quite a number of cultivators this time. Xiao Ruofei did not go to the restaurant to have his meal. Instead, he called the front desk and asked them to send breakfast to his room. After asking the waiter to take away the plates, Xiao Ruofei wanted to meet up with Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu, but before he left, his phone rang. Xiao Ruofei glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was a local landline number. Xiao Ruofei didn't have any acquaintances or friends in the southwest. His heart skipped a beat as he recalled that he could sense Lu Qingfeng's soul imprint more clearly. He immediately determined that the caller was most likely Lu Qingfeng. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei walked back to his room and set up a soundproof enchantment before answering the phone. "Hello?" Xiao Ruofei asked calmly, "Who is this?" Sure enough, Lu Qingfeng's excited voice came from the phone. "Master, it's me, Qingfeng." Although Xiao Ruofei had expected this, he still smiled happily and asked, "Have you arrived in Shuangqing City?" There was a connection between the mother and child soul imprints. The closer the distance, the clearer the connection. Therefore, when Xiao Ruofei woke up in the morning and saw that Lu Qingfeng's soul imprint had become very clear, he knew that he should have arrived in Shuangqing City. Sure enough, Lu Chingfeng said respectfully, yes. I've been transferred to protect the auction. Master, you're also in Xuanqing City? So, you're here to attend the auction? Because of the auction, many cultivators had gathered in Xuanqing City. Since Xiao Ruofei had appeared in Xuanqing City at this time, there was a high chance that he was here to attend the auction. This was also Lu Qingfeng's judgment. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, yes. This is the first time I've heard of this kind of gathering between cultivators. I'm here to broaden my horizons. Lu Qingfeng hurriedly said, Master, as far as I know, many of the people attending the auction are the higher-ups of various sections. There is no lack of cultivators in the Golden Core stage. Master, you must be careful during the Xuanqing City. Also, if you accidentally offend any experts, please inform me immediately. During this period of time, my position in the sect has been getting higher and higher. The sect leader and the elders have focused on training me. It shouldn't be a problem for me to go to them and mediate. Xiao Ruofei's heart warmed slightly. He said, I know. Qingfeng, you don't have to worry about safety. The person who will be going with me is the sect leader of the star-picking sect, Luo Qingfeng. Also, I've already broken through to the early stage of the Golden Core stage. I should have no problem protecting myself. Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He said involuntarily, Master, you've already broken through to the next stage. This cultivation speed is simply unheard of. Master, you're truly a peerless genius. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, it's not that exaggerated. I just broke through by luck. Qingfeng, you'll be busy with the auction for the next 2 days. Even if you meet us, it's best to pretend that you don't know us. After the auction is over, we'll find a chance to meet again. Xiao Ruofei letting Lu Qingfeng return to the Leave sect was equivalent to planting a nail in the sect. Although the Leave sect might not become Xiao Ruofei's enemy in the future, it was still necessary to prepare for a rainy day. Since it was planting a nail, he naturally couldn't let anyone find out that he had any connection with Lu Qingfeng. Understood. Master. Lu Qingfeng said, for the next 2 days, I'll keep the phone that we use to communicate with each other on. You can contact me at any time. N. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, his heart suddenly moved and he asked, oh right, Qingfeng, do you know anything about the auction items? Lu Qingfeng said, I've been in charge of organizing the information related to the auction. The auction booklet was also made by me, so I know more or less about the auction items. Master, what do you want to know? Xiao Ruofei asked, I've taken a fancy to that pair of storage rings. Tell me what you know. Lu Qingfeng immediately said, Master, that pair of storage rings should be the most popular item in this auction. It's expected that there will be a fierce competition for it. Our internal judgment is that the final price of this pair of storage rings should be around 30,000 spirit stones, or maybe even higher. After all, anything can happen during an auction. Maybe someone will call out a sky-high price in a moment of recklessness. Well, go on. Xiao Ruofei said calmly. The price estimated by Lu Qingfeng should be the judgment made by their sect according to the situation of the auction items and the financial resources of the cultivators who participated in the auction. It was more or less a reference value. This price was slightly higher than Xiao Ruofei's ideal price, but he didn't take it to heart. Lu Qingfeng continued, this pair of storage rings was entrusted by Mu Xing, the head of the Southwest Songlong sect. It's said that sect leader Mu urgently needs to buy a spiritual herb, but he doesn't have enough spirit stones, so he reluctantly sells it. This was the advantage of having an insider. According to the auction booklet, the client of the auction items was confidential. Although it should be possible to find out with some effort, it was not as convenient as asking the organizer directly. Lu Qingfeng said, as far as I know, sect leader Mu's ideal price is also 30,000 spirit stones. The higher the price, the better, but if it's lower than that, he may not sell it. Because in this way, he won't have enough spirit stones to buy that spiritual herb. Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, Qingfeng, do you know what kind of spiritual herb sect leader Mu wants to buy? Lu Qingfeng said with some shame, I'm sorry, Master. I really don't know. However, it's said that it's a spiritual herb that can nourish meridians. It said that sect leader Mu's only son had a little accident when he was cultivating, and his meridians were seriously damaged. He urgently needs this kind of medicine to repair his damaged meridians. The spiritual herb he wants to buy this time is also said to have something to do with the nourishment of meridians. Of course, these are just some illusory rumors. I can't guarantee the authenticity of them. Xiao Ruofei smiled gently and said, "It doesn't matter. The information you provided is very important. It's very helpful to me." "Thank you, Qingfeng." Lu Qingfeng was a little flattered and hurriedly said, "Master, you're too kind. This is what I should do." Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, "Do you know anything else about the storage rings?" Lu Qingfeng thought for a moment and said, "Master, I heard that many cultivators are very interested in these 2 storage rings. Among them, Elder Yang Lu of the Soaring Flower Valley and young Master Wu Ming of the Spirit Vulture Mountain are determined to get them." Wu Ming even said that he hoped that everyone would give him face and not compete with him. It's said that Wu Ming wants to buy this pair of storage rings and give them to a pair of twin female cultivators. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile. It seemed that many things were partly related to the cultivation world and the secular world. At least, this young master Wu Ming seemed to have a lot of similarities with those rich second generations in the secular world. Lu Qingfeng thought for a moment and said, "Master, that's all I know. If you want the pair of storage rings, you'd better be mentally prepared. The competition may be very fierce." "I see. Thank you, Qingfeng." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You went outside to make a phone call, didn't you? Let's not talk too much. Hurry back, lest others get suspicious. If there's anything, I'll contact you again." "Yes. Master, take care of yourself. Be careful," Lu Qingfeng said. "Okay." After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He originally wanted to go out and find Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu. However, after talking with Lu Qingfeng, he was not in a hurry to go out. The auction would only start at night. There was still some time during the day. Xiao Ruofei decided to make some preparations. He directly walked over to lock the door and turned on the Do Not Disturb light. Then he went back to the bedroom, locked the doors and windows, and drew the curtains. Then he scattered the array talismans one by one, and the array barriers with different functions were lit up one by one. After Xiao Ruofei finished all the protective work, he took out the spiritual map scroll from his palm. He also stuffed the spiritual map scroll into the bed, and then with a thought, he entered the space. There was plenty of time, so Xiao Ruofei didn't use any formation flags and directly got busy in the Ring 2 space. By the time he left the Ring 2 space and returned to the outside world, it was almost noon. Xiao Ruofei hid in his room all morning, and Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu didn't dare to come over and disturb him. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, Luo Qingfeng went to the head of the Fallen Leaves sect, Xianxia, in the morning. After submitting the auction items, he went straight back to his room and didn't communicate much with his fellow cultivators. Submitting the auction items was actually just taking them out for Xiaoqingyang to appraise, and then Luo Qingfeng put them away. He just had to give the auction items to the person presiding over the auction before the auction started. The same was true for the auction items in the auction manual. After all, treasures were precious. Even if the auction had been held for many years, the Fallen Leaves sect wouldn't dare to cheat, but everyone was still cautious. When Xiaoqingyang saw the 3 auction items submitted by Luo Qingfeng, he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotions in his heart. In terms of preciousness, the items submitted by Luo Qingfeng could not be considered top-notch. However, their practicality was too strong, especially when the environment of the cultivation world was deteriorating day by day. These 3 items were especially precious. Xiaoqingyang could imagine how popular these 3 items would be when they appeared at the auction. Even he was drooling over the Qi-amassing pill and the spirit-amassing array formation, and the thought of bidding for them arose in his mind. Of course, Xiaoqingyang naturally held a welcoming attitude towards this. The more good things there were in the auction, the greater the influence. For the Fallen Leaf sect, it was naturally a good thing. In addition to gaining fame, the auction wasn't for nothing. For every auction item, the Fallen Leaves sect would receive a 5% commission of the transaction price. There was no need to worry about the good things going unsold, so naturally, the more the better. Therefore, Xiao Qingyang readily agreed to some of the requests put forward by Luo Qingfeng. Everyone reached an agreement in a happy and friendly atmosphere. Because Xiao Ruofei stayed in his room all the time, Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu didn't dare to disturb him. Therefore, Luo Qingfeng simply stayed in the room and guided Li Yifu in his cultivation. Of course, in order to prevent the walls from having ears, Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu called each other senior and junior brothers. However, there was no seniority in learning, and the one who reached the top was first. Luo Qingfeng, this Jingdan stage junior brother, was guiding Li Yifu in his cultivation. It was nothing unusual. This was also a very common thing in the cultivation world. As an Oris core stage cultivator, Luo Qingfeng was naturally qualified to guide Li Yifu in his cultivation, and he could indeed answer many of Li Yifu's doubts. However, Li Yifu, who had also received guidance from Xiao Ruofei, still clearly felt that his martial granduncle's guidance was more profound and easy to understand. Often, a few simple words could directly point to the great Tao, making him feel enlightened. In contrast, although Luo Qingfeng's cultivation was profound and he could benefit a lot from his guidance, overall, he seemed to be inferior to Xiao Ruofei. However, in any case, a Jingdan stage cultivator's understanding of cultivation was enough for Li Yifu, a Qi refining stage cultivator, to study well. Therefore, he was still very humble and humbly asked for advice from Luo Qingfeng. After Xiao Ruofei left the ring 2 space, he raised his hand and looked at his watch. Then, he put away all kinds of barriers in the room. He stepped out of the room and came to the door of Luo Qingfeng's room at the other end of the corridor. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Luo Qingfeng quickly got up and went to open the door. As soon as he saw Xiao Ruofei, Luo Qingfeng subconsciously wanted to bow and greet him, but he was stopped by Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei said, "Let's talk inside." After entering the room, Xiao Ruofei first set up a soundproof barrier, and then asked with a smile, "You didn't go out this morning?" Luo Qingfeng said respectfully, "Master, the old slave and senior Li have been in the room the whole time. In the morning, we were exchanging our experiences in cultivation." Li Yifu hurriedly said, "Martial granduncle, in fact, it was sect leader Luo who taught me how to cultivate." Originally, Li Yifu and Xiao Ruofei called him Qingfeng, but after receiving his guidance today, it was not appropriate to call him that anymore. After all, even if he was Xiao Ruofei's servant, he was still a cultivator at the gold core stage and the head of the star-picking sect. In contrast, sect leader Luo was not a respectful title, but it was more polite, so Li Yifu naturally changed to this title. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "Qingfeng, when you have time, you should give Yifu more advice. Although his cultivation is relatively low now, his foundation is very solid. As long as he has enough cultivation resources, he will be able to make a breakthrough." "Master is right," Luo Qingfeng said. "Senior Li's foundation is indeed very solid, which will be very helpful for his future cultivation." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I don't have anything to do with you. It's almost time for lunch. How about we order some food?" There were many cultivators in the Zhenju Hotel. If it was not necessary, Xiao Ruofei did not want to have too much contact with them for the time being. Before the auction began, he still wanted to minimize the number of times he showed up in public. "I'll do as you say," Luo Qingfeng said respectfully. "Good. Yifu, call the front desk and ask them to send 3 portions of lunch." Xiao Ruofei said, "Send it to Qingfeng's room. Let's eat together today." "Yes. Martial granduncle," Li Yifu hurriedly said. In modern society, Li Yifu was obviously much more proficient than Luo Qingfeng in terms of life skills. If Luo Qingfeng were to call the front desk of the hotel and arrange for the food to be delivered, he might not be able to do it. The Zhenju Hotel itself was the property of the Falling Leaf sect. During the auction, it was natural for everyone to do all kinds of security work. Therefore, not long after Li Yifu made the call, the waiter pushed a small dining cart and sent the 3 people's lunch to the room. Li Yifu went over and gave the waiter a $100 bill as payment. Then, he personally pushed the dining cart into the room and told the waiter to go back first. They would call again when they needed to tidy up. The waiter was very surprised to receive the payment. Most of the people who came to the auction were immersed in cultivation in the sect and did not care about worldly affairs. How would they know the rules of tipping? What's more, Li Yifu actually gave a large amount of US dollars. This was even more surprising. Usually, the guests who stayed in the hotel rarely gave so much. The waiter hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Then, he carefully closed the door for Li Yifu and happily left the floor. Xiao Ruofei and the other two people chatted while eating lunch in the room. Xiao Ruofei also told Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu about the information he heard from Lu Qingfeng. Although the two of them could be absolutely trusted, Xiao Ruofei did not specifically mention the source of the information. Of course, since Xiao Ruofei did not say, Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu naturally would not ask more. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, Li Yifu said with a dignified expression, "Martial uncle, it seems that the competition for the storage rings is still very fierce. The 3 auction items should be able to earn a lot of spirit stones, but I'm worried that it may not be enough." Luo Qingfeng also said, "Master, according to the old slave's judgment, the total transaction price of our 3 auction items should be about 30,000 spirit stones. Maybe there will be some fluctuations. The owner of this pair of storage rings has a base price of 30,000 spirit stones. I'm afraid that the final transaction price will really be much higher. After all, there have been very few auctions of storage rings in recent years." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Don't worry too much. I'm already prepared." "Oh?" "Master has also prepared other treasures. Once the spirit stones are not enough, you will immediately take them out to auction?" Luo Qingfeng quickly asked. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "No, I'm not. But I have other preparations. You will know at the auction. Of course, I also hope that I won't need to use my preparations." Xiao Ruofei wanted to keep them in suspense. Although Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu were very curious, they did not dare to ask more. After lunch, Li Yifu called the front desk of the hotel to arrange for people to come and take away the plates and dining car. Then Xiao Ruofei did not return to his room. Instead, he sat next to Luo Qingfeng and the 3 of them chatted together. He also gave Li Yifu some pointers on his cultivation. Li Yifu's complete cultivation method was obtained from the inheritance jade amulet by Xiao Ruofei. He also observed Li Yifu for a period of time before giving him a copy of the cultivation method. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's understanding of this technique was very deep. Not only did the inheritance jade talisman contain the original text of the technique, but it also contained the experiences and annotations of predecessors. These were all very precious insights that could not be bought with spirit stones. Because of this, when Xiao Ruofei gave pointers on Li Yifu's cultivation, he seemed to be more relaxed and free. Moreover, he could often hit the nail on the head, like the evening drum and morning bell, which solved some of Li Yifu's problems in cultivation. Xiao Ruofei's explanation was very simple, but the plain language contained the great Tao that pointed directly to the essence. After listening, even Luo Qingfeng felt that he had gained something. This also made Luo Qingfeng amazed. He found that, even if the soul seal was excluded, Xiao Ruofei's current strength seemed to have surpassed him in all aspects. Therefore, he had a heartfelt admiration for Xiao Ruofei. The one who benefited the most was naturally Li Yifu. Today, there were Jindan stage cultivators giving him special treatment all day long. Even the core disciples of the sect could not enjoy this kind of treatment. Even if a disciple was very favored by the higher-ups, it was impossible for a Jindan stage cultivator to give him one-on-one tutoring all day long. After all, Jindan stage cultivators were also very busy. Their cultivation growth was slower, and they needed more time to cultivate. What's more, generally, after reaching the Jindan stage, they were the high-level figures of the major sections. Usually, they had a lot of daily affairs. How could they have the time to patiently guide a disciple's cultivation? While Li Yifu was excited, he was also full of gratitude and respect for Xiao Ruofei. The path of cultivation was broad and profound. Among the 3 people, one was responsible for explaining, while the other was listening carefully. Luo Qingfeng also listened carefully and compared it with his own cultivation experience. In this way, time naturally passed very quickly. Unknowingly, the curtain of night slowly fell. Cultivators did not pay much attention to the desire for good food, and in the noisy city, it was naturally impossible to prepare rare ingredients that were rarely seen in the secular world. Therefore, the Fallen Leaves sect did not even arrange a special welcome banquet. Everyone was accustomed to it and did not feel that it was inappropriate. Cultivators who liked to be lively could ask their friends to go to the restaurant to eat a buffet. If they wanted to be a little quieter, they could order food in their room. The hotel provided a 24-hour service, and all the staff were resting in 3 shifts. Of course, more people did not eat at all. They directly meditated in their room, waiting for the auction to start. Xiao Ruofei and the other 2 still ordered dinner in their room. After eating, it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. Luo Qingfeng got up and said, "Master, it's almost time. We can go to the auction hall. The old slave still needs to hand over the auction items to the Fallen Leaf sect." Xiao Ruofei smiled, stood up and said, "Then let's go." The 3 people left the room and walked toward the elevator. Xiao Ruofei's mood was still quite excited. This was the first time he had faced so many cultivators since he obtained the spirit map scroll and embarked on the path of cultivation. This was almost the main power of Huaxia's cultivation world. Although there were some powerful rogue cultivators who did not participate in this auction, the sects with good strength in Huaxia's cultivation world had basically sent representatives to participate. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was a gathering of heroes. Xiao Ruofei's heart seemed to be slightly nervous, but he was more excited. The 3 people took the elevator and prepared to go directly to the big banquet hall on the 3rd floor. The auction would be held in that big banquet hall. The elevator went down and stopped when it reached the 10th floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, Xiao Ruofei saw 3 extremely beautiful women standing outside. They were dressed in palace attire, looking graceful and luxurious, and full of ancient style. Valley Master Lu then glanced at Xiao Ruofei. Luo Qingfeng hurriedly introduced, "Valley Master Lu, this is my junior martial brother Xia, and this is my senior martial brother Li Yifu." Luo Qingfeng then said, "Junior martial brother Xia, senior martial brother Li, this is the famous Valley Master Lu Mansha of the Soaring Flower Valley. This is Elder Yang Lu of the Soaring Flower Valley, and this is," the 3rd person was an even younger beauty in a palace dress. Obviously, Luo Qingfeng didn't know her, so he stopped there. Lu Mansha also noticed the order in which Luo Qingfeng introduced them. Xiao Ruofei was in front, and Li Yifu was in the back. She glanced at them and saw that Li Yifu's cultivation was only at the 5th layer of qi refining. As for Xiao Ruofei's cultivation, she couldn't see it. Lu Mansha couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei again. At this moment, Elder Yang Lu of the Soaring Flower Valley, who was standing next to Lu Mansha, said indifferently, "Sect Master Luo, this is Valley Master Lu's last disciple, Yu Xian. Xian, why aren't you greeting Sect Master Luo?" Hearing this, Yu Xian cupped her fists towards Luo Qingfeng and said crisply, "Xian greets Sect Master Luo." Luo Qingfeng hurriedly said, "Hello, Marshal Nishu." At this time, Xiao Ruofei and Li Yifu also cupped their fists and greeted Lu Mansha and Yang Lu. Yang Lu smiled and returned the greeting, while Lu Mansha revealed a faint smile and said, "Fellow Daoist Xia is really young and promising." Although Lu Mansha couldn't see through Xiao Ruofei's cultivation, she could still see his age. He was only in his 20s, yet he was Luo Qingfeng's junior martial brother, and he had a treasure that could hide his cultivation. He must be a very important genius disciple in the sect, just like Yu Xian. Lu Mansha didn't think that Xiao Ruofei's cultivation had reached the golden core stage, and his spiritual power was on par with hers. Naturally, she thought that Xiao Ruofei must have a treasure that could hide his cultivation. How was it possible that a 20-year-old golden core cultivator, Xiao Ruofei said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Valley Head Lu, you flatter me." After he learned from Lu Qingfeng that Elder Yang Lu of the Soaring Flower Valley was also very interested in the 2 storage rings, he talked to Luo Qingfeng about it at noon and specifically inquired about the Soaring Flower Valley's situation. Naturally, he knew that the Soaring Flower Valley's valley head, Lu Mansha, was already in the middle stage of the Golden Core stage, and Yang Lu had been in the early stage of the Golden Core stage for many years. She had accumulated a lot of experience, and her talent was also very outstanding. It was only because of the continuous deterioration of her cultivation environment that she couldn't break through to the middle stage of the Golden Core stage. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei knew that although Lu Mansha and Yang Lu looked like they were in their 30s, they were in their 80s. They were definitely grandmother-level figures. There were many female cultivators in the cultivation world who were good at retaining their youthful looks, but it was rare to see cultivators like the cultivators of the soaring flower valley, who had almost no traces of aging on their faces. Luo Qingfeng specifically told Xiao Ruofei about this at noon. Xiao Ruofei didn't expect to meet the cultivators of the soaring flower valley in the elevator. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself, it's probably because of the cultivation method. If Song Wei and Ling Qingxue knew about such a cultivation method, would they be jealous to death? Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt that he should find time to choose an auxiliary cultivation method for Song Wei and Ling Qingxue. The Origin Questioning Heart Sutra was undoubtedly a very good cultivation method, but it also had a lot of limitations. It required two people to cultivate together. If one cultivated alone, the progress would be very slow. Xiao Ruofei couldn't accompany the two of them all the time. Although they had embarked on the path of cultivation, they were still so young and had their own careers. It was unrealistic for them to live in seclusion on Peach Blossom Island and stay away from the secular world. Even Xiao Ruofei himself found it difficult to completely separate himself from the secular world. Therefore, it was very important to find an auxiliary cultivation method for them so that they could cultivate during normal times. Of course, this thought only flashed through Xiao Ruofei's mind. The most important thing for him now was naturally to participate in this auction. After Xiao Ruofei's group greeted the three of them, they didn't say anything else. The soaring flower valley was full of female cultivators, and each of them had a cold temperament. Lu Qingfeng wasn't particularly familiar with them, so they naturally didn't have much to talk about. Fortunately, the elevator of a 5-star hotel went down very quickly. After a short silence, everyone heard a ding sound and the elevator arrived at the 3rd floor. The door opened, and 2 disciples of the Falling Leaves sect were waiting at the elevator door, ready to welcome the guests at any time. Xiao Ruofei's gaze passed by the 2 disciples and fell on a figure not far away. That person was directing a few low-level disciples to carry a box. When Xiao Ruofei's gaze fell on him, he seemed to feel something and inadvertently turned his head. This person was Lu Qingfeng. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Ruofei's face, and he quickly moved his gaze away. Because Xiao Ruofei had already instructed him in advance, Lu Qingfeng's gaze didn't linger on Xiao Ruofei and continued with his work. The 2 Falling Leaves sect disciples at the elevator door respectfully walked forward. One of the disciples walked in front of Luo Qingfeng and respectfully said, "Greetings, Sect Master Luo." The other disciple was naturally going to receive Lu Mancha's group. They had also arranged for a dozen disciples to wait near the elevator, ready to welcome the cultivators going to the auction at any time. Luo Qingfeng nodded reservedly. As a golden core cultivator and the sect master of the star-seizing sect, he naturally had a bit of arrogance when facing the low-level disciples of the Falling Leaf sect. The disciple said, "Sect Master Luo, 2 seniors, the star-seizing sect is in box 20. The 3 of you, please follow this disciple." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Wasn't the auction held in the main banquet hall? Why was there a box? However, Xiao Ruofei didn't ask. In any case, he would be able to see it in a while, so he just followed. The disciple led Lu Mancha's group to the other entrance of the main banquet hall. Luo Qingfeng and Lu Mancha cupped their hands from afar and then everyone went in different directions. The disciple led Xiao Ruofei's group into the main banquet hall. Xiao Ruofei discovered that the Falling Leaves sect had already remodeled the main banquet hall in advance for this auction. In the middle of the banquet hall, there was a meter-tall stage covered with a thick red carpet and a table. This should be the auction stage. Around the main auction stage, there was a structure similar to a sports grandstand. However, this grandstand didn't have individual seats. Instead, it surrounded the main auction stage. Apart from the entrance, the other 3 sides were built with individual boxes. The banquet hall was built high, reaching a height of about 6 meters. These small boxes were located relatively high and could overlook the main auction stage in the middle. Xiao Ruofei roughly counted and found that there were about 50 to 60 small boxes. In other words, there were about 50 to 60 families participating in this auction. These small boxes were all independent. Because the venue was very large, there was quite a bit of space between the boxes. Between every 2 boxes, there was a path that led down to the main auction stage below. Behind the boxes, there wasn't a wall next to the main banquet hall. There was also a circular path behind the boxes. The disciple led Xiao Ruofei's group from the entrance to the circular path. Then, they walked until they reached a box with a sign on the door that said Ershi. The falling leaves sect disciple opened the door and bowed slightly. 3 seniors, please come in. This is the star-seizing sex box. Xiao Ruofei's group walked into the box. Xiao Ruofei looked around and saw that the box was made of wood. However, the inner walls were covered with a layer of soundproof cotton. The side facing the main auction stage was a one-way glass, so the privacy was very good. In the box, there were 3 soft leather sofas placed side by side. In front of each sofa was a small tea table with snacks, fruits, and drinks. In addition, there were 2 cabinets on the side of the box. One of the cabinets had all kinds of snacks and other food. The other cabinet had a lot of alcohol, including red wine and white wine. There were also a few wine glasses on the top of the cabinet. Xiao Ruofei smiled. The conditions are not bad. Considering that the main banquet hall's facilities would definitely be dismantled after the auction, the Falling Leaves sect had indeed spent a lot of money to hold this auction. Of course, worldly money was nothing to the cultivation sections. Few cultivators would value worldly money very much. After Xiao Ruofei's group entered the box, the disciple didn't immediately leave. Instead, he followed them in. Luo Qingfeng smiled and said, "Everything is going well." The old slave was sent a little late, and sect leader Xiao was worried that the old slave would change his mind. As soon as the things were delivered, he hurriedly accepted them. "That's good." Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, "Is there any problem with the order of the auction?" Xiao Ruofei hoped that his 3 auction items would be auctioned before the storage rings, so that he would have an idea of how many spirit stones he would have. Of course, Xiao Ruofei and the other 2 also had a rough idea of how many spirit stones these 3 items would be auctioned for. However, it would be better if they could determine it in advance, so that they would not have any worries when bidding for the storage rings. "No problem. The 3 auction items will be auctioned in front of the storage rings." Luo Qingfeng smiled and said, "Sect leader Xiao also said that our qi gathering pill will be the opening item and will be the first to appear." "Oh? It seems that the Fallen Leaf sect is also very optimistic about our qi gathering pill," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Generally speaking, the first item to appear in an auction would definitely not be the most precious, but it would definitely be much better than the ordinary items. The people of Huaxia paid attention to a good start. The first item to be auctioned had to be of high quality, and could also quickly mobilize the atmosphere of the scene. From this point of view, the qi gathering pill was undoubtedly very suitable. For Xiao Ruofei, this was naturally a good thing. The reason was very simple. At the beginning of the auction, it meant that everyone had plenty of spirit stones in their pockets, and their purchasing power was very high. Although it could not be ruled out that some people were looking for a certain item and were reluctant to use a large amount of spirit stones at the beginning, as long as the item was good enough, it could still attract many people to change their minds and compete for the qi gathering pill. In this case, everyone had a lot of spirit stones on hand, so the price would naturally be more easily raised. The 3 of them were looking forward to the auction. They went to the sofa and sat down, drinking juice and chatting as they waited for the auction to begin. About 20 minutes later, Xiao Ruofei saw the lights around the main auction stage dim, and the spotlight shone on the stage. He became spirited and said with a smile, "It's about to begin." Sure enough, an old man in a blue robe walked onto the stage with a smile on his face. The spotlight moved with him until he stood in front of the microphone in the middle of the main auction stage. This person was the Fallen Leaves sect's Golden Core Elder, Hao Qingsong. Yesterday, when Xiao Ruofei and his group had arrived at the hotel, Hao Qingsong had personally received them. Hao Qingsong said with a smile, "The Fallen Leaves sect is honored to be the host of this auction. On behalf of sect leader Xiao and all the disciples of the Fallen Leaves sect, I would like to welcome you all. I would also like to thank you all for the treasures you have provided, which will allow the tradition of mutual exchange in Huaxia's cultivation world to continue. Now, let the auction begin." Although cultivators had very good hearing, the Fallen Leaves sect still installed a stereo system in every box. Although Hao Qingsong was speaking from the main auction stage, every box could clearly hear his voice. An auction for cultivators didn't have so many empty words. After Hao Qingsong said a few simple words, he immediately announced the start of the auction. As soon as his voice fell, a female disciple of the fallen leaves sect walked out of the stage with a tray. The tray was covered with red silk, and it was impossible to see what was inside with the naked eye. Xiao Ruofei sat up straight and said with a smile, "Our qi-gathering pills are about to appear." The moment the female disciple came on stage, Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power swept over her. Of course, there were many cultivators doing the same thing as Xiao Ruofei. However, Xiao Ruofei only needed to check the 3 porcelain bottles under the red silk. He had personally bottled the qi-gathering pills. The female disciple carefully placed the tray on the table and then stood to the side with her hands down. Hao Qingsong smiled and said, "The first auction item, I'm sure many of you will be interested. These are 3 bottles of qi-gathering pills." After he finished speaking, he nodded slightly to the female disciple. The female disciple of the fallen leaves sect quickly lifted the red silk and lined up the 3 bottles of qi-gathering pills on the table. Then, she bowed slightly to Hao Qingsong and took the tray and the red silk off the stage. As soon as Hao Qingsong's voice fell, many cultivators in the box couldn't help but open their eyes slightly. Even more people began to use their spiritual power to check the situation of the 3 porcelain bottles. As a gold core stage cultivator, Hao Qingsong was standing next to the table with the 3 bottles of qi-gathering pills. Naturally, he could feel the spiritual power, but he didn't care. This was allowed. As long as the auction item wasn't destroyed, the bidders could inspect it however they wanted. Hao Qingsong smiled and said, "Qi-gathering pills are a rare medicine to assist in cultivation. Especially for low-level disciples, if they use qi-gathering pills to cultivate, their efficiency will increase by a lot. Which sect doesn't have a few disciples with outstanding talent? It's just that today's environment is getting worse and worse. Even if it's a genius disciple, it's difficult to progress on the road of cultivation. If they have the assistance of qi-gathering pills, then it's a big difference." Although Hao Qingsong was a guest auctioneer, but after all, he was a gold core stage cultivator. His eyes were very sharp and he was very clear about the selling points of these auction items. So with a few simple words, he immediately aroused everyone's interest. Of course, those who came to participate in this auction were the higher-ups of various large sections. Everyone's eyes were naturally not bad. Everyone knew the benefits of qi-gathering pills. But after all, this was only obvious for low-level disciples. Once they reached the gold core stage, they basically wouldn't need it. To put it bluntly, this was mainly to increase the strength of the sect. For them, it was useless. So even though everyone was quite moved, they weren't so excited that they would buy it at all costs. However, Hao Qingsong's next words made everyone unable to remain calm. Hao Qingsong laughed and said, "Here, I still want to say a few words. Fellow cultivators may not know, but the quality of this batch of qi-gathering pills is extremely high, far better than the average qi-gathering pills." The fellow cultivator who commissioned the auction said that we can invite a fellow cultivator who is recognized as a person of virtue and prestige to come on stage to examine the pills. This fellow Taoist also guarantees that in every bottle, at least 80% of the qi-amassing pills can reach 40 spirit stones of spiritual energy, and at least 1 qi-amassing pill can reach 50 spirit stones of spiritual energy. If there is any falsehood, this fellow Taoist is willing to compensate 10 times the transaction price. As soon as Hao Qingsong's words came out, the cultivators in the various boxes couldn't sit still. Including Soaring Flower Valley's room 6. Lu Mancha's last disciple, Xianxia, sucked in a breath of cold air and said involuntarily, "Master, there is actually such a high-quality qi-gathering pill in the world? This is simply unbelievable." Lu Mancha frowned slightly and said, "This is the first time I've heard of it. But since the other party dares to make such a guarantee, he must be confident." Soaring Flower Valley's elder Yanglu smiled and said, "Senior sister, there is always someone better than you. There are many things in the cultivation world that can't be judged by common sense. In the past, when the cultivation environment didn't deteriorate, there were so many amazing geniuses in Huaxia's cultivation world. Which one of these people's achievements didn't stun people?" Lu Mancha smiled slightly and said, "That's true. Let's wait and see. If these qi-gathering pills are really of such high quality, we can consider buying them. Xianxia is preparing to break through to the 8th layer of qi refining, and these qi-gathering pills are just right for her to use." Xianxia was overjoyed. She quickly stood up and bowed, saying, "Thank you, master." Among the three of them, only Xianxia was a qi refining cultivator, so the qi gathering pills were naturally only useful to her. When Hao Qingsong finished his introduction, Xianxia was already very tempted, but she was too embarrassed to say it. Now that Lu Manxia had taken the initiative to say that she would consider participating in the auction, she was naturally overjoyed. Xianxia had been in the sect for the shortest time, but her cultivation talent was the highest among Lu Manxia's many disciples. She was only in her 20s and had only cultivated for about 10 years, but she had already reached the 7th layer of qi refining. Her cultivation was second only to Lu Manxia's eldest and second disciples. It could be said that her future was limitless. If these qi gathering pills were to be bought, they would definitely be given to her first. The situation in the other boxes was similar to the situation in Flying Flower Valley's box number 6. Many sect leaders and elders were tempted after hearing Hao Qingsong's words. However, everyone was waiting and watching, ready to see the situation first. At this time, Hao Qingsong asked, "Which fellow Taoist is willing to come and inspect?" After a short while, a voice came from box number 3. "I'm Sun Tianfeng from the Valley of the Medicine Masters. If you don't have any objections, I'm willing to be a witness." The Valley of the Medicine Masters could be assigned to box number 3, so naturally, they were firmly in the ranks of the top sections. Sun Tianfeng was an elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, and his cultivation was at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. As the name implied, the Valley of the Medicine Masters was a sect that specialized in spiritual medicine. It was said that before the environment in the cultivation world deteriorated, the Valley of the Medicine Masters was not very famous, and their strength was not too outstanding. However, with the deterioration of the cultivation environment, the speed of the cultivators' cultivation became slower and slower. On the other hand, the Valley of the Medicine Masters gradually emerged as a new force to be reckoned with. Although the spiritual herbs and spiritual medicine that they grew were also affected, the sect's accumulation over hundreds of years was still very rich, and the disciples of the Valley of the Medicine Masters relied on the assistance of spiritual medicine to cultivate faster than ordinary cultivators. Now, the Valley of the Medicine Masters was firmly in the top 3 in terms of strength among the sections. Sun Tianfeng was a middle-stage Golden Core elder of the Valley of the Medicine Masters, and he specialized in his own field. Naturally, no one had any objections to him being a witness. Hao Qingsong waited for a moment, then said with a smile, "Since no one has any objections, then I'll have to trouble Elder Sun to move to the front stage and personally inspect these qi-gathering pills." Sun Tianfeng obviously had no intention of hiding anything, otherwise he would not have directly spoken in the box just now. The auction device in the box also had a dialogue function. By pressing the button and speaking into the device, the voice could be transmitted to the audience. If necessary, one could even use voice-changing software. This way, no one would know who was speaking and which box he was in. Inspecting the pills required one to reveal himself, and there was no need to keep his box a secret, so Sun Tianfeng walked directly out of the box and walked down the stairs from the side of the box, quickly arriving on the stage. Hao Qingsong extended his hand and made a gesture of invitation, then said with a smile, "Elder Sun, you can choose any bottle and randomly take one qi-gathering pill to inspect." The fellow who commissioned the auction said that the loss of this qi-gathering pill will be counted on him. Each bottle is worth 20 miles of qi-gathering pills, so the bottle that is chosen will have a discount of 5% on the basis of the final transaction price. We definitely won't let the fellow who bid suffer a loss. Hearing this, Sun Tianfeng gave a thumbs up and said, "This fellow is very generous. However, there's no need for a discount. This old man inspects the qi-gathering pill, and it won't cause any damage to the pill." Sun Tianfeng's hair and beard were all white, and he wore a moon-white robe. He looked like an immortal, but when he spoke, his mouth was full of a northeastern accent. This contrast was quite comical. Xiao Ruofei, who was sitting in box 20, asked with a smile, "Is this Medicine King Valley in the northeastern region? This Elder Sun's accent is very special." Luo Qingfeng smiled and replied, "Master guessed correctly. It is said that the Medicine King Valley is in the Changbai Mountains, but no one knows the specific location." While Xiao Ruofei and the other two were chatting in the box, Sun Tianfeng had already opened a porcelain bottle on the main auction stage. He pulled out the cork and put it aside. First, he brought the mouth of the bottle to his ear and sniffed a few times. Suddenly, his eyes lit up slightly. Then he poured out a qi-gathering pill and placed it in the palm of his hand to carefully observe it. Finally, he used his mental strength to conduct a detailed inspection of this qi-gathering pill. After a long while, Sun Tianfeng put this qi-gathering pill back into the porcelain bottle and carefully closed the cork of the bottle. Then, Sun Tianfeng nodded slightly to Hao Qingsong, walked directly to the microphone, and said, "This old man has inspected this qi-gathering pill, and it is indeed as Elder Hao said. The quality of this bottle of qi-gathering pills is excellent, and the refining method and the formation used to compress the qi are very advanced. My medicine King Valley is inferior." Sun Tianfeng was indeed an expert in elixirs. From the refined qi-gathering pill, he could see traces of Xia Ruofei's refining method and the use of a compression formation. This made Xia Ruofei speechless. Moreover, this Sun Tianfeng was straightforward and upright, directly saying that the medicine King Valley's qi-gathering pill was inferior to these 3 bottles. This made Xia Ruofei have a good impression of this straightforward old man. Sun Tianfeng didn't care that his words had caused a commotion in several private rooms. He paused for a moment before continuing, "This qi-gathering pill that this old man has just inspected contains about the same amount of qi as 43 spirit stones." With that, Sun Tianfeng nodded to Hao Qingsong and walked straight back to the private room along the stairs. This time, the cultivators in the private room were somewhat unsettled. The spiritual energy content of 40 spirit stones meant that the spiritual energy content of each pill in this batch of qi-amassing pills was almost twice that of an ordinary qi-amassing pill. Moreover, this wasn't a simple matter of 1 + 1 = 2. Sun Tianfeng had just said that this batch of qi-gathering pills, whether it was the refining method or the compression formation used, was even more advanced than the medicine King Valley's. This meant that this batch of qi-gathering pills must be easier to absorb, and the effects would naturally be better. Originally, some of the cultivators were aiming for a certain auction item, holding on to their money bags and preparing to compete for that item. They weren't very interested in the qi-gathering pills, but now they were a little tempted. And the cultivators who were originally interested in the qi-gathering pills were now even more impatient. A rough voice came from one of the private rooms. "Elder Hao. Everyone trusts Elder Sun's judgment. I think we shouldn't dawdle and quickly start the auction." Hao Qingsong laughed and said, "Sect leader Zhao, don't be impatient. Good food isn't afraid of being late." Then Hao Qingsong sternly said, "According to the request of the fellow Taoist who commissioned the auction, and also considering that some fellow Taoists are tight on money or want to bid for other treasures, these 5 bottles of qi-gathering pills will be auctioned in 5 batches. Each batch will be auctioned 1 bottle, and each bottle will have 20 pills. This will allow more fellow Taoists to participate and help more people." Hao Qingsong's announcement of the auction plan received the support of many cultivators. Many of them were not lacking in spirit stones. The main reason was that before participating in the auction, they had already prepared spirit stones to buy treasures that they liked. However, these qi-gathering pills were very tempting. As the saying goes, plants can't keep up with changes. If they gave up, it would be a pity. The separate auction plan was exactly what they wanted. They could have the opportunity to buy such high-quality qi-gathering pills without using too much money. It could be said that it was the best of both worlds. Hao Qingsong then said, "The starting price of each bottle of qi-gathering pills is 1,600 spirit stones. Each increase must be no less than 40 spirit stones. Fellow Taoists should understand the auction rules and how to use the auction device, right? If there are no problems, we will begin the auction of the first bottle of qi-gathering pills." There were 20 qi-gathering pills in a bottle. The starting price was 1,600 spirit stones, which was equivalent to 80 spirit stones per qi-gathering pill. This price was higher than Xia Ruofei's expectations. When Luo Qingfeng went to communicate with the Fallen Leaves sect in the morning, they set the starting price. Xia Ruofei also agreed. Hao Qingsong waited for a while. Seeing that no one had any objections, he announced, "Good. Then, let's begin the auction of the first bottle of qi-gathering pills. The auction channel has been opened. Fellow Taoists who are interested can directly bid on the auction device." The backstage staff was also a disciple of the Fallen Leaves sect, so they had a bit of knowledge about computers. They had already set the price increase at 100 spirit stones. When Hao Qingsong announced the start of the auction, the staff immediately opened up the auction channel. This way, every cultivator in the box could directly place their bids on the auction device. As soon as Hao Qingsong's voice fell, the original price of 1,600 spirit stones on the big screen suddenly jumped to 2,000 spirit stones, and it showed that the bidder was from box 3. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but stare blankly. Like the other cultivators, he subconsciously looked in the direction of box number 3. Sun Feng didn't hide his identity just now, so everyone already knew that box number 3 belonged to the Valley of the Medicine Masters. This price. Yesterday, Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng had discussed it of qi gathering pills. This price was the price. This price. And Qingsong. This price. The price. And. As soon as the price was announced, everyone was caught off guard. Some of the cultivators who were prepared to raise the price a few times to test the waters moved their hands away from the auction device. At this time, Sun Feng's hearty laughter came from private room number 3. Fellow Taoists, such high-quality qi gathering pills are very rare. This old man is also excited to see them. So I want to buy a bottle for research. You don't have to worry so much. Just raise the price. It's a fair competition. The crowd of cultivators was speechless when they heard this. Other people bought qi amassing pills to assist their seniors in their cultivation. Medicine King Valley was really rich and overbearing. Buying a bottle for research. However, although everyone was competing fairly for Sun Feng, box 3 was now an open card, and the strength of Medicine King's Valley was there for all to see. Sun Feng was even more highly respected. Alchemists were very popular these days, so who could be sure that they wouldn't ask Medicine King's Valley for help? And even if this bottle was bought by Sun Feng, weren't there 4 more bottles? Why offend Sun Feng and Medicine King Valley for a bottle of qi gathering pills? What's more, 2,000 spirit stones wasn't a low price. The qi gathering pills that appeared in the auction a few years ago were sold for more than 60 spirit stones per pill. 2,000 spirit stones was equivalent to 1,000 spirit stones per pill. Even if the quality of this batch of qi gathering pills was higher, everyone felt that this price should be more reasonable. In that case, why take the risk of offending Medicine King Valley and insist on competing for this bottle? Everyone had such an idea. Even the top sects that were on par with the Medicine King Valley in terms of strength did not want to bear the brunt of such a thing for no reason. As a result, a very strange situation occurred in the first round of the auction. Hao Qingsong announced the start of the auction. In total, only Sun Feng bid once. After that, no one else bid. The price of 2,000 spirit stones was still hanging there motionlessly. Hao Qingsong didn't expect Sun Feng to not play by the rules, causing an awkward silence in the first round of the auction. Fortunately, his adaptability was still relatively strong. He didn't show it on his face. Instead, after waiting for a while, he asked 3 times if anyone wanted to raise the price. Seeing that no one continued to bid, Hao Qingsong could only secretly smile bitterly. He directly announced the end of the first round of the auction. Medicine King Valley won a bottle of qi gathering pills at the price of 2,000 spirit stones. Sun Feng said loudly, "My fellow cultivators are really giving me face. This old man is indebted." Hao Qingsong smiled and said, "Congratulations to elder son of Medicine King Valley for winning a good start." After that, he motioned for the staff to come on stage and take away a bottle of qi gathering pills. The rules of this auction were very simple. As long as the bidding was successful, the staff would directly send the auction items to the box and settle the spirit stones on the spot. The person who commissioned the auction would also receive this batch of spirit stones immediately. Of course, the client could also choose to wait for all his auction items to be successfully bid for, and then settle the payment in one go. Xiao Ruofei chose this plan. Anyway, his 3 auction items would appear before the storage ring. When all 3 auction items were sold out, he would get the spirit stones back in one go and use them to compete for the storage ring. There would be no delay at all. In box 20, Xiao Ruofei, Luo Qingfeng, and Li Yifu looked at each other. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that the auction for the first bottle of qi gathering pills would have such a situation. However, his mentality was still good. He wasn't angry or depressed because of this. After all, the price of 2,000 spirit stones was quite generous. If the other party had really directly set the starting price and then forcibly revealed their identity, making everyone not dare to bid, then Xiao Ruofei would certainly not have been soft. At worst, he would have taken the initiative to raise the price. After all, he couldn't sell the qi-gathering pills below the price he wanted. In any case, even if he bought it back for 2,000 spirit stones, according to the rules, he would only have to pay the Fallen Leaves sect a commission of 100 spirit stones. Xiao Ruofei didn't care about this. As for whether the other party would retaliate after the auction, Xiao Ruofei didn't care. The star-plucking sect itself was a first-class sect. Ordinary forces didn't dare to provoke them. Not to mention, the worst-case scenario was to escape back to the Peach Blossom Island. With the Taishu mystical clear formation, unless the entire cultivation world of Huaxia attacked together, or even nascent soul-old monsters came out, Xiao Ruofei didn't have any worries at all. Although Sun Feng revealed his identity, he was only helping to test the pills. His price was also quite generous, so Xiao Ruofei just laughed it off and didn't care too much. Soon, on the auction stage, Hao Qingsong held another bottle of qi-gathering pills in his hand and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, let's continue. The second bottle of qi-gathering pills will be auctioned immediately. The starting price is still 1,600 spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 40 spirit stones." After the second bottle of qi-gathering pills was auctioned, a new price appeared on the big screen, 1,640 spirit stones. It only stayed there for a second or two before being replaced by 1,680 spirit stones. Hao Qingsong, who was on the stage, and Xiao Ruofei, who was in the box, breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The auction was finally back on track. The price on the big screen kept rising and changing very quickly. Obviously, there were many people participating in the auction and everyone was very interested in the qi-gathering pills. After a while, the price on the big screen had already reached 1,880 spirit stones. In box number 6, Lu Manxia still hadn't made a bid. Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little anxious, but she didn't dare to rush her master. She just looked at the constantly changing price on the big screen with a worried gaze. Soaring Flower Valley Elder Yang Lu saw this and said with a smile, "Xianxia, don't worry. The current price is still too low. Let them fight for a while." Xianxia's pretty face turned slightly red, and she said in a low voice, "Disciple understands." Lu Manxia turned her head and looked at Xianxia. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she said, "Xianxia, your martial Uncle Yang is right. Your temperament isn't steady enough. This is a big taboo in cultivation. Look at the people who are bidding. What box are they in? The people who are really competitive haven't made a move yet." "Yes." Xianxia lowered her head and said. After all, Xianxia's cultivation time was relatively short, and she didn't cultivate in the valley since she was young. In fact, Xianxia had always grown up in the secular world. It was only after she went to university that Lu Manxia discovered that she had an extremely outstanding cultivation talent by chance. Thus, she was taken in as a disciple. Therefore, Xianxia's temperament was a little better than those senior sisters who had cultivated in the soaring Flower Valley. While they were talking, the price on the big screen had risen all the way to 2,000 spirit stones. After reaching this price, the speed of the increase in the price obviously slowed down. With Sun Feng's first bid as a reference, after reaching this price, everyone naturally didn't bid as enthusiastically. What's more, some people felt that even if they couldn't buy this bottle, there were still 3 more bottles. Why should they fight to the death? In fact, Xiao Ruofei had grasped everyone's mentality. Auctioning the bottles one by one, the closer they got to the end, the stronger the tension. The price would naturally be raised. Seeing this, Lu Manxia said indifferently, "It's about time. Let's go and fight for it too." After Lu Manxia finished, she directly entered the number 2,200 on the bidding machine and submitted the price. The price on the big screen flashed and updated to 2,200 spirit stones. The bidder showed that it was from box number 6. Although everyone didn't know which sect the box number 6 belonged to, the box number so close to the front was usually from a big sect. Therefore, some cultivators who were originally hesitating whether to continue bidding or not gave up when they saw that the price had been raised by 200 spirit stones. Moreover, it was from box number 6. Xianxia was delighted when she saw this. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Once her master made a move, no one would compete. However, she didn't dare to say this out loud. Which disciple of the Soaring Flower Valley dared to be the Valley Master's elder? Just when Xianxia felt that she should be able to get this bottle of energy-gathering pills, the price on the screen jumped again and became 2,240 spirit stones. It showed that the bidder was from box number 5. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but snort coldly and say, "The box next door seems to belong to the Black Dragon sect. Zhou Bingxian, that old bastard, is deliberately going against me." The Black Dragon sect was also one of the top sects in Huaxia's cultivation world. Moreover, the sect leader of the Black Dragon sect, Zhou Bingxian, and Xianxia had always been rivals. When Xianxia and the others entered the box, they just happened to meet the people from the Black Dragon sect. Therefore, they both knew each other's box number. Xianxia noticed that Zhou Bingxian didn't bid at all. However, when she raised the price, Zhou Bingxian immediately followed. Moreover, he only increased the price by 40 spirit stones. It was obvious that he was deliberately not letting her successfully get this bottle of energy-gathering pills. Yang Liu's pretty face also frosty, she said, "Senior sister. We can't admit defeat." However, Xianxia calmly said, "Junior sister Yang, Zhou Bingxian has always been a shady person. I think he also has his eyes on that item. Therefore, he is deliberately raising the price to waste our spirit stones." Yang Lu frowned slightly and said, "Senior sister, why would the Black Dragon sect want that item? It shouldn't be. Right? Not good." Xianxia said, "The Black Dragon sect has always been mysterious. Perhaps they also have their eyes on that item. This is possible. This time, we have prepared 100,000 spirit stones. In the end, if we don't have enough spirit stones to bid for the energy-gathering pills." Hearing this, Xianxia hurriedly said, "Master. Then let's not fight. If Master's important matter is delayed because of buying energy-gathering pills for me, then I will die 1,000 times." Before Xianxia could say anything, Yang Lu glared at Xianxia and said, "It's not just about the energy-gathering pills now. If we don't fight now, won't it show that we are afraid of the Black Dragon sect?" Then, Yang Lu said, "Senior sister. Fight to the death with them. At most, I won't take the storage ring. I have prepared 50,000 spirit stones for myself. If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can take it from me." Xianxia waved her hand and said, "It's only a few thousand spirit stones. I'm just worried that the Black Dragon sect has a backup plan." Just as the three people from Soaring Flower Valley were discussing in the private room, Hao Qingxing on the auction stage was already confirming whether anyone would continue to raise the price. This was because after the Black Dragon sect in private room number 5 bid 2,240 spirit stones, no one else raised the price. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said decisively, "Let's raise the price first. It's not a good idea to trick who." After that, Xianxia pressed the button to raise the price. The price on the big screen jumped again and reached 2,280 spirit stones. In box 20, Xiaoruofei said with a smile, "This is the right way to conduct an auction. How can there be such a one-off deal like just now?" Li Yifu also smiled and said, "Martial Granduncle, it looks like the popularity of the qi-gathering pill is even better than we expected." Xiaoruofei nodded and said, "I think we can consider doing business with qi-gathering pills in the future, but we must ensure our safety." Luo Qingfeng hurriedly said, "Master, the star-picking sect can provide the distribution channels. If Master needs anything, please let this old slave know at any time." Xiaoruofei glanced at Luo Qingfeng and said, "The star-picking sect may not be able to handle such a big business. If the star-picking sect can continuously sell these qi-gathering pills, you will definitely be targeted by the top sects. By then, even an idiot will know that you have mastered the refining method of the qi-gathering pill. By then, with the star-picking sect's strength, will you be able to protect the distribution channels? Maybe people will come knocking on your door and force you to give them the refining method. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin." Luo Qingfeng said with a look of shame. Old slave thought too simply of things. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, let's wait and see first. There's no rush for now. We don't lack cultivation resources at the moment, so there's no need to take risks. If we really want to do business with qi-gathering pills, we can think of a way to make the star-picking sect stronger first. Let's develop our strength first, and then we'll amaze the world with a brilliant feat. Develop our strength? Luo Qingfeng naturally did not understand this game term and could not help but ask in confusion. In fact, even Li Yifu did not understand this term, but he understood Xiao Ruofei's meaning from its literal meaning. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it means to secretly strengthen our strength. When we have the ability to protect the distribution channels and refining method of the qi-gathering pills, we'll start selling them with great fanfare. Yes. Old slave understands. Luo Qingfeng was overjoyed and hurriedly said, thank you, master. Xiao Ruofei's willingness to help the star-picking sect increase their strength was naturally a good thing for Luo Qingfeng. Although the soul seal made Luo Qingfeng absolutely loyal to Xiao Ruofei, it did not affect his mind. Other than his absolute obedience to Xiao Ruofei, there was no change in other aspects. Luo Qingfeng had joined the star-picking sect from a young age and was still the sect's head, so naturally, he had deep feelings for the sect. Furthermore, he knew that Xiao Ruofei's background was unfathomable. If Xiao Ruofei was willing to help the star-plucking sect, even if it was just a little, it would be enough to change the star-plucking sect's appearance. Xiao Ruofei waved her hand and said, don't thank me yet. This is just one of the alternatives. Even if we're determined to increase the strength of the star-picking sect, we still have to choose the best people. We have to choose people who are absolutely reliable. Otherwise, if things go wrong, the news will leak out. Yes. Old slave understands. Luo Qingfeng hurriedly said. While the three of them were chatting, the price of the second bottle of qi-gathering pills was raised a few more times. It was a competition between box number 5 and box number 6. These two parties seemed to be going all out. Neither side was willing to give in to the other, and every time they raised the price, they would raise it by the lowest increment of 40 spirit stones. Even so, after a few more rounds of bidding, the price of the second bottle of qi-gathering pills had reached 2,520 spirit stones. The bidder was the cultivator in box number 6. Xiao Ruofei didn't know that the cultivator in box number 6 was the cultivator from Soaring Flower Valley whom they had met in the elevator. However, no matter who it was, as long as the price was raised, Xiao Ruofei welcomed it with open arms. In box number 6, Xianxia said uneasily, Master, it's been a few rounds. Why don't we give up first? We don't want to ruin Master's plans. Lu Manxia said calmly, it doesn't matter. This is just a small fight. This amount of spirit stones is nothing to us or the Black Dragon sect. What I'm more curious about is what the Black Dragon sect wants to do. Are they really interested in the qi-gathering pills? We can't rule out that possibility. Yang Lu said, the quality of the qi-gathering pills this time is excellent. For cultivators in the qi refining stage, it is indeed an excellent choice to assist their cultivation. I heard that Zhou Bingxian took in a disciple in the secular world a few years ago. This disciple is very talented in cultivation. He even intends to let this disciple inherit his legacy. It's just that the current cultivation environment is really too bad, so this genius disciple's cultivation progress has been unsatisfactory. Lu Manxia couldn't help but glance at Xianxia. She curled her lips and said, genius disciple? Can his talent be as high as Xianxia's? Taking in a disciple at a time like this is taking the risk of getting nothing. No matter how good his talent is, he can't be nurtured without a huge amount of resources. The foundation of the Black Dragon sect is really not enough for him to torment. Xianxia listened from the side and had mixed feelings in her heart. She was more or less embarrassed. Over the years, she had also used up a lot of Soaring Flower Valley's resources, and even some of her senior sisters were quite dissatisfied. However, Lu Manxia was very determined to support her. This made her feel very touched, and at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. She knew that Lu Manxia had high hopes for her, and she was afraid that in the end, it would be like what Lu Manxia had just said. Lu Manxia seemed to have seen through Xianxia's thoughts. She said lightly, Xianxia. I'm not talking about you. Don't think too much. You are different from that so-called genius disciple of the Black Dragon sect. As long as you persevere on the right path of cultivation, your final achievements will definitely not be lower than mine. If the same amount of resources were used on other disciples, they might at most reach the 7th or 8th level of chi refining. However, you have the hope of breaking through to the Golden Core realm. Xianxia's heart warmed, and she quickly said, yes. This disciple understands. Thank you, Master. At this time, Yang Lu cried out involuntarily, this. Is the Black Dragon sect crazy? Lu Manxia frowned slightly and looked at the big screen below. The screen showed that the highest price had been updated. The highest price was now offered by Zhou Bingxian of the Black Dragon sect, who was in the 5th box, at 2,800 spirit stones. Zhou Bingxian changed his previous method of only adding 40 spirit stones each time and directly added 280 spirit stones to Lu Manxia's bid. Lu Manxia sneered and said, is this old guy trying to show his determination to get it? Is 2,800 spirit stones a lot? Who are you trying to scare? After that, Lu Manxia directly submitted a new price. This time, she did not simply add 40 spirit stones. Instead, she manually entered the price of 3,000 spirit stones into the bidding device and pressed the submit button without hesitation. Xianxia did not dare to speak at this time. She faintly felt that the price was a bit too high. 3,000 spirit stones to buy 20 chi gathering pills? It would be better to directly use the spirit stones to cultivate. The total amount of spiritual chi was definitely more than the chi gathering pills. However, it naturally could not be calculated in this way. 20 chi gathering pills might be used up in less than a month, and 3,000 spirit stones, with the absorption efficiency of chi gathering pills, would take at least several months to use up. In addition, the spiritual chi in the chi gathering pills was purer, and the conversion efficiency was higher. The cultivation effect of the two pills might be similar, but it saved several times the time. In box 20, Xiao Ruofei appeared to be quite calm, but Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu, who were beside him, were so excited that their eyes were wide open. Their hands were tightly clenched into fists, and they stared at the big screen without blinking. At this time, a rough voice came from box 5, Valley Master Lu, there are still 4 bottles of chi gathering pills. Why do you and I have to fight to the death and let the person who commissioned the auction benefit for no reason? Why don't you give this old man some face and let Valley Master Lu compete for the remaining 3 bottles? Lu Manxia snorted lightly. Since Zhou Bingxian had already exposed her, she did not intend to hide her identity. She directly said, this is also what I wanted to say to Sect Master Zhou. Since there are still 4 bottles of chi gathering pills, why don't Sect Master Zhou compete for the remaining 3 bottles? You. Zhou Bingxian was momentarily speechless. This old man's disciple just happened to be at a bottleneck in his cultivation and needs chi gathering pills to help him cultivate. Valley Master Lu is already an expert in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. What use do you have for chi gathering pills? Are you the only one allowed to have disciples? Lu Manxia coldly said, this Valley Master has taken in quite a few genius disciples. They also need chi gathering pills. Valley Master Lu, must you do this? Zhou Bingxian gloomily asked. Lu Manxia sneered and said, I have already bid. If Sect Master Zhou wants to compete, then just increase the price. Maybe this is the highest price I have in mind. As long as you increase it by 40 spirit stones, I will give up. Zhou Bingxian snorted coldly and did not speak again. It was obvious that he was quite angry. In the box, Yang Lu giggled and said, Senior sister. This is too carefree. This Zhou Bingxian is arrogant and thinks that everyone has to give him face. When has our soaring flower valley been afraid of others? Lu Manxia calmly said, Junior sister Yang, we are prepared to give up on this round of bidding. Yang Lu was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, But, before she could finish speaking, Zhou Bingxian, who was quite angry in the box next door, had already increased the price again. However, he did not seem to have lost his mind and directly increased the price by 40 spirit stones on top of the base price of 3,000, bringing the price to 3,040 spirit stones. On the other side, Lu Manxia did not hesitate to increase the price again, and this time, the price was raised to 3,100 spirit stones. When Yang Lu saw this, she was even more confused. Lu Manxia had clearly said that she was prepared to give up. Why was she still increasing the price, and by so much at once? Zhou Bingxian was also quite irritated. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and did not listen to the advice of the elders beside him, directly increasing the price to 3,200 spirit stones. When this price was displayed on the big screen, Lu Manxia clearly let out a sigh of relief. She used a relaxed tone and said jokingly, "It seems that the rich and overbearing sect master Zhou is determined to get this bottle of qi-gathering pills. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not take what others like. Although we are little girls, there is no harm in imitating a gentleman. We will give up this bottle of qi-gathering pills." Then, Lu Manxia considerately said to Hao Qingsong, who was on the auction stage, "Elder Hao, our soaring flower valley gives up. If there are no other fellow Taoists bidding, you can announce the end of this round's auction." Even if Zhou Bingxian had lost his rationality, he had already realized that he had been tricked by Lu Manxia. From the moment their Black Dragon sect started to raise the price, Lu Manxia had no intention of competing for this bottle of qi-gathering pills. However, she had always acted as if she was determined to get this bottle, continuously raising the price. Her goal was naturally to make the Black Dragon sect spend more spirit stones. Under the provocation of Lu Manxia's words, Zhou Bingxian really fell for it. 3,200 spirit stones to buy 20 qi-gathering pills, which was equivalent to 160 spirit stones for each qi-gathering pill. This price was obviously a little too high. It should be known that the starting price was only 1,600 spirit stones, and this was already double the starting price. At this moment, Hao Qingsong was a little embarrassed, but he still dutifully asked a few more times. When he saw that there was indeed no one competing for this bottle of qi-gathering pills, he loudly announced, "Congratulations to fellow Taoist Zhou in private room number 5 for winning this bottle of qi-gathering pills." Although he said congratulations, Zhou Bingxian felt that it was a little harsh to hear. Of course, to Hao Qingsong, this was just a routine matter. He immediately signaled for the staff to come on stage and take the bottle of qi-gathering pills to Zhou Bingxian in private room number 5. Lu Manxia also indifferently said, "Congratulations to sect leader Zhou for getting what you wanted." Zhou Bingxian lightly snorted and said, "Isn't it just 3,000 spirit stones? Spending a few hundred spirit stones to increase my beloved disciple's chances of breaking through, these spirit stones were too worth it." In this old man's opinion, spirit stones are only worldly possessions. Talent is the most important thing. Zhou Bingxian naturally wasn't willing to suffer a hidden loss, so his words were more or less instigated. Although he didn't have the extravagant hope that with just a few words, he could make Lu Manxia and her disciple turn against each other. However, if he could make Lu Manxia's disciple have a trace of a grudge in her heart, then spending a few hundred spirit stones would be worth it. Lu Manxia faintly smiled and said, "Sect leader Zhou's words are reasonable. Fortunately, there are still 3 bottles of qi-gathering pills for sale. I just don't know how many spirit stones I can spend to buy you. I also don't know if there's any difference between the qi-gathering pills that sect leader Zhou spent 3,200 spirit stones to buy, you." Zhou Bingxian was so angry that he was speechless. He clenched his teeth and secretly made up his mind. In a while, if Lu Manxia continued to bid for the qi-gathering pills, then he might as well raise the price. After all, he couldn't let Lu Manxia have an easy time. In private room number 20, when Li Yifu and Luo Qingfeng saw the final price, they couldn't help but excitedly stand up. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Calm down. There's a certain element of luck in this price." That beautiful valley master and sect leader Zhou in private room number 5 fought until their eyes turned red. This is considered an irrational bidding. The next few bottles might not be able to sell for such a high price. That's still worth it. Li Yifu said happily, "At least we've made up for the loss of the first bottle." Because the highly respected Sun Tianfeng had come out to bid for the first bottle, the cultivators of the major sects had all given face to the Medicine King Valley and didn't participate in the competition. They had directly won the first bottle at the price of 2,000 spirit stones. In the eyes of Xia Ruofei and the other 2, this price was clearly a bit low. It had just reached the price that they had in mind. Now that the second bottle had been auctioned for 3,200 spirit stones, it really made up for the loss of the first bottle. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, Ifu's words do make some sense. At this time, the third bottle of qi-gathering pills had already been auctioned on the main auction stage. On the main auction stage, Hao Qingsong announced that the third bottle of qi-gathering pills would be auctioned, and the price on the big screen was updated. 2,500 spirit stones. The bidder was from box number 6. Many cultivators were preparing to bid, and their hands were already reaching for the bid button, but when they saw the price, they immediately withdrew their hands. Originally, everyone was planning to raise the price by 40, but they didn't expect Lu Manxia from box 6 to raise the price to 2,500 spirit stones. Fortunately, everyone present was a cultivator, and their reaction speed was much faster than ordinary people. Luckily, their hands didn't slip, and they directly raised the price from Lu Manxia's bid. After Lu Manxia raised the price, she didn't forget to say indifferently, Sect leader Zhou, if you want to raise the price, you have to think carefully. For this bottle of qi-gathering pills, who knows, maybe my price is 2,500 spirit stones. Be careful not to fall into your own hands. Zhou Bingxian had suffered a loss in the previous round, and he was prepared to raise the price with the intention of harming others without benefiting himself. The reason why he had raised the price was because of Lu Manxia, so he didn't want Lu Manxia to easily buy the qi-gathering pills. However, after hearing Lu Manxia's words, Zhou Bingxian couldn't help but hesitate. As a sworn enemy, Zhou Bingxian understood Lu Manxia very well. He knew that this woman's thoughts were exquisite, and her actions were unpredictable. It could be said that she never acted according to common sense, and others simply couldn't guess what she was thinking. Zhou Bingxian felt that if he raised the price, Lu Manxia might really give up again. Just as Zhou Bingxian was hesitating, the price still rose. Xiao Ruofei's previous deduction was still very accurate. Now that there were only 3 bottles of qi-amassing pills left, for those cultivators who wanted to buy them, the urgency in their hearts grew heavier and heavier. In addition, the price of the second round of bidding was 3,200 spirit stones. Although everyone knew that this price was somewhat inflated, it still inevitably formed an impression in their hearts, causing their valuation of the qi-amassing pills to greatly increase. In addition, the price of 2,500 spirit stones was still acceptable, and cultivators with financial resources could still compete. Everyone was also worried that if they failed this round, then the competition for the remaining 2 bottles would be even more intense. At that time, who knew how high the price would go? Therefore, for the cultivators who had a strong desire to buy, they only needed to weigh the pros and cons before someone increased the price. The increase in the bid was not large, only 40 spirit stones. However, the price had been updated, and the highest bid came from booth 32. Clearly, Lu Manxia wasn't like what she said. Her mental price was only 2,500 spirit stones. After the cultivator in room 32 made a bid, she pondered for a moment and immediately added another 60 spirit stones, rounding up the price to 2,600 spirit stones. After some consideration, the cultivator in booth 32 increased the price by 40 spirit stones. This time, without waiting for Lu Manxia to raise the price, the cultivator from box 19 raised the price again. Thus, the new price was 2,680 spirit stones. At this moment, Lu Manxia calmly raised the price to 2,720 spirit stones. After some consideration, the cultivator in booth 32 decided to give up and didn't raise the price again. However, the cultivator in booth 19 also decided to follow suit after some consideration. Thus, the price of the bottle of spirit-gathering pills rose to 2,760 spirit stones. In the next few rounds, Lu Manxia didn't give up. She used the same method of raising the price, each time increasing the price by 40 spirit stones. She competed with the cultivator in booth 19. The price on the screen continued to rise, and after a few rounds of bidding, it finally reached 2,960 spirit stones. This bid came from Lu Manxia. Perhaps the cultivator in booth 19 had a mental price of 2,900 spirit stones. In the last round, he thought for a long time and finally gritted his teeth and raised the price to 2,920 spirit stones. Lu Manxia didn't hesitate to raise the price again. The price on the screen only stayed for a short time before it was updated to 2,960 spirit stones. This also showed Lu Manxia's determination to win. In the end, the cultivator in booth 19 chose to give up. Of course, he didn't say anything from beginning to end, so no one knew which sect he came from. However, after Lu Mansha raised the price to 2,960 spirit stones, the cultivator in booth 19 didn't follow suit. On the auction stage, Xianxia began to repeatedly ask if anyone wanted to raise the price. It was clear that the bottle of spirit-gathering pills was about to be sold. However, just as Xianxia was about to announce the final price, the silent Zhou Bingxian in booth 5 made a new bid. Although it was only an increase of 40 spirit stones, the price once again broke through the 3,000 spirit stones mark. The cultivators in the various booths were in an uproar. No one thought that the first auction item would sell out like crazy. The price was simply too high. In reality, Zhou Bingxian didn't think too much about it. He saw that Lu Mansha was very determined to increase the price in the last few rounds. It was obvious that she had a very strong desire to buy. Thus, he finally made up his mind to come out and disrupt the auction. Of course, he was also prepared that the other party would not follow up with this price. For the Black Dragon sect, spending an extra 3,000 spirit stones to buy a bottle of such high-quality qi-gathering pills was nothing. One bottle only had 20 pills, and he was willing to spend the spirit stones to buy 2 bottles for his precious disciple. However, Zhou Bingxian naturally hoped that Lu Mansha would raise the price. Even if he could cheat Lu Mansha once, his heart would feel better. Thus, after bidding, Zhou Bingxian deliberately laughed and said, "I'm sorry, Valley Master Lu. I suddenly feel that 1 bottle of spirit-gathering pills might not be enough for my disciple, so I'm going to buy another bottle." Valley Master Lu is also someone with a disciple. I hope you can understand my thoughts. How about the beauty of Qingren again? Zhou Bingxian deliberately provoked Lu Mansha with his words. In reality, he was hoping that Lu Mansha would fly into a rage out of humiliation and recklessly increase the price. However, what made him dumbfounded was that Lu Mansha actually said without hesitation, "What's so difficult about that? This price has already exceeded my expectations. Since Sect Master Zhou is so anxious for his beloved disciple, how can this Valley Master have the heart to obstruct you? This bottle of spirit-gathering pills, our Soaring Flower Valley, will give it up." In box number 5, when Zhou Bingxian heard Lu Mansha's words, he was so angry that he almost smashed the bidding device in his hand. He was secretly regretting that his hand was so cheap. The price was already so high, why did he have to wade into this muddy water? Moreover, he could also see that Lu Mansha's so-called bottom price was not fixed. If it wasn't for Zhou Bingxian suddenly jumping out, and it was the other cultivators in the box who increased the price, Lu Mansha might have continued to compete. However, when Zhou Bingxian came out to bid, Lu Mansha immediately chose to withdraw without hesitation. This caught Zhou Bingxian off guard. At the same time, Zhou Bingxian was also a bit scared. When the next 2 rounds of bidding came, if he wanted to maliciously bid again, he would have to think about the risks in his heart. This was also the effect that Lu Mansha wanted to achieve. Therefore, from the beginning, she didn't really plan to bid for this bottle of spirit-gathering pills. Of course, if Zhou Bingxian had been honest and didn't jump out, then she would have made the act real and directly bought the spirit-gathering pills. That would have been even better. She had already thought about it. As long as Zhou Bingxian jumped out to cause trouble, she would immediately withdraw. Now, after a few rounds of bidding with the cultivators in box number 32 and box number 19, the price was already quite high. Zhou Bingxian still foolishly came out to interfere at this time. To Lu Mansha, it was simply like a drowsy person meeting a pillow. She didn't even need to think about it and directly gave up. In box number 20, Xiaoruofei was first stunned, then he laughed and said, "Soaring Flower Valley's Valley Master Lu is really a wonderful person. In these 2 rounds of bidding, she is fully deserving of the Best Assist Award." Li Yifu also laughed and said, "Valley Master Lu has helped us a lot in these 2 rounds. To be able to bid for such a price, she has contributed greatly. We have to thank her properly." Luo Qingfeng also laughed and said. At this time, Xianxia, who was on the auction stage, saw that Lu Mansha really didn't increase the price, and that the other cultivators didn't have any intention of increasing the price, so he awkwardly announced, "Congratulations to Black Dragon sect leader Zhou for buying another bottle of spirit-gathering pills." When the fallen leaf sect's disciple took a bottle of spirit-gathering pills and went to box number 5 to find Zhou Bingxian to settle the bill, Hao Qingsong looked at the remaining 2 bottles of spirit-gathering pills on the table and said with a smile, "Sect leader Zhou bought 2 bottles of spirit-gathering pills in a row for his disciple's cultivation. Now, there are only 2 bottles of spirit-gathering pills left in this auction. Fellow Taoists who want to prepare supplementary pills for their disciples, please don't hesitate. If you miss this opportunity, it won't be easy to come across such high-quality spirit-gathering pills in the future." After saying that, Hao Qingsong loudly announced, "Next, the bidding for the 4th bottle of spirit-gathering pills will begin. The rules are the same as the previous rounds. Fellow Taoists can now start bidding." Just as Hao Qingsong's voice fell, the price on the big screen flashed and changed to 2,500 spirit stones. The bidder was still Lu Manxia from box number 6. A middle gold course stage expert's hand speed was much faster than the average cultivator's. Every time, she would be the first to bid, and the other cultivators wouldn't even have time to bid. This opening was almost exactly the same as the previous round. However, this time, Lu Manxia didn't even bother to say anything. After she bid, she just sat there quietly, waiting to see if Zhou Bingxian would jump out and cause trouble. Obviously, Zhou Bingxian had learned his lesson from the previous 2 rounds, and decided not to fight on impulse. 2 bottles of qi-gathering pills were already more than enough. If he smashed another bottle in his hand, the 3 rounds of auction would cost him nearly 10,000 spirit stones, and it would really affect his subsequent auction plans. Zhou Bingxian withdrew, but the other cultivators wouldn't give up so easily. After all, there were only 2 bottles of spirit-gathering pills left. The urgency in everyone's heart was growing stronger. This time, there were clearly more cultivators bidding than in the previous round. Everyone's mental price had been raised by the previous 2 rounds of high prices. The price of 2,500 spirit stones was clearly not enough. Lu Manxia was still the same as in the previous round. It seemed that her desire to buy was very strong. Every time she raised the price, it was very timely. As the price rose, more and more cultivators withdrew from the competition. The remaining cultivators also took longer and longer to think before raising the price. In the end, Lu Manxia finally bought the bottle of spirit-gathering pills at the price of 2,980 gold coins. When Hao Qingsong announced the deal, Lu Manxia also let out a sigh of relief. She turned her head and looked at Yang Lu with a smile. Yang Lu gave Lu Manxia a thumbs up and said, "Senior sister is amazing. You completely understood the mind of that old man Zhou Bingxian. Not only did you buy the spirit-gathering pills, but you also made him suffer 2 losses in a row. It's simply too satisfying." In fact, the amount of spirit stones that Lu Manxia spent to buy the spirit-gathering pills in this round was not much less than Zhou Bingxuan's in the previous round. In fact, the price of the 2 rounds was almost the same, but the feeling was completely different. Moreover, according to the rules of the auction, as the remaining spirit-gathering pills became less and less, the price of this round would generally be higher than the previous round. Zhou Bingxuan's price of 3,000 spirit stones in the previous round was obviously a lot higher than the previous round. Most importantly, all of this was within Lu Manxia's plan. She had successfully schemed against Zhou Bingxian and frightened him to the point that he didn't dare to cause trouble. This kind of refreshing feeling was even stronger than directly competing to buy the spirit-gathering pills. When Luo Qingfeng saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile. Xiao Ruofei and Li Yifu, who had already expected this situation, also showed a happy smile. Because this was the last bottle of qi-gathering pills, the competition was unprecedentedly fierce. In addition to a few powerful sects, other cultivators also bid. In the end, this bottle of qi-gathering pills was sold for an extremely high price of 3,360 spirit stones, which was even higher than Zhou Bingxuan's 3,200 spirit stones in the second round. This also made Zhou Bingxuan's heart feel a little better. Thinking back, it seemed that the price of 3,200 spirit stones and 3,000 spirit stones for the 2 bottles of qi-gathering pills was not a big loss. However, when he thought about how Lu Manxia had not only tricked him twice, but also spent less than 3,000 spirit stones to win the bottle of qi-gathering pills, his heart began to feel uncomfortable again. In the end, the cultivators who did not win the qi-gathering pills could not help but sigh, but the cultivators who won the last bottle of qi-gathering pills were not in a good mood. After all, the price was really too high. When the fallen leaves sect's disciples came to settle with the qi-gathering pills, they could not help but feel very distressed. In any case, this could only be regarded as an appetizer in the entire auction. The result was already settled. Although some people were happy and some were sad, everyone's attention quickly turned to the next treasure that was about to appear. Luo Qingfeng and Li Yifu began to calculate how much income these 5 bottles of qi-gathering pills would bring. In the first round, no one competed for the qi-gathering pills, so Sun Tianfeng won it with 2,000 spirit stones. In the second and third rounds, Zhou Bingxian won the qi-gathering pills at 3,200 spirit stones and 3,000 spirit stones respectively. In the fourth round, Lu Mansha won a bottle with 2,980 spirit stones. In the last round, the price soared to 3,360 spirit stones. After 5 rounds, the total sold was 14,540 spirit stones. After deducting the fallen leaves sect's 5% commission of 727 spirit stones, Xia Ruofei's final income was 13,813 spirit stones, which was about 30% higher than yesterday's estimate. This was a very ideal result. However, when the fallen leaves sect's disciples brought the spirit stones into the box, Xia Ruofei used his mental power to scan and found that they had brought 14,540 spirit stones, without deducting the commission. Xia Ruofei could not help but ask, "Did you make a mistake? According to the rules, your sect's 5% commission?" The fallen leaves sect's disciples seemed to have expected Xia Ruofei to ask such a question, and respectfully said, "Senior, it's like this." Senior son of the Medicine King's Valley felt that the price of 2,000 spirit stones for the bottle of qi-gathering pills in the first round was a bit low. He did not expect the final price of the qi-gathering pills to be so high, and the fellow cultivators all gave him face and did not participate in the competition, so the first round was sold at a low price. Senior son felt very apologetic, so he specifically looked for our sect leader and said that he would bear the commission for this batch of qi-gathering pills. The total is 727 spirit stones, which senior son has already paid. Xia Ruofei and the other 2 could not help but feel a little surprised. At the same time, Xia Ruofei's impression of elder son Tianfeng, who spoke with a northeastern accent, improved greatly. The other party had good intentions, and the spirit stones had already been paid, so Xia Ruofei naturally would not be unreasonable and refuse. He really did need spirit stones now, so Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment, and accepted these spirit stones. With a sweep of his mental power, he easily separated out 40 spirit stones from this large pile, and directly pushed them in front of the disciple, then said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work. This is a small token of our appreciation." The disciple was surprised and delighted, and hurriedly bowed to Xia Ruofei to express his gratitude. The disciples who were selected to help out in the auction were generally smart. Moreover, they were also relatively valued. After all, many seniors would casually reward them with some spirit stones. It was like tipping in the secular world. However, it was rare to see someone as generous as Xia Ruofei, directly giving out 40 spirit stones, so the disciple was naturally pleasantly surprised. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "I'll have to trouble you to help me pass on a message to Elder Sunday. Just say that I thank him for his kindness, and I'll accept the spirit stones. If Elder Sun is willing, we can also use the appropriate opportunity to discuss the refining of the qi-gathering pill with him." After saying that, Xia Ruofei took out a business card from the Ring 2 space and handed it to the fallen leaf sect disciple. There was only a mobile phone number on the business card, not even a name. And this mobile phone number was the one Xia Ruofei often used when he was active as Xia. "Yes." The disciple took the business card with both hands, and respectfully said, "This disciple will definitely pass on the message to Elder in time." Xia Ruofei nodded with satisfaction, and said, "Please do not reveal our identity for the time being." "Understood. This disciple understands the rules." The fallen leaves sect disciple quickly said, "Then if Elder has no other instructions, this disciple will take his leave first." Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. The fallen leaves sect disciple bowed slightly to Xia Ruofei and the other 2, and then left the box, closing the door from the outside. The falling leaves sect was not the kind of organization that specialized in auctions. In recent years, the sects in the cultivation world had taken turns to be the auctioneer, so Xia Ruofei did not expect them to do a good job of keeping it a secret. However, even if the identities of the three of them were leaked, he did not particularly care. After all, the star-plucking sect was a first-rate sect. Just a batch of chi-gathering pills was not enough to attract the attention of a large number of top sects. Moreover, the leak was only limited to the star-plucking sect. Xia Ruofei had always been active as Xia, so his own relatives and friends in the secular world would not be affected. As for Li Yifu, although he had a large business in the secular world, he was only an old qi condensation stage cultivator. Under normal circumstances, he would not attract the attention of others, and in the future, Li Yifu would spend most of his time on Peach Blossom Island, so his personal safety was not to be worried. Before coming, Xia Ruofei had already considered this situation, so he decided to take Li Yifu with him to the auction. After the Fallen Leaves sect disciple left, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and put the 14,500 spirit stones into the Ring 2 space. At this time, the second item of the day was being auctioned on the main auction stage. Although the chi-gathering pill was divided into 5 rounds of auction, strictly speaking, it was only the first item. The second item was a flying sword. Xia Ruofei scanned it with his spiritual force and lost interest. The quality of this flying sword was much worse than his blue traveling immortal sword. At most, it could be considered to be on par with Luo Qingfeng's flying sword. However, flying swords were relatively rare in the cultivation world nowadays. Although most golden core stage cultivators had their own flying swords, they were still very willing to carry 1 or 2 flying swords on their bodies. Not to mention other things, if they needed to fight while riding a flying sword, those who had 2 flying swords would naturally have a great advantage. Moreover, although Xia Ruofei did not care about this flying sword, in the eyes of cultivators, the quality was already quite good. According to Hao Qingsong, this flying sword was found by a golden core stage cultivator in the ruins of an ancient cultivator. Because this golden core stage cultivator already had a suitable flying sword, and at the same time, he needed spirit stones to buy a relatively precious spirit grass, so he reluctantly gave it up. Xia Ruofei had no interest in competing for this flying sword, so he just sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight. Unlike the ore-gathering pill, this flying sword was used by golden core stage cultivators, and those who came to participate in the auction were either sect leaders or elders. Most of the people who led the team were golden core stage cultivators. Therefore, the competition for the flying sword was more fierce than the ore-gathering pill. In the end, the price of this flying sword reached 12,000 spirit stones. When Xia Ruofei saw this result, he couldn't help but be speechless. He couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect a flying sword to be so valuable. Compared to this, our ore-gathering pill is really a small business." Luo Qingfeng explained with a smile, "Master, in today's cultivation world, refining masters are even rarer than refining masters. Flying swords are basically unearthed from the ruins of ancient cultivators. The number of flying swords is very small, so it's normal for the price to be higher." Xia Ruofei thought of the large number of ancient books he had obtained from the Inheritance Jade Talisman, many of which introduced refining knowledge, but he had never taken the time to study it. If flying swords were so valuable, then wouldn't he be able to learn how to refine weapons? Xia Ruofei muttered in his heart. He suddenly realized that in terms of preciousness, there seemed to be no one in the large number of ancient books in the Inheritance Jade Talisman that could compare to the Great Tao Formula, not to mention the precious spirit map scroll itself. However, these ancient books were also an invisible wealth, especially when there were so many of them. When all of them were gathered together, it was even more precious. Xia Ruofei felt that he hadn't excavated enough of this treasure house. He also secretly said to himself, "When I have time in the future, I should properly organize the ancient books in the Inheritance Jade Talisman." The auction continued. There were a variety of auction items that appeared on the stage, and some of them were novel things that opened Xia Ruofei's eyes. For example, a very ingenious set of formation flags tempted Xia Ruofei and made him want to buy it and study it. However, considering the storage ring, Xia Ruofei finally gave up. Of course, that set of formation flags was only more ingenious in the use of a few basic formations. Xia Ruofei was just a little excited to see it. In addition, there were some treasures that were excavated from ancient cultivator ruins, which also made Xia Ruofei feel very curious. Although the overall cultivation environment had deteriorated, there were still many things in the cultivation world that were worth learning and studying. After all, this was a group that had been passed down for countless years. Many of their experiences were also far beyond Xia Ruofei, who could only be considered a rookie cultivator in the strict sense. As the auction continued, the other two auction items that Xia Ruofei provided also appeared on the stage one after another. The final price of these two auction items did not disappoint Xia Ruofei and the other two. The set of advanced spirit gathering talisman that Xia Ruofei personally improved on the spot was finally sold for 12,500 spirit stones. As for the 3 protective jade talismans, because they could be used individually, Xia Ruofei used the same auction strategy as the spirit gathering pills and divided the 3 jade talismans into 3 rounds of auction. Protective jade talismans were still relatively common in the cultivation world. Even though the inheritance had withered, there were still a few cultivators who could make protective jade talismans. However, Xia Ruofei's protective jade talisman could withstand 3 attacks from a 7th layer qi refining cultivator. It was definitely a top-quality protective jade talisman. After all, the cultivators with the highest cultivation base were only at the golden core stage, and even a golden core stage cultivator might not be able to make such a good jade talisman. To do so, one must have a very profound understanding of the Tao of formations, have a very strong spiritual power, and master an exquisite defensive formation. Therefore, some protective jade talismans that were commonly seen in the cultivation world could at most withstand attacks from a 4th or 5th layer qi refining cultivator. Moreover, many of them were one-time use. The protective jade talisman that Xia Ruofei provided could be used at least 3 times. Its value had increased by more than 3 times, therefore, when these 3 jade talismans appeared, it also caused a frenzy of bidding. In the end, the 3 jade talismans were sold for 4,200 spirit stones, 4,520 spirit stones, and 4,680 spirit stones respectively. The total price reached 13,400 spirit stones. The 3 protective jade talismans plus the set of spirit gathering talismans, after deducting the commission, brought Xia Ruofei a total of 24,605 spirit stones. In this way, the 3 auction items that Xia Ruofei brought out were all successfully sold at high prices. He also received a total of 39,000 spirit stones. As for the leftover spirit stones, he still rewarded them to the Fallen Leaf sect disciples who came to deliver the spirit stones. Originally, Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng estimated that the 3 items could be exchanged for about 30,000 spirit stones, but the final result was much better than expected. It almost reached 40,000 spirit stones. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, 39,000 spirit stones. I finally have some confidence to compete for that pair of storage rings. Luo Qingfeng was also full of confidence and said with a smile, Master, although that pair of storage rings is rare, in the end, they are only storage magic tools. They don't have any other functions. The old slave thinks that with nearly 40,000 spirit stones, we can definitely get it. Li Yifu also smiled and said, Martial Granduncle, the owner of that pair of storage rings had a base price of 30,000 spirit stones, right? I think that his judgment should be more objective, so this disciple also thinks that 39,000 spirit stones should be enough. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I hope so. However, even if there is an unexpected situation, I am not afraid. I still have a backup plan. That's right, that pair of storage rings should be appearing soon, right? Luo Qingfeng quickly said, according to our arrangement, the storage rings should be appearing soon. However, we can't rule out that there are people who take out treasures to cut the line. This is common in the past, so it's not rare. However, even if there are items that cut the line, it should be soon. There shouldn't be more than 5 items. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, N. Then wait patiently. Good food is not afraid of being late. At this moment, a disciple of the Falling Leaves sect brought a new item onto the stage. This new item was not the pair of storage rings, but Xia Ruofei didn't have time to use his spiritual force to investigate it. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and his face slightly changed. He quickly released his spiritual force and swept it on the Fallen Leaf sect disciple's tray that was still covered with a red silk cloth. The reason why Xia Ruofei was suddenly so interested in this auction item that had yet to appear was very simple. When this auction item appeared, the spirit map scroll in Xia Ruofei's palm actually trembled slightly. This was a reaction that had not happened in a long time. In the past, it would only react like this when a boundary stone appeared nearby. And boundary stones were really too rare. It could be said that they could only be found by chance and not by searching for them. One had to be sufficiently lucky to obtain them. Normally, it was impossible to actively search for them. Therefore, the spirit map scroll had not reacted on its own for a very long time. Moreover, the spirit map scroll's reaction this time was especially strong. What was different from the previous times was that the sensing jade leaf that Xiao Ruofei wore on his body did not change at all. Its temperature was still the same as before. If a boundary stone appeared nearby, the sensing jade leaf would also heat up. Moreover, the closer it was, the higher the temperature. This kind of reaction was the most direct. Xiao Ruofei also considered whether or not a boundary stone could appear with so many cultivators gathered this time, so he always carried the sensing jade leaf with him. However, the jade leaf did not react at all. Instead, the spirit map scroll itself began to tremble. And this trembling happened after Hao Qingsong indicated for the falling leaves sect disciple to present the auction item. Presumably, for the safety of the auction items, the falling leaves sect should have stored all these auction items in containers with shielding and defensive functions. It was possible that they were directly stored in the storage ring and would only be taken out when the auction was about to begin. Therefore, when this auction item appeared, the spirit map scroll immediately reacted. After a short moment of surprise, Xiao Ruofei's expression immediately returned to normal. However, he immediately released his mental power to scan the auction item on the tray. Under the mental power scan, a normal red silk cloth naturally could not block it. Xiao Ruofei immediately discovered that the item on the tray was a black or the size of an adult's fist. Xiao Ruofei had already come into contact with many world stones, and was very familiar with the aura of the world stone. After using his mental power to investigate, he could confirm that this ore was not a world stone, but the spirit map painting actually had such a strong reaction to this ore, which made Xiao Ruofei feel extremely strange. However, regardless of whether this ore was a realm stone or not, since it could make the spirit map painting tremble on its own, Xiao Ruofei would definitely not let it go. In an instant, he made a decision. Even if he missed out on the pair of storage rings because he did not have enough spirit stones, he could not miss out on this special ore. He had to obtain it at all costs. At this time, Hao Qingsong had already had the fallen leaf sect disciples lift the red silk cloth, and the auction item on the tray was presented to everyone. It was just like the result of Xiao Ruofei's investigation. It was a piece of black ore. In fact, it wasn't just Xiao Ruofei. When the auction item appeared, many cultivators in the other boxes habitually used their mental energy to scan it. However, including Lu Mansha, Zhou Bingxian, and other experienced and knowledgeable higher-ups of the top sects, none of these cultivators actually recognized this ore. Naturally, everyone was somewhat curious. Of course, something they didn't recognize might not be a good thing, especially when they couldn't recognize what kind of ore it was. They could still sense that this ore didn't emit the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy. It looked just like an ordinary stone. Therefore, many people were only curious and wanted to hear Hao Qingsong's introduction. At least, they wanted to know what it was. As for those who were truly determined to buy it at all costs, besides Xiao Ruofei, there was basically no one else. At this time, Hao Qingsong smiled and said, "The next item to be auctioned is this unknown ore that fellow cultivators saw." When the cultivators in the boxes heard this, they realized that even the organizer didn't know what this black ore was and actually put it up for auction. What kind of operation was this? Hao Qingsong wasn't a professional auctioneer, and cultivators had their own independent judgment, so he didn't keep them in suspense and directly explained, "Of course, we won't casually put an ore of unknown origin on the auction stage." In fact, this was entrusted by fellow cultivator Xianxia of the Tianyi sect. As for the situation of this ore, we'll ask fellow cultivator Xianxia to personally explain it to everyone. Hao Qingsong directly said the name of the client, so he naturally obtained the other party's permission in advance. In fact, when Hao Qingsong said this name, the mentality of the cultivators present suddenly changed. No one thought that the Fallen Leaves sect listing this ore as an auction item was a joke. The reason was very simple. Xianxia and the Tianyi sect he was in were famous in the cultivation world of Huaxia. The Tianyi sect's head, Chen Nanfeng's cultivation had reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm. It was said that Chen Nanfeng was the cultivator closest to the nascent soul realm in the cultivation world. Apart from some hidden rogue cultivators, Chen Nanfeng also vaguely sat on the top of the cultivation world. The Tianyi sect was also one of the top sects in Xianxia, and its strength was also one of the best among the top sections. In addition to Chen Nanfeng, a late-stage Golden Core Realm expert, the Tianyi sect also had 2 middle-stage Golden Core Realm elders and 4 early-stage Golden Core Realm elders. Among the disciples in the Qi refining realm, 15 of them had reached the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm. These people all had the opportunity to break through to the Golden Core realm. Just this set of numbers showed how terrifying the strength of the Tianyi sect was. The Qin Xian that Hao Qingsong mentioned was the only son of the head of the Tianyi sect, Chen Nanfeng. He was also one of the elders of the Tianyi sect. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the Golden Core realm, and he was only about 40 years old. Among the early-stage Golden Core realm cultivators, this was considered very young. If Chen Nanfeng was said to be firmly at the top of the cultivation world, then Qin Xian had vaguely become the leader of the second generation of cultivators. A cultivator with such a powerful cultivation base and a prominent family background naturally had unparalleled influence and right to speak. Everyone had a preconceived notion that since Qin Xian had submitted this or to the auction, he naturally had a solid reason for doing so. After Hao Qingsong finished speaking, a calm voice came from the number 1 box. It was Qin Xian. He said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, in fact, the matter is very simple. I found this ore in an ancient relic in the East Sea 2 years ago. I searched through the ancient books of the sect, but I still couldn't find out what this ore was. In the past 2 years, I have been studying it whenever I have time, but I still haven't found anything. It doesn't have any spiritual chi fluctuations, nor is it any kind of refining material that we know of. If it weren't for the fact that it was indeed from an ancient relic, I would even think that it was an ordinary stone." Speaking of this, Qin Xian paused for a moment and changed the topic. "Of course, strictly speaking, after 2 years of research, I still found a little." Originally, all the cultivators were a little disappointed after hearing Qin Xian's words, and their interest in this ore greatly decreased. However, when they heard Qin Xian's last sentence, they couldn't help but cheer up. Qin Xian continued, "Perhaps this is the only discovery. I have studied it for a long time without any progress. Not long ago, I simply asked Elder Gu of our refining hall to try to refine this ore, but found that our refining furnace couldn't melt it at all. Elder Gu also did some experiments and found that this ore's hardness is extremely high. Even the best quality flying sword couldn't cut it at all." Qin Xian paused for a moment and then said, "This is all the discovery. It can be said that there is no use. Later, I thought that the auction was going to be held today, so I simply sent this ore to the auction. First, I wanted to gather everyone's wisdom and see if anyone could recognize it. Second, I felt that this ore might not be fated with me. Maybe I can find a fated person for it at the auction. So, I simply decided to auction it today. As for what price it can be sold for, it's up to fate. Well, the starting price of this ore is 0. Everyone can bid at will. My only request is that if any fellow Taoist wins the bid for it, and if any fellow Taoist manages to research it, please share with me." After Qin Xian finished speaking, the cultivators also came to a realization. Obviously, Qin Xian, who was a disciple of a cultivation family, didn't lack spirit stones. He didn't send the ore to the auction to make money at all. On the one hand, as Qin Xian said, he hoped that if other cultivators could research something, they could share it with him to satisfy his curiosity. On the other hand, the Tianyi Palace probably wanted to support the auction. After all, the Tianyi Palace was in a leading position in the world of cultivation. This auction had been held many times in the world of cultivation, so it had a relatively deep history. It was reasonable for the Tianyi Palace to support the auction with practical actions. However, although everyone understood Qin Xian's approach, they were still not interested in this ore. The reason was very simple. With the resources and strength of the Tianyi sect, they couldn't find anything after studying this ore for 2 years. If other cultivators bought it, what could they find? Moreover, according to Qin Xian, this ore didn't have any other characteristics except that it was hard and couldn't be melted at high temperatures. In that case, it was even more useless. It was so hard and couldn't be melted. Even if one wanted to add a little bit of ore to it during refining, it couldn't be done. Could it be bought as a decoration? Or, could it be used to hit people in a fight? As long as one used their brains a little, they would know that this was indeed a useless item. Of course, there was one exception. After Xiao Ruofei heard Xianxia's introduction, he was very happy in his heart. He could naturally guess what the other cultivators were thinking. In that case, there shouldn't be many people who would jump out to compete with him for this ore. Even if someone was willing to bid, it would most likely be to give face to the Tianyi sect so that it wouldn't look good on Xianxia if the item was sold out. As long as he raised the price a few more times, most people would give up. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but want to immediately bid. However, he still forced himself to calm down. At this time, he couldn't appear to be in a hurry. These cultivators were all shrewd. If he showed a strong desire to buy it in a hurry, they would immediately notice that something was wrong. These cultivators would soon think, this person is so eager to buy it. Could it be that he recognized this ore and that this ore is very precious? At that time, he might have to pay a higher price. What he was afraid of was that even Xianxia of the Tianyi sect would have the same idea. Xianxia had studied this ore for 2 years. He would definitely want to know the secret of this ore, if it had any secret. Therefore, if Xiao Ruofei didn't act carefully, it was very likely that he would attract a great enemy like the Tianyi sect. If that happened, the losses would outweigh the gains. In fact, no matter how careful Xiao Ruofei was, as long as he won this ore in the end, it would definitely attract Xianxia's attention. However, this ore could cause the spiritual map scroll to tremble violently. Xiao Ruofei felt that it was worth taking some risks. At this time, Hao Qingsong had already announced the start of the auction. Xiao Ruofei took a deep breath. He decided to bide his time and observe the situation on the field. Although Xianxia of the Tianyi sect was famous, everyone's spirit stones didn't grow on trees. Therefore, there was indeed an awkward silence at the beginning. These cultivators who came to participate in the auction had basically seen the treasures they liked in advance. Therefore, their spirit stones were naturally prepared to compete for the treasures they liked. Unless there were very practical medicines and treasures like the qi-gathering pills and spirit-gathering array talismans provided by Xiao Ruofei, they wouldn't easily change their plans. At least, Xianxia's name alone wouldn't make everyone spend their spirit stones for no reason. Of course, those who needed help from the Tianyi sect or deliberately wanted to be on good terms with Xianxia were exceptions. After dozens of seconds of awkward silence, a burst of laughter came from box 15. A person said loudly, "This is the ore that young Master Chen found in the ancient ruins. Even if there are no results from the research for the time being, it must be very valuable. Since you are modestly declining, our spirit vulture mountain will not decline. I bid 1,000 spirit stones." Xiao Ruofei had been waiting for a long time. Just as he was about to bid, he was suddenly interrupted by the person in box 15. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. After hearing the words of the cultivator in box 15, Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and asked, "Spirit Vulture Mountain?" Qing Feng, the person who spoke. Luo Qing Feng hurriedly said, "Master, judging from the voice, it should be the young master of Spirit Vulture Mountain, Wu Ming. He is one of the few cultivators who are interested in the storage ring." Xiao Ruofei sneered and said, "This Wu Ming is too obvious in currying favor. Let him bid." He even told him his name. Luo Qingfeng said with a smile, "He spent 1,000 spirit stones to buy such an ore that can't do anything. This Wu Ming is not a fool. Naturally, he has to tell his name to win Xianxia's favor. Otherwise, wouldn't he have wasted the 1,000 spirit stones?" Li Yifu said from the side, "Martial Granduncle, this is a good thing. Wu Ming spent 1,000 spirit stones to buy a piece of ore. The storage ring will be auctioned soon. Won't he lose 1,000 spirit stones? It would be even better if someone raised the price with him. Let him spend as much money as possible." Hearing this, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Ruofei would definitely have the same idea as Li Yifu. However, the current situation was special. Xiao Ruofei was determined to get this ore. No matter how high the price Wu Ming offered, Xiao Ruofei would definitely follow up. Even if he had to spend more than 30,000 spirit stones, he wouldn't hesitate. Of course, this was the situation that Xiao Ruofei didn't want to see the most, because in this way, everyone would notice this obviously abnormal phenomenon, especially Xianxia. It was inevitable that he wouldn't guess that the person who was desperate to get the ore had already discovered the ore's secret. Moreover, this ore was extremely valuable. It might take some effort for others to find out the identity of the cultivator in box 20, but for the Tianyi sect and Xianxia, it wouldn't be difficult at all. No matter what the situation was, making a fortune in silence was the best choice. Xiao Ruofei didn't have time to think too much, because the cultivators participating in the auction today were indeed not interested in this ore. Wu Ming offered 1,000 spirit stones, and no one increased the price. On the main auction stage, Hao Qingsong had already asked if anyone wanted to increase the price for the ore for the third time. Xiao Ruofei put those worries aside and pressed the increase button on the bidding machine without hesitation. The price on the big screen flashed and was updated to 1,010 spirit stones. The starting price of this ore was 0, so the increase was the minimum of 10 spirit stones by default. Hao Qingsong was about to announce the end of the auction, so he was obviously stunned when he saw the updated price. However, he quickly reacted and said in a loud voice, "Fellow Daoist in box 20 bids 1,010 spirit stones." In box 15, Wu Ming was sitting leisurely on the sofa with his legs crossed and a glass of red wine in his hand. Just as everyone thought, he bid for this spirit stone to curry favor with the Tianyi sect and Xianxia. Wu Ming felt that such an inconspicuous ore, and one that had been proven to be basically useless, would definitely not compete with him if he bid 1,000 spirit stones. There was no suspense in this round of bidding at all. 1,000 spirit stones for such an ore was naturally a big loss. However, it was worth it to exchange 1,000 spirit stones for the favor of the Tianyi Palace. Even Spirit Vulture Mountain's Golden Core Elder, Luo Feng, felt that Wu Ming's decision was very correct. He looked at Wu Ming with admiration. Of course, even if Luo Feng was against it, Wu Ming would most likely still insist. Although Luo Feng was an elder of Spirit Vulture Mountain and his cultivation was much higher than Wu Ming's, everyone in Spirit Vulture Mountain knew that their sect master and his wife doted on their only son, Wu Ming. Wu Ming had developed a domineering temperament since he was a child. Unfortunately, Spirit Vulture Mountain's sect master, Wu Tiancheng, and sect master's wife, Ren Suling, were very protective of their child. As a result, Wu Ming was an existence that no one could touch in Spirit Vulture Mountain. Once he was not allowed to do as he pleased, regardless of whether Luo Feng was an elder or not, he would absolutely turn hostile. Of course, when it came to the matter of bidding for this ore, the two of them had the same opinion. Therefore, when they saw the sudden changes on the big screen, they couldn't help but be stunned. Wu Ming and Luo Feng really didn't expect that someone would actually come out to bid. Was it another cultivator who wanted to show goodwill to the Tianyi Palace? The big screen showed box 20. However, except for the box numbers of a few top sects that were closer to the front, the other sects and individual cultivators who were invited to participate in the auction were actually arranged randomly. Therefore, this box number didn't mean anything. Wu Ming's face suddenly darkened. This was simply a slap in the face. How could he tolerate this? After being stunned for a short while, Wu Ming immediately entered a new price in the bidding device and then submitted it with a cold snort. 1,500 spirit stones. When Luo Feng saw this price, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He naturally felt that Wu Ming was being a little impulsive and suddenly raised the price too high. Even if he wanted to show goodwill to the Tianyi Palace, he could just resolutely increase the price. Why did he have to add 500 spirit stones in one go? Although 500 spirit stones wasn't a lot for Spirit Vulture Mountain, they still had other auction items to compete for. If they spent spirit stones extravagantly now, what if they didn't have enough spirit stones later? Luo Feng even suspected that someone had heard some news in advance and knew that Spirit Vulture Mountain would form a competitive relationship with them in the following auctions, so they deliberately raised the price to weaken Spirit Vulture Mountain's financial strength. However, Luo Feng still held back and didn't say anything. After all, this price had already been submitted, and he knew that Wu Ming definitely wouldn't listen. Luo Feng could only hope that Wu Ming wouldn't increase the price again. Otherwise, the irritable Wu Ming would really treat spirit stones as simple numbers. In box 20, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but grit his teeth when he saw Wu Ming's price. He felt a headache coming on. On the other hand, Li Yifu and Luo Qingfeng both looked at Xiao Ruofei with admiration. Li Yifu said excitedly, "Martial granduncle is so wise. This idiot actually added another 500 spirit stones." Luo Qingfeng also nodded repeatedly when he heard this. After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he felt very uncomfortable. No matter how he heard it, he felt that the word fool was very harsh. It felt like he was being scolded. However, Xiao Ruofei couldn't explain it. He even felt that since Li Yifu and Luo Qingfeng misunderstood that he was deliberately raising the price to make Wu Ming spend more, then he would just continue to misunderstand him. He didn't say anything, but paid attention to the big screen above the auction stage. Originally, the other cultivators had no interest in this and had already started to watch the show. Now that Wu Ming had made such an irrational bid, naturally no one would respond. Therefore, Hao Qingsong began to dutifully ask if there were any cultivators who wanted to increase the price. This time, Xiao Ruofei didn't wait for Hao Qingsong to ask a third time and directly pressed the increase button again. On the screen, the price was updated again. Now it was 1510 spirit stones. The bidder was naturally Xiao Ruofei in box 20. Li Yifu and Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei with some worry. Li Yifu hesitated for a moment and said, "Martial uncle, why don't we stop while we're ahead? If the other party gives up." Xiao Ruofei showed an unfathomable smile, waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I know what to do." Since Xiao Ruofei said so, Li Yifu and Luo Qingfeng naturally couldn't say anything more. They just stared at the big screen with a little apprehension, hoping that the fool in box 15 would quickly bid. Xiao Ruofei's mood was naturally the opposite of Li Yifu and Luo Qingfeng. Of course, Xiao Ruofei also knew that it wouldn't be so easy to make Wu Ming give up so easily. This kind of rich second generation of the cultivation world probably valued face more than anything else. Rationality and whatnot didn't exist. In fact, this was also the case. In room 15, Wu Ming was already stamping his feet in anger. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Uncle Feng. This guy in room 20 is deliberately slapping my face. Every time, he adds 10 spirit stones." Luo Feng sighed secretly and said, "Young leader, it's just a dispute of personal feelings. In fact, we have already expressed our sincerity to the Tianyi Palace." Before Luo Feng could finish his words, Wu Ming glared at him and said, "I definitely won't give up so easily. It's just a few thousand spirit stones. I, Wu Ming, can afford it." After that, Wu Ming snorted coldly, directly entered the number of 2,000 spirit stones into the bidding device, and then pressed the submit button without hesitation. The corners of Luo Feng's eyes twitched as he watched. He really felt sorry for the spirit stones. However, Luo Feng really couldn't persuade his young leader. He was now highly suspicious that the other party was deliberately stirring up trouble and was waiting for Wu Ming to jump into a trap. And from the looks of it, the other party was determined to win Wu Ming and wouldn't give up easily. As expected, the price of 2,000 spirit stones only stayed on the big screen for a few seconds. Before Hao Qingsong could announce the new price, the cultivator in box 20 bid again, and the price on the big screen was directly updated to 2,010 spirit stones. Wu Ming's expression became extremely ugly. He stood up abruptly and directly removed the soundproof barrier he had set up at the beginning. Then, he said gloomily, "Friend in box 20, are you deliberately going against our spirit vulture mountain?" Xiao Ruofei didn't hide this time. After a faint smile, he said directly, "Young leader Wu, why do you say that? The ore provided by Elder Chen of the Tianyi Palace is so mysterious. Can't I be interested in it? The rule of the auction is nothing more than the highest bidder winning. Young leader Wu, if you really want this ore so much, you don't have to threaten me. As long as you offer a higher price than me, I can't take this ore away from you, right?" "Very well." Wu Ming gritted his teeth and said, "It seems that my face is really worthless. Then let's see who's better with the price." Wu Ming completely hated the person in box 20. In the future, he would definitely try his best to find out the identity of the cultivator in box 20 and then take revenge on him. However, at the moment, he couldn't spare time to do this. The most important thing was naturally to win this auction and regain his face first. Therefore, Wu Ming directly quoted a price since the conversation had already reached this point. Still in his style as the young leader, he directly raised the price to 2,500 spirit stones. Over at box 20, Xia Ruofei did not hesitate to raise the price. His increment was quite stable. It was only 10 spiritual stones, not even one more. In Wu Ming's eyes, this was a mockery of him. 3,000 spirit stones. Wu Ming continued to raise the price in exasperation. In box 20, Xia Ruofei continued to follow up unhurriedly and updated the price to 3,010 spirit stones. Li Yifu and Luo Qingfeng, who were next to him, watched with trepidation, for fear that they would lose. Wu Ming didn't hesitate to raise the price, 500 spirit stones each time. Xia Ruofei followed up calmly and raised the price by exactly 10 spirit stones each time. After a few rounds, the final price had reached 6,010 spirit stones. With the change of 10 spirit stones, the bidder in box 20 was naturally the one who bid. Seeing that the price had reached an incredible level, Luo Feng finally came to his senses. He grabbed Wu Ming, who was hot-headed. Wu Ming suddenly turned his head, stared at Luo Feng, and shouted fiercely, "Uncle Feng! What are you doing? Do you want me to give in to that guy? I'm telling you. No way." Luo Feng said earnestly, "Young sect leader, please calm down first. There's something fishy about this matter. The other party threw my face to the ground and stepped on it. How can I calm down?" Wu Ming roared. Luo Feng said helplessly, "Listen to me first. Young leader, even if you want to bid, you don't have to be in such a hurry." After all, Luo Feng was a golden core cultivator and Wu Ming's elder. Even if Wu Ming was stingy, he would still give him some face. He waved his hand and said, "Uncle Feng, just say it. Make it short. Don't miss the bidding time." Seeing that Wu Ming still wanted to bid, Luo Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He said, "Young leader, I suspect that someone is setting up a trap to deliberately consume our spirit stones." Setting up a trap? Wu Ming couldn't help but frown. Luo Feng quickly said, "Yes. You've already spread the news that you want that pair of storage rings. Nowadays, storage rings are so rare, and this time, it's a pair of rings. I guess there must be a lot of people competing for them. Young sect master, think about it. If someone uses this opportunity to provoke you, causing you to bid recklessly and consume a large amount of your spirit stones, when the auction for the storage ring starts, won't you be powerless even if you want to?" When Luo Feng mentioned the storage rings, Wu Ming finally became sober. He really did value the storage rings very much. Some time ago, he met a pair of twin female cultivators, and now was the time to curry favor with them. Wu Ming had the idea of taking the two female cultivators into his room. When he thought of the beautiful sisters serving him together, Wu Ming couldn't help but feel his heart waver. This pair of storage rings was the gift he prepared to give to the twin female cultivators. He absolutely couldn't afford to lose them. "Uncle Feng, I don't think it's possible. It's only a few thousand spirit stones. It's far from enough to buy the storage rings," Wu Ming said doubtfully. Luo Feng was a bit disappointed, but he couldn't show it. He could only say patiently, "A few thousand spirit stones might not be a lot, but if the competition for the storage rings reaches a climax, these few thousand spirit stones might play a decisive role. If we consume these few thousand spirit stones and lose the storage rings because we don't have enough spirit stones, wouldn't it be a pity?" Wu Ming said with a fierce glint in his eyes, "If that's really the case, I'll snatch the storage rings even if I have to rob them. After all, it's not the first time we've killed people and robbed them." Luo Feng said, "If we can get the storage rings normally, why do we have to complicate things? Young sect master, it just so happens that the other party has offered the highest price. If we stop now, not only will we save a few thousand spirit stones, but we'll also make the other party consume a few thousand more spirit stones. In total, we'll have more than 10,000 spirit stones. It's enough to determine the final owner of the storage rings. Moreover, the price is already enough to show our sincerity to the Tianyi sect. It's actually not that important whether we really get the ore or not." Wu Ming was obviously tempted, but he was still a little unwilling. The main reason was that he had lost face, so he was very angry. It could be said that Luo Feng had watched Wu Ming grow up, so he knew Wu Ming's character very well. He knew that his persuasion had worked, so he hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. He whispered in Wu Ming's ear, "Young sect master, in fact, if we stop now, not only will we not lose face, but we can also make the other party a joke. In addition, as long as we say a few words, we can make the other party fall into trouble." Wu Ming's eyes lit up when he heard this. He said, "Oh? Uncle Feng, tell me quickly. What method do you have to make the guy in room 20 a joke?" Although Luo Feng had already set up a soundproof enchantment in the box, he still whispered a few words into Wu Ming's ear. As Wu Ming listened, his face gradually turned from gloomy to sunny. Finally, his eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face. Wu Ming gave a thumbs up and said, "Uncle Feng is brilliant. Let's do it." Luo Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He also felt lucky in his heart. Fortunately, he understood Wu Ming's character very well. He knew that this guy was a docile donkey. Otherwise, if he blindly tried to reason with Wu Ming, it would definitely be counterproductive. Now that he could change Wu Ming's mind with just a few words, it could be considered a very good result. On the main auction stage, Xianxia had already asked for the second time if there were any cultivators who wanted to increase the price on the basis of Xia Ruofei's bid. In fact, at this time, in box 20, Xia Ruofei and the other two were also feeling very nervous. Of course, Xia Ruofei saw that Wu Ming, who had been bidding tit for tat without hesitation, had suddenly stopped. He wondered if the other party had given up and was a little worried about his gains and losses. After all, he really wanted this ore. Li Yifu and Luo Qingfeng were the exact opposite. When Xia Ruofei kept increasing the price, the two of them watched with trepidation. They always thought that Xia Ruofei was deliberately raising the price to make the other party consume as many spirit stones as possible. However, when Xia Ruofei increased the price to 6,010 spirit stones, box 15 actually stopped bidding. This made the two of them very nervous. If box 15 withdrew at this time, it meant that Xia Ruofei would have to use 6,010 spirit stones to buy that useless ore. In their view, this was simply going for wool and coming home shorn. The other cultivators who had the mentality of watching a show also paid attention to the price on the big screen. This big show was indeed full of ups and downs, and it made the cultivators who were not involved very satisfied. Even Xianxia in box 1 had an excited expression on his face. Of course, he didn't care much about the final price of this ore. For a young master from a cultivation family like him, there was no difference between 6,000 spirit stones and 1,000 spirit stones. In any case, he had never lacked spirit stones since he was a child. However, he still felt that it was quite interesting that a piece of ore he casually sent to the auction could cause such a fierce competition between two parties. In box 6, Soaring Flower Valley's Valley Master Lu Manxia also had a playful smile on her face. When Xia Ruofei spoke and made Wu Ming speechless, she had already heard that the cultivator in box 20 was the young man of the same generation as Luo Qingfeng from the star-seizing sect that they had met in the elevator before the auction. Whether it was the star-seizing sect or the Spirit Vulture Mountain, their strength was much weaker than the Soaring Flower Valley. However, Lu Manxia still saw some clues through this matter, which also confirmed some of her previous judgments, that the young man called Xia Tian beside Luo Qingfeng was not simple. She even vaguely felt that the group of people from the star-seizing sect seemed to be led by Xia Tian. Of course, this was mostly from a woman's intuition. However, Lu Manxia knew that the matter of bidding for the ore was definitely Xia Tian's idea. With Luo Qingfeng's personality, he would not be so radical. At this time, Lu Manxia was very interested in whether Xia Tian deliberately raised the price to make Wu Ming use up his spirit stones, or did he really want to buy this ore? If it was the former, then the current situation was a little tricky. If it was the latter, was this Xia Tian trying to curry favor with Xianxia, or did he really see the secret of the ore? If it was the latter, then things would be even more interesting. Thinking of this, Lu Manxia's lips couldn't help but curl up into a beautiful smile. Just as Xianxia was about to ask for the third time, Wu Ming's joking voice came from room 15. It seems that the fellow cultivator in room 20 is really persistent about this ore. The ore that the First Heaven Sect's young Master Chen took out to auction must be very valuable. The price of 6,010 spirit stones is just barely enough to match the value of this spirit stone. It seems that my efforts to raise the price were not in vain. Since this fellow cultivator is so determined to buy this ore, and as the saying goes, a gentleman does not take what others like, then this ore, this Wu Ming, will let you have it. Ha ha ha. As soon as Wu Ming said this, the cultivators in the various rooms couldn't help but discuss spiritedly. This result was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. It seemed to be completely different from Wu Ming's usual style of doing things. However, when everyone heard Wu Ming's complacent laughter, they seemed to think that all of this was done on purpose. His goal was to raise the price of the ore. If this was really the case, everything could be explained. Although the situation in the room couldn't be seen through the one-way glass, everyone still couldn't help but look at room 20 at this time. They were all very interested in what kind of expression the cultivator in room 20 would have on his face right now. There really were people who tried to use their spiritual power to investigate, but Xiao Ruofei's barrier was not only soundproof, but also isolated spiritual power from probing, so these people naturally returned in vain. In room 20, after hearing Wu Ming's words, Li Yifu and Luo Qingfeng's faces suddenly turned pale. At this time, there was only one thought in their minds: they had really gone too far. Li Yifu looked at Xiao Ruofei with a worried expression and said, "Martial Granduncle." He only said 3 words before he stopped, because he saw that Xiao Ruofei didn't have a trace of depression on his face at all. On the contrary, Xiao Ruofei's face was full of relief. He even clenched his fist and waved it, saying excitedly, "Yes. We've finally got it." Li Yifu and Luo Qingfeng looked at each other, and they both had the same thought in their hearts: "Martial Granduncle, Master, wouldn't be confused by anger, right?" Li Yifu carefully called out, "Martial Granduncle. Martial Granduncle." Only then did Xiao Ruofei come back to his senses. He turned to look at Li Yifu, and there was still a trace of joy in his eyes that could not be concealed. Xiao Ruofei asked, "Yifu, what's wrong?" "Martial Granduncle, this ore." Li Yifu said carefully, "It's in our hands." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "What do you mean by in our hands?" "I originally wanted to buy this ore. I was worried that Wu Ming, that hothead, would fight to the death with me. I didn't expect him to be so smart that he actually stopped at once. I thought he had cheated me." Ha ha ha. Li Yifu and Luo Qingfeng looked at each other in disbelief, and the expressions on their faces became a little strange. Xiao Ruofei glared at them and said, "What's with your expressions? Don't tell me you think I'm just swallowing my broken teeth? I really want this ore." Li Yifu asked tentatively, "Martial Granduncle, is this ore of great use to you?" If there was only one person in the world who believed that Xiao Ruofei could recognize this ore and know how to use it, that person was definitely Li Yifu. He almost worshipped Xiao Ruofei. In his opinion, there was nothing Xiao Ruofei couldn't do. Besides, he didn't know much about the cultivation world in Huaxia. The Tianyi school, Xianxia, and the star-picking sect were no different from each other in his opinion. Even after listening to Luo Qingfeng's introduction, he still didn't know much about them. Xiao Ruofei's repeated miraculous performances had already formed an unforgettable mark in his heart. Luo Qingfeng was obviously very interested. He couldn't help but stare at Xiao Ruofei, looking forward to his answer. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, "This ore is indeed very important to me, but it should be of no use to you, or to most cultivators. In short, don't ask too much about this matter. Since even you have such a misunderstanding, other cultivators, including Qin Xian of the Tianyi school, shouldn't have any doubts. This is a good thing, so as to avoid being targeted." "Yes. Martial Granduncle." "Yes. Master." Li Yifu and Luo Qingfeng responded at the same time. Since Wu Ming had publicly announced that he would no longer compete for this ore, Hao Qingsong, who was on the main auction stage, quickly made the third inquiry as usual. Then, he loudly announced that the ore had been sold at the price of 6,010 spirit stones. The winner of this ore was the cultivator from box 20. At this moment, Wu Ming suddenly said in a thought-provoking tone, seeing that the fellow cultivator from box 20 was so desperate to buy this ore, I couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that this fellow cultivator has already discovered the secret of this precious ore? If that's the case, although I'm sorry to lose this ore, I still hope that the fellow cultivator from box 20 can satisfy my curiosity and give me some advice about this ore. I think that many of the fellow cultivators who came to the auction today should have the same idea as me. Wu Ming's words were somewhat hurtful. With his intelligence, he naturally couldn't think of this. In fact, this was the idea that Luo Feng had just given him, a two-pronged approach. On the one hand, he deliberately made people think that he deliberately raised the price and didn't want this ore. This way, he could curry favor with Xianxia and at the same time, he wouldn't lose face. On the other hand, he hinted that the cultivator from Box 20 had discovered the secret of the ore and that this ore must be very precious, so he was willing to buy it at all costs. This was a very disgusting move. The best result was that Xianxia also had the same idea. Even if Xianxia didn't pay attention to it, if other cultivators agreed with this judgment, even if only a few people were tempted, it would bring trouble to the person from Box 20. To put it bluntly, even if no one believed his speculation, he wouldn't lose anything and would be in an invincible position. After hearing Luo Feng's analysis, Wu Ming decided to give up on the auction. Otherwise, with Wu Ming's temperament, how could he shrink back after being humiliated like this? Damn it, in Box 20, Li Yifu and Luo Qingfeng's expressions changed dramatically when they heard this, and Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but frown. However, he immediately said without hesitation, "It seems that the first person to bid was fellow Daoist Wu. I'm just following his example. I also think that the item sent by Elder Chen of the Tianyi Palace must be worth this price. If fellow Daoist Wu knows about this ore, I hope that fellow Daoist Wu won't hesitate to enlighten me." Xiao Ruofei didn't say much, but the meaning was obvious. The first person to bid was Wu Ming, and he was just following the trend. In addition, his words were also meant to curry favor with Xianxia, so he naturally hinted that his purpose of bidding for the ore was to show his goodwill to Xianxia. This wasn't even a hint, but a clear indication. Hearing this, Wu Ming just laughed a few times and didn't say anything else. In any case, no matter how Xiao Ruofei responded, it was a fact that the ore was in his hands. And as long as someone listened to Wu Ming, he would make a profit. If no one cared about his words, he wouldn't lose anything. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little angry. For the first time, he felt very disgusted with this Wu Ming. However, when he thought that the ore would soon belong to him, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be filled with anticipation. Especially when he saw the Fallen Leaf sect disciple go on stage to take the ore and then go straight to Box 20 through the floor-to-ceiling glass of the box, he couldn't help but feel excited. Perhaps it was because it felt Xiao Ruofei's mood, or because the ore was getting closer and closer to the box. The spirit map scroll in Xiao Ruofei's hand trembled more and more. Xiao Ruofei even found it hard to suppress this trembling, and could only clench his fist to avoid being seen by Li Yifu and Luo Qingfeng. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei's control over the spirit map scroll was much better than before. Although the ore was following the Fallen Leaf sect disciple's footsteps closer to Box 20, after he took the initiative to intervene, he still successfully restrained the spirit map scroll, suppressing it until it was obedient. Soon, there was a knock on the door, and the Fallen Leaf sect disciple respectfully said outside, "Senior, this disciple has brought the auction item you won." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly to Li Yifu, and Li Yifu immediately stood up and walked over to open the door. A Fallen Leaf sect disciple came in holding a tray with both hands. At this time, it was the same as when the auction item had first appeared. The tray was covered with a red silk cloth, but Xiao Ruofei didn't need to lift the cloth to know that it was the ore from before, and that it hadn't been swapped. Because even though the spirit map scroll was being suppressed, he could still feel the spirit map scroll's throbbing and excitement. Especially after the Fallen Leaf sect disciple came in, the spirit map scroll's throbbing reached a peak. "Senior, please check the auction item," the Fallen Leaf sect disciple respectfully said. "No need." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "A total of 6,010 spirit stones, right? You can count them." As he spoke, he moved his mind and took out the spirit stones from the ring to space. There were exactly 6,010 spirit stones, not one more, not one less. There were so many spirit stones that the tray naturally couldn't fit, so when Xiao Ruofei took out the spirit stones, he directly used a cloth bag to store them. In fact, this cloth bag was what the Fallen Leaf sect disciple had used to store the spirit stones when he brought them over. The Fallen Leaf sect disciple clearly had a certain level of spiritual force cultivation, so he didn't use his hand to touch the spirit stones. Instead, he held the cloth bag in his hand and stood there blankly for a while before immediately saying, "Senior, the number is correct, 6,010 spirit stones." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, saying, since it's like this, then we're done. Thank you for your hard work. After saying this, Xiao Ruofei raised his hand and sucked the spirit stone from the tray over. He didn't look at it carefully and directly put it into the ring 2 space. Of course, in the eyes of Luo Qingfeng, Li Fu, and the Fallen Leaf sect disciple, Xiao Ruofei put the spirit stone into his storage magic tool. The Fallen Leaf sect disciple was stunned for a moment, and his heart was slightly disappointed, but he still respectfully said, this disciple will leave. This Fallen Leaf sect disciple had previously sent spirit stones to booth 20, and Xiao Ruofei had given him a lot of rewards. This time, he had come with expectations, but he didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei wouldn't give him a single spirit stone, so he was naturally very disappointed. Of course, a low-level disciple naturally didn't dare to show dissatisfaction, and could only respectfully bow to the 3 people, and then withdraw from the booth. Xiao Ruofei of course did it deliberately. He just wanted to pretend that he didn't care about this and even a little bit of emotion, even changing his habit of being generous. If someone inquired about the news from this Fallen Leaf sect disciple after the auction, they would naturally notice this detail, making people think that he was in a bad mood after bidding for this It looked more like he wanted to cheat Wu Ming, but he didn't think that he would go for wool and come home shorn. Of course, how useful this was, Xiao Ruofei didn't know. Just as he had said before, the effects of Wu Ming's harsh words had already been caused. What he was doing now was merely making up for it. Luo Qingfeng and Li Fu also noticed this detail, but they didn't dare to ask more, and just sat in the booth with a complicated mood. At this time, a new auction item had already been auctioned, and Hao Qingsong was introducing this auction item. This was also an auction item that a cultivator had temporarily cut in line, and it didn't appear in the auction booklet. In other words, after the auction of this treasure, there would be at least 2 or 3 more auction items. If no other auction items cut in line, then it would be the storage ring's turn to appear. He took out the auction booklet from the ring 2 space, and casually flipped through it. Because of Wu Ming's words, Xiao Ruofei's mood was inexplicably irritable. Xiao Ruofei snorted, and said, this Wu Ming is simply a mad dog. He catches people and bites fiercely. Then, Xiao Ruofei muttered, I wonder if Spirit Vulture Mountain has submitted any treasures for auction. Xiao Ruofei was originally talking to himself, but the listener was interested. When Luo Qingfeng heard this, he couldn't help but smile and say, Master, this old slave knows a thing or two about this. Xiao Ruofei looked at Luo Qingfeng with some surprise and asked, aren't the auction items provided by the major sects all confidential? Where did you get that from? Could it be that the people of the Falling Leaf sect have revealed some inside information to you? Luo Qingfeng smiled and said, the relationship between the Falling Leaf sect and our star-plucking sect is only so. Why would they leak inside information to the old slave? However, the auction item provided by Spirit Vulture Mountain is quite famous. Thus, not only the old slave, many of the cultivators present should know about it. Furthermore, there should be quite a few cultivators who have come here for this auction item. Oh? What was going on? Follow me. Xiao Ruofei asked. Yes. Master. Luo Qingfeng said respectfully, this time, Spirit Vulture Mountain has taken out a very famous ancient book remnant for auction. This ancient book is called the Lin Lang True Explanation, and it's a method to strengthen spiritual power. Xiao Ruofei didn't wait for Luo Qingfeng to finish and finished his sentence. Luo Qingfeng was slightly surprised and said, so Master knows about it. Xiao Ruofei naturally knew about the Lin Lang True Explanation, because there was a complete archive of this Lin Lang True Explanation in the vast number of ancient books recorded in his inheritance Jade Talisman. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, I only know about the Lin Lang True Explanation, but I don't know anything else. I also didn't know that Spirit Vulture Mountain had collected this cultivation method and put it up for auction. Qingfeng, what's going on? Long story short. In fact, Xiao Ruofei had already thought of Luo Qingfeng as soon as he heard about this ancient book. Xiao Ruofei had already flipped through the auction booklet from beginning to end. Although he didn't read the introduction of the auction item carefully, with his current spiritual power cultivation, as long as he read it, he would have an impression of it. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, the Lin Lang True Explanation was arranged to be auctioned before that pair of storage rings, so Xiao Ruofei had an even deeper impression of it. When Xiao Ruofei found out that this cultivation method was put up for auction by Spirit Vulture Mountain, many thoughts flashed through his mind, so he was now somewhat anxious to understand the situation in detail. Luo Qingfeng didn't dare to delay and hurriedly said, "Master, Spirit Vulture Mountain has collected an incomplete version of the Linlang True explanation, which is something that almost everyone in the cultivation world knows." About 20 years ago, Spirit Vulture Mountain sect master Wu Qing obtained this cultivation method from an ancient cultivator's ruins. However, there's only the second volume, and it seems that it's missing a few pages. However, this cultivation method focuses on spiritual power. Although there's only the second volume, the reference value is still very high, especially since the second volume corresponds to Golden Core Stage cultivation. Many Golden Core Stage cultivators don't have a specialized spiritual power cultivation method, so this cultivation method is very tempting. According to Wu Qing and Ren Suling, the husband and wife, because of comprehending the incomplete version of the Linlang True explanation, their spiritual power has grown very quickly, and the effect is very obvious. Luo Qingfeng paused, took a breath, and then continued. This time, Spirit Vulture Mountain specifically put up a handwritten copy of the incomplete version of the Linlang True explanation for auction, claiming that it's to expand communication between cultivators. However, everyone knows that they must be lacking spirit stones, or perhaps there's a particularly important item in this auction that they must obtain, but they don't have enough spirit stones, so they put it up for auction. In any case, a handwritten copy is almost zero cost to them. It's nothing more than increasing the risk of this cultivation method spreading out. After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he nodded, and his mind was spinning quickly at the same time. This wasn't the first time he had heard the term ancient cultivator ruins. It seemed that there were many ancient cultivator ruins on Earth, including the ore he had just obtained. It had also been obtained by Qin Xian from one of the ancient cultivator ruins. This made him very interested in these ancient cultivator ruins, because what he wanted the most was naturally a treasure that could allow the Ring 2 space to continuously upgrade. After all, the Ring 2 space was his foundation and his core competitiveness. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't have time to care about this for the time being. His top priority was to make a decision immediately. He also had the complete version of the Linlang True explanation. Wu Ming's actions had really made Xiao Ruofei very angry. The first thought that popped into his mind was to take out the Linlang True explanation himself to cut off this opportunity. He didn't even need to take out the entire cultivation method. Just the first and second volumes would be enough. This was because Luo Qingfeng was also present. Spirit Vulture Mountain only had the second volume of the Linlang True explanation, and it seemed to be missing a few pages. The second volume was only suitable for Aurus Core Stage cultivators to use. Furthermore, because the first volume was missing, and the second volume was missing a few pages, even Aurus Core Stage cultivators could not use it directly for cultivation. It was only useful as a reference when cultivating spiritual power. From this, Xiao Ruofei could understand that the cultivation world had really withered. A cultivation method like the Linlang True explanation wasn't rare for Xiao Ruofei to cultivate. His Dao art was a comprehensive cultivation method. As long as he persisted in cultivating the Dao art, his vitality and mind power would increase at the same time. Up until now, his mind power had always been ahead of others, so he naturally didn't care about the Linlang True explanation. However, an ancient book like this, and an incomplete one at that, had become a treasure in the current cultivation world. Xiao Ruofei also directly understood how precious the ancient books he obtained from the Inheritance Jade Talisman were. Sure enough, anything that could be recorded in the Inheritance Jade Talisman, even if it was an unremarkable cultivation method, was actually quite valuable. If Xiao Ruofei copied the first and second volumes of the Linlang True explanation, and then cut the queue to auction it in front of the Spirit Vulture Mountain's Linlang True explanation remnant volume, it meant that the Spirit Vulture Mountain's remnant volume was basically a piece of scrap paper. Even if they didn't get the Linlang True explanation provided by Xiao Ruofei, the other cultivators who were interested in the Spirit Vulture Mountain's remnant volume wouldn't be able to sell it for a high price. After all, people always made comparisons. If Xiao Ruofei hadn't taken out the first 2 volumes of the Linlang True explanation, perhaps everyone would treat the Spirit Vulture Mountain's remnant volume as a treasure. However, with such a gem in front of them, everyone would definitely feel that the value of the Spirit Vulture Mountain's remnant volume had decreased greatly. Many people might even change their minds because of this and not want the Spirit Vulture Mountain's remnant volume at all. Xiao Ruofei knew that as long as he did this, it would definitely be a heavy blow to the Spirit Vulture Mountain, and he would naturally be able to vent the anger in his chest. However, was it worth it to completely fall out with the Spirit Vulture Mountain for the sake of personal feelings? Xiao Ruofei was still considering. He knew that he didn't have much time because there were still 2 more auction items. If no other auction items cut the queue at the last minute, it should be the Spirit Vulture Mountain's Linlang True Explanation remnant volume to appear. He had to make a decision before then, and he also had to leave some time to submit the auction item to the organizer, the Falling Leaf Sect. Xiao Ruofei's mind raced, and he quickly made up his mind. Do it. He knew that regardless of whether he did this or not, the Spirit Vulture Mountain had already formed a grudge with him. At the very least, Wu Ming must be gnashing his teeth in hatred. Therefore, there was no point in being soft-hearted now. Moreover, the significance of him interfering was not just because of personal feelings. The fact that the Spirit Vulture Mountain was willing to take out the manuscript of their precious ancient book to auction meant that they were in urgent need of a large number of spirit stones. Moreover, it was very likely that they had their eyes on one of the auction items. This made Xiao Ruofei very interested in this auction item. If he threw out the first and second volumes of the Linlang True Explanation in time, not only would he be able to stop the Spirit Vulture Mountain in time and prevent them from obtaining the large number of spirit stones they had planned, but he would also be able to obtain a large number of spirit stones. Even if he didn't consider competing for the auction item that the Spirit Vulture Mountain might be interested in, at least it would be of great help to him in his fight for the storage ring. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei also hated Wu Ming to the core, so he naturally didn't mind teaching him a lesson that would leave a deep impression on him. These thoughts quickly flashed through his mind, and Xiao Ruofei made a decision in the shortest time possible. Then, he suddenly stood up and quickly said, "There are 2 things. First, Ifu must leave immediately and go directly to the airport. On the way, inform the crew to immediately apply for a temporary flight route. You can take the Haven business jet directly back to Peach Blossom Island." Ah? Li Yifu was shocked and couldn't help but ask, "Granduncle, what's going on?" "I don't have time to explain too much to you, Yifu. I'm doing this for your safety," Xiao Ruofei said. "At first, I didn't know that attending the auction might cause some trouble. Now, it seems that I was a little too optimistic. I shouldn't have brought you here. But now the auction is going on, and no one is paying attention to you, so you should hurry up and leave." "But how can I leave you behind and run away alone?" Li Yifu said with some excitement. "No matter what happens, I won't be a deserter." Xiao Ruofei said, "Nothing has happened. It's just that the situation is a little complicated now, and there may be people who hold a grudge against us. If you continue to stay with us, we will have to divert our attention to protect you. Do you understand? Yifu, you should leave the mountain city safely and return to Peach Blossom Island. This is the greatest support you can give us." Luo Qingfeng also said, "Seniorly, Master must have a very big plan to implement. If you stay, you may become our weakness. That's why he asked you to leave as soon as possible." Li Yifu was stunned for a moment, and then said with some frustration, "I understand, Granduncle. If I stay, I will only be a burden. No, you should go back in time and guard Peach Blossom Island with Xianxia. Make sure that the array is running smoothly. If there is an invasion, you must immediately prepare the defense." Xiao Ruofei said, "If you can do this well, Qingfeng and I won't have any worries. As for facing the enemy head-on, your current cultivation is indeed weak, so you need to go back to Peach Blossom Island in time to cultivate. Now, use the method you are best at to help me." Li Yifu quickly adjusted his mood and said, "I understand. Granduncle." Disciple obeys. "I will return to Peach Blossom Island. Granduncle, please rest assured, as long as Disciple is still alive, Peach Blossom Island will never be lost." Xiao Ruofei patted Li Yifu's shoulder and said, "It's not that serious. Unless we have no other choice, Qingfeng and I will not lead the enemy to Peach Blossom Island. Moreover, our flying sword is much faster than airplanes. If everything goes well, we may reach Peach Blossom Island before you. Don't think too much. Yes. Granduncle. Li Yifu bowed slightly and said, then disciple will leave first. After taking 2 steps toward the door, Li Yifu turned back and said, Granduncle, please take care. Then he said to Luo Qingfeng, Sect Master Luo, please ensure Granduncle's safety. Luo Qingfeng said seriously, Senior Li, rest assured, even if Qingfeng gives up his life, he will not let Master suffer any harm. Li Yifu solemnly cupped his fists to Luo Qingfeng and said, please. Then, he opened the door of the private room and strode out without looking back. After Li Yifu left, Luo Qingfeng looked at Xiao Ruofei with a dignified expression and said, Master, are you preparing to do something to Spirit Vulture Mountain? Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, if I add an item to the auction before Spirit Vulture Mountain's remnant volume, will the Fallen Leaf sect have a problem? Under normal circumstances, they will generally comply with such a request. Luo Qingfeng said, but if the item I'm submitting for auction is also the Linlong True Solution, and it's the first and second volumes, the complete 2 volumes. Xiao Ruofei knew what Luo Qingfeng wanted to say, so he directly said, if I directly challenge the Fallen Leaf sect, will they agree? This may completely offend Spirit Vulture Mountain. In fact, Luo Qingfeng had already guessed that Xiao Ruofei might have some means to deal with Spirit Vulture Mountain, but he didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei would directly take out the Linlong True Solution, and the first 2 volumes at that. It was naturally much better than Spirit Vulture Mountain's second volume. This was directly cutting off Spirit Vulture Mountain's path. Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Then he quickly thought about it and said, Master, the old slave should be able to do it. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't care what method Luo Qingfeng used. After all, time was of the essence right now. He directly said, good. The second thing I wanted to say just now is that I want you to implement it. I need some time to prepare the contents of the first 2 volumes of the Linlong True Solution. Before I come back, you have to keep an eye on the auction house, and you absolutely can't let Spirit Vulture Mountain's Linlong True Solution be auctioned before us. Speaking to this point, Xiao Ruofei directly flipped his hand and took out a set of soundproof array talismans from the Ring 2 space. He handed it to Luo Qingfeng and said, if you really can't do it, use this array talisman first. Be sure to delay the auction a bit longer. Although this set of array talismans is only a soundproof array talisman, its quality is better than most array talismans used by sections. It should be qualified to be auctioned. Xiao Ruofei was preparing for both eventualities. If the auction progressed faster than expected and he hadn't finished copying the contents of the first 2 volumes of the Linlong's True Explanation, then he would have no choice but to throw out an item in order to stop the remnant volume from Spirit Vulture Mountain. Of course, he didn't care how many spirit stones he could sell it for auction. It was naturally only to delay the auction. He didn't care about how many spirit stones it could be sold for the auction. He didn't care about how many spirit stones it. Hearing that, Luo Qingfeng immediately put away the array talisman and said, I understand. I and Luo Qingfeng, Master, leave sect, right, I sect. First, sect first, sect master, sect. Mountain. You. Sect. As long as you can block Spirit Vulture Mountain, you don't have to worry about paying spirit stones. Yes. Then old slave will have more confidence. Luo Qingfeng said excitedly. Rest assured, Master. The commission is only an auxiliary method. Old slave will do his best to persuade Xiao Qingyang. I believe in you. Xiao Ruofei patted Luo Qingfeng's shoulder and said, there's no time to lose. Let's split up. If there's any emergency, contact me directly on the phone. Yes. Luo Qingfeng replied solemnly. Xiao Ruofei put away the array talismans in the box and left with Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng went backstage to the preparation area to find Xiao Qingyang, while Xiao Ruofei walked quickly to the elevator. He wanted to copy the Linlang True Explanation on the spot, so he naturally needed a relatively safe environment. For now, he could only choose a hotel room. With the time array flags and the Archean Realm's time acceleration, he had plenty of time to copy. The real time-consuming part was the time he had to go up and down the stairs. Xiao Ruofei took the elevator back to his room in a race against time. Then, he took out the spirit map scroll and entered the space with a thought. He appeared next to the Archean Realm spirit pool and immediately set up the time array flags. Xiao Ruofei breathed a sigh of relief when he was in an environment where time flowed 2,000 times faster. With a thought, he took out a packet of printing paper, a box of black gel pens, a table, and chairs from the space. Then, he began to copy while hunched over the table. All the manuals in the Legacy Jade Talisman were directly imprinted into Xiao Ruofei's mind, so he could be said to know them by heart. Not only were these manuals complete, but they also contained the cultivation experiences and insights of many predecessors. Xiao Ruofei only needed to comprehend a little to master these things. In fact, these experiences and insights were even more precious than the manuals themselves. Xiao Ruofei did not need to think about it at all. It was just like copying a book. He directly copied the contents in his mind, so his speed was naturally very fast. Furthermore, he had purposely copied a few insights left behind by his predecessors. Naturally, these were all rather precious. Perhaps just a few words would be enough to enlighten one. This way, the value of these 2 handwritten manuals was naturally even higher. Xiao Ruofei was writing at a rapid speed in the Ring 2 space, while Luo Qingfeng had successfully found the Fallen Leaf Sect's sect master, Xianxia. Hao Qingsong was busy presiding over the auction at the front desk. As the sect master, Xianxia was naturally not idle. He had been busy at the back. Luo Qingfeng found Xianxia and pulled him to a secluded place to talk. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Sect Master Luo, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. All the elite disciples of my Fallen Leaf sect are very reliable." Luo Qingfeng said seriously, "Sect Master Xiao, if there's one less person who knows about what I'm looking for you for this time, then there's one less person who knows." Seeing Luo Qingfeng so serious, Xianxia put away his joking expression and nodded. Then, he took Luo Qingfeng to a room not far away. Xianxia said, "Sect Master Luo, can you say it now? Several kinds of enchantments have been set up in this room in advance. There's absolutely no need to worry about the walls having ears." Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, "Sect Master Xiao, to tell you the truth, I came to you this time to submit a temporary auction item." When Xianxia heard this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He said with a smile, "This is a good thing. We welcome it." "Sect Master Luo, aren't you being too cautious? Is it a particularly precious treasure that you don't want people to know that you're the one who submitted it for auction?" "Sect Master Luo, please rest assured. Since our Fallen Leaf sect is hosting this auction, we will definitely abide by the rules of the industry. We will never disclose the client's information." Luo Qingfeng sneered in his heart. This was what they said every time they held an auction. However, no matter which sect organized it, it was impossible to completely prevent the news from leaking out. After all, they were not professional auction houses. How could they keep things confidential without leaking out? What's more, as long as the other party's background was big enough, the higher-ups of the Fallen Leaves sect didn't even need to threaten them. They would rush to provide the information that the other party needed. Although Luo Qingfeng secretly cursed, he naturally wouldn't say it out loud. He just smiled and said, "Of course I trust Sect Master Xiao. However, the auction item this time is no small matter. I have to be careful." As Luo Qingfeng spoke, he didn't forget to pay attention to the situation in the auction house. He was also worried that the transaction speed would be too fast, so much so that the remnant scroll from Spirit Vulture Mountain would be put on the stage. If that happened, it would be too late to say anything. Xiaoqingyang's eyes couldn't help but light up when he heard this. He said with interest, "Sect Master Luo, I'd like to hear the details." Luo Qingfeng said lightly, "We want to submit the first and second volumes of the Linlang True Solution. There's only one requirement, and that is to auction them before the remnant scroll from Spirit Vulture Mountain." Xiaoqingyang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he heard this. His eyes widened as he looked at Luo Qingfeng for a long time before he smiled bitterly and said, "Sect Master Luo, you're really amazing. The auction items that your noble sect has submitted this time are really frightening. Sect Master Xiao, the remnant scroll from Spirit Vulture Mountain will be auctioned soon. Can you give me a straightforward answer?" Luo Qingfeng asked straightforwardly. Xiao Qingyang pondered for a moment and said with a wry smile, "This is really making things difficult for me. Sect Master Luo, if we do this, Spirit Vulture Mountain will definitely be very angry. They might even vent their anger on our Fallen Leaf sect." Luo Qingfeng said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "With the strength of the Fallen Leaf sect, do you really need to be afraid of Spirit Vulture Mountain? Even if you don't have as many golden core cultivators as Spirit Vulture Mountain, if Spirit Vulture Mountain wants to deal with you, they won't be able to do much. Wu Tiancheng isn't an impulsive hothead." Xiao Qingyang smiled faintly and said, "Of course we're not afraid of Spirit Vulture Mountain, but why would we want to make enemies for no reason?" Luo Qingfeng had long expected the attitude of the Fallen Leaf sect. He smiled faintly and said, "Sect Master Xiao, according to the rules, as long as there's no problem with my auction item, your noble sect, as the organizer, can't refuse to auction the items we provide, right?" "Of course," Xiao Qingyang said, "if the first 2 volumes of the Lin Lang True Solution provided by your noble sect are real, then we naturally can't stop this cultivation method from being auctioned. However, the auction order can be decided by us." After that, Xiao Qingyang smiled slightly and looked at Luo Qingfeng. A faint smile appeared on Luo Qingfeng's face as he said, "There are only 2 possibilities. The first one is to follow our wishes and auction our handwritten copy of the Lin Lang True Explanation before the Spirit Vulture Mountain auction. The second one is to auction it after the Spirit Vulture Mountain auction." Sect Master Xiao has already mentioned the first situation. I think I still need to analyze the second situation with Sect Master Xiao. Since we dared to submit the Lin Lang True Solution to the auction, there's naturally no need to doubt its authenticity. If your noble sect auctions our special item after Spirit Vulture Mountain's remnant volume, then, what would the fellow Taoists who paid a high price for Spirit Vulture Mountain's remnant volume think? Therefore, I'm actually thinking for your noble sect. For my side, there's actually no loss. The higher the price of Spirit Vulture Mountain's remnant volume, the higher the price of the complete first and second volumes of the Lin Lang True Solution will naturally rise. With so many cultivators participating in the auction, I don't have to worry about not being able to sell the cultivation method." Xiao Qingyang couldn't help but take a deep breath. He had to admit that Luo Qingfeng's words were very reasonable. However, after some thought, he immediately smiled and said, "I admit that Sect Master Luo's words have a certain degree of truth. However, your noble sect suddenly wants to sell the remnant volumes of the Lin Lang True Solution. Presumably, it's not just to raise spirit stones, right?" Although Xiao Qingyang didn't go to the front desk, he had been paying attention to the auction. Naturally, he also saw what happened during the bidding for the mysterious ore. Wu Ming's words put the star-plucking sect in a very passive position. Xiao Qingyang felt that Luo Qingfeng must have been extremely angry for him to immediately retaliate and take out the Lin Lang True Solution to block Spirit Vulture Mountain's remnant volume. Luo Qingfeng nodded magnanimously and said, "Sect Master Xiao's eyes are like torches. Naturally, you can see that our star-plucking sect isn't easily bullied. Today's actions are just an eye for an eye. Spirit Vulture Mountain's child must be responsible for his words and actions. I'll use this matter to teach him a lesson. Just consider it as me teaching Wu Tiancheng's son a lesson." After that, Luo Qingfeng looked into Xiao Qingyang's eyes and asked, "Sect Master Xiao, what do you think? Is the Fallen Leaf sect willing to help? I hope Sect Master Xiao can give us a straightforward answer." Xiao Qingyang pondered for a long time before he raised his head and said, "I can help, but I can't help for free." Luo Qingfeng said without hesitation, "The auction commission will be increased to 10%. Xiao Qingyang waved his hand and said, "Sect Master Luo, we don't lack spirit stones, then what does Sect Master Xiao mean?" Luo Qingfeng asked. Xiao Qingyang said, "Presumably, your noble sect has the original volume of the Lin Lang True Solution. If we help you, can you let me take a look at it? If the original volume is inconvenient, a handwritten copy is also fine." This? Luo Qingfeng couldn't help but stare blankly. He didn't expect Xiao Qingyang to make such a request. If it was only the commission, he could make the decision himself. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had given him a high level of authority. Even 30% of the commission wouldn't be a problem. However, if Xiao Qingyang wanted to see the contents of the Lin Lang True Solution, he couldn't make the decision. Seeing this, Xiao Qingyang immediately said, "I only need to borrow it for 2 hours, And I promise that the content will be limited to the exchange of the Fallen Leaves sect disciples. It will never be spread outside. Sect Master Xiao, I'm afraid. Luo Qingfeng showed a wry smile. What? Sect Master Luo can't make the decision himself? Xiao Qingyang was a little surprised and asked with a slight frown. At this time, the door opened and a young voice came in. We can agree to this condition. However, it is limited to the first volume, and the time limit is half an hour. When Luo Qingfeng heard this voice, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He quickly turned around and shouted, Junior brother Xia, you're here? Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded to Luo Qingfeng. He waved the 2 handwritten copies that had just been bound and said, Senior brother Luo, the handwritten copies have been brought. Xiao Qingyang was already stunned. He wasn't surprised because he could faintly see that Luo Qingfeng, the sect master of the star-picking sect, couldn't make the decision. Instead, he was surprised that this young man in front of him could make the decision. The main thing was, this room had clearly been set up with several kinds of enchantments, but this young man had been outside and had actually been able to hear the contents of their conversation. This was simply too frightening. When Xiao Ruofei saw Xiao Qingyang's expression, he couldn't help but feel a little amused. Of course, he did it on purpose. In fact, when Xiao Ruofei arrived at the auction house, he found that many cultivators in the private rooms had set up various kinds of shielding enchantments, just like them. However, he also probed them out of curiosity and found that the enchantments set up by these cultivators were generally quite ordinary. In his eyes, they were simply full of loopholes. He could use his spiritual force to penetrate them without anyone noticing. This was also the reason why Xia Ruofei had the confidence to give the set of enchantment talismans to Luo Qingfeng so that he could use it to save the situation when time was tight. The quality of Xia Ruofei's enchantment was higher than that of almost all the various kinds of shielding enchantments owned by the sects present, and its effect was much better. The same was true for the enchantment set up in the room where Xiao Qingyang and Luo Qingfeng were just now. Xia Ruofei only tried a little, and he had already broken through the enchantment. Originally, he just wanted to find out where Luo Qingfeng was, but he happened to hear the latter half of the conversation between the two. Xia Ruofei naturally wanted to give Xiao Qingyang a little shock and make him even more mysterious in Xiao Qingyang's eyes. A young man whose cultivation could not be seen through at all, who could ignore the shielding enchantment, and who seemed to have more power than Luo Qingfeng, the sect leader. When these factors were combined, Xiao Qingyang would naturally be shocked. In addition, Xia Ruofei had discounted the conditions proposed by Xiao Qingyang. He only agreed to let him see the contents of the first volume, and the time limit was reduced by half. His purpose was very simple. He didn't want Xiao Qingyang to think that he was in a hurry to reach an agreement, and he didn't want Xiao Qingyang to think that it was easy to make conditions. Asking for sky-high prices and asking for money on the spot. This was nothing more than the principle of doing business. After a brief moment of shock, Xiao Qingyang turned his gaze to Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng quickly said, Sect leader Xiao, this is my junior martial brother Xia Tian. His words also represent the attitude of the star-picking sect. Xiao Qingyang muttered in his heart, it seems like this summer's status is even higher than Luo Qingfeng's. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, could it be that this summer is the disciple of a reclusive yuanying old monster? If that wasn't the case, it would be hard to explain Luo Qingfeng's attitude towards him. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingyang could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. He broke out in a cold sweat. If this conjecture was true, then it meant that the star-plucking sect also had a nascent soul cultivator backing them. This was something that had never been heard of before. The Falling Leaves sect was the organizer of the auction, so Xiao Qingyang was very familiar with the situation of all the auction items. The Falling Leaves sect, which had always kept a low profile, had brought out treasures that were very coveted this time. Regardless of whether it was the exquisitely designed Spirit Gathering Array Talisman or the amazingly effective Protective Jade Talisman, they could all be said to be of the highest quality. In particular, such a high-quality chi amassing pill had subverted the understanding of many cultivators. If all of this was because the star-plucking sect had a nascent soul cultivator backing them, then there was a reasonable explanation. Countless thoughts flashed through Xiao Qingyang's mind. At this time, Xia Ruofei greeted Xiao Qingyang with a smile, Sect Master Xiao, I've heard a lot about you. Xiaoqingyang came back to his senses and quickly said, fellow Daoist Xia is really young and promising. With a young talent like fellow Daoist Xia, why should Huaxia's cultivation world worry about not being able to revive? Sect Master Xiao, you're too kind. Summer can't afford it, Xiao Ruofei said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. He then asked, time is of the essence, so I'll get straight to the point. Sect Master Xiao, I wonder if you're satisfied with the conditions we proposed? Xiaoqingyang also knew that if he delayed and allowed the Spirit Vulture Mountain's handwritten copy to be auctioned first, not only would he thoroughly offend the two in front of him, but as Luo Qingfeng had said, he wouldn't be able to prevent the star-plucking sect's copy from being auctioned. Then, the cultivators who had bid a high price for the Spirit Vulture Mountain's copy would also hate the Fallen Leaf sect. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei's conditions were actually quite good. The glittering jewel insight was quite famous in the cultivation world. The Spirit Vulture Mountain only possessed the second volume, and there were still missing pages. However, they were still able to comprehend a lot of insights on mental power cultivation from it. As a result, the Aura's core stage cultivators of the Spirit Vulture Mountain were much more powerful than cultivators of the same level in terms of mental power. This time, as long as he agreed to the star-plucking sect's copy of the Linlang True Solution, he would be able to comprehend the contents of the first volume for free. For the Fallen Leaf sect, this was basically free. The only downside was that they would offend the Spirit Vulture Mountain. However, if he didn't agree, there was no doubt that he would offend even more people, especially the star-plucking sect. In the past, the star-plucking sect's strength wasn't much worse than the Spirit Vulture Mountain's. But now, there was a suspected nascent soul cultivator behind them. In Xiaoqingyang's mind, the star-plucking sect's weight was naturally higher than the Spirit Vulture Mountain's. If he had to choose between the two, Xiaoqingyang would rather offend the Spirit Vulture Mountain than the increasingly mysterious star-plucking sect. Moreover, the first volume of the Linlang True Solution was undoubtedly a cultivation method for qi condensation cultivators to cultivate their spiritual power. For a cultivator of Xiaoqingyang's level, half an hour was enough for him to memorize the first volume of the Linlang True Solution. This was the complete first volume. With this cultivation method, the future qi condensation disciples of the Fallen Leaves sect would usher in a great leap in their spiritual power cultivation. This would be a great help in breaking through to the golden core stage. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the first volume of the Linlang True Solution was enough to greatly increase the strength of the Fallen Leaves sect. Moreover, it would be immeasurably helpful to their future development. Therefore, Xiaoqingyang didn't need to weigh the pros and cons. After a short moment of hesitation, he nodded and said, fellow Daoist Xia's conditions are very tempting. It's really hard for me to refuse. I agree. Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng looked at each other and relaxed smiles appeared on their faces. The auction continued on the auction stage. Now that this treasure had been auctioned, another treasure would appear on the stage. According to the original plan, the second volume of the Linlang True Solution should be auctioned off by the Spirit Vulture Mountain. Therefore, there was still plenty of time. Xiaoqingyang said, fellow Daoist Xia, Sect Master Luo, there's still time. I still have a question to ask. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, please ask, Sect Master Xiao. Xiaoqingyang said, the question I'm most concerned about is how your noble sect can prove that the Linlang True Solution you provided is authentic. Xiao Ruofei was slightly surprised and asked with a smile, then how can the Spirit Vulture Mountain prove that there's no problem with the Linlang True Solution? Xiaoqingyang said, the Linlang True Solution of the Spirit Vulture Mountain has already been tested in practice. It's indeed very helpful for Golden Core stage cultivators to comprehend the spiritual power cultivation method. But how can they guarantee that their copy of the Linlang True Solution will be exactly the same as the original copy they've kept? Xiao Ruofei chuckled and asked, what if they purposely do something bad and make some mistakes in some key positions? Xiaoqingyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If the Spirit Vulture Mountain does this, then their credibility will be completely ruined and they'll become the public enemy of the cultivation world. No matter which force bids for this cultivation method, it will naturally be used by Golden Core stage cultivators. They still have the most basic insight. The Spirit Vulture Mountain will never dare to risk universal condemnation by doing such a thing. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said indifferently, if the Spirit Vulture Mountain won't do this, then we naturally won't either. Besides, our cultivation method is right there. The cultivators who bid for this cultivation method can naturally make an objective judgment. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid the Spirit Vulture Mountain won't agree to such an explanation. They'll definitely raise strong doubts. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said with a smile, it's fine. If the Spirit Vulture Mountain raises doubts, then I'll naturally be able to come up with a convincing solution and leave them speechless. Seeing this, Xiaoqingyang could only helplessly say, if that's the case, then we'll do as fellow Daoist Xia says. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, saying, thank you, Sect Master Xiao. Do you have any other questions? Xiaoqingyang shook his head and said, the core issue is whether it's true or not. This will definitely cause controversy. Since fellow Daoist Xia has already come up with a solution, then the other issues are naturally insignificant. Xiao Ruofei happily said, very good. Sect Master Xiao, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Please arrange the auction as soon as possible. I'm sure you already know the basic situation of the Linlang True Solution. Unlike the Spirit Vulture Mountain, I'll be providing the complete contents of the first 2 volumes of this cultivation method. As for the first volume of the Linlang True Explanation, it just so happens that it's suitable for qi condensation cultivators to study. Combining the first and second volumes will naturally be much more helpful to Golden Core cultivators than comprehending the second volume alone. I hope that Sect Master Xiao can inform Elder Hao about this point and emphasize it. Xiao Qingyang readily said, no problem. Then, he said, fellow Daoist Xia, according to the usual practice, we, the organizers, won't handle the auction items for cultivation methods in order to avoid arousing suspicion. The specific items will be safeguarded by the consignor. After the auction is completed, both parties will directly hand over the items. Is there any problem with your esteemed sect? Xiao Ruofei faintly smiled and said, of course there's no problem. Please rest assured, Sect Master Xiao. I've already prepared the handwritten copies of the 2 cultivation methods. As long as someone buys them, they can be handed over at any time. In addition, since we've promised Sect Master Xiao, then regardless of whether these 2 cultivation methods are sold in the end, I'll show the contents of the first volume to Sect Master Xiao as soon as possible for half an hour. Xiaoqingyang's face showed a trace of joy and he quickly said, okay. I'll immediately inform Qingsong to add your esteemed sect's auction items to the auction list. Fellow Daoist Xia, Sect Master Luo, you two can return to the box first and wait for the auction to begin. Ever since Xiao Ruofei had entered the room, he had become the main subject of the negotiation. Luo Qingfeng had been on the side and hadn't spoken a word. Moreover, Xiaoqingyang's words had always placed Xiao Ruofei in front of Luo Qingfeng. Obviously, he had already seen that Xiao Ruofei was the one who had the final say. Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng cupped their hands towards Xiaoqingyang. Xiao Ruofei said, then I'll leave it to Sect Master Xiao. After that, the two left the room and returned to box 20 through the back passage. After returning to the box, Xiao Ruofei had just set up a few shielding enchantments when he saw that the auction item had finally been sold after many rounds of bidding. This auction item was very powerful and had bought a lot of time for Xiao Ruofei and the others. According to the original order, after the bidding for this auction item ended, it would be the Spirit Vulture Mountain's Linlong's True Solution Remnant Volume to appear. However, after the Fallen Leaf sect's disciple took down the auction item that had just been sold, Hao Qingsong didn't immediately arrange for a disciple to bring a new auction item. Instead, he stood on the stage and listened. Obviously, someone was transmitting a message to him. Hao Qingsong's face revealed a shocked expression, but he quickly regained his calm and even revealed a trace of excitement. Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng knew that Xiaoqingyang had already informed Hao Qingsong of this temporary change. The reason why Hao Qingsong was so excited was obviously because he already knew that their Fallen Leaves sect might have the opportunity to obtain a volume of the Linlong's True Solution for free. Moreover, it was the first volume that was suitable for qi condensation cultivators to cultivate. Hao Qingsong took a deep breath and said, "Fellow Taoists, the next auction item is very special. It will be of great help to everyone's spiritual force cultivation." That's right, many fellow Taoists must have already guessed that the next auction item will be a copy of the Linlong's True Solution. In box 15, Wu Ming and Luo Feng were slightly stunned when they saw this. Wu Ming said, "Did I remember wrongly? Our Linlong's true solution should be auctioned next, right? Luo Feng frowned slightly and said, maybe the organizer changed the order at the last minute, but it doesn't matter. The key is that the Linlong's true solution must bring us enough spirit stones. Otherwise, we will have to compete for the storage ring and buy that treasure. Our spirit stones will be stretched thin. Wu Ming said casually, don't worry, Uncle Feng. In today's cultivation world, inheritances have withered. A cultivation method like the Linlong's true solution, even if it's only a remnant volume, will definitely be sought after by everyone. A conservative estimate is that it can be auctioned for at least 50,000 spirit stones. We haven't used the spirit stones we brought from the sect this time, so it should be enough to bid for that treasure. With 50,000 spirit stones, I will have more than enough to compete for the storage ring. Luo Feng nodded and said, I hope so. Right at this moment, Hao Qingsong's words on the main auction stage caused both of them to be stunned. Hao Qingsong was in the middle of introducing the Linlong's true solution. He just said, the Linlong's true solution being auctioned this time is a complete copy of the first and second volume. When they heard this, Wu Ming and Luo Feng couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. The impatient Wu Ming couldn't help but shout, Elder Hao, you've made a mistake. We only have the majority of the second volume of the Linlang Insight, and we don't have the first volume. It's also completely unsuitable for aura refining cultivators to practice. All the fellow Taoists present today are very familiar with our Spirit Vulture Mountain's Linlang Insight. Aren't you misleading everyone by introducing it like this? Hao Qingsong had already received Xiao Qingyang's sound transmission and understood the whole matter, so Wu Ming's reaction was within his expectations. Hao Qingsong stroked his beard and smiled, young Master Wu, please calm down. The Linlang true solution that this old man introduced wasn't provided by Spirit Vulture Mountain. Instead, it was submitted to the auction by another fellow Taoist. This old man has already confirmed that it is indeed the complete first and second volumes. This old man's introduction didn't make any mistakes. Hao Qingsong's words were like a heavy bomb that stirred up 1,000 ripples. All the cultivators from the great sects participating in the auction were shocked. This was especially true for Wu Ming and Luo Feng. Their eyes were wide open and their faces were filled with disbelief. After regaining his senses, the hot-tempered Wu Ming suddenly exploded and shouted, Hao Qingsong, what is the meaning of your falling leaf sect? Are you deliberately embarrassing our Spirit Vulture Mountain? Our Linlang True Solution is about to be auctioned, but you've inserted another copy of the Linlang True Solution at the last minute. How could there be such a coincidence? Hao Qingsong unhurriedly said, young Master Wu seems to have misunderstood us. This auction is a platform for exchanges between fellow Taoists. It just so happens that it's our Falling Leaves sect's turn to host it this year. In principle, as long as there is no problem with the auction item provided by a fellow Taoist, we can't prevent it from entering the auction process for no reason. Could it be that after your sect submitted the Linlang True Solution, other fellow Taoists have no right to submit their own? That doesn't seem to make sense, right? Moreover, the Linlang True Solution submitted by this fellow Taoist is different from the one submitted by Spirit Vulture Mountain. This old man also saw that this copy contains the complete first and second volumes. Hao Qingsong's implication was that the incomplete volume of Spirit Vulture Mountain couldn't compare to the copy being auctioned. Although he didn't say it explicitly, his meaning was obvious. Wu Ming flew into a rage out of humiliation. He cried out in exasperation, then why are these last-minute items being auctioned right before our handwritten copies are about to be put up for auction? Isn't this blocking our path to wealth? How could there be such a coincidence? Hao Qingsong, do you still dare to say that you didn't do it on purpose? Hao Qingsong's expression turned serious as he said, young sect leader Wu, your esteemed sect has come to Xuanqing City. We don't seem to have done anything wrong in our hospitality, right? In any case, I've met Sect Master Wu a few times before. We can be considered friends of the same generation. You call me by my name so often. Is this how fellow Taoist Wu Qing teaches his child? This showed that Wu Ming had no upbringing. Wu Ming's face alternated between red and white. He snorted coldly and said, stop trying to change the topic. If it weren't for your Fallen Leaves sect going too far, would I be so angry? Hao Qingsong smiled faintly and said, then according to young Master Wu's intentions, how can we not block your path to wealth? Deliberately putting this handwritten copy, which is obviously more complete, after your esteemed sex auction item. Then wouldn't it be unfair to the fellow Taoists who might spend a high price to buy your sex handwritten copy? Won't other fellow Taoists also begin to question our fairness? We can't be criticized by many fellow Taoists in order to take care of Spirit Vulture Mountain's wealth, right? Young Master Wu, our Fallen Leaves sect hosts the auction, but we seek to have a clear conscience. We don't expect everyone to understand. If young Master Wu wants to misunderstand us, we have nothing to say. However, can we ask young Master Wu to calm down and not disturb the normal order of the auction? Hao Qingsong's words could be said to be reasonable. Even Xiao Ruofei, who was sitting in the box and watching the play with a smile, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. No wonder Xiao Qingyang would arrange Hao Qingsong to host this auction. This old man really had some skills. At least his eloquence was much better than many cultivators who only immersed themselves in cultivation. Wu Ming was truly rendered speechless by Hao Qingsong's words. What was even more serious was that the cultivators of the other sects present also deeply agreed. Who would be willing to buy a defective item when there was something better, if it really was the first and second volumes of the Lin Long True Explanations, and if it was complete and the first volume was suitable for qi condensation cultivators to study, then the value of this handwritten copy would undoubtedly be much higher than the one from Spirit Vulture Mountain. After all, in the current cultivation world, qi condensation cultivators were the backbone of a sect. Moreover, even golden core cultivators would benefit greatly from the first and second volumes. Luo Feng, who was in the same box as Wu Ming, had been frowning the entire time. He didn't say anything at first, but his mind was quickly turning as he thought of countermeasures. It wasn't until Wu Ming was refuted by Hao Qingsong in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing that he suddenly opened his mouth and said in a clear voice, "Elder Hao, there's something I don't understand. I hope Elder Hao can enlighten me." Hao Qingsong slightly raised his eyebrows and said without batting an eyelid, "You're Elder Luo from Spirit Vulture Mountain, right? What do you want to enlighten me with?" Hao Qingsong was secretly vigilant in his heart. Speaking of which, a hothead like Wu Ming wasn't difficult to deal with at all. The truly troublesome one was an old fox like Luo Feng. Luo Feng said indifferently, "As everyone knows, our Spirit Vulture Mountain's Lin Long True Explanations is very helpful to Golden Core cultivators' spiritual power cultivation. This has already been proven. However, this handwritten copy of the Lin Long True Explanations that suddenly appeared, who can guarantee that it's the real one? Could it be that the Falling Leaves sect has already examined it?" Hao Qingsong smiled faintly and said, "Elder Luo is joking. We naturally won't sell cultivation technique items. Otherwise, if the cultivation technique were to be leaked, we won't be able to bear the responsibility." The corner of Luo Feng's mouth rose slightly and said, "Since that's the case, as the organizer, your esteemed sect can't guarantee the authenticity of this item? What if some fellow Daoist is full of hope and spends a high price to buy the so-called Lin Long True Explanations, only to discover that he's been deceived and can only admit that he's unlucky? Even more seriously, what if in the future, some scoundrel sees this loophole and frequently uses this kind of trick to swindle spirit stones in future auctions? Wouldn't we be unable to guard against it?" Luo Feng's words were full of deep meaning. He seized the easiest point to attack and constantly emphasized words like "it's hard to distinguish between the real one and the fake one." Naturally, he wanted to make the cultivators present more vigilant and suspicious. Hao Qingsong's expression slightly froze, but he forced a smile and said, "Elder Luo is being a bit alarmist. Although we haven't examined the contents of the handwritten copy, we've examined the fellow Daoist who submitted the item. It's not like any random cultivator who claims to possess a cultivation technique can directly enter the auction process." Luo Feng seemed to have seen the dawn of victory, so he naturally followed up with another attack. "Elder Hao's words are incorrect. In any case, the fact that we can't examine cultivation technique items is a huge loophole. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a farce today with 2 handwritten copies of the Lin Long True Explanations. If this problem can't be clearly explained, I believe that none of the fellow Daoists will dare to purchase it with confidence." Luo Feng's words caused some cultivators to feel worried. Some of the cultivators who were originally burning with excitement immediately calmed down. Hao Qingsong couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Luo Feng's relentless pursuit was within his expectations, but when Xiao Qingyang transmitted his voice to him, he knew that Spirit Vulture Mountain would raise such a question. However, the star-seizing sect would take care of it themselves. That being said, Luo Feng had already forced him into a corner, yet the star-seizing sect still hadn't said a word. Thinking of this, Hao Qingsong couldn't help but cast his gaze towards box 20. Inside box 20, Luo Qingfeng looked at Xiao Ruofei with a worried expression. Master, this Luo Feng is a bit difficult to deal with. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, true gold fears no fire. He's just struggling on his deathbed. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei gave Luo Qingfeng a meaningful glance, telling him to mind his words. Then, with a wave of his hand, he removed the soundproof barrier and said in a clear voice, Elder Luo's words are ridiculous. Don't tell me that your Spirit Vulture Mountain didn't offer handwritten copies of cultivation techniques? Why is it that our Lin Long True Explanations has to face all kinds of questions, while yours can openly bid for it? Is this the same as saying that only the officials are allowed to set fires, but the common people aren't allowed to light lamps? Spirit Vulture Mountain is truly tyrannical. Xiao Ruofei's words were tantamount to admitting that the 2 volumes of the Lin Long True Explanations had been submitted by the star-seizing sect. When the cultivators participating in the auction heard this, they couldn't help but reveal a hint of rumination. The Spirit Vulture Mountain and the star-seizing sect had been fighting over that piece of ore just now. Although Wu Ming had proudly declared that he had done it for the sake of the star-seizing sect, many people still believed that he had admitted defeat due to a lack of budget. Soon after, Wu Ming's words caused the star-seizing sect to fall into a lot of trouble. However, the 2 sides were already at odds with each other. At a time like this, the star-seizing sect had taken out a handwritten copy of the Lin Long True Explanations and intercepted the Spirit Vulture Mountain's bid. Of course, there were also some cultivators who wondered if the star-seizing sect had done this on purpose to annoy the Spirit Vulture Mountain. Otherwise, how could the star-seizing sect have a handwritten copy of the Lin Long True Explanations? No one had ever heard of such a thing before. Therefore, when Xiao Ruofei directly revealed his identity, many cultivators began to doubt the authenticity of the first and second volumes of the Lin Long True Explanations. When he heard Xiao Ruofei's voice, Wu Ming couldn't help but fly into a rage. He shouted, "Why is it you guys again? How dare you not do it on purpose? Since when did your star-seizing sect have the Lin Long True Explanations? None of you here have ever heard of it before. You suddenly appeared out of nowhere and put it up for auction. I think you're here to cause trouble." Xiao Ruofei sneered. "Your words are really interesting. Who said that only things that everyone knows can be put up for auction? If you want to show off your treasures, that's your business. Our star-seizing sect has always been low-key, unlike some nouveau riche." "Who's the nouveau riche?" Wu Ming's lungs were about to explode from anger. Luo Feng used his eyes to stop Wu Ming from continuing. It was obvious that Wu Ming had already lost his mind. Continuing to bicker with him would only make a fool of himself and wouldn't help at all. Luo Feng faintly smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, even if you have a glib tongue, you won't be able to change the facts. Everyone in the cultivation world knows about Spirit Vulture Mountain's Lin Long True Explanations, so the authenticity of our handwritten copy is naturally very high. Moreover, the fellow Taoist who buys our handwritten copy can go to Spirit Vulture Mountain and compare it with the original at any time. If there are any discrepancies, our Spirit Vulture Mountain is willing to take full responsibility. We'll return all the spirit stones." "And what about you guys? How can you guarantee its authenticity?" "I think that if you don't answer this question clearly, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to gain the trust of all the fellow Taoists." Luo Feng's words were indeed a big killing weapon. Even Luo Qingfeng, who had always been very confident in Xiao Ruofei, couldn't help but feel a little nervous. At the same time, Luo Feng's words also reassured some of the cultivators who came for the Lin Long True Explanations. There might be some problems with the handwritten copy, and there might even be some intentional mistakes. However, the ancient books that came from the ruins of ancient cultivators were made of special materials, so it was basically impossible to forge them in the current cultivation world. Therefore, if Luo Feng personally promised that they could go to Spirit Vulture Mountain and compare it with the original, then there wouldn't be any problems. This also made some of the cultivators who wanted to buy the Lin Long True Explanations start to favor Spirit Vulture Mountain. The star-picking sect had just had a conflict with Spirit Vulture Mountain. Now that they suddenly took out the Lin Long True Explanations to compete with Spirit Vulture Mountain, their motives were very suspicious. If the star-picking sect's so-called Linlong true explanations was just a bunch of nonsense, then perhaps they wouldn't be cheated of their spirit stones and could even be returned intact. However, they would lose the opportunity to compete for the real Linlong true explanations. Even Xiao Ruofei secretly admired Luo Feng's ability to adapt. However, he already had a plan in mind, so he didn't panic. After Luo Feng finished speaking, Xiao Ruofei calmly smiled and said, as expected, Elder Luo came prepared. However, since we dared to put this handwritten copy up for auction, we naturally dare to take responsibility for its authenticity. I can also guarantee on behalf of the star-picking sect that if there's a problem with the authenticity of our handwritten copy, not only will we return all the spirit stones, but we're also willing to compensate you tenfold. Luo Feng chuckled and said, everyone knows how to make empty promises. Unfortunately, fellow Taoist Xia doesn't have a method to prove the authenticity of your so-called Linlong true explanations. Could it be that you also have the original copies of the first and second volumes? Could it be that you can also compare them with the other fellow Taoists who bought your handwritten copies? Xiao Ruofei indifferently said, we won't provide the original copies for comparison, but, hearing this, Luo Feng let out a long sigh of relief. He felt that he'd already won this round and couldn't help but feel happy. He laughed and said, but what? I really can't think of any way that fellow Taoist Xia can prove the authenticity of your handwritten copies. A mysterious smile appeared on Xiao Ruofei's face, and he said, of course I have a way to prove it. Moreover, I'm suddenly very interested in making a bet with Spirit Vulture Mountain. I just don't know if Elder Luo has the guts to accompany me. When Wu Ming, who was sitting next to Luo Feng, heard this, he immediately opened his mouth to speak without thinking. However, Luo Feng waved his hand to stop him. Luo Feng gave Wu Ming a meaningful glance and said in a clear voice, if fellow Taoist Xia has a way to prove the authenticity of your manuscripts, then go ahead and prove it. Our Spirit Vulture Mountain is also happy to see this happen. Why would you suddenly want to make a bet? Fellow Taoist Xia, please don't try to change the subject. Luo Feng's thoughts were very simple. Right now, they already had the absolute upper hand. As long as there were no changes, the cultivators participating in the auction would all take a wait-and-see attitude due to their doubts. Therefore, he didn't want any accidents to happen at this time. As for Xiao Ruofei's suggestion of a bet, he didn't want to accept it. To put it bluntly, he wanted to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Luo Feng understood Wu Ming's temperament too well, so he promptly stopped Wu Ming from speaking. Otherwise, Xiao Ruofei might really have gotten his way. Xiao Ruofei smiled confidently and said, it seems that although Elder Luo's words are reasonable, you also know that our star-plucking sect's Linlang true explanation has no problems. Since Elder Luo doesn't dare to make the bet, then forget it. Luo Feng didn't say anything, but he didn't stop Wu Ming. Wu Ming was already full of anger. How could he endure Xiao Ruofei's ridicule? He stood up and shouted, who said we don't dare to make the bet? Speak. What kind of bet? Luo Feng stomped his feet and sighed. With a helpless expression, he whispered, young sect master Wu, the star-plucking sect clearly dug a hole for us to jump into. We already have an absolute cold, so why bother to complicate matters? Wu Ming coldly said, Uncle Feng, I'm not as roundabout as you. I knew it. They've been provoking us this whole time. They're about to step on our necks and shit on us. If we blindly avoid them, what's the difference between us and a coward? Besides, I'm just a bit impatient, but I'm not stupid. What's wrong with hearing what they want to bet? If it's really outrageous, it won't be too late for us to refuse. Luo Feng thought about it and felt that this made sense. Moreover, Wu Ming had already said it. If he were to take it back now, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? At this moment, Xiao Ruofei from room 20 asked in a clear voice, Elder Luo, what do you think? Who exactly does Spirit Vulture Mountain listen to? Luo Feng's expression turned cold as he indifferently said, if fellow Taoist Xia only wants to drive a wedge between our Spirit Vulture Mountain, then I'm afraid you're being a petty person in vain. Sect Master Wu's opinion naturally represents the opinion of the entire Spirit Vulture Mountain. Xiao Ruofei smiled nonchalantly and said, it's very simple. I will propose a plan that everyone agrees with to prove that there is no problem with our Linlong's true explanation. So, let's bet on the authenticity of our star-seizing Sex 2 scrolls. If they're real, then we'll naturally win. If not, then you'll win. Elder Luo, do you dare to accept this bet? Luo Feng smiled. First, how will you prove it? Xiao Ruofei said confidently, our plan is to auction these 2 handwritten copies of the true understanding of the glittering jewel. The fellow Taoist who wins the handwritten copies can come to our box 20. I'll explain the contents of the true understanding of the glittering jewel to him word by word. There will also be many cultivation insights that are not recorded in the handwritten copies. Consider it a free gift. Regardless of whether it's the first qi condensation or the second golden core, we guarantee that you'll be able to understand it. Fellow Taoists, you're all tyrants. Every sect has a golden core cultivator here. I'm sure a fake cultivation technique won't be able to fool you. Let alone a cultivation technique that we're all cultivating ourselves. I can guarantee that any fellow Taoist who hasn't cultivated the Lin Lang True Solution before will be able to comprehend it on the spot after listening to my explanation. After Xiao Ruofei said this, many cultivators were tempted. It was obvious that Xiao Ruofei was full of confidence. It didn't seem like he was deliberately stirring up trouble. According to Xiao Ruofei's plan, it was impossible to fool them. If there were any problems with the handwritten copies, they would immediately be caught red-handed. Luo Feng's expression changed slightly. His mind quickly turned and he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He sneered and said, fellow Taoist Xia, you're wrong. I admit that if we follow fellow Taoist Xia's plan, it will indeed be effective to a certain extent. However, that only proves that the 2 cultivation techniques you provided are effective. In reality, the results will require a long period of cultivation to gradually come to a conclusion. Most importantly, you have no way of proving that this is the Lin Lang True Solution. What if you purposely created another spiritual power cultivation technique and changed its name to Lin Lang's True Explanation in order to attack our Spirit Vulture Mountain? For fellow Taoists who haven't cultivated this cultivation technique, they won't be able to judge it at all. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, then according to Elder Luo's words, this matter is simply unsolvable? However, how can your Spirit Vulture Mountain's Lin Lang True Solution prove its authenticity? In the future, when you go to Spirit Vulture Mountain and compare it with the original. Hee. Even if it's a fake, who knows which unlucky fellow Taoist won it? At most, they'll get a refund of their spirit stones. However, that fellow Taoist could have made a profit at the auction, but because he put all his spirit stones into your incomplete scroll, he won't be able to get anything. In any case, our method can determine its authenticity on the spot. If there's really a problem with the auction item, not only will the fellow Taoist who won our handwritten copies not suffer any losses, but he'll also receive 10 times the compensation. As for which is better and which is worse, I'm sure all the fellow Taoists present have their own opinions. Luo Feng's expression darkened and he said, fellow Taoist Xia really has a glib tongue. You can even turn black into white. If you want to prove the authenticity of your handwritten copies, there's naturally a way. Luo Feng was actually very helpless. The situation was originally going well, but because Wu Ming wanted to listen to the other side's bet, Xiao Ruofei had forcibly turned the situation around. He had to admit that Xiao Ruofei's method of determining the authenticity of the handwritten copies, especially the 10 times the compensation, was very convincing. It would definitely make many cultivators who were in a dilemma make up their minds again. After all, if there was a problem with the 2 handwritten copies, it wouldn't affect their ability to compete for the Spirit Vulture Mountain's handwritten copies. Moreover, they'd receive 10 times the price of the handwritten copies, which was a huge sum of money. Luo Feng even felt that because of this promise of 10 times the compensation, if the 2 handwritten copies were to be auctioned off now, the price of the star-plucking sect's handwritten copies would increase by a large margin. In this kind of situation, he couldn't stabilize his defense and had to take the initiative to attack. In fact, Luo Feng still didn't believe that the star-plucking sect could really take out the Lin Lang True Solution. After all, most of the cultivation techniques unearthed from ancient ruins were unique copies. Especially the Lin Lang True Solution, which was a high-quality cultivation technique, how could it be so common? Was it so coincidental that the star-plucking sect also had it in their collection? Luo Feng believed that the probability of this happening was extremely low. Just as he'd said before, He strongly suspected that the star-plucking sect had used a similarly high-quality spiritual power cultivation technique and disguised it as the Linlang True Solution to be auctioned off. Their goal was to stop Spirit Vulture Mountain. Therefore, if they followed Xia Ruofei's method of determining the authenticity of the handwritten copies, it was very likely that they'd be able to get away with it. However, the handwritten copies from Spirit Vulture Mountain wouldn't be easy to sell. Xia Ruofei responded with a smile. It seems that Elder Luo already has a plan. Then I'm all ears. Luo Feng snorted coldly. It's very simple. I can guarantee that the handwritten copies from Spirit Vulture Mountain are absolutely authentic. Among the 2 handwritten copies from the star-plucking sect, the second volume of the Linlang True Solution just so happens to be among them. In that case, if any fellow Daoist wins the bid for the so-called Linlang True Solution, our Spirit Vulture Mountain is willing to provide our handwritten copies and compare them page by page with the star-plucking sect's handwritten copies. If they're completely identical, then we'll naturally acknowledge the authenticity of the star-plucking sect's handwritten copies. I'm sure all the fellow Daoists will approve of this plan. After all, our Spirit Vulture Mountain's Linlang True Solution is known to almost everyone in the cultivation world. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, if we follow this plan, our star-plucking sect will definitely lose. Luo Feng was overjoyed and hurriedly said, what's wrong? Fellow Daoist Xia, are you feeling guilty? We're willing to provide our handwritten copies for free so that we can share the burden of our fellow Daoists. Fellow Daoist Xia should be happy. Weren't you full of confidence in the authenticity of your so-called Linlang True Solution just now? Luo Feng was even more confident in his own judgment now. It was very possible that the star-plucking sect had changed its appearance and used a different cultivation technique to replace the original. However, Xia Ruofei's next words almost caused Luo Feng to explode in anger. Xia Ruofei said slowly, as everyone knows, the second volume of Spirit Vulture Mountain's Linlang True Solution is incomplete and has several pages missing. However, we're providing the complete first and second volumes. How can the contents of our second volume be exactly the same as Spirit Vulture Mountain's handwritten copies? Of course, we have more. If we're judged to be fake just because our copies aren't exactly the same, then wouldn't we die of injustice? Luo Feng was fuming with anger. He snorted coldly and said, fellow Daoist Xia, why are you speaking so quickly? Fine. I was too careless with my words just now. How about this, if the contents of the second volume are exactly the same except for the missing pages, then it proves that your handwritten copies aren't fake. How about this? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, then what if your Spirit Vulture Mountain has ulterior motives and deliberately changed some key parts? Then wouldn't we suffer a great loss? How about this? According to Elder Luo's plan, if most of the contents are the same, then there's no need to doubt its authenticity. As for the parts that aren't the same, we can completely see whose handwritten copies are more reasonable. I'm sure the senior who bought the handwritten copies has a good eye for this. If it really doesn't work, then we can go to Spirit Vulture Mountain to take the original copy and verify it again. In any case, we can't be wronged. In fact, Xia Ruofei's words were not only accepted by the cultivators watching the show, but also by Luo Feng himself. If the main contents of the 2 handwritten copies were the same, then it could basically prove their authenticity. If the star-plucking sect didn't have the Linlang True Solution, then it would be impossible for them to make up the contents that were very similar to the real Linlang True Solution. But if the star-plucking sect did have the Linlang True Solution and put it up for auction at the last minute to attack Spirit Vulture Mountain, then it was very unlikely that they would change the original contents. Therefore, even if there were some parts that were not the same, it could only be because the 2 versions were different. Luo Feng muttered to himself for a while, then said, fine, Uncle Feng. Wu Ming hurriedly said, this guy wants a yard after taking an inch. How can you agree so easily? Luo Feng said, don't worry. The more he acts like this, the more guilty he is. I still don't believe that they also have the Linlang True Solution. I think he wants us to refuse. That's why he keeps trying to provoke me. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, Elder Luo, other than that, fellow Daoist Xia. Luo Feng directly interrupted Xia Ruofei and said, I think it's better to stop before going too far. You've already made a lot of demands, and we've also made concessions time and time again. If your sect wants a yard after taking an inch, then it'll make the other fellow Taoists suspect that you don't have the sincerity to prove the authenticity of the handwritten copies. You just want to cause trouble. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, then we'll do as Elder Luo says. We'll auction it first, and then we'll take out both copies and compare them. We'll use that to determine the authenticity. Wait a moment. Luo Feng said. Elder Luo, do you still have something to say? Xiao Ruofei pretended to be surprised and said, didn't we already reach an agreement? Luo Feng sneered and said, fellow Daoist Xiao's memory seems to be a bit bad. Have you forgotten that we're making a bet? How can there be no stakes in a bet? Xiao Ruofei suddenly understood and said, so that's what Elder Luo was talking about. Thank you for reminding me. Otherwise, I really would have forgotten. Luo Feng said indifferently, since fellow Daoist Xia proposed this bet, then why don't you also propose the stakes? Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, I'll tell you what I think. In the end, if our handwritten copies are authentic, then Spirit Vulture Mountain will withdraw your copy of the Lin Lang True Explanation and no longer participate in the auction. What do you think? Luo Feng was a bit surprised because Xiao Ruofei's conditions weren't harsh at all. As long as they could prove that the star-plucking sect's handwritten copies were authentic, then the value of the Spirit Vulture Mountain's reduced version would naturally decrease. It wouldn't make much difference whether it participated in the auction or not. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't want to give Spirit Vulture Mountain a chance to earn more spirit stones. After all, if Spirit Vulture Mountain's copy was still auctioned, they could still exchange it for some spirit stones. Although he didn't know what Spirit Vulture Mountain's plan was, if the enemy's intention was to collect more spirit stones, then it wouldn't be wrong for him to stop them from collecting spirit stones. All right. Luo Feng said after pondering for a moment. Then, he immediately asked, what if your handwritten copies are fake? What would you say? Xiao Ruofei didn't waste any time and straightforwardly said, if it's proven to be fake, then we'll naturally return all the spirit stones and give you 10 times the compensation. Of course, this is compensation for the fellow Daoist who won our handwritten copies. As for Spirit Vulture Mountain, since we lost the bet, we'll naturally pay a corresponding price. How about 30 ore condensing pills? As long as we lose, we'll give Spirit Vulture Mountain 30 ore condensing pills of the same quality as the one we just auctioned. As soon as Xiao Ruofei said this, the whole place couldn't help but quiet down. The 5 bottles of chi amassing pills at the beginning of the auction had successfully attracted everyone's attention. Many people had been trying to guess which sect had provided the chi amassing pills, but they hadn't expected the star-plucking sect to take the initiative to admit it. You have those chi amassing pills? Luo Feng couldn't help but ask. On the main stage, Hao Qingsong directly said, I can prove it. The chi amassing pills at the beginning of the auction were indeed provided by the star-plucking sect. As the host, the Fallen Leaves sect had an obligation to keep their client's identity a secret. But since they had taken the initiative to come forward, Hao Qingsong naturally didn't have any scruples. Moreover, Hao Qingsong hoped that the star-plucking sect's manuscript would be auctioned off successfully. That way, the Fallen Leaves sect would also benefit greatly. Hao Qingsong's words could be considered as a solid hammer. Luo Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although they hadn't participated in the competition for the chi amassing pills, Sun Feng had personally appraised them. Their Spirit Vulture Mountain also had many chi condensation cultivators, including the young sect master, Wu Ming, who was still in the chi condensation realm. 30 pills were equivalent to 1.5 bottles. If Wu Ming were to use them alone, he would be able to use them for a long time. However, Luo Feng wasn't satisfied with just 30 chi amassing pills. He narrowed his eyes and said, 30 chi amassing pills is too little. If our manuscript is withdrawn from the auction, we'll lose tens of thousands of spirit stones. Xiao Ruofei asked indifferently, then how many pills does Elder Luo think are appropriate? Luo Feng smiled and said, fellow Daoist Xia should know very well that if we don't participate in this matter, you won't be able to prove the authenticity of the 2 manuals. The fellow Taoists present won't be able to buy them with confidence. Therefore, the benefits of this bet will all be on your side. What if my manuscript isn't the same as Spirit Vulture Mountain's? Wouldn't we suffer a double loss? Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, there's no need to say these words. Since Elder Luo is still speaking with assurance, you naturally want to make this bet. It's just a matter of the wager. We've already wasted a lot of everyone's time. Elder Luo, why don't you be a bit more straightforward? Fine. Luo Feng said, if we win, what we want isn't the energy amassing pill, but the formula for the energy amassing pill. Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng glanced at each other, and then revealed a disdainful smile. Elder Luo has a big appetite. It's just the right to auction off a remnant volume, and you want to bet a priceless formula? Fellow Taoist Xiao Ruofei can choose not to bet. Luo Feng seemed to be certain that he had Xiao Ruofei under control. Why not? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, but the stakes are not equal. If Elder Luo wants to change it to a prescription, shouldn't you pay more if you lose? What else do you want? Luo Feng asked. In addition to the withdrawal of your Linlong's true explanation from this auction, you'll have to pay us an additional 50,000 spirit stones. Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation, this is my final condition. If you have no objections, then let's make the bet. If you don't agree, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Our manuscript will participate in the auction normally, and I think there will be a fellow Taoist who knows what's what. I don't need to prove anything. Luo Feng couldn't help but hesitate when he heard this. His intuition told him that Xiao Ruofei didn't seem to be bluffing. However, if he judged it rationally, the probability of the star-plucking sect also possessing the Linlong's true explanation was very low. Moreover, they had a conflict before. If it was just a bet that their Linlong's true explanation would be withdrawn from the auction, he wouldn't worry too much. After all, if they lost, it would prove that the star-plucking sect's Linlong's true explanation was also authentic. That would mean that the remnant volumes they put up for auction later would likely be sold at a low price, so in reality, they didn't have to pay too much for this bet. However, if they added 50,000 spirit stones, the impact would be a bit too great. If they didn't have the income from the auction of the remnant volumes of the Linlong's true explanation, their budget would be a bit stretched. If they lost another 50,000 spirit stones, there would be a difference of over 100,000 spirit stones. Basically, it would mean that they had already withdrawn from the competition for that treasure. Of course, if they won, not only would the remnant volumes of the Linlong's true explanation be sold at a higher price, they would also obtain an incomparably precious pill formula for free. In the future, Spirit Vulture Mountain would be able to make a lot of money just by selling qi-gathering pills. Sure, the rewards were very attractive, but the risk was also quite high. Luo Feng was still weighing the pros and cons, but Wu Ming beside him was already a bit anxious. Wu Ming whispered, Uncle Feng, what are you thinking about? Say yes. We can't lose. He's giving us a pill formula for free. Luo Feng smiled bitterly to himself, if only it were that simple. However, in the end, he still couldn't resist the temptation of the qi-gathering pill formula. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, fine. We'll do as fellow Taoist Xia says. Our Spirit Vulture Mountain will accept this bet. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, straightforward. Our star-plucking sect will naturally be happy to accompany you. Then, Xiao Ruofei turned to Hao Qingsan on the auction stage and said, Elder Hao, I'll have to trouble the Fallen Leaves sect to be our witness. Hao Qingsan laughed and said, no problem. It's our honor. And with so many fellow Taoists here as witnesses, I believe that both of you won't go back on your word. Stand up, we are all witnesses. Thank you. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Hao Qingsan nodded and said, since there are no more doubts, then we'll begin the auction of the first and second volumes of the Linlong's true explanation that the star-plucking sect has provided. That's right, there's one more thing I forgot to tell everyone. Because these two manuscripts start from the beginning and are complete, not only can qi condensation cultivators directly cultivate the first volume, even golden core cultivators can cultivate according to the contents of the two volumes. Alright, enough idle chatter, let's begin the auction. The starting price of these two volumes of the Linlong's true explanation is 30,000 spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 500 spirit stones. Fellow Taoists, you may bid. The price on the big screen quickly changed, and every time it flashed, it meant that someone had increased the price again. Everyone's increments were quite large, and apart from a few who increased the price by 500 spirit stones, most of the others increased the price by 1 to 2,000 spirit stones. After a short while, the price on the big screen had already reached 50,000 spirit stones. This was the highest price item in the auction so far. Moreover, the price was still rising, but the speed of change was starting to slow down. This meant that some people knew that it was hopeless or that they didn't have enough money, so they wisely withdrew from the competition. As for the cultivators who were still competing, because of the price, they had to think twice before bidding. Xiaoruofei didn't expect that everyone would be so enthusiastic. Even Luo Feng and Wu Ming, who were in room 15, were stupefied. This was much more popular than their own handwritten copies. According to their estimates, their copy of the Lin Long's true explanation could be sold for around 50,000 spirit stones. Looking at the situation now, the Star Harvester Sect's copy had already reached 50,000 spirit stones, and the final price was clearly much higher than that. Luo Feng quickly understood the crux of the matter. In reality, the Spirit Vulture Mountain was assisting the Star Harvester sect, and their bet was equivalent to having a guarantee. If the Star Harvester sect's copy was real, then it would be worth it to buy it for 50,000 spirit stones or even 70,000 spirit stones. But if the Star Harvester sect's copy was fake, then they wouldn't suffer any losses and would even receive several 100,000 spirit stones as compensation. No matter how they looked at it, they wouldn't suffer any losses. Therefore, everyone didn't have to worry about the consequences, and the bidding became even more straightforward. After Luo Feng understood this, he felt extremely unwilling, but he quickly changed his mind and thought to himself, no matter how many spirit stones they bid now, it's useless. As long as they compare the copies, their true colors will be exposed. The higher the final price, the more they'll lose. When the time comes, the Star Harvester sect won't be able to afford it even if they sell their entire fortune. With this thought, Luo Feng felt a lot more at ease. In box 20, Xiao Ruofei happily watched the numbers on the large screen rise steadily. He turned to Luo Qingfeng and said, "Qingfeng, you don't understand why I suddenly became so high profile, right? I even took the initiative to admit to the matter of the energy-gathering pill." Luo Qingfeng hurriedly said, "Master definitely has his own plans. This old slave doesn't want to make wild guesses." Xiao Ruofei sighed and said, "Ever since I participated in the competition for that ore, especially after Wu Ming's words, we were destined to not be able to keep a low profile. Who knows how many pairs of eyes are watching us? Since that's the case, we might as well do the opposite." At this point, Xiao Ruofei patted Luo Qingfeng's shoulder and said, "I'm doing this for the sake of the Star Harvester sect. The more high-profile we are, the less likely those with ulterior motives will dare to act rashly. If they can be like Xiao Qingyang and misunderstand that we have the backing of a nascent soul cultivator, that'll be even better. Although the Star Harvester sect has a strong foundation and we don't have to be afraid of those sects, I still hope to reduce the pressure on you as much as possible." Luo Qingfeng was touched and said, "On behalf of the entire Star Harvester sect, Qingfeng thanks Master for your concern. Everything can wait until the auction is over." Xiao Ruofei said, "As long as Yifu's plane takes off smoothly, the two of us won't have anything to worry about. When the time comes, I'll naturally provide more protection for the Star Harvester sect." "Yes, Master." Luo Qingfeng said, "We'll do as Master says." While the two of them were talking, the price of the two copies had unknowingly reached 60,000 spirit stones. At least 3 or 4 sects still didn't give up and continued to raise the price. Xiao Ruofei noticed that there seemed to be a cultivator from the Soaring Flower Valley who came from box number 6. In box number 6, Lu Manxia frowned slightly and said, "Although the price isn't high, the Lin Lang True Solution is worth it. However, if we bid for these 2 copies, I'm afraid we won't be able to compete for that treasure. Junior Marshal Sister Yang, let's give up. The bigger picture is more important." At this moment, the person controlling the bidding machine was actually Elder Yang Lu of the Soaring Flower Valley. After hearing Lu Manxia's words, Yang Lu turned her head and smiled. "Senior Marshal Sister Lu, no matter what price we have to pay, we have to get these 2 copies. If you weren't limited by your mental power, you would have already broken through to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. These 2 handwritten copies of the Glittering Jewel True Explanations are simply a golden opportunity that was specially prepared for you. If you don't take it, you'll be harmed." Yang Lu continued, "As for the bigger picture, it shouldn't affect the bigger picture. didn't I prepare 50,000 spirit stones? Let's use them to subsidize Senior Marshal Sister's purchase of the Lin Lang True solution. This way, we won't have to use much of the 100,000 spirit stones that our sect prepared. We still have the strength to compete for that treasure. Lu Manxia hurriedly said, how can we do that? That 50,000 spirit stones was the money you got from selling a lot of your treasures. It was all for the sake of buying that pair of storage rings. What storage ring is more important than Senior Marshal Sister's opportunity to break through? Yang Lu said without hesitation. Senior Marshal Sister Lu, I usually follow your orders in the sect, but today, I'm going to make a decision. At this moment, Yang Lu saw the price on the big screen change again and couldn't help but mutter to herself, it's that old guy from the Black Dragon sect again. Is he going to go all out against us? As she spoke, she pressed the button to increase the price. The big screen showed the new price, 10,000 spirit stones. The bidder came from box number 6. Lu Manxia was silent for a few seconds before she said, Junior Marshal Sister. Thank you. Lu Manxia was very clear that Yang Lu really wanted that pair of storage rings. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone around selling treasures for spirit stones. She had saved up 50,000 spirit stones with great difficulty and came to this auction. It could be said that she was determined to get that pair of storage rings. However, in order to help her bid for the Lin Lang True solution, Yang Lu didn't hesitate to give up on the item she wanted in advance and began to fight for the Lin Lang True solution with all her strength. This made Lu Manxia very moved. Yang Lu chuckled and said, Senior Marshal Sister, don't be so polite. Our soaring flower valley will have more confidence when your strength is strong. Everyone is of the same breath and branch, and we are one. Furthermore, there will be plenty of opportunities for the storage rings in the future. However, these 2 complete volumes of the Lin Lang True solution are something that can only be encountered by chance. Originally, they had also noticed the remnant volumes of the Lin Lang True solution on Spirit Vulture Mountain. However, because they didn't have the foundation of the first volume, and the second volume itself was incomplete, they could only use it to provide some inspiration and verification for their spiritual power comprehension. Basically, they couldn't directly cultivate it. It wouldn't be of much help to Lu Manxia, so they didn't even consider competing for this remnant volume. However, they didn't expect that the complete first 2 volumes of the Lin Lang True solution would suddenly appear. The significance of this was completely different. Yang Lu didn't hesitate to enter the competition. In her words, even if she had to give up on that treasure, she would first obtain the Lin Lang True solution for her Senior Marshal Sister. In comparison, the storage rings that she wanted were even more insignificant. Xiaoruofei, who was sitting calmly in box number 20, naturally didn't know that his last-minute actions had inadvertently helped him bid for the storage rings and eliminated a strong competitor before the auction began. Of course, this was on the premise that the Soaring Flower Valley successfully won the bid for the Lin Lang True solution in the end. After another 10 or so minutes of bidding, the ownership of the 2 handwritten copies of the Lin Lang True dispelling that Xiao Ruofei had brought out on the spur of the moment was finally settled. In the end, Hao Qingsong announced that the final price was 73,500 spirit stones, setting a new record for the auction. The person who had won this auction item that many golden core cultivators were tempted by was none other than the cultivator from Soaring Flower Valley from box number 6. When Hao Qingsong announced the deal, Yang Lu, who had been clenching her fists, couldn't help but cry out in excitement. She excitedly said, "We got it. Senior Marshal Sister. We got it." Perhaps the opportunity for Senior Marshal Sister to break through to the late stage of Golden Core lies in these 2 handwritten copies. Lu Manxia looked at Yang Lu, somewhat moved. She gently said, "Thank you." Although it was just a simple word, it contained too much gratitude. Yang Lu waved her hand and said, "Senior Marshal Sister, don't be so polite. Not only are these 2 copies of the cultivation technique beneficial to Senior Marshal Sister's cultivation, but all the cultivators of our Soaring Flower Valley will be able to quickly cultivate their spiritual power in the future. Spending over 70,000 spirit stones to get these 2 copies is very worth it." Yang Lu had already made it clear that she was going to contribute her personal savings of 50,000 spirit stones to purchase these 2 handwritten copies. If she didn't do so, then the 100,000 spirit stones that Soaring Flower Valley had prepared beforehand would be used up by more than half. The remaining 20,000 spirit stones would be completely withdrawn from the competition for that treasure. Most likely, even the starting price would be higher than that. If Yang Lu took out her own spirit stones, then Soaring Flower Valley would still have 70,000 spirit stones left. Although the competition would be a lot weaker, Lu Manxia still had many valuable treasures. If she really couldn't compete, then she could use her spirit stones and treasures to participate in the auction. If she was lucky, then the treasures she took out just happened to be something that the auctioneer urgently needed. Even if she had less spirit stones, the auctioneer might still choose her Soaring Flower Valley. Lu Manxia smiled and said, "Junior Marshal Sister Yang, let's not be happy too early. What if this Linlong true dispelling isn't real?" Yang Lu giggled and said, "That means we've earned over 700,000 spirit stones. That's a huge sum of money. I just don't know if selling the star-picking sect would be worth that much." Since that young man dares to make such a bet, he must be confident. Lu Manxia took a deep breath and said, "If I had a choice, I would rather give up the 700,000 spirit stones and hope that their 2 handwritten copies of the Linlong's true explanation would be as good as the one I just introduced." "That's right." Yang Lu sighed. Lu Manxia stood up and smiled, "Let's go. The show has only just begun." In the eyes of all the cultivators attending the auction for the 2 handwritten manuscripts of the star-picking sect had only just begun. The real highlight was yet to come. Everyone was interested in the bet between the star-seizing sect and Spirit Vulture Mountain. Unfortunately, because the handwritten copy of a cultivation technique was very sensitive, it was impossible to verify it under everyone's eyes. Everyone was destined to wait for the final result. Everyone involved, including the cultivators from Spirit Vulture Mountain and the cultivators from Soaring Blossom Valley who had won the 2 manuscripts, left their boxes and headed for Box 20, where the star-picking sect was located, according to their agreement. Xiao Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng sat calmly on the fishing platform, calculating their gains while waiting for Lu Manxia and the others to arrive. The 3 treasures that had been auctioned off earlier had earned a total of 39,000 spirit stones. However, Xiao Ruofei had spent another 6,010 spirit stones to compete for the mysterious ore, so he was left with about 33,000 spirit stones. Because Xiao Ruofei had agreed to let the Fallen Leaves sect look at the contents of the first scroll for an hour, Xiao Qingyang had generously expressed that he would not take a commission. Thus, the 73,500 spirit stones were net income. Xiao Ruofei now had about 106,500 spirit stones at his disposal. In addition, after the bet, the Spirit Vulture Mountain had lost 50,000 spirit stones to them. In other words, Xiao Ruofei had more than 150,000 spirit stones at his disposal, which was more than what many top sects had brought this time. In any case, there was absolutely no problem competing for the storage rings. Everyone was concerned about the final result of the bet between Spirit Vulture Mountain and the Star-Seizing sect, so even the auction was suspended. The organizer, Xiao Qingyang of the Falling Leaves sect, acted as a witness and personally led the cultivators from Spirit Vulture Mountain and Soaring Flower Valley to Box 20. Lu Manxia and Yang Lu had come from Soaring Flower Valley. They had met Xiao Ruofei once in the elevator. As for Spirit Vulture Mountain, it was naturally Luo Feng and Wu Ming. This was the first time Xiao Ruofei had seen their true faces. Luo Feng looked like a skinny old man in his 60s. He wore a dark blue Daoist robe and his hair was somewhat white. However, his eyes were very sharp. As soon as he entered, he swept his gaze over Xiao Ruofei. As the sect master of the Star-Seizing sect, Luo Qingfeng had naturally met him before, so there was no need for an introduction. Luo Feng knew that the young man in front of him was the Star-Seizing sect's Xia Tian. Similarly, Wu Ming also fiercely glared at Xiao Ruofei. His eyes were about to spit fire. However, it was likely that Luo Feng had warned him beforehand. Although the two sides appeared to be at loggerheads, there was no conflict. On Soaring Flower Valley's side, Lu Manxia gave Xiao Ruofei a meaningful glance as soon as she entered. Moreover, she immediately noticed that there was one person missing from the Star-Seizing sect's box. The oldest cultivator with the lowest cultivation base had disappeared. Lu Manxia thought to herself, could it be that they felt that the limelight this time was too great, so for safety's sake, they let the low-level cultivator leave first? That was a rather wise choice. Xiao Qingyang chuckled and gave a simple introduction to both sides. Then, he said, because of the bet between the Star-Seizing Sect and Spirit Vulture Mountain, and of course to protect the interests of Soaring Flower Valley's fellow cultivators, we will now appraise the Star-Seizing Sect's copy of the Linlang True Explanation. As the middleman, I still need to confirm the bet with both sides before we begin. After he finished speaking, Xianxia looked at Xiao Ruofei, Luo Feng, and the others. He continued, according to the agreed method, if the Star-Seizing Sect's copy is the real deal, then Spirit Vulture Mountain's copy will be withdrawn from the auction and the Star-Seizing Sect will pay 50,000 spirit stones. If not, the deal between the Star-Seizing Sect and Soaring Flower Valley will be voided. The Star-Seizing Sect will have to pay 735,000 spirit stones to Soaring Flower Valley and give the Spirit Vulture Mountain the formula for the Qi-gathering pill. Are all of you sure about this bet? Do you have anything else to add? Xiao Ruofei nodded calmly and said, no problem. Lu Manxia smiled and said, it seems that no matter what the result is, we are in an invincible position. Soaring Flower Valley has no problems either. On Spirit Vulture Mountain's side, Wu Ming rolled his eyes and said, I have something to add. Xiao Qingyang raised his eyebrows and looked at Wu Ming. He said kindly, young Master Wu, please speak. Wu Ming looked at Xiao Ruofei proudly and said, if the Star-Seizing Sect loses, the formula they give us must be authentic and not tampered with at all. Otherwise, if we take back a wrong formula, it will be like a piece of waste paper. Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation, of course, we can guarantee that. I can show you the formula in person and refine the Qi-gathering pill on the spot. I can guarantee that the average effect will be at the same level as the batch of Qi-gathering pills that were auctioned at the beginning of the auction. That should be no problem, right? If you can't refine it, then it's a problem of your level. It has nothing to do with my formula at all. Very good. Luo Feng didn't wait for Wu Ming to speak. He said directly, fellow cultivator Xia is quite open and generous this time. Let's do it. Xiao Ruofei smiled and thought to himself, you can't get the formula at all. Everything you said is just an illusion. What's the harm in being generous? Xiao Qingyang asked, do you have any other questions? Luo Feng shook his head and said, no. I have officially confirmed the bet on behalf of Spirit Vulture Mountain. We can begin to verify its authenticity. Even though Lu Manxia and Yang Lu were veteran gold core cultivators, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous at this time. It was mainly because they were worried about their gains and losses. They had great expectations for the 2 handwritten copies. As Lu Manxia had said, they would rather not have 700,000 spirit stones, because that would mean that the Star-Seizing Sect's glittering jewel explanation was authentic. Xiao Qingyang said, since the 3 parties have confirmed, let's begin to verify its authenticity. Because it involves the secret of the cultivation method, I will leave first. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, it's okay. Sect leader Xiao, please be a witness. Wu Ming objected as soon as he heard this. He said loudly, how can we do that? Our glittering jewel explanation is a secret that can't be passed on. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly. With a flip of his hand, he took out a set of array talismans from the space. He waved his hand and threw them out, directly setting up a barrier that covered everyone. Xiao Ruofei said, Elder Luo, you can go outside the barrier and try to see if your mental power can pry into the situation inside the barrier. Luo Feng walked out doubtfully and released his mental power to probe with all his might. However, he found that the barrier that Xiao Ruofei had casually set up was incomparably tough. It seemed to have formed a natural balance with no weak points at all. It could be said that it was extremely good at shielding mental power. Luo Feng immediately understood Xiao Ruofei's intention. As a witness, Xiao Qingyang could stand outside the barrier and see the situation inside with his naked eye. However, he couldn't use his mental power to pry into the contents of the handwritten copies. This barrier was so tough that even a gold core cultivator wouldn't be able to break it easily. Moreover, if Xiao Qingyang forcefully used his mental power to destroy the barrier, everyone would naturally notice. In this way, Xiao Qingyang could be present as a witness without leaking the secret. Luo Feng couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei again. Xiao Ruofei was so confident. Could he really guarantee that he would win? Moreover, this kid was so young, but his attainments in array formation were really not bad. The array talismans to set up the barrier might have been given by the elders of the sect, but the method of setting up the array couldn't be given by the elders of the sect. Xiao Ruofei had set up the array with a wave of his hand. At first glance, it was obvious that he was very familiar with it. Luo Feng couldn't help but feel a little nervous. The confidence that he had built up at the beginning was also somewhat shaken. However, at this point, Luo Feng certainly couldn't back down. After testing the barrier, he nodded and said, "This method is not bad. I'll have to trouble Sect Master Xiao to be our witness outside the barrier." Xianxia said happily, "No problem. It's my honor." After that, Xianxia stepped out of the barrier and stood near the door of the box to be a witness. Lu Manxia smiled and said, "Fellow Xia, can you take out your manuscripts now?" "Fellow Luo from Spirit Vulture Mountain, on behalf of Soaring Flower Valley, I'd like to thank you for providing a comparison manuscript." Luo Feng smiled and said, "Everyone is just taking what they need. Valley Master Lu, you don't have to be so polite. However, I still advise Valley Master Lu not to have too much hope." Lu Manxia smiled and said, "If that's the case, we can at least earn 700,000 spirit stones." "That's not bad," Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "If Valley Master Lu wants to buy these 2 manuscripts for spirit stones, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." Wu Ming snorted and said, "Xia, don't be so quick with your words. You'll know if it's a mule or a horse when it comes out for a walk." Xiao Ruofei glanced at Wu Ming with a trace of disdain in his eyes. He said directly to Luo Feng, "Elder Luo, I think Valley Master Lu should do the verification while we supervise from the side. What do you think?" Luo Feng nodded and said, "Of course. I'd like to remind you that after the manuscripts are taken out, no one here is allowed to use their mental strength again." Luo Feng was naturally worried that the star-plucking sect would randomly take out a cultivation technique to fool them. While they were verifying the manuscripts, they would use their mental strength to read through the contents of the manuscripts. In the world of cultivation, there were many people with photographic memory. There were also people who could forcibly memorize obscure cultivation techniques in a short period of time. Although it was unlikely that the star-plucking sect would take the risk of paying 700,000 spirit stones just to spy on their manuscripts, if that were the case, they would be able to buy the manuscripts for 10% of the price. However, Luo Feng couldn't rule out the possibility that the star-plucking sect would be forced into a corner. In any case, the loss of spirit stones was already set in stone and couldn't be changed. In that case, they might as well take advantage of the appraisal to memorize the true second volume of the Lin Lang True Explanation. Xiao Ruofei said calmly, "That's what I wanted to say as well. We have the same idea. After all, our manuscripts are more complete." "Humph. What shameless boasting." Wu Ming snorted. Xiao Ruofei ignored Wu Ming again and said to Luo Feng, "Since everyone has the same opinion, then take out your manuscripts." Luo Feng nodded. He and Xiao Ruofei both took out manuscripts at the same time. Lu Manxia and the others, as well as Xiaoqingyang, who was outside the boundary, couldn't help but look at the manuscripts in their hands. When they saw the manuscripts that Xiao Ruofei had taken out, their expressions immediately became very interesting. The handwritten copy that Xiao Ruofei took out was really a handwritten copy. It was a stack of the most ordinary A4 printed paper, bound with the most ordinary staples. Moreover, it seemed like the binding was done in a hurry, so it was not completely aligned. The first thing that came into view on the cover was the words Lin Lang Insight in a vertical row. In the lower right corner, there were 3 small words, Volume 2. The handwriting looked very elegant, as if it had a trace of immortal aura. It looked quite comfortable, but it was obvious that it was written with a gel pen. Compared to Xiao Ruofei's manuscript, which was simple and crude, Luo Feng's manuscript was much more exquisite. First, the paper used should have been specially processed. The slightly yellowed paper had high tenacity and looked antique. Moreover, this manuscript was very carefully bound with thread. The words on the cover were also written with a brush. It was very beautiful, as if it was printed. When Luo Feng and Wu Ming saw the handwritten copy that Xiao Ruofei took out, they were even more certain of their guesses. This guy had definitely messed around with this handwritten copy at the last minute. The rough and shoddy aura that assaulted their senses was simply unbearable to look at. Wu Ming sneered and said, "The manuscripts of the star-plucking sect are really unique. This thing is worth more than 70,000 spirit stones? My horizons have really been broadened. Xiao Ruofei said indifferently, knowledge is priceless. Only superficial people pay attention to appearances. Lu Manxia couldn't help but laugh. She said, what fellow Taoist Xia said makes sense. As long as the content of the cultivation method is good, I don't care too much about the appearance. Wu Ming couldn't help but feel depressed. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to mock Xiao Ruofei, but he didn't expect to be rebutted back by Xiao Ruofei. Wu Ming could use his identity as the young sect master of Spirit Vulture Mountain to oppose Xiao Ruofei. However, when facing Lu Manxia, who was at the same level as his father, or even stronger than his father, he didn't dare to be rash. Having suffered a loss, Wu Ming glared at Xiao Ruofei and reluctantly shut his mouth. Lu Manxia naturally wouldn't care about the thoughts of a junior. She smiled faintly and said, then I'll start checking. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Luo Feng said, Ballet Master Lu, please start checking from the first page. If there is a large discrepancy, please stop immediately. Luo Feng naturally didn't want to reveal too much of his family's treasured cultivation technique. If he hadn't been forced into a corner, he wouldn't have even agreed to this bet. When he thought of this, Luo Feng couldn't help but glance at Wu Ming with some resentment, and he secretly sighed in his heart. Lu Manxia naturally knew what Luo Feng was thinking. She smiled and nodded. Of course. After saying that, Lu Manxia placed the manuscripts of the two families on the coffee table in front of the sofa and flipped to the first page. Xiao Ruofei, Luo Feng, and the others naturally looked at the manuscripts on the left and right sides. As for Xiao Qingyang, who was standing outside the barrier, although he could hear everyone's voices and see the situation inside the barrier, everyone's backs were facing him. His gaze couldn't penetrate their bodies and see the manuscripts on the coffee table. In a situation where he couldn't use his spiritual power to investigate, he naturally couldn't see any of the contents. When Lu Manxia flipped to the first page, Luo Feng immediately glanced at Xiao Ruofei's handwritten copy. As Wu Tianqing's trusted subordinate, he had studied their Spirit Vulture Mountains for several years. He was already very familiar with its contents, so he naturally didn't need to compare it. He could just look at Xiao Ruofei's handwritten copy. After reading just a few lines, Luo Feng's heart sank. Xiao Ruofei had used his distinctive and elegant handwriting to copy the contents of the A4 printed paper. It was actually exactly the same as their Spirit Vulture Mountains Lin Long's explanation. How was this possible? Luo Feng sighed in his heart. Could it be that there really were two copies of the Lin Lang True Solution, and Spirit Vulture Mountain only had one copy? Moreover, it was incomplete. Luo Feng held on to a glimmer of hope and impatiently continued to read. It was the same. It was the same. It was completely the same. The brain development of cultivators was far greater than that of ordinary people. It was very easy for them to read 10 lines at a glance. Moreover, there wasn't much content on one page. After a short while, Luo Feng had already finished reading the contents of the first page of Xiao Ruofei's manuscript. He felt a burst of bitterness in his heart. From what he had seen so far, Xiao Ruofei's manuscript and the beginning of the second volume of the Lin Lang True Solution were exactly the same. If there was a difference, it would be that Xiao Ruofei had made punctuation based on his own understanding of the cultivation technique. In the writing habits of the ancients, there were no punctuation marks. The cultivation technique was also relatively obscure. Different punctuation methods could lead to two completely different understandings. The second volume of the Lin Lang True Solution obtained by Spirit Vulture Mountain was precisely the original without any punctuation. When they made the manuscript, Spirit Vulture Mountain also copied it exactly as it was. Luo Feng somewhat sadly discovered that after the punctuation in Xiao Ruofei's manuscript, it became a lot easier to understand the cultivation technique. There were even two punctuation marks that were different from what the cultivators of Spirit Vulture Mountain used after many years of research. However, Luo Feng faintly felt that the punctuation in Xiao Ruofei's manuscript seemed to be more reasonable. In addition, Xiao Ruofei had specially used a simple black line to draw an area, where he had written down his understanding of some difficult points of the cultivation technique. On the first page, Xiao Ruofei had chosen two relatively obscure places to mark. After Luo Feng read it, he felt as if he had been enlightened. He even secretly hoped that Lu Manxia would hurry up and flip to the second page. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. From the moment he entered room 20, he had been guarding against Lu Manxia, Xia Ruofei, and the others, as if they were thieves. He had been guarding against Lu Manxia, Xia Ruofei, and the others from stealing the Spirit Vulture Mountain's Linlang True Solution. Who would have thought that in the end, he would be the one to benefit greatly from the manuscript of the star-plucking sect's Linlang True Solution? This was simply a bit ironic. Lu Manxia wasn't like Luo Feng, who was very familiar with the contents of the Linlang True Solution. She had to constantly compare left and right to make sure that the contents were the same, so she definitely wasn't as fast as Luo Feng. Luo Feng was starting to get a bit anxious as he waited on the side. Finally, Lu Manxia was ready to flip to the second page. She was only going to flip to the second page of the Spirit Vulture Mountain manuscript because the contents of the two manuscripts weren't exactly the same. Xia Ruofei's manuscript had been written on A4 paper, so it could hold more content. After Lu Manxia finished checking the first page of the Spirit Vulture Mountain manuscript, she discovered that the Star-Plucking Sect manuscript still had about a third of the contents on the first page, so she naturally flipped to the Spirit Vulture Mountain manuscript on her left. Luo Feng could only continue to wait patiently, and it wasn't good for him to show his emotions. He had a vague premonition that he was going to lose the bet this time. If he paid 50,000 spirit stones, then the Spirit Vulture Mountain's competition for that treasure would be greatly reduced. Basically, their chances of getting it would be very small. However, Luo Feng didn't have the time to worry about these things. He couldn't wait to see the new contents of the Star-Plucking Sect manuscript. Whether it was Xia Ruofei's unique sentences or the understanding of the cultivation technique written on the side of the page, Luo Feng was a cultivator who had studied the Linlang True explanations for many years. They were all very precious to him. After Lu Manxia looked through a portion of the second page of the Spirit Vulture Mountain manuscript, she finally finished checking the first page of the Star-Plucking Sect manuscript. Under Luo Feng's burning gaze, Lu Manxia's hand reached towards the Star-Plucking Sect manuscript on the right, preparing to flip to a new page. At that moment, Xia Ruofei suddenly said, "Wait." Lu Manxia stopped and turned to look at Xia Ruofei. She smiled and asked, "Fellow Taoist Xia, do you have any advice for me?" Although Lu Manxia had only checked a little more than a page, her expectations for this manuscript had greatly increased. The contents were exactly the same as the Spirit Vulture Mountain manuscript, and there were additional cultivation insights. Moreover, with Lu Manxia's level of cultivation and insight, even if she didn't have the time to carefully study it, she was still able to discover the uniqueness of this cultivation technique. Because of this, Lu Manxia's attitude towards Xia Ruofei had unknowingly become even more courteous. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Valley Lord Lu, I wouldn't dare to give advice, but I do have a suggestion." "Please speak, fellow Taoist Xia," Lu Manxia said with a smile. Xia Ruofei said, "I'm sure Valley Lord Lu has already discovered that the side of the page doesn't contain the cultivation technique's contents, but rather some cultivation insights. Speaking of which, these insights are also very precious, so let's consider them a bonus for this auction. However, since these cultivation insights are rather precious and have nothing to do with checking the contents of the manuscript, I suggest that during the checking process, this area should be covered up to a certain extent." When Luo Feng heard this, he almost cursed out loud. This guy is too sneaky. I wanted to secretly learn some cultivation insights, but he actually covered up a loophole in my book. Right now, Xianxia couldn't see the cultivation technique in the box. The Star Caesar sect had provided this manuscript, and the Soaring Flower Valley had spent money to buy it. Naturally, there was no need to keep it a secret from these people. In that case, the only ones to guard against were the people from Spirit Vulture Mountain. Moreover, the contents of the second volume were something that only Aurus core stage cultivators could barely understand. If they wanted to cultivate it, they would have to combine the contents of the first volume. For a Qi condensation stage rookie like Wu Ming, this was basically a heavenly book. Therefore, to be precise, they were guarding against Luo Feng alone. Lu Manxia herself was an experienced cultivator, and she was also the Valley Lord of Soaring Flower Valley. It could be said that she had seen countless people. When she glanced at Luo Feng from the corner of her eye, she immediately understood the situation. Lu Manxia couldn't help but laugh when she thought of how Luo Feng had been focused on guarding against the soaring flower valley and the Star Caesar sect from secretly learning the true Linlang interpretation. The corners of her mouth curled up into a beautiful arc as she said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao's suggestion is very good. Thank you for your reminder." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. After pondering for a moment, he reminded her, "By the way, because our manuscript is the complete second volume, and the Spirit Vulture Mountains manuscript has missing pages, there must be a portion of the contents that are unique to our manuscript. When Valley Lord Lu comes across this portion of the content, you might as well cover it up in time. After all, you're the one who spent money to buy this cultivation technique. Doing this is also to protect your rights." Lu Manxia's smile grew even wider. She nodded and said, "I understand." After saying this, Lu Manxia took out a black paperweight from her storage ring. The width of the paperweight was about the same as the area Xiao Ruofei had marked out for cultivation comprehension. It was just enough to cover it up. Then, Lu Manxia flipped to the second page of the Star Caesar sect's manuscript and used the paperweight to cover up the area where the cultivation comprehension was recorded. Luo Feng cursed in his heart, but he couldn't show it. His expression was as if he was constipated. Of course, he couldn't openly use his spiritual force to spy on it. There were several golden core cultivators present, and they were all so close to each other. If he did so, he would immediately be discovered. Then, he would be too ashamed to face anyone. However, Luo Feng was like a dog that had smelled poop. He couldn't wait to look at the handwritten book provided by the star-seizing sect. Even if he couldn't see the cultivation insights, he could at least refer to the method of punctuation in the handwritten book. Even if he couldn't eat the meat, it was still good to drink the soup. Xiao Ruofei also immediately noticed the difference between the two manuscripts. As for the punctuation section, there was no way for Lu Manxia to steal it. Compared to the immediate reward of 50,000 spirit stones, it was still acceptable for Lu Manxia to steal a few simple punctuation techniques. In fact, after Lu Manxia checked the first 2 pages, she could basically confirm that there were no problems with the Star Caesar sect's manuscript. However, this was a bet between the Spirit Vulture Mountain and the Star Caesar sect. If she stopped checking now, the Spirit Vulture Mountain would definitely not accept it. They were just worried that they wouldn't have a reason to renege on the bet. Moreover, for the Soaring Flower Valley, it would be more reassuring to check from beginning to end, right? Therefore, Lu Manxia chose to check every word patiently, whether it was for business or personal reasons. However, she still listened to Xiao Ruofei's words. She tightly blocked off the area where the cultivation comprehension was recorded. Furthermore, whenever there were gaps in the Spirit Vulture Mountain's manuscript, she would immediately block off the corresponding gaps in the Star Caesar sect's manuscript. Luo Feng relied on his familiarity with the contents and was often able to see bits and pieces of the missing parts. However, the more this was the case, the more his heart itched. It was even more unbearable than not being able to see anything at all. Even though he was very shrewd, he couldn't help but reveal a very interesting expression on his face. As for Wu Ming at the side, his face had already turned ashen. Although he couldn't understand the contents of the manuscripts with his cultivation, he could still recognize the characters. With a casual comparison, he knew that the contents of both manuscripts were exactly the same. This also meant that they had lost the bet. End of chapter 1628. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.